Chapter 1. Sun Wu-Yuan, the Renegade, year 761 of the AG era. In the seventh universe, on Earth, at Baozi Mountain. Morning. Upon the vast and boundless Earth, a continuous mountain range lay sprawled like a colossal dragon stretching from east to west. Verdant trees flourished, and the ground was adorned with a profusion of grasses. The lush green resembled an ink-wash painting, a deep emerald hue shimmering under the sunlight like twinkling stars. Amidst the flying formations, vibrant green orbs danced. Puffs of smoke ascended, enveloping Baozi Mountain in an ethereal mist, akin to a celestial palace. Rustle. Branches rustled as two figures swiftly chased each other through the woods, one in pursuit of the other. The person in front was diminutive, sporting a black crab-like hairstyle, with a strikingly bronze complexion that radiated health and vitality. His star-like brows and dragon-like eyes were accentuated by a thick, slanted fringe that completely obscured his right eye. A high nose adorned with a golden ratio gave him an air of distinction, while his tightly pressed pink lips conveyed a sense of steadfastness, contrasting starkly with his cherubic visage. TCH. He cast a sidelong glance over his shoulder at the relentless figure pursuing him and let out a disdainful huff. My name is Sun Wu-Yuan, a boy of merely 4 years. I was born into a terrifying world where human lives are deemed expendable. As for my father, hey, Wu-Yuan, don't run. This is our 51st duel. We've tied at 25 wins and 25 losses. This time, I shall emerge victorious. Smack. Upon hearing this, Sun Wu-Yuan slapped his forehead in exasperation. This was his father, Sun Wu-Kong, a fool who knew nothing but combat. In battle, he remained eerily calm, quickly analyzing his unfavorable position and employing his techniques to turn the tide. If it weren't for Sun Wu-Yuan's distinctive advantage, he likely wouldn't have achieved those 25 victories. Whoosh! A gentle breeze stirred, lifting his sleek fringe and revealing his terrifying, ghastly right eye. A pale violet hue. Concentric circles encircled the pupil, with a deep, eerie glow swirling within. Any ordinary person who dared to gaze upon it would be driven to utter despair. The Renegade. Wu-Yuan understood that he was a transmigrator, yet he could not fathom why the Renegade, a power of the Naruto world, manifested within him. At this moment, bang, he suddenly exerted force with his waist midair, landing deftly on a branch, his cherubic face now exuding an air of determination. Whoosh whoosh. A sharp, cold light erupted around him. Dozens of branches snapped like twigs, seemingly liberated from the shackles of gravity, floating beside Wu-Yuan. Go! With a sudden, forceful wave of his hand, all the branches glimmered with a sharp radiance, hurtling through the air to completely encircle the arriving Sun Wu-Kong. Oh, you've lured the branches with your energy and sharpened them, have you? You truly are something. Sun Wu-Kong's entire being tensed, his eyes flashing with intensity as he bellowed, his arms moving rapidly, leaving behind afterimages. Bang bang. A wave of soft power erupted in midair, effortlessly sending all the encircled branches flying. Hee hee. Sun Wu-Kong rubbed his nose, boasting like a child reveling in his own feats. These two father and son were polar opposites. Wu-Yuan, merely 4 years old, bore a cold demeanor on his cherubic face. Meanwhile, Sun Wu-Kong, though married, remained forever a child at heart. Wu-Yuan could confidently assert that the initial act of creation must have been instigated by Chi-Chi, using soft power to evade all energy attacks. Wu-Yuan pondered. Sun Wu-Kong clenched his hands, gathering power in his palms, which instantly burst forth in a brilliant blue glow. He swung his arms, and in a heartbeat, an endless surge of energy cascaded like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, completely enveloping Wu-Yuan. Let's see how you evade this. Sun Wu-Kong proclaimed loudly. Dad, you know these tricks are ineffective against me. Why waste your energy? His right eye gradually revealed itself, and in an instant, the trajectories of all the energy blasts were captured by the Renegade's supreme, dynamic vision. Boom boom. An overwhelming explosion erupted in the woods, leaving a chaotic array of craters, cracks resembling a spider's web forming instantly. The cacophony of explosions startled every creature in the forest, sending them fleeing. Wu-Yuan's Renegade flickered as he moved like a delicate butterfly, effortlessly evading all the energy blasts. Moreover, not a single shard from the explosions grazed his body. This isn't over yet, Sun Wu-Kong shouted, and in an instant, an immense wave of energy blotted out the sun, engulfing Wu-Yuan once more. Yet, slender threads of blue energy emanated from his hands, infusing a few of the energy spheres around him. the dozens of energy spheres suddenly accelerated dramatically, manipulating the energy individually to hasten the speed of the spheres, thereby complicating their movement to confound my Rinnegan. To think you could devise such a strategy. Wu Yuan was astonished. It was always the same whenever he revealed the capabilities of his Rinnegan to secure victory. His father would inevitably devise a countermeasure in their next bout. This was the terrifying combat instinct of son Wukong. However, a flicker of amusement danced in Wei Yuan's gaze. This is my first time unveiling the true power of the Rinnegan. Prepare to witness it. Shinra Tensei. The emotionless 4 words rang out like a mighty tolling bell, and in an instant, a terrifying repulsive force erupted around Wu Yuan. Boom! The ground immediately caved in, sending all the energy spheres hurtling away. Boom boom! In the distant forest, the air was filled with terrifying explosions, and an endless tide of flames surged skyward, roaring into a conflagration. What? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, yet the overwhelming repulsive force showed no signs of abating, crashing into his body with unrestrained ferocity. An endless torrent of power wreaked havoc within him. Bang bang! Hundreds of trees were instantly snapped in half, and Sun Wukong's expression turned ashen, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth as he was sent hurtling backward. Whoosh! A straight trail of smoke appeared, slicing through half the forest. Damn it! Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, suspended in midair, his tightly shut eyes suddenly opened wide as he realized he had been blasted out of the forest, plummeting toward the waterfall. The cascading waters flowed like a silver ribbon, the sound of crashing resonating continuously, a symphony of nature. A crystalline curtain hung like a jade belt, suspended in midair, cascading into a lake that sparkled like crystal. Above the waterfall, a rainbow arched gracefully. Whoosh! In an instant, Wu Yuan reappeared, extending one hand and clenching it fiercely. A wondrous force transformed into transparent rippling waves, causing the crystal lake below to surge with towering waves, and a jagged boulder suddenly lifted from the water. It hurtled towards Sun Wukong with tremendous force. Banishing technique. Huh! Wu Yuan shouted, the massive boulder soaring upward, blotting out the sun. This is bad. Sun Wukong felt a trickle of cold sweat run down his brow. I didn't expect you to conceal such a technique. Wu Yuan, how long have you been holding back in our previous battles? In midair, I cannot leverage any support. I can only force my way through. Huh, he bellowed, as sharp, surging energy coursed through his sinewy muscles, coalescing in his palm to form a pale blue disk. Whoosh whoosh. He wielded his sword with great vigor, slicing and dicing as if the massive boulder were mere tofu, swiftly reducing it to hundreds of small fragments. Spirit bomb. With a single hand extended, Wukong unleashed a tremendous force that erupted from his palm, obliterating the shattered stones into fine dust. Humph! A mere parlor trick. Yet, within the skies, Wei Yuan's eyes flickered with an unusual brilliance. He contemplated, as my Rinnegan awakens, it not only grants me the power of the 6 paths of pain, but also possesses a unique ability akin to the Tomo Rinnegan. I have never disclosed this before. Father, today, you shall become the first test subject and relish in that peculiar power. Buzz. The pale purple Rinnegan pupils constricted, and in an instant, Wu Yuan vanished from the sky, reappearing directly above Wukong. Come forth. Bang! He clasped his hands together behind his back and struck down heavily. Wukong let out a pained cry as a sharp force ravaged his body, even obstructing the flow of his own energy. He could no longer endure. His body plummeted like a meteor into the lake below. Boom! A splash of water soared into the sky. Cough, cough. After a considerable time, Wukong finally emerged from the water, coughing a few times on the exposed rubble. Whoosh! Wei Yuan's figure quickly appeared, his index and middle fingers converging as he lightly tapped Wukong's forehead. The outcome is decided. New book launch, a completed old book with 250,000 words. Credibility is absolutely guaranteed. Seeking attention, seeking collection. The cover will return tomorrow. Let's make do with this for today. Chapter 2. The Ordinary Family Life. The outcome is decided. Wu Yuan declared the final victory, employing the marvelous techniques of his Rinnegan to triumph in his confrontation with Wukong. Hee hee. Wukong scratched the back of his head with a wry smile. At merely 4 years old, your strength has already surpassed mine. Truly, a martial arts prodigy. However, I shall not concede. I have already grasped the gravitational and repulsive forces of the Rinnegan, as well as the nuances of dynamic vision. Next time, I shall surely unravel it. Yet, he cast a puzzled glance, That last movement left no trace. Has your power truly reached such formidable heights? Or is it yet another peculiar skill of the Rinnegan? Wu Yukong's interest peaked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at Wu Yuan. The crystalline orbs brimmed with desire. Such a unique skill was irresistibly alluring for a martial arts enthusiast like him. Humph. Who knows? Wu Yuan teased, speaking lightly. Do tell me. Wu Yukong, resembling a child who never grows up, embraced Wu Yuan, rubbing against him incessantly. Hey, father, mother must have prepared dinner by now. Don't blame me for not warning you if we miss mealtime because of training. Wu Yuan extended his hand, pulling Wu Yukong out of the lake. Upon hearing the word mother, a flicker of fear sparkled in Wu Yukong's eyes. Let's hurry back. Bao Mountain at the summit. The scenery here is picturesque, akin to eternal spring. The lush trees shrouded in vibrant foliage, and melodious stream dances joyfully nearby. A wooden water wheel creaked as it spun, channeling the crystal-clear stream into the adjacent dwelling through the resonant bamboo. A quaint, domed cottage emerged unexpectedly, wisps of azure smoke curling upward, accompanied by enticing aromas wafting through the air. In contrast to Bulma's opulent residence, the modest home where Wu Yuan had lived for 4 years held its own unique charm. Mother, Wu Yuan called out loudly by the stream. A woman clad in a deep purple qipao, her hair styled in a traditional ponytail, rose gracefully, exclaiming, just in time, dinner will be ready shortly. Upon seeing the dirt-smeared Wu Yukong, Shishi's expression shifted dramatically. Wu Yukong, you've soiled your clothes again during training. Do you have any idea how much a washing machine costs in East Capital? You don't earn a living, and with father's castle destroyed, the burden of the household falls entirely on me. Do you know how immense this pressure is? As she spoke, Shishi began to weep softly. Wu Yukong, having faced this situation too many times, hurriedly rushed forward, showering her with comforting words, and in no time, Shishi returned to her usual self. Haha, women, brother. A timid voice called from the side. Wu Yuan turned to see a small figure dressed in light yellow attire, with short legs mirroring his own. A traditional cap shaded his dark hair. Atop his head, a Dragon Ball radiated a warm orange glow. This was Wu Yuan's twin brother, named Sun Wufan in memory of their grandfather who had passed away years ago. 4 years prior, Shishi was pregnant and unexpectedly bore twins. Wu Yuan had arrived half an hour before Wufan. The two seemed like reflections in a mirror, completely opposite. Wu Yuan was strong-willed, while Wufan perpetually embodied a shy demeanor, even when facing his elder brother. Brother, did you win the battle just now? How impressive. Father was the champion of the last World Martial Arts Tournament. No one in the world can rival him. Stars of admiration sparkled in Wufan's eyes. Brother merely gained a slight advantage through his eyes. However, since my body has yet to fully develop, I find it challenging to unleash my complete strength in genuine combat. As he spoke, Wu Yuan's gaze avoided looking at Wufan, not out of rudeness, but for some reason. Whenever his Rinnegan met the Dragon Ball's gaze for more than 3 seconds, he felt a disquieting sensation in his heart. Dinner is ready. Shishi called out. At the dining table, 3 bowls of towering rice were laid before Wu Yukong and the others. Lu Yao's heart raced with excitement. Goodness, this skin is truly ivory white, flawless like 24-karat platinum. My dear brother, where are your pores? They seem to be utterly invisible. Compelled by an inexplicable force, I reached out to gently touch his cheek. Oh my, it felt slightly cool and remarkably smooth. There's a bit of dirt on your face. Allow me to assist you in wiping it away. Lu Yao restrained her girlish heart and cleared her throat, adopting a serious demeanor. Little did she expect that Xue-chan would effortlessly lift her into his arms, declaring, I shall take you back to the tribe. The carcass of the beast has attracted the voracious wolves, and this place is no longer safe. While she had no objections to returning to the tribe, she certainly did not wish to appear feeble enough to require someone to carry her. Moreover, despite his handsome appearance, it was rather brazen of him to take such liberties. If he desired to be her boyfriend and demonstrate his capabilities, surely they should assess the situation further. She protested, struggling against his hold. I can walk on my own. A hint of amusement flickered across the youth's cool countenance as he replied, You are too slow. Lu Yao puffed out her cheeks in disbelief. Was he actually laughing at her? Did he realize he was mocking a champion athlete from the school sports meet? Was she not just a single hurdle away from matching Lu Xiang's remarkable 12.88 seconds? If it weren't for her swiftness, she would have been crushed by a gorilla long ago. Yet, soon Lu Yao found herself unable to refute his laughter. Fine, she conceded, she had lost. Amidst the mountains, Ancient trees and flowing streams, Xueqin darted through the landscape like a nimble leopard. He leaped onto a giant rock, using the tree trunk to soar over the stream. Then sprang upwards onto a colossal ancient tree and gracefully descended from a steep slope. He perceived the dense fog as nothingness, effortlessly maneuvering through the rugged mountain path. Was he merely running? No, he was soaring. Did he have springs under his feet? No, it was a rocket launcher propelling him forward. This was more exhilarating than a roller coaster, albeit prone to inducing motion sickness. Lu Yao, though feeling queasy from the journey, did not succumb to nausea but rather succumbed to drowsiness. After merely 10 minutes of stimulation, she fell into a deep slumber. As the sun began to rise and the stars faded, Lu Yao, nestled in his embrace, stirred, smacking her lips and blinking her bleary eyes. In a soft, mellifluous voice, she murmured, "Xueqin, dawn is nearly upon us. Please set me down. I no longer wish to sleep, and you, too, deserve a moment of rest." "All right," he replied. As her feet touched the ground, Lu Yao surveyed her surroundings. She found herself on the mountainside, in a vast valley encircled by towering peaks. Not far from the base of the mountain, wisps of smoke curled into the air, revealing rudimentary, grayish-yellow earthen structures reminiscent of a primitive village. "Do the inhabitants of your tribe have a penchant for keeping pets?" she inquired. Liu casually remarked to Xueqin, who was walking beside her, that every household seemed to have several large dogs at their doorstep, suggesting an air of affluence. Xueqin appeared to be somewhat perplexed by her comment, but turned his face to look at her, affirming his attentiveness with a soft and cautiously proposed, "Instead of seeking out the clan leader, why don't you stay at my home? I assure you, you shall not go hungry. I truly appreciate your generosity in offering me shelter, for the forest is indeed fraught with peril." Lu Yao expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Xueqin, feeling reassured, contemplated for a moment before stating, "The tribe will consistently provide the finest sustenance for females. Yet it would be prudent for you to refrain from accepting food from other males." "Understood," she replied. "I comprehend your intentions. I can feign being your girlfriend." Lu Yao agreed without hesitation. Xueqin was her savior and would never deceive her. His insistence on not seeking out the clan leader first must have been grounded in reason, and she could roughly grasp the meaning behind Xueqin's thoughts. Surprised by Lu Yao's prompt response, Xueqin's silver eyes widened as he listened to her continue. "Once I become familiar with my surroundings, I will be able to find food for myself, without relying on others." Lu Yao has always adhered to the principle that one who receives benefits should not bite the hand that feeds them. After all, the truly valuable things in life are those that come free of charge. Moreover, she possesses a system that will allow her to sign in once she arrives in this new world. Xueqin briefly pressed his lips together, contemplating whether to speak. Yet he ultimately remained silent. To him, Lu Yao's petite frame made the search for sustenance seem exceedingly arduous, and he would never allow her to venture into danger in pursuit of food. As the two approached the entrance of the tribe, Xueqin initially intended to retrieve some crystal coins from their dwelling to take Lu Yao to the market for shopping. However, before they could even enter the tribe, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of people from all directions, gasping and exclaiming in astonishment. It suddenly dawned on Xueqin that it was the early morning hour when the males ventured out to hunt for food, and his expression turned cold. "Oh ancestors, I have never encountered such a beautiful female." A bronze-skinned man, half-clad, was the first to notice the radiant Lu Yao and Xueqin, his exclamation drawing a crowd. "Come and see. The Kenda clan has a most exquisite female. She is more beautiful than the lakes of the rainy season. Her hair shines brighter than the finest silk, and her eyes sparkle like precious gems. Noble female, may I inquire your name? Precious one, are you the wife of the Yunda clan? Would you consider becoming our clan's wife as well? We three are quite capable and can provide you with delightful sustenance even during the cold season." The speaker towered at 2 meters tall, resembling Yao Ming, making it quite exhausting for Lu Yao, who stood at a mere 160 centimeters, to gaze upward. She pondered whether this was a matriarchal society, where women symbolized fertility and vitality, a notion her history teacher had mentioned, referring to certain minority groups in both ancient and modern times. Yet, how could these primitive people be so tall? Shouldn't they be more diminutive? However, she reconsidered, acknowledging that different regions and climates could yield such variations. Even the gorillas here were remarkably large. Lu Yao completely disregarded the flattery they showered upon her. She had encountered love letters at school before. The incessant noise merely suffocated her. Xueqin's silver eyes narrowed into a thin line, filled with a chilling frost that enveloped him. Noticing that Lu Yao, sheltered behind him, neither rejected nor responded, he was left in a state of agitation. wondering whether she was lost in thought or merely dazed. Upon seeing a male approach Lu Yao, he instinctively pulled her into his embrace, protecting her with the fierce tenderness of one guarding their young. Lu Yao cooperatively turned around, resting in his embrace. "Shuai-chun, let us depart swiftly," she murmured. It was astonishing that a female could possess such a melodious voice. "Fengze, do you think she hails from the Sea clan?" inquired one of the tall brothers. Fengze cast a sidelong glance at his brother Fengshan and retorted, "Nonsense. How could a Sea clan member come ashore?" "Yongda, release the female. You are not the clan leader and therefore lack the right to possess her exclusively." Fengze glared at Shuai-chun with envy, pounding his chest, which resembled an iron mass. Yet, it was evident that he did not dare to take direct action. They were not foolish. In this tribe, no one could match Shuai-chun, who was referred to as the strongest warrior. Shuai-chun's sharp brows and cold eyes exuded an icy demeanor as he held Lu Yao close, striding towards a secluded stone house on the western edge of the tribe without a backward glance. With his movement, no one dared to obstruct him. Upon returning to their dwelling, Shuai-chun shut the door with a stern expression, shielding them from the prying eyes that followed. "Your home is quite spacious," he remarked. Liu cast a glance around the room, which was far cleaner than she had anticipated. The layout comprised a single room and a hall, with the bedroom positioned to the right, devoid of a wooden door, containing only a mud bed. In the hall, a fire pit stood in the center, the ground adorned with animal hides, flanked by wooden shelves and 2 water jars. The shelves were brimming with items, yet each piece was meticulously arranged, all facing in a similar direction. It seemed that her savior, Shuai-chun, was not only kind-hearted but also possessed a penchant for tidiness. Turning to Shuai-chun, Lu Yao pondered his greatest flaw, which might very well be his propensity to become overly excited at the mere sight of her. Chapter 4. A female invader. Are we still able to venture out this morning? What shall we do now? Lu Yao inquired, smiling as she spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness, her delicate and bright eyes eagerly awaiting Shuai-chun's instructions. Shuai-chun swallowed hard, stifling the urge to ruffle her hair, and took a deep breath. "It's all right. We will go out shortly to purchase some necessities. There is jerky on the shelf and water in the stone barrel. You should eat a bit and rest while I gather our things." "Understood, at your command." Lu Yao indeed felt hunger pangs, having gone 2 days without washing her face or brushing her teeth. After devouring the jerky like a hamster, she washed her face and found that her bun had remained intact. Her scalp felt tight, so she removed the hair tie and massaged her aching head. Her seaweed-like hair cascaded in waves down to her waist, dark and soft, lazily spilling over her back. "Your hair is wavy," Shuai-chun remarked suddenly. As he stuffed items into the animal hide bag, he gazed at her cascading waves, which framed her ivory-like neck, exuding an indescribable beauty. Lu Yao flashed a playful smile. "Indeed, does it not exude an air of elegance and maturity, a certain charm known as OL? It cost $500. Shuai-chun clearly did not grasp the essence of Lu Yao's words. He gazed at her delicate, porcelain-like face accentuated by her long hair, the graceful contours beneath it. His silver eyes, imbued with seriousness and contemplation, conveyed an earnest truth. "Your hair is truly beautiful." Lu Yao blinked and thought to herself, "Did you truly believe I was indifferent to your silvery hair? It glistens like satin, and I wonder what its texture might feel like. Just look at that enchanting figure. Ha, Fengze, she is utterly captivating. It drives me to madness." "I feel the same." In a mere moment, the commotion outside the door escalated, and even the narrow window was crowded with onlookers, their curious eyes boldly peering inside. The radiant and alluring young woman elicited waves of admiration, with some brazenly flaunting their impressive curves through various poses outside the window. This spectacle was unprecedented for Lu Yao, and such lewd behavior filled her with revulsion. Lu Yao felt an overwhelming sense of nausea in her stomach, and her heart was in turmoil, making her hesitate to approach the window. She leapt off the stone bed and, like a frightened rabbit, sought refuge behind Shuai-chun, her fear palpable. Shuai-chun struggled to comprehend why Lu Yao was so terrified. Nearly all adult female beastmen yearned for the kind of popularity she possessed. Her disarray resembled that of a mere cub, stirring his heart with empathy. He instinctively drew her into his embrace, and in the moonlight, his eyes shimmered with an unprecedented tenderness. As he gently caressed her long, soft black hair, he whispered soothingly, "These males dare not intrude upon my territory. If they attempt to coerce you, I shall take you away from the tribe and ensure you are not bullied." His gentle reassurance calmed her spirit, deepening her gratitude towards Shuai-chun. She understood well that although he would sometimes hold her without her consent and his actions were not entirely gentlemanly, he had never crossed a line. His eyes were untainted. The outside world, however, was a different matter entirely. As Lu Yao finally calmed her mind and marveled at the perfection of Xue Chen's physique, the door was suddenly flung open with a resounding bang, splintering wood scattering in all directions, startling her considerably. Before her stood a formidable woman clad only in animal hide from the waist down. Her skin was dark, her stature not particularly tall, yet her frame was remarkably broad. Muscles bulged prominently in her arms and thighs, rendering her more robust than many men. Yongda, you are the male I have chosen. You cannot associate with other females. She is too frail to be worthy of you. Her voice boomed with power, piercing through the air, laden with significant insult. Xue Chen sensed Lu Yao's trepidation. His gaze turned cold and somber, an ominous aura enveloping him, brimming with a dangerous intent. Hong, you should leave. This is my home, and I have no desire to harm a female. Emerging from Xue Chen's embrace like a timid creature, Lu Yao looked up at his frostbitten expression and couldn't help but marvel at how striking her savior truly was. When had the females of the tribe ever been treated with such disdain by the males? Yet, the prowess of Yongda was well known over the years, and under Xue Chen's intimidation, she reluctantly retreated outside. Summoning her courage, she countered, "You are Yongda, and I am the youngest and finest female of the tribe. Our union would ensure the continuation of your lineage, as promised by the clan leader during last autumn's festival. Indeed, Yongda already has a female. He should relinquish the beautiful young female." The males erupted in fervor, seemingly finding justification for their pursuit of Lu Yao. Xue Chen observed the chaos with indifference, his silver eyes narrowing with cold disdain. He had anticipated that these beast men might covet Lu Yao, but he had not expected their fervor to reach such frenzied heights. A memory flickered in his mind. The first time he had encountered Lu Yao, the shock of her gentle beauty had left him in awe. Never before had he imagined such a delicate and exquisite female could exist in this world. Lu Yao observed the somewhat chaotic scene, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as a plan formed in her mind. I, too, possessed the right to choose a male. She emerged from Xue Chen's embrace, steadied her emotions, and met the crimson-eyed gaze without flinching. Is it certain that the offspring produced with Xue Chen would be inferior? You are indeed robust. Yet does a female truly need to hunt? Red, pressed by her boldness, found herself momentarily speechless, irritation bubbling within her. Can you even cook? With your appearance, you likely cannot even recognize wild vegetables, let alone handle prey. You do not know me. How can you presume I lack culinary skills? I would venture to say that you might not even surpass me. Upon hearing the mention of cooking, Lu Yao felt a flicker of anxiety, for she had not spent much time in the kitchen. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure. After all, as someone who had traversed realms with a system, could she truly falter? Moreover, her dormitory's barbecues and hot pots were quite exceptional, often enticing neighbors to come and partake in the delightful aroma. Despite Lu Yao's outward confidence, Red scoffed, holding a dismissive view of the outsider while simultaneously reveling in her own culinary prowess. Let me tell you, not only do we excel in our tribe, but even the females from neighboring tribes pale in comparison to my skills. The autumn festival is upon us. Should your cooking fail to surpass mine, you must choose another male as your partner. If I emerge victorious, my choice of companion, including Yongda, is my own prerogative, and you cannot compel him to do otherwise, nor can the clan leader. Seeing Lu Yao's forthrightness, Red's expression softened slightly. She continued, I will inform the clan leader. But on the eve of the autumn festival, Yongda must stay with me. You, as an outsider, cannot reside with him. That is out of the question. Before Lu Yao could respond, she was met with Xue Chen's icy rejection. Lu Yao, perplexed by the situation, noticed a subtle flush on her otherwise ruddy cheeks. She exclaimed loudly, however, if you incite Yongda's desire and conceive his offspring, it would be a breach of our agreement. Therefore, we must reside together. Or allow me to move in. Upon mating with the female companion J, the male becomes bound by an unilaterally imposed partner contract, which is not to be defied, rendering Han's concerns quite valid. Chapter 5. The comprehensive guide to survival in the beast realm is now in hand. I disagree. Xue Chen suddenly interjected coldly. I will lead. Before he could finish his thought about leaving the tribe, his arm was seized by Lu Yao. I believe it could work. After all, you are quite formidable. Let her move in. She won't pose much of a threat, Lu Yao explained softly. She quickly surmised Xue Chen's intentions and did not wish to burden him further. She was already immensely grateful to him, hoping to avoid inciting public ire or uttering the words about leaving the tribe, which could easily lead to conflict. Shuechen, brow furrowed, retorted to Hong with irritation, "You may move in, but you cannot bring any males at night. It must not interfere with my life with Lu Yao." Hong glanced at her robust male companion Yufeng, a hint of discomfort crossing her face. She had never experienced a night without a male's protection, yet for Yongda, she was willing to make sacrifices. With a fervent gaze directed at Shuechen, she declared resolutely, "Very well, I agree to your terms. Yufeng, I will seek out the clan leader. You return to gather my belongings." Throughout the exchange, Yufeng remained silent, a towering figure yet appearing diminutive as he trailed behind Hong, leaving Lu Yao at a loss for words to articulate her feelings. "As for you all, disperse. Yongda is no longer Hong's male. I could easily be with the strongest male, so why should I remain with you? You are not his equal." The enthusiasm of the crowd was abruptly extinguished. Yet the leader, Fengzi, still remarked, "Indeed, we may not match Yongda's strength, but with winter approaching, food will be scarce. One individual cannot adequately provide for the females alone. We do not demand priority for mating. We still have our chances. How many are needed is for me to determine. What I say goes. While your opinions hold no weight, Li wished to say no more to them." Fengzi was rendered speechless, reluctantly sealing her lips. Shuechen pulled Lu Yao to close the door, propping it shut with a wooden beam, and casually covered the window with animal hide. The two individuals within the room fell into silence. Shuechen urged Lu Yao to rest while he quietly knelt on the ground, diligently repairing the door. The fervor surrounding Lu Yao surpassed his expectations, and with winter approaching, he indeed could find sustenance amidst the biting cold. Yet, who would safeguard Lu Yao? He hardly paid any heed to the autumn festival. No one could compel him to be with Hong. Lu Yao sat on the bed, lost in thought, acutely aware that this place was far more complex than she had anticipated. She realized that she could not remain with Shuechen indefinitely, nor did she wish to forever rely on others. In this foolish era, the challenges she faced could not be resolved merely by leaving or switching tribes. However, the most pressing concern at present was the autumn festival. She could not afford to fail. Yet, she had the infrastructure system at her disposal, almost forgetting this crucial detail. System sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. The current sign-in location is the Orc tribe, and the first sign-in grants a special reward, the comprehensive guide to survival in the beast world. After 3 sign-ins, the conditions for unlocking the System S storage will be met, allowing her to choose a form, ring, backpack, or necklace. Storage space? Lu Yao smiled brightly. Recognizing the value of such a treasure, a ring it shall be, for it is less likely to be lost. As Lu Yao finished speaking, her palm stirred. And indeed a small, intricately crafted iron ring materialized, its design archaic and devoid of aesthetic appeal, fitting snugly upon her little finger. This was a level 1 low-level system storage ring, with a capacity of 5, of which 3 were currently utilized for storing system rewards. The cold, mechanical voice provided an introduction, while Lu Yao inspected the contents, discovering a book and a potato, presumably the one that had descended from the heavens during her initial sign-in. To her surprise, the system had not misplaced it. "System, you just mentioned that signing in 3 times grants rewards. Does this imply that accumulating a certain number of sign-ins will yield additional rewards? Also, does a level 1 storage ring have higher tiers?" "Indeed, host. Each sign-in awards 1 point, and a level 2 storage ring requires 30 points. Oh, will repeating sign-ins at the same location affect the rewards?" "Except for special regions. Other areas do not influence the outcome." The mechanical voice responded with a series of clicks, causing Lu Yao's ears to ache after a while. "Please switch to a different voice. Either a lowly or Shota will suffice." "Thank you," she suggested tentatively. "Understood, host." Consuming 3 points. The system has successfully switched the voice to a youthful and vibrant tone. Listening to the lively voice of a spirited young boy was indeed much more pleasant. "What? This requires points as well." Lu Yao was rather exasperated. Nevertheless, she believed that with time, as she accumulated more sign-in occurrences, she would unlock various treasures. This thought filled her with excitement, as if there were hidden riches awaiting her discovery at every turn. Meanwhile, Shuechen had just replaced the wooden support when a series of loud knocks echoed at the door. "What are you two up to?" "I'm here." A robust voice emanated from outside. Not wishing to cause further damage to the wooden door, Shuechen frowned and opened it, coldly addressing Hong. "Lu Yao and I are heading out. Do not touch anything belonging to my family." He then turned, hoisting a bag filled to the brim with animal skins over his shoulder. Lu Yao, let us be off to the marketplace. Yes, I shall be there shortly. Lu Yao originally faced the inner wall, but now she has put away her book and walked towards the door where Xuechen is. She harbors no fondness for Hong and sees no reason to be cordial with her. Hong, feeling aggrieved, glares at Lu Yao's back, her teeth clenched in frustration. She instructs Yufeng to set down his belongings and follows Lu Yao and Xuechen without a second thought. Upon exiting the tribe, the refreshing scent of the breeze fills the air, the trees are lush, and fragrant flowers bloom abundantly. As they stroll along the sunlit path, Lu Yao's spirits lift considerably, prompting her to engage Xuechen in conversation about the marketplace. Our home, the Grey Wolf tribe, is bordered by the sunset forest on the left. If one continues walking to the right, they will eventually reach the Kejiao Lake, where the marketplace is located. It is a small market, with the nearest large marketplace situated at the Jiaosha coast, but the clan caravans only arrive there on the mornings following the full moon. Are you saying there are clans that specialize in trade? Lu Yao inquires, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. The idea of a merchant clan seems quite intriguing to her. Indeed, some clans, lacking proficiency in hunting and favoring a vegetarian diet, find their food supplies scarce during the cold season. Thus, they must constantly migrate to exchange or purchase goods at various marketplaces. The Rock clan, however, is quite different. They excel at sourcing salt from the Rocky Mountains, making them the largest caravan in the vicinity, and their salt is significantly cheaper than that of the Sea clan. Xuechen's voice is clear and gentle, his striking silver eyes glinting with a cold brilliance under the sunlight, creating a captivating contrast that is momentarily disorienting. These younglings seem oblivious to such matters. Surely you are not enchanted by the beasts of the demon forest? Hong interjects, her voice incessantly chattering from the other side of Xuechen. In the past, passers-by would cast flirtatious glances her way, yet now, nearly every beastman they pass is either overtly or subtly observing Lu Yao, leaving her perplexed as to what is so captivating about the frail figure before her. If you insist on trailing behind us with your male companion, you ought to silence your tongue. This is no tribe, Xuechen states coldly, not even granting Hong a glance. Hong, not lacking in wit, recognizes that Yufeng is no match for Xuechen and, with no one to defend her, mutters in frustration, she is so small and thin. I could easily lift her without any effort. What is there to admire? Lu Yu is too disinterested to engage in an argument with her. Before her eyes passed a myriad of beastmen and some exotic creatures. There were deer, wolves, herds of camels, and even a massive porcupine accompanied by 7 or 8 little porcupines, which left her utterly dazzled. Were they all pets? Were they also visiting the market? Out of curiosity, Lu Yao inquired of Xuechen. Naturally, Xuechen did not comprehend the meaning of pets, but following Lu Yao's gaze, he ventured a guess, stating, they are part of the caravan of the Camel tribe. The warriors of the Camel tribe are acquainted with our Grey Wolf clan. Chapter 6. The Minotaur offers a buy one get one deal. So, the porcupine with its young ones is a mother accompanied by her offspring? Lu Yao inquired softly out of curiosity, prompting a momentary twitch at the corner of Xuechen's mouth, clearly struggling to suppress a laugh. Lu Yao was puzzled. What had she said wrong? It was the female of the hedgehog tribe accompanied by the male. Although the males were smaller than the females, they were formidable in battle. Lu Yao marveled at this bewildering world, feeling somewhat reluctant to inquire further, lest she become the subject of ridicule by onlookers. Instead, she decided to peruse the comprehensive guide to survival in the beast realm. Previously, she had glanced at the table of contents, which seemed to encompass a plethora of flora and fauna, likely including descriptions of various races. As for transformations, be it Ultraman or Flower Fairy, she had seen her fair share during childhood. It was not beyond her comprehension, rather. She was momentarily curious about what Xuechen might transform into. Would it be a wolf as well? By noon, the group finally arrived at the market of Kejiao Lake. Although it was merely a small market, it left Lu Yao, a child of the modern era, utterly dazzled. Stalls offered an array of goods, fruits, salted fish, animal pelts, stone trinkets, and exotic flowers and herbs, everything imaginable. Yet, what truly left her in a state of confusion was the sight of a large Peter rabbit at one of the stalls, engaging in conversation and haggling with a fierce merchant, exuding an air of shrewdness. Lu Yao felt as though she were Lu Lao entering a zoo, utterly overwhelmed by the sights around her. Fortunately, due to the bustling market, Xuechen kept her arm linked with his, allowing her to gaze freely without the burden of navigation. The wandering performers, seasoned in their travels, were indeed distinct, although Lu Yao possessed an alluring beauty that captured attention. It did not incite a significant commotion. She was merely strikingly noticeable, and with a light heart, she skipped along behind Xuechun. As they approached a stall brimming with an array of plants, Xuechun retrieved a handful of petals from a beast-hide bag, showcasing an impressive variety of flowers resembling white chrysanthemums, yet with an oval shape. The sheer quantity mesmerized the tall vendor, who bent forward, gazing at Xuechun as if he were beholding a treasure. With a cheerful demeanor, he exclaimed, "Sweet flowers, indeed. Such a bounty. 80 Beijings. This batch is larger. And the sweetness must be even greater, 100 Beijings." Xuechun casually stated his price, yet his gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon Lu Yao. Lu Yao was captivated by a dazzling piece of gauze displayed at the neighboring stall. The delicate fabric shimmered with a blend of cerulean and silver hues, refracting light in a myriad of enchanting ways. Upon her arrival, she had noticed several women adorned in skirts fashioned from this very gauze, though somewhat sheer. They exuded an undeniable beauty. The vendor, a middle-aged man sporting a goatee, flashed a warm smile at Lu Yao. "My dear," he said, "this is the last piece of fish-scale gauze available today. If you desire it, I shall part with it for merely one white pearl. Who knows when the next opportunity will arise?" Lu Yao felt somewhat embarrassed. While hunger marketing proved effective, she found herself lacking in funds and unfamiliar with the concept of white pearls. Glancing down at her athletic attire, she realized she truly needed to procure some animal skins to fashion a change of clothing, as a piece of fabric measuring around 1 meter was evidently impractical. "If you desire it, then purchase it," Xuechun remarked. Although one white pearl could suffice to acquire dozens of whole animal skins, the price of shark silk had consistently remained unchanged. Lu Yao gazed at the shimmering gauze and shook her head, remarking that while it was indeed beautiful, it lacked practicality. "Let's continue our search," she said, taking Xuechun by the hand. Just as her words faded, a pair of dark hands settled upon the magnificent fabric. It was Yufeng and Fu Baizhu, their voices resounding audibly, seemingly intent on drawing Lu Yao's attention back. However, Lu Yao found the situation exceedingly dull and had no inclination to turn around. Hong, clutching the gauze, moved ahead, casting a dismissive glance at Lu Yao, her eyes brimming with an unmistakable mixture of pride and challenge. Lu Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Such ostentation seemed rather trivial. Moreover, had she not noticed the trembling hand of Yufeng behind her, clutching a small beast-hide pouch? Just moments ago, she had seen someone purchase a large bag of dried fish for merely 10 crystals. Baizhu was evidently a more sophisticated currency, and as for Jiao Sha, she had only encountered a few individuals adorned in it, surmising it was also a luxury item. She had yet to devise a means of earning money. Even if Xuechun offered to gift it to her, she would be reluctant to accept. Xuechun, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Perhaps he was utterly vexed by the incessant chatter. He led Lu Yao through winding paths, steering her away from the 2 individuals behind them, guiding her deeper into the marketplace. Here stood temporary wooden shelters, the air thick with an amalgamation of scents, a place where slaves were traded. And the crowd had noticeably thinned. Those confined within cages or bound to posts were peculiar beings, half-human and half-beast. Xuechun explained, "These are all half-beasts. Though their intelligence may be limited, they possess great strength. I intend to purchase a couple, so that when I am away, you will have company." He had contemplated that Lu Yao would undoubtedly feel afraid alone, worried that trouble might arise, hence this idea. Yet, half-beasts typically adhered to a vegetarian or omnivorous diet, and those who could afford them were generally the wives of chieftains or clan leaders from larger tribes. Their high price was one concern, but bringing them home would also mean an increased demand for sustenance, which was perpetually scarce in this region. Before them stood a minotaur, towering at over 2 meters. Adorned with horns, its frame devoid of scars, but its large skeleton appeared emaciated, lacking visible flesh. Even so, it was an imposing figure, with hands as large as fans. Their substantial appetites meant that few clans could sustain them, resulting in a sparse number of visitors and even fewer who lingered. When Xuechun halted, the long-haired minotaur's eyes sparkled with hope. "Esteemed sir, please purchase me. I am strong and consume little." Yes, she was a female minotaur who indeed ate very little. "Her strength surpasses even mine," urged the brown-black minotaur beside her, nudging her forward. With the initial shout, fervent gazes turned towards them, each clamoring to promote themselves. "We possess greater strength than the half-beast deer. I have trained in combat. By me, you cannot outrun us. We half-beast deer can carry you, esteemed sir." Lu Yao comprehended the implication of Xuechun's words, yet she found it difficult to gaze upon the half-human, half-beast creatures, particularly the ones with deer heads and human bodies. The sight of their exposed avian appendages was undeniably awkward. The master of the half-beast slaves, a burly man with a full beard, ferociously brandished his baton, barking, "Enough with the noise. Silence yourselves at once." Subsequently, he turned to Schwechen with a fawning respect, proclaiming, "Warrior, our half-beasts are the epitome of health. Feel free to select as you please." Schwechen leaned forward, inquiring of Lu Yao, "Which race of half-beasts do you prefer?" Lu Yao felt a deep sense of compassion for the half-orcs enslaved in their cages. Yet she understood that the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, could not be altered by her heartfelt pity. She raised her gaze to examine the grotesque figures of the half-orcs within the confines of their prison. Among them, the minotaur stood out as somewhat presentable, clad in garments. It appeared robust and formidable. If circumstances permitted, she would have preferred a female, as that particular minotaur seemed particularly strong. However, it appeared to be with child, and the cold season was fast approaching. Schwechen glanced at the minotaur's slightly protruding belly, and before he could finish his thought, the astute slave master quickly interjected, "The meat of the young minotaur is tender and exceptionally flavorful. For this female, if you wish for a discount, I can offer it to you for just 2 jewels. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao felt a chilling sensation and immediately withdrew her gaze from the female minotaur. Having never experienced the harshness of winter, she was unaware of the extent to which food scarcity could escalate, to the point where even younglings might be cooked for sustenance. Schwechen gently patted Lu Yao's back and addressed the slaver, stating that the pregnancy of the minotaur could pose significant risks, leading to substantial losses. If they were to acquire the male minotaur, he offered a total of 4 white pearls. Chapter 7. Buy one get one free minotaur. The slaver exhibited a perplexed expression, indicating that he needed to consult his wife, requesting the guest to wait momentarily. After all, a healthy minotaur typically commanded a price of 3 white pearls. 2 for 4 pearls was hardly a favorable deal. However, the risks associated with the female minotaur giving birth were considerable, should the offspring perish. They would only be left with a mere hide, resulting in even greater losses. Upon realizing she was to be purchased, the female minotaur and the brown minotaur erupted in excited cheers. Their thoughts were simple: as long as they were not bound to the slaver, they would have work, possess value, and thus be able to feed themselves and their young, causing them to joyfully circle within their cage. Understanding that Schwechen intended to buy both, Lu Yao looked up in astonishment, hesitating as she noted the scarcity of food during winter and the substantial appetite of the minotaurs. Schwechen's exquisite silver eyes softened as he recognized Lu Yao's inherent kindness. Otherwise, she would not have saved him in the past. He reassured her, saying, "I will do my utmost to procure food. It will be all right." Their eyes locked, and Lu Yao couldn't help but blush, recalling how Schwechen had rescued her once more and even provided her with bodyguards. Feeling inadequate in her ability to reciprocate, she sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Schwechen. I will repay you, I promise." The words she left unspoken lingered in her mind, as she believed that with her modern intelligence and the support of a system, she could certainly afford her own bodyguards. Before long, the slaver cheerfully announced, "Guest, my wife has agreed." He gladly accepted Schwechen's white pearls, unfastening the vine rope attached to the cage door and handing it to Schwechen, thus sealing the transaction. "Master, we will work diligently." The 2 minotaurs beamed with wide, innocent smiles, their eyes brimming with joy. With the minotaurs flanking Lu Yao on either side, Schwechen appeared quite satisfied. He took her hand and led her to purchase essential salt. Initially, he intended to buy a few finished leather garments for Lu Yao, but she declined, opting instead for stone needles and a type of vine thread. Lu Yao intended to craft her own garments. Although her experience was limited to knitting scarves and stitching simple handicrafts, her skills were undoubtedly superior to the clumsy stitches of the orcs. Observing the abundance of animal hides in Schwechen's home, she resolved to create something for herself. However, she was reminded of her impending culinary competition with Hong, and the fact that she had yet to devise a suitable base for her hot pot. To her dismay, the market lacked essential ingredients such as garlic, chili, and scallions. Fortunately, she stumbled upon plants resembling wheat and corn, albeit their kernels were small and shriveled, suggesting they were wild rather than cultivated. Yet, a modest supply was better than none. She managed to acquire a full 20-pound bag for merely 1 crystal bead, a far cheaper option compared to meat, making it the most economical resource in the entire market. Schwechen, trusting Lu Yao's judgment, purchased 5 bags. Inevitably, their journey home led them to cross paths with the irate Hong. Her voice boomed as she lamented being left behind, and upon noticing the 2 trailing behind a group of bull-headed orcs, her mouth fell agape in disbelief. As the orcs drew closer, laden with bags of wheat. Hong could only scratch her head in bewilderment, her words dripping with ridicule directed at Lu Yao. She believed Xuechen would not be foolish enough to engage in such folly, concluding that Lu Yao must be unhinged. After all, who among the males would dare allow a half-orc to buy provisions when sustenance was a luxury? Would they rely on grain that would soon spoil? In her eyes, this was the most unpalatable and inferior of foods, unworthy even of the most devoted herbivorous orcs. During the spring, summer, and autumn, there were berries, chestnuts, and honey to be had, and the adept orcs would store honey and select chestnuts to survive the long winter. If not for the dire need to gnaw on tree roots, not a single female would deign to consume such grain. Yet, her words fell on deaf ears, as only the silent Yufeng stood by her side, while even the half-orcs ignored her, hastening their pace to keep up with Xuechen. Chapter 8. Within the pages lies the path to prosperity. Lu Yao was indeed aware of the loud mockery from behind her, but she regarded Hong as a simpleton and chose not to engage in a futile argument. Her sole desire was to triumph in the autumn festival, to secure her freedom and agency within the tribe. This was of utmost significance to her, the very foundation of her existence here. As dusk descended, Lu Yao and her companions finally returned to the tribe, while Hong would likely take some time longer. Xuechen meticulously arranged the supplies they had purchased, seemingly afflicted by a compulsion to align each stone jar in the same direction, ensuring perfect order. He then pulled a large hide from the wooden crate to cover the bedroom doorway. You should rest for a while. I will take care of the other tasks. Lu Yao was indeed exhausted, her feet aching from a day of walking. By the latter part of their journey, she found herself being carried back by Xuechen. Although this was not their first encounter of such a nature, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, she had reached a point where she could no longer walk. I will rest shortly. May I assign some tasks to them? Lu Yao inquired, glancing at the half-beast standing idly at the door. Certainly, they were purchased for your service. Xuechen replied, leading Lu Yao before the Minotaur. His demeanor was cold and authoritative. Although I acquired you, your true master is Lu Yao. Should you choose to disobey, I will have no qualms about selling you to a slave master. Do you understand? The two simple-minded half-beasts exhibited expressions of trepidation, hastily prostrating themselves before Lu Yao. Yes, mistress, we shall obey you, even if it means receiving meager rations, they said cautiously. Lu Yao found the gesture of complete submission overwhelming. Please rise. Do you have names? The two Minotaurs quickly stood, shaking their heads in denial, indicating that they bore no names. After all, their entire clan had been vanquished and reduced to slavery, leaving no room for personal identities. Lu Yao pondered for a moment and casually remarked, the female shall be named Beauty, and you shall be called Health. From this day forth, we shall coexist, and I sincerely wish for your beauty and health. May our collaboration be delightful. The two Minotaurs, despite possessing a lower intellect than the orcs, comprehended the significance of beauty and health. Overcome with emotion, they embraced each other, tears of joy brimming in their eyes, causing a slight tremor in the ground beneath them. You are all exceedingly noisy. Hong approached alone from the shadows, irritable as she shouted at the orcs. The Minotaurs immediately hushed their voices. I did not bring the breeze, Hong declared proudly as she strode into the dwelling, unceremoniously plopping down by the campfire, seemingly intent on spending the night there. Lu Yao believed that Hong was not entirely without merit, at least he was quite trustworthy. However, she chose to ignore him and address the Minotaurs instead. You too. Please go inside and take a bag of wheat grains. Grind them in this stone bowl with this wooden pestle. Once you have finished, let me know. Observing the bewildered expressions on the two Minotaurs, Lu Yao retrieved a stone bowl from the shelf and picked a sturdy piece of wood from the pile of firewood. Demonstrating the process, the beasts soon displayed expressions of enlightenment and began to mimic her actions, the rhythmic sound of grinding filling the air. I shall take my leave now. She waved to Xuechen and walked into the inner chamber. She lay upon the soft animal hides and opened the comprehensive guide to survival in this beastly world, turning directly to the section on plants. Today, Xuechen had brought back some flowers from the market, claiming they were sweet grass, but she had never seen them before. Perhaps she might recognize them, yet she speculated that the specimens from this era would only bear a resemblance to their modern counterparts, not identical. Hence, the same logic applied to Sichuan pepper and garlic. However, her familiarity with those seasonings was limited to their finished forms. She remained unaware of whether they grew on trees or vines. Lu Yao flipped through the pages and swiftly discovered the modern translation of a plant known as scallion, standing at a height of 5 to 5 meters. Belonging to the onion subfamily, renowned for its antibacterial properties and its ability to aid digestion, yet advised against consumption alongside honey. As she softly recited the information, Her eyes gleamed with delight upon noticing the accompanying fine print detailing its growing regions and cultivation methods. Indeed, the encyclopedia proved to be an invaluable resource. Soon after, Lu Yao stumbled upon entries for pepper, chimney, clove, and cardamom, her excitement palpable as she turned the pages to find spinach, radishes, cabbage, and even winter greens. To her elation, she learned that spinach, winter greens, and radishes thrived in shady conditions, perfect for planting during the frigid season. If she could cultivate her own land, how far could she be from self-sufficiency and satiation? Imagining herself with a host of half-orc slaves and commanding her own mountain with sprawling acres of fertile land, she envisioned selling the surplus grain. Would she then lack for pearls? At that point, not only could she repay the kindness of Xueqin, but she would also possess the means to purchase as much silk as she desired. Furthermore, with such a multitude of half-orcs at her disposal, would she need to fear being bullied by overly assertive males? As Leo pondered, her excitement grew, and her smile widened, as if she had discovered the key to unlock the gates of prosperity, about to embark on a resplendent path paved with golden opportunities. Moreover, she possessed the infrastructure sign-in system, which, being related to infrastructure, promised to be immensely beneficial. However, she could not rush. She needed to find seeds and various tools. And of course, there were more sign-ins to complete. System sign-in. Ding. Congratulations on successfully signing in at the tribe, due to your establishment of a specific sign-in location. Mount Kegashan, you have received a jar of fire feather honey. What does a specific sign-in location entail? Lu Yao opened the book, seeking an explanation of fire feather honey. To her surprise, it was quite different from what she had imagined. Fire feather honey was not honey in the conventional sense. Rather, it was produced by a half-beast, bird-like race resembling a phoenix, which thrived in the flames of the eternal fire that roasted the maple fire feather trees. This tree nectar was particularly extraordinary. Consuming just a taste would render one impervious to the cold and bolster physical strength. Numerous locations held unique significance, allowing hosts to visit specific sites to check in and receive special rewards for their presence. Lu Yao was somewhat dissatisfied with the response, pouting her lips as she contemplated returning to the market to sign in once more. The evening air grew chilly. Her fingers felt icy without the warmth of the fire. She opened the honey jar and savored a taste, finding it exquisitely sweet and not cloying. The smooth honey warmed her stomach, sending a gentle warmth radiating to her lower abdomen, and her limbs gradually relaxed in the comforting heat. This honey was indeed a winter essential. Perhaps it could even alleviate her menstrual discomfort. 30 more jars would not be excessive. How dare you? Just as Lu Yao reveled in her sweet bliss, shouts and the sounds of objects being smashed erupted outside, prompting her to rush out and investigate. The sight that greeted her was astonishing. Grape-like fruits lay scattered on the ground, trampled into a pulp. A robust red figure was pinning a female to the ground, tugging at her withered yellow hair. To Lu Yao's astonishment, the female sported gray rabbit ears. Could she be a half-beast? I only wanted to bring some fruits to Brother Yongda. Please don't hit me. The female's face was smeared with black soot, mingling with tears in the firelight, her pitiful pleas resonating with heart-wrenching sorrow. Red, let go of the butterfly. Xueqin, busy preparing soup, furrowed his brow but refrained from intervening. Unexpectedly, Red did not respond kindly to Xueqin. Yongda, you cannot interfere with female matters. Red's face twisted into a grotesque scowl as he bellowed. I tell you, Yongda is mine. He will only be with the finest females of the tribe. Only then can a new Yongda be born. With that, Red yanked the female's hair upward, threateningly declaring, otherwise, our tribe will face the same fate as your mother's tribe, ravaged and annihilated by a more powerful clan. Brother Yongda, save me, it hurts so much. Xuelu gazed at Xueqin with tear-filled eyes, as if he were her last hope. Chapter 9. Pouting and pleading to be included. Seeing Lu Yao emerge from the bedroom, her brow furrowed in confusion, Xueqin, growing impatient, hoisted Red off the ground. His silver eyes glinted coldly as he reprimanded. This is my residence. If you wish to quarrel, take it outside. The slender butterfly, now unperturbed and entirely devoid of her earlier disarray, gracefully approached Lu Yao, playfully tugging at a strand of her hair, exclaiming, You must be Lu Yao. You're so beautiful, your hair. Before she could finish, Xueqin stepped between them, swatting the butterfly's hand away and shielding Lu Yao behind him. The butterfly gazed at Lu Yao with envy, yet Lu Yao discerned the barely concealed jealousy in her hazel-brown eyes. Thank you, but I do not appreciate others touching me without permission. Lu Yao subtly created some distance between herself and Xueqin. Lu Yao's attitude brought a flicker of joy to Hong. Butterfly. You would do well to patiently await the clan leader's arrangement of a mate for you at the autumn festival, before seeking out Yongda. You shall not face my wrath alone. Can you truly compare yourself to Sister Lu Yao? She possesses fairer skin, greater beauty, and a taller stature than you. Your strength merely serves to intimidate others. Can you even procure food? Butterfly's words successfully diverted Hong's animosity. With fiery eyes, she glared at Lu Yao and Butterfly, prepared to unleash her fury. Yet, Lu Yao calmly interjected, "There is no need for comparison between Hong and me. Why should Hong, who is evidently strong and robust, concern herself with superficial attributes such as fairness, height, or weakness? We have already made an agreement that does not involve you." Hong was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by Lu Yao's defense of her. A simple phrase illuminated her perspective. Although she was confident, she had indeed suffered a considerable blow today. There was no necessity for her to compare her appearance with Lu Yao's, for they were inherently different. Why don't you leave? If I catch you seeking out Yongda again, I shall tear you to shreds. Hong bared her teeth at Butterfly, revealing a hint of her wolfish nature. Brother Yongda. Butterfly glanced at Xuechen, only to be repelled by his icy gaze. Were it not for the clan's regulations forbidding males from expelling or abusing females, Xuechen would have relished the opportunity to cast both of them out at that very moment. Well then, I shall take my leave. Butterfly feigned a docile yet forlorn demeanor, and as she reached the door, she called out cheerfully, "Brother Yongda, Butterfly still likes you the most. I shall come to see you again." In a fit of rage, Hong seized a firewood stick, her anger palpable as she chased after Butterfly, issuing threats and curses, ensuring that she would not return anytime soon. Lu Yao raised her eyes to gaze at Xuechen's perfectly sculpted jawline and remarked with a hint of annoyance, "There are many who admire you. It has not ceased throughout the day." To her surprise, Xuechen, while serving soup, replied, "Indeed. There are a few females who consistently seek my attention." Lu Yao felt somewhat at a loss for words as she took the bowl of pale broth, which was not particularly unpleasant, yet it was greasy and insipid, with a hint of bitterness in the salt. It was hardly drinkable unless one was particularly hungry. And she thought about the two minotaurs who had yet to eat. "Health, beauty, how's your grinding coming along?" she inquired, directing her question towards the shadow of a figure squatting in the corner outside the door. "We have completed it and placed it in bags. We must not disturb our master's rest," Health replied hurriedly, swallowing the saliva that had gathered in his throat. The tantalizing aroma of the food inside was simply too alluring, rendering them unable to work, which prompted them to request permission from Xuechen to work outside. "Then bring it in and let us cook it in the broth together. We shall eat as one," Lu Yao suggested. Xuechen was somewhat taken aback. He had not intended to feed the minotaurs today, believing that letting them go hungry for a night would be inconsequential, with plans to hunt and gather the next day. Currently, there was insufficient food to feed all four, yet recalling the wheat grains Lu Yao had brought back, he surmised that she intended for the minotaurs to consume those, and thus refrained from voicing his thoughts. Beauty and Health perked up instantly, carrying the wheat inside and watching as Lu Yao placed the grains into a stone basin filled with water. The deep yellow husks floated on the surface, while the pure white grains sank to the bottom. Ideally, the ground grains should remain whole, but the minotaurs, with their immense strength, had managed to crush the grains to bits using only resilient wood. If they had used stone and applied a bit more force, it might have turned into flour. The whole wheat, when boiled in soup, would be delightful. Why not give it a try? Lu Yao cautiously glanced at Xuechen, understanding from his tone that this food was of inferior quality, otherwise it wouldn't be so inexpensive. Upon hearing that Lu Yao intended to eat it, Xuechen slightly frowned. In his eyes, the delicate Lu Yao should never consume such lowly fare. "When I was younger, I survived solely on the grains from the mountains. The taste was harsh and bitter, yet I could manage it. You, however, shall have the meat broth." Lu Yao did not expect that such a formidable male, Xuechen, would have encountered such a fate. However, considering that he bore no name, it was highly likely he, like herself, was an orphan. She felt a twinge of compassion and chose not to contradict him. "Very well, I shall prepare a dish for you to taste first." As the finely crushed wheat grains were sprinkled into the meat broth, a delightful aroma of wheat porridge wafted through the air, captivating the gaze of the minotaur. Following Lu Yao's instructions, they each filled a generous bowl. The chewy wheat grains mingled harmoniously with the subtly salted broth, the oiliness evenly absorbed by the grains, rendering it far from cloying. The wheat was delightfully elastic, and the tender meat was exquisite, bringing them to tears of joy with its savory delight. Previously, the slave masters had only offered them water-soaked corn or dry wheat, with warm meals being a rare indulgence reserved for special occasions. They had never savored such delectable fare. After tasting a bowl and discovering its exquisite flavor, Xuechen eagerly served Lu Yao a bowl of his own, embracing this novel experience and genuinely appreciating the delightful taste. Lu Yao held a bowl of millet porridge, expressing her intention to venture into the twilight forest with Xuechen the following day in search of ingredients. Initially, Xuechen was opposed to the idea, but after the two minotaurs slurped down the broth, they tearfully declared, "We shall protect our master, even if it means being devoured in the face of danger." Xuechen's furrowed brow remained unyielding despite their reassurances. Although the minotaurs possessed great strength, they were inherently clumsy and would only serve as targets in a skirmish. Their role in the tribe was merely to fend off bothersome males, and they would be of little use beyond that. "I will follow you always, and I promise not to wander off." Lu Yao grasped Xuechen's arm, hurriedly assuring him, if it weren't for the pursuit of wealth and freedom, she would never have ventured into the twilight forest, where she was nearly met with her demise at the hands of two rampaging gorillas, a memory she had not forgotten. "Is that all right?" Lu Yao playfully clung to Xuechen, resembling an endearing little kitten, her lively eyes sparkling with mischief. She noticed the delicate skin behind Xuechen's ears gradually becoming flushed with a rosy hue, and with a soft she expressed her agreement. After achieving her objective, she bashfully retreated to her bedroom. It was her first time charming a boy in such a manner, and she deemed it quite successful, perhaps exhausted from a day of wandering. She soon succumbed to slumber upon touching the bed. In her dreams, she vaguely heard Hong returning, insisting on entering the bedroom, and when someone entered, she discerned it was Xuechen and paid it no mind. As the first rays of morning light streamed through the window, she enjoyed a peaceful night's rest. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself gazing into another pair of eyes, beneath long, elegant eyelashes. His eyes were as clear and pure as the sky in the far north. Chapter 10. You shall not see me, Xuechen, in the bloom of spring. You clutched my hand tightly last night. Xuechen's silver hair lay unbound, cascading across the bed like soft satin, some strands even pinned beneath Lu Yao's arm. His voice was low and tranquil, imbued with an alluring magnetism. Clutching his hand? Had she mistaken Xuechen for a plush bear on the bed? Understanding herself, Lu Yao mused that it was indeed a possibility. Lu Yao felt a twinge of embarrassment and instinctively attempted to shift back. The touch beneath the covers was warm and supple, with a delightful elasticity and firmness. I'm a bit sleepy and not fully awake." Xuechen, clearly taken aback by Lu Yao's unexpected advance, felt a rush of blood. In the beast realm, there were no garments akin to underclothes, merely animal skins for modesty. Lu Yao's sleeping posture was less than graceful, as she had unwittingly turned Xuechen into a makeshift pillow. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Lu Yao wished she could vanish into a hole in the ground. "What are you doing? I can smell the fragrance of the zither," Hong suddenly shouted from outside, barging into the bedroom, furiously pulling aside the animal blanket covering the two. The thought of Xuechen's imminent exposure flashed through Lu Yao's mind. In a split second, she instinctively dove onto Xuechen's abdomen, clad in her sportswear, unperturbed by the possibility of being seen. However, Xuechen's animal skirt had been pushed up to his waist, and in her protective instinct, she did not want Hong to witness it. Yet, Xuechen's upper torso was left bare, his pale and sturdy chest exposed. Lu Yao felt a surge of indignation. If you did not engage in pairing, then why did Xuechen resonate? It is exceedingly discomforting for a male to resonate. When Yufeng resonated for the first time, we were entangled for 3 days. Observing Xuechen's face turning an ashen hue, teetering on the brink of fury, Hong was utterly perplexed, scratching her head in confusion. However, when Xuechen finally stood up, he unceremoniously hurled her out, causing her to land awkwardly. Noticing the furrow in Xuechen's brow and the quickening of his breath, she reassured him. "It's nothing, she didn't see anything. Let us disregard her." Lu Yao rose from her bed, soothing Xuechen, automatically omitting the terrifying information about the 3-day pairing. She found herself powerless against the bluntness of this primitive era. Should she one day establish her own tribe, she would undoubtedly open a school to instill proper etiquette and education. Xuechen's fair, chiseled face was suffused with deep anger. His pupils narrowed, while a delicate blush spread from his ears down to his neck. Lu Yao tugged at Xuechen's hand with a hint of concern, soothingly assuring him, "Do not be angry. I just shielded you, and she did not see. I will clarify things with her. I do not appreciate her intruding upon us, or else I might truly lose my temper." As she spoke, she observed Xuechen storming out, his face etched with fury. Lu Yao couldn't help but admonish, "But do not strike her." However, upon reflection, She realized that Xue Qin's anger did not stem from the near exposure, but rather from Hong's interference. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Hong, I initially wished to refrain from discussing this further with you. Yet I must convey that I shall not assume the role of your male counterpart. With that, Hong found herself quite rudely dismissed by Xue Qin. Lu Yao saw her collapse beside the fire, her left calf grazed by scattered wooden splinters. She did not raise her voice nor heed Xue Qin's words, murmuring softly, "Preventing the union of male and female is my transgression." With that, she rose from the ground, her eyes brimming with determination. "I shall go to the chieftain to admit my fault, but you must not take advantage of my absence." She dared not meet Xue Qin's gaze. Fixating instead on Lu Yao, lest she betray their pact, "I will not let you escape unscathed." Observing the limping silhouette of Hong, Lu Yao found herself perplexed. Did Hong harbor affection for Xue Qin, or was it merely the allure of the position of Yongda? For she appeared utterly indifferent to Xue Qin's feelings or perceptions of her. Ah, what of health and beauty? Lu Yao circled around. Yet the two burly minotaurs inside and outside the house remained oblivious. With insufficient space at home, I had asked Jian Kong to awaken early and venture to the hillside behind the house to chop wood, while Mei Li gathered stones. Lu Yao let out a soft sound of realization, contemplating the flavors and ingredients for the following day, and promptly inquired, "When shall we set off?" "You promised me yesterday. You cannot go back on your word." Xue Qin chuckled, the pent-up frustration within him dissipating like mist, and gently responded, "There is no food left at home. Once we return, I will first venture into the mountains to hunt for prey and bring back meat for you to grill." Previously, he had lived alone and had not cultivated the habit of storing provisions. Although Lu Yao's cooked millet from the previous night was quite delectable, he wished to offer her only the finest. Noticing Lu Yao's frown of discontent, he continued, "You shall not be disappointed. The roe deer is the most exquisite of meats. I will certainly catch one for you tonight. In the tribe, I am the swiftest, and only I can outpace the roe deer to capture them, ensuring that your dish will be the most delicious." Lu Yao did not anticipate that Xue Qin had already devised a plan to assist her in achieving victory. A sweet sensation fluttered within her heart, and with a hint of innocence, she remarked, "Very well then, since dawn has just broken. I shall take charge of arranging the health and beauty of our abode in the morning, and in the afternoon, you shall take me out. Let us venture to the back now." With that, she skipped joyfully outside, her lustrous black hair shimmering under the sun, captivatingly radiant. Noticing the silence behind her, Lu Yao turned back with a smile, saying, "What are you dawdling for? Come along, I am not familiar with this place." Her smile struck Xue Qin's heart, softening his once cold and rigid demeanor into a pool of sweet affection. He felt healed, ensnared by an overwhelming fondness that he could barely contain. Chapter 11. The joy of a new home. He struggled to suppress the urge to embrace her. For the first time, a frenzied obsession flickered in his cool, deep silver eyes. He yearned to be her protector, an ardent desire brewing within him. "Wow, health and beauty, you are truly remarkable." Gazing at the towering pile of stones and a dozen colossal trees before her, Lu Yao was thoroughly impressed by the industriousness of the minotaurs. They must have risen before dawn. In the distance, two minotaurs laboriously lifting a massive log spotted Lu Yao and hastened towards her, their faces beaming with simple joy. "Master, have we gathered enough?" one inquired. "I think it should suffice. What do you think, Xue Qin?" Lu Yao turned around and met the gaze of warm, profound eyes, momentarily feeling a twinge of discomfort. The once aloof figure, resembling a celestial being, suddenly evoked an inexplicable shyness. "That will suffice. I shall go hunting. Please do not stray from home." Subsequently, Xue Qin imparted a few instructions to the Minotaur. Though he was preparing to leave, he lingered before Lu Yao, offering several reminders, before casting a lingering glance her way and gradually departing. This tender reluctance made Lu Yao feel as though the air itself was imbued with sweetness. Could this be the sensation of love? The delightful, healthy sounds emanating from her stomach rendered Lu Yao somewhat embarrassed. After a moment's thought, she said, "Beauty, please ignite the fire and add water. Pour in half a bag of the ground millet to cook. Once it's ready, we shall dine." Although the Minotaur was clumsy, he was capable of boiling water. Filled with confidence at the prospect of a hearty meal, he ran while responding, "Yes, master. I will be cautious. Do not worry about me." Given the circumstance, Lu Yao felt a profound care for her subordinate. "Master, you are truly kind-hearted." The Minotaur's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He had never witnessed anyone show concern for a half-beast, especially not one as noble and beautiful as the lady before him. "It is only right. Now, I kindly ask you to gather some wet mud. After we dine, we shall construct a house, and I will first teach you how to make a large wooden shovel. Yesterday, Lu Yao perused the comprehensive guide on survival in the beast realm, which included instructions on how to construct edifices using available materials. She intended to delve deeper into the subject later. After assisting with the large wooden spade used for excavating soft mud and exchanging pleasantries with Mei Li, Lu Yao returned to her chamber. She opened the architectural section of the survival guide, initially comprehending the simpler house constructions before turning the pages. The more she read, the more astonished and enamored she became. The latter sections no longer referred to mere houses. They were termed structures, requiring considerable manpower and materials, yet their significance was unequivocal. Although these endeavors were beyond her current capabilities, they had planted a seed of ambition within Lu Yao's heart. She had never wished to drift aimlessly through life. Yet in this foreign land, where survival depended on brute strength, she yearned to carve out her own niche and enjoy a tranquil existence. Thus, her journey of diligence commenced with the pursuit of knowledge. The academic journey of Lu Yao came to a close when the beautiful one beckoned her for a meal, evoking a distinct sense of belonging akin to that of a landowner. After savoring a bowl of porridge, she proceeded to the back of the house, where she meticulously organized her tasks. "Master, why must the grass we collected be placed in the mud?" Health scratched his head in confusion, mistakenly believing it was for their sleeping arrangements. "To enhance the viscosity, the mud will not easily disperse. Remember to tear it into smaller pieces." The beautiful one in Health shared a naive smile, still puzzled, yet they dutifully followed Lu Yao's instructions without further inquiry. Time passed swiftly amidst their busyness. Layers of grass and mud were stacked upon one another, interspersed with appropriately sized stones, and the sturdy mudstone house took shape rapidly. Supported by massive beams and covered with rudimentary thatch, the absence of sharp axes and saws left Lu Yao feeling somewhat powerless. Otherwise, the construction could have been even more impressive. She personally led 2 ox-headed individuals to the nearby mountains to gather short wooden beams for windows. Witnessing the sheer strength of the ox-headed folk, she marveled at how they effortlessly felled trees with their heads, without the need for tools. Fortunately, Xuechen's home was situated in the most remote part of the tribe, and behind the house lay an open expanse. A small hill was only a 10-minute walk away. Given the frequent patrols by tribe members, wild beasts were likely scarce. However, in Xuechen's absence, she dared not venture into the mountains. She gathered common plants resembling dandelions and wild chrysanthemums along the roadside, which were known for their medicinal properties, perfect for alleviating heat, reducing swelling, and combating toxins. Once dried, they could also be brewed into tea. By midday, the mudstone house was nearly complete. Lu Yao estimated it was around noon and instructed Health to arrange the wooden materials. Light a bonfire and dry the house. She sought out a stone blade, retrieved a needle she had purchased, and began to devise a plan for a set of interchangeable garments. Meanwhile, the beautiful one was tasked with grinding cornmeal. Observing her effortless grinding, Lu Yao mused about the advantages of having a stone mill. After all, the effort expended by the beautiful one could have powered a mill for several rotations, which seemed a waste of talent. Additionally, she pondered the necessity of a mortar and pestle for grinding spices. Lost in her thoughts, she inadvertently pricked her hand. The stone needle, thicker than modern needles, caused a significant and deep wound on her index finger, from which bright red blood began to flow. The beautiful one, catching a whiff of the blood, hurriedly set down the stone bowl and rushed to Lu Yao, prostrating herself in concern. "Beast God bless, the master will be fine. How could you bleed so deeply?" Xuechen, arriving in a flurry, bore an expression of alarm. Health, hearing the commotion, dashed over from the stone house, joining the beautiful one in prostration, murmuring incantations. "It's just a minor injury." Lu Yao felt bewildered, like a monk lost in thought. As Xuechen examined her hand, his gaze fixed on the wound. Remembering the primitive state of medical care here, she calmly explained, "It's nothing serious. Although the wound is a bit deep, it won't lead to tetanus. The tetanus bacteria thrive in anaerobic conditions, away from air. Besides, it was just a prick from a stone needle. Even if it were to become inflamed, I gathered some wild chrysanthemums today. If you help me crush them and apply it to the wound, all will be well." Xuechun remained perplexed, having understood little of her explanation, save for the last part. He recalled a time in his youth when he had suffered a grave injury, and she had employed unusual methods to heal him, causing his tightly furrowed brow to relax slightly. Meanwhile, Health and the beautiful one were utterly captivated by Lu Yao. Their previous feelings of respect and gratitude morphed into fervent admiration. Their master was, indeed, a shaman. "Oh, revered shaman. No, shaman master. Shaman master. Shaman master." Lu Yao was at a loss for words. unsure of how to explain such common knowledge. She could only let out a sigh, conceding, all right, I won't tell anyone. Indeed, shamanic practitioners are often coveted by tribes, rendering them quite vulnerable. The magnificent bull's head swayed up and down, and Lu Yao found it surprisingly endearing in its silliness, which brought a smile to her face. During their conversation, she felt a chill between her fingers, as Xuechen had already crushed flowers and placed them in her hand. His gaze was filled with longing as he watched Lu Yao laugh. Regardless of her identity or origins, he remained indifferent. If it weren't for Lu Yao's timely rescue during his youthful days, he would likely have perished long ago. Thus, Lu Yao was an enigma, a mystery he felt no need to question or doubt. Moreover, he had already deduced from her mention of the little white dog she saved days ago that a few days in her world might equate to many years in his. Chapter 12. Departure. The first step towards prosperity. He was uncertain of when she would leave, so all he desired was to remain by her side, even if only for a fleeting moment, yearning to be her male companion. As Lu Yao beheld Xuechen half kneeling before her, appearing somewhat dazed, a playful impulse surged within her, prompting her to gently poke the tip of Xuechen's prominent nose. Xuechen, what are you daydreaming about? Unexpectedly, Xuechen captured her fingertip with his mouth as she attempted to withdraw her hand. Lu Yao bit her lip, striving to suppress the sudden jolt of electricity coursing through her. Thank you. Although saliva can indeed serve as a disinfectant, I have already applied the medicine. Retracting her finger, she glanced at the beauty and asserted, come, let us prepare some corn cakes. Xuechen inhaled deeply, his lips brushing together as he spoke. This morning, I caught a wild hare. I shall go clean it. The words he intended to express regarding his masculinity morphed into this instead. Do remember to leave the fatty meat behind, Lu Yao advised earnestly. Very well, I shall first skin the hare and prepare some pelts for you. Orcs, when processing food, would naturally discard the fat along with the skin. Most female orcs would suffer from digestive issues if they consumed too much fatty meat. And regardless of whether it was boiled or roasted, the texture was unpalatable, thus relegating it to the status of inferior meat among the orc community. The minotaurs were indeed incapable of mastering intricate tasks. The art of shaping thin, round cakes eluded the beauty entirely. After a brief lesson, Lu Yao surrendered, realizing it would be more effective to have her mold dumplings, which she did quite adeptly. In less than 10 minutes, Xuechen returned with a bowl containing the fatty meat, having already cut it into smaller pieces. What purpose does this serve? Lu Yao inquired. It has numerous uses. It can be rendered into oil, transformed into hand cream, and most importantly, it imparts a delightful flavor to the pancakes. As Lu Yao spoke, she deftly added small chunks of marbled fat into the pot. The flames beneath the stone pot blazed vigorously, causing the meat to sizzle and erupt upon contact, filling the air with an enticing aroma. In no time, the meat transformed into a crispy, golden delight. Lu Yao used a wooden stick as chopsticks to fish them out, sprinkling salt over them before setting them aside. She then pressed thin corn pancakes against the sides of the pan, which was infused with savory oil. The aroma of the fried delicacies wafted through the air, enticing beauty and health to salivate uncontrollably. Even Xuechen felt his throat constrict as he swallowed, his hunger gnawing at him after having skipped breakfast. Lu Yao picked up a piece of oil and placed it in her mouth, revealing a satisfied smile. It was crisp and aromatic, simply perfect. Noticing the three individuals before her staring intently at the pot, she chuckled. Jian Kong, please fetch some bowls so we can share. We still have to head out after eating. Of course, master. Jian Kong eagerly rushed to retrieve the bowls. Lu Yao prepared 4 crispy pancake rolls and, after taking a bite, lamented, it is a pity there are no vegetables or condiments. This is rather greasy. I suppose I shall make do for now. Oh, our future will surely be brighter. What would you like to eat? I shall go out this afternoon to find it. Xuechen had never tasted such a peculiar combination of food. Its texture was unlike anything he had previously encountered. Rather than feeling overwhelmed, he found it to be exceptionally fragrant, delicious, truly delightful. Meanwhile, the 2 bovine-headed beings devoured their food eagerly, and as they feasted, they began to weep. What troubles you? Jian Kong? Our kin are still imprisoned. They will never have the chance to savor such exquisite food. They are so unfortunate. Do you have other kin? Xuechen inquired casually. Indeed, I have many sisters. They are all at the Grand Market. This food is so delectable, and being with our master is a true blessing. Jian Kong sniffled, his tears genuine, though his expression was undeniably comical, leaving Lu Yao both amused and exasperated. After satisfying their hunger, the group set off towards the dusk forest, hoping to return to the tribe before nightfall. Lu Yao once again experienced the peculiar joys of motion sickness. Chapter 13. The comedic talent of the bovine heads. The trio worked together to excavate an entire head of cabbage. Covered in dirt, Xuechen simultaneously regained his human form. Perhaps transforming into a beast consumed considerable energy, as his fair complexion flushed with a faint hue, and his breathing was less steady than usual. "Quick, put on your clothes," Lu Yao exclaimed, covering her eyes and tossing a hide garment towards him. Heaven knows how thrilling it was to witness a majestic tiger transformed into a human, especially one as stoic and handsome as he. Due to their efforts with the cabbage, they returned just as twilight approached. They tasked Jian Kong with gathering nutrient-rich river mud to serve as fertilizer, ensuring their cabbage transplanting endeavor was a success. Additionally, they chopped green onions in half, burying the rooted sections in a pit. "Is this mud what you mean by fertilization?" Xuechen asked curiously, having never seen anyone attempt to cultivate plants before. Lu Yao pondered for a moment, realizing that river mud is indeed a type of fertilizer, which serves as a source of nourishment for plants, available in various forms. The most natural fertilizer, however, is none other than the mixture known as rice paddy compost. "Master, what is rice paddy compost?" Healthily inquired with bright, curious eyes. Lu Yao pointed towards an orc behind a tree on the opposite bank of the river, seriously stating, "What it excretes is precisely that, but it also requires fermentation, which means it needs to be stored for a few days." Jian Kong scratched his head and then burst into uproarious laughter, rolling on the ground in mirth, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, "How delightful! The master says that plants actually consume feces." It was only then that Mei Li grasped the situation, and in the next moment, she too joined in the laughter, her head shaking like a bull, tears and snot streaming down her face. "I think we should stick to river fertilizer." Xuechen frowned, as he certainly did not wish for that odor to linger around his home. "Oh, I merely mentioned it casually. Decayed leaves and fruits are also quite good." Lu Yao found herself in a state of bemusement, for the thoughts of the minotaurs were so simplistic that they left no room for refutation. Just as the trio was enjoying a jovial atmosphere and preparing to cook dinner, an unexpected group of visitors approached, brandishing blazing torches that caught their attention from afar. Xuechen enveloped Lu Yao in his embrace, just as the leader of the group, a robust male with a coarse appearance, proclaimed loudly, "Yongda, you have willfully harmed the female Hong. The chieftain has commanded that I take you for punishment." Lu Yao felt a surge of anger towards Hong. "Hey Yong, I am merely safeguarding my female and have no intention of causing harm to Hong." Xuechen gently patted the somewhat restless Lu Yao, his voice calm and composed. The coarse male named Heiyong remarked, "Yongda, I too trust that you are not a cruel individual. Thus, take your female and explain the situation to the clan leader." Xuechen's gaze reflected uncertainty. "Let us proceed. If they refuse to reason, we shall take our leave." Lu Yao indignantly remarked that while Hong had spoken of confessing before leaving, now it was Xuechen who was to be taken away. She had always been one to shield those she cared for, and it seemed unjust that she should be punished for someone else's transgressions. After exchanging pleasantries with the embodiment of health and beauty, the two of them walked side by side towards the flickering flames emanating from the chief's abode. Various gazes fell upon Lu Yao, accompanied by whispers. No one dared to speak loudly, for while the beastmen were indeed rather coarse, they adhered to a strict hierarchy and held their leader in high esteem. The chief sat upon a fur mat inside, and upon seeing Lu Yao, an undeniable astonishment flickered in his eyes. "You are Lu Yao. Indeed, you are a beautiful female. No wonder Yongda would fight for you against Hong." To Lu Yao's surprise, the so-called chief was not the gray-haired elder she had imagined. Rather, his hair was a healthy shade of gray, his skin a sun-kissed tan, and his features were well-defined, exuding an air of integrity, complemented by the faint crow's feet that hinted at his wisdom. "Thank you for your kind words, but Yongda did not strike Hong. It was she who intruded upon my quarters and disturbed my rest, and it was Xuechen who expelled her." In Lu Yao's clear and crystalline ink-black eyes, there exists an aura of profound understanding that does not evoke a sense of sharpness or dominance, yet conveys a dignified composure. She explained with unwavering poise. Hong had also spoken, but due to Xuechen's expulsion, Hong suffered from a severe condition, and there was a looming possibility of death. The clan leader's voice resonated with sorrow as he resolutely declared, "She is my most cherished child. I refuse to believe she would ever harm you." Thus Xuechen should not have cast her aside. It becomes evident that Hong is the daughter of the clan leader, which elucidates much about her position. Lu Yao found herself utterly speechless. Was this a matter of harm or not? The situation had indeed escalated beyond reason. But what was this red heat syndrome? Although Hong limped when leaving, What connection did that have with this ailment? Clan leader, Lu Yao is petite, the second friendliest female after the butterfly. Do you truly believe that our tribe's most robust female, Hong, would not be able to inflict harm upon her? Shui Chen's slit pupils narrowed dangerously as he met the clan leader's gaze without flinching, refusing to cower. Surrounding orcs observed this scene with astonishment. Daring to meet the clan leader's eyes within the tribe was almost tantamount to challenging their authority. Presently, clan leader Yulan was in her prime, experienced in battle. And Yuda was the tribe's mightiest warrior. The outcome of a confrontation was indeed uncertain. Yes, it was true that Hong often bullied the females, just last night. She had injured the butterfly. Look, an orc male stepped forth from the crowd, followed closely by the peculiar butterfly with rabbit ears. Now, the butterfly's face was clean, revealing her sallow skin, large eyes, and pointed chin, with several long, purplish bruises adorning her arms, evoking a sense of pity. Was she the one Hong had assaulted yesterday? I believe Shui Chen should protect the young female. She is far too small. Indeed, a beautiful female must not be bullied like the butterfly. Yes, if it were I would endure any punishment to safeguard my female. The crowd began to murmur quietly. Hong's ferocity was evident, and everyone felt that Shui Chen's actions were justified. The clan leader's expression darkened as she reproached, however, you have already promised Hong that she would compete against her tomorrow. Yet, with your current companionship, Shui Chen has entered a state of heat. Are you not dishonoring your commitment? Indeed, when unable to argue, one resorts to changing the subject. Lu Yao smiled faintly and retorted, you said it yourself. I am beautiful. Is it not natural for Shui Chen to be in heat? Furthermore, if Shui Chen and I truly do not honor our promise, would Hong's obstruction hold any merit? Lu Yao's words caused an uproar in the entire arena. The orcs sniffed earnestly, confirming that there was indeed no trace of Shui Chen's arousal emanating from Lu Yao. Their gazes began to wander. The clan leader fell into deep contemplation, observing the orcs as they leaned towards Shui Chen, their eyes filled with boldness and provocation, his expression darkening. Lu Yao, wishing to avoid further complications, suggested that I visit Hong, believing that perhaps I could heal her and thus resolve the matter. You? The clan leader expressed disbelief. My daughter Hong is inside. Can you truly save her? At that moment, a middle-aged woman clad in a garment reminiscent of an Indian sari emerged from the dwelling. Her attire, crafted from ethereal blue silk, appeared dreamlike, and her hair was elegantly tied with a string of pristine white pearls. Leo pondered that this must be what an ancient landlady resembled, or rather, the matriarch of a clan. Hong lay upon the pristine white fox for bed, her cheeks flushed, lips chapped, and her body trembling. As Lu Yao entered, she discovered that the wound on Hong's leg had turned black. This was no mere injury. It was clearly a case of poisoning. Such a conspicuous sign of venom would be evident to anyone who had watched a few episodes of a drama or read a handful of novels. Yet these orcs remained oblivious. Although she was not a physician and could not identify the specific toxin afflicting Hong, she had watched Detective Conan and felt capable of deducing the circumstances. Noticing Lu Yao's restless gaze, the butterfly widened her eyes in curiosity, asking, can you truly save Hong? No one has ever been able to cure such an affliction, unless they are a shaman. Indeed, could it be possible? Although the young female was beautiful, she was not a shaman, merely pacing about the room, surely weaving a web of deceit. Even if you were not lying, I still desire you as my mate, but dishonesty is not commendable. Chapter 14. You are my most significant decision. Lu Yao turned around, finding the clan leader filled with disbelief, the lady in distress gazing at her, and the others craning their necks to scrutinize her, their incessant chatter proving quite irksome. Only Shui Chen quietly trailed behind her, his expression serene, his gaze tender and affectionate, embodying the very essence of the man who first made her feel that life could be tranquil and beautiful. Shui Chen, could you perhaps find someone to retrieve the leather bag I carried today? In this place, Lu Yao felt a profound sense of insecurity. She would never allow Shui Chen to leave her side for the sake of rescuing anyone. Very well, I shall ask Yufeng to go, Shui Chen replied as he approached the sorrowful Yufeng. Lu Yao approached the chieftain and his wife, whispering a few words. Their expressions shifted dramatically, prompting them to silence all the orcs. Lu Yao's reasoning is remarkably straightforward. The wound on Hong is dark and rich in hue, indicating that her poison stems from contact with a toxic substance. According to common sense, males typically do not harm females. This is an established rule. Assuming the assailant is female, it is rare for females to venture out of the valley. This morning, while she was gathering wood, she did not encounter any poisonous flora. However, she did observe a tree documented in the Beast World Encyclopedia, known as the arrow poison tree. Its leaves are toxic, yet consuming a few poses no danger. Only a substantial quantity introduced directly into a wound and entering the bloodstream can induce poisoning. This implies that Hong's injury was doused with the sap from these leaves. Although her intent was not to gather medicinal herbs today, she did collect some that may prove beneficial to herself. Plants similar to bitter vegetables, such as motherwort, can be consumed in greater quantities by females, especially since there are no remedies or injections available here for the ailing. Even if she is not particularly proficient in medicine, she must gradually learn. The two plants serve to clear heat and detoxify while also promoting diuresis and overall health. According to the guidelines in the Beast World Encyclopedia, as long as one combines the detoxifying herbs and continues to dilute with water, improvement is likely to follow. Before long, a bundle of furs was brought over, revealing an assortment of wild grasses and mountain flowers within. The other beasts couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Aside from the elders, who possess extensive knowledge, the rest dare not gather wild grasses indiscriminately. Could it be that she is truly a shamanic healer? Lu Yao first crushed some herbs and applied them to the red wound, then boiled a pot of herbal medicine. Once it reached a boil, she placed the entire pot into cold water to cool, allowing the infusion to be administered to Hong. After preparing another pot, she continued to administer the concoction in succession. An hour later, Hong gradually began to awaken, and the first thing he requested was to be assisted by Yufeng to relieve himself. There was no alternative. Consuming a substantial amount of water in a short period was essential for optimal recovery. The other beasts had never witnessed such an unusual method of treatment. Upon Hong's return to consciousness, his complexion improved significantly, and his spirit was restored considerably, leaving all the beastmen astonished, filled with regret. However, the chieftain forbade them from speaking, and they dared not protest, each one gazing at Lu Yao with reverence and fervor. With Hong saved, Lu Yao did not wish to linger. After being occupied for over 2 hours, she felt utterly exhausted from the day's labors. Noticing the chieftain, his wife, and numerous beastmen gathered around Hong, she hastily slipped away with Xueqin. Alas, she had just completed her sign-in. She had lost 8 hours. Lying on her bed, Lu Yao was completely unsettled. The day had been overwhelmingly busy, and she had forgotten her duties. System, sign-in. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for a successful sign-in. The next sign-in location is the tribe, and you have received a stone mill, a mortar and pestle, a bone axe, and a bone shovel. Wow. She had received 4 rewards at once. Could it be due to her frequent sign-ins at the tribe? Was there a distinction between the bone axe and the stone axe? Indeed, when the host signs in at a single location for an extended period, the system automatically activates the infrastructure sign-in mode to assist the host with basic instruction. The system's response was concise and clear. With her space already filled, Lu Yao extracted the razor-sharp bone axe, which was so heavy that she nearly struggled to hold it. Although she was pleased, it was rather cumbersome. She did not wish to disturb the healthy and beautiful, so she quietly got out of bed to place the bone axe, bone shovel, and mortar on the tool rack, situating the small stone mill in a discreet corner of the backyard. With these tools, she could accomplish even more tomorrow. She preferred to keep the matter of the system to herself. On one hand, this community was steeped in superstition and wary of being accused of practicing witchcraft. And on the other, she was unsure if any taboos existed. She decided to keep it a secret for as long as possible. Returning to her bed, Lu Yao joyfully rolled over and resolved that, apart from exceptional circumstances, she must never forget to sign in again. She pondered that tomorrow was the peculiar autumn festival and wondered if Hong could compete with her. She intended to openly choose Xueqin as her mate, discouraging other males from harboring designs on her. However, she then questioned whether her actions were too selfish. If she chose Xueqin, he would never select another female, which could adversely affect his future. The beastmen placed great importance on procreation, although Xueqin was still young. The thought of him being with another girl was simply disheartening. If she were not with Xueqin, she would be left to navigate life here alone. With these thoughts weighing heavily on her, Lu Yao's expression turned serious. After a long moment, she clenched her fists and made a decision. I want to be in a relationship. She gazed out the window at the brilliant galaxy scattered across the night sky, murmuring, Grandfather, I have found your grandson-in-law. I will no longer be lonely. Lu Yao was found and adopted by her grandfather, who bore the surname Lu. He cherished her as his own, but tragically passed away from cancer during her junior high school years, leaving her without any relatives. Throughout the years, she has consistently made independent decisions regarding both significant and trivial matters, rarely wavering. This time marks the most pivotal decision she has faced since coming of age. Chapter 15. What is wrong with sleeping with my boyfriend? With a clear objective in mind, all her worries dissipated into thin air. Lu Yao gazed longingly towards the outer room illuminated by the flickering flames, where the harmonious sounds of healthy, beautiful snores resonated in a delightful symphony. Lacking a watch, Lu Yao relied solely on the sun and moon to tell time. Tonight, however, the moon was absent, and Xueqin had been gone for quite some time. In truth, she possessed a variety of seasonings and did not require Xueqin to hunt for that elusive reindeer. The leftover rabbit meat from today would suffice. Yet, he was determined to procure something special for her, and Lu Yao was genuinely touched by his heartfelt intention, thus refraining from dissuading him any further. Lu Yao lay on the bed, propping her chin on her hand, flipping through the encyclopedia of the beast world with a sense of profound boredom. The myriad of introductions no longer captivated her interest, and in frustration, she lamented, "Why hasn't Xueqin returned yet?" Just as she began to drift into slumber, the sound of a knock at the door jolted her awake, prompting her to hastily put away the book from her bed. As Lu Yao rushed to the door, she inevitably beheld a familiar white figure struggling to carry a deer. Having been deceased for some time, the meat would likely lose its flavor, so it had been rendered unconscious with the intention of being slaughtered the following day. Unexpectedly, it had regained consciousness along the way, which had slowed its pace. Xueqin unceremoniously dropped the restrained deer onto the ground and began to elucidate the reasons for his late return. Is this a stag? Lu Yao recalled the section on animals she had just perused. The antlers of the majestic deer could yield mushrooms akin to matsutake, renowned for their ability to invigorate the blood and enhance one's beauty. Most importantly, they possess an unparalleled flavor enhancement, akin to that of superior chicken essence. Perhaps we should cultivate them. Their antlers would produce exquisite mushrooms of exceptional quality. Lu Yao spoke somewhat bashfully, acknowledging that this was a result of Xueqin's tireless efforts in the dead of night. Xueqin furrowed his brow slightly, not in disagreement, but rather to elucidate that in the past, others had contemplated raising them for winter sustenance. However, these wild beasts, confined within walls and stripped of their freedom, soon preferred to dash themselves against the walls in despair. They neither consumed nourishment nor would they accept the provisions offered by the beastmen. Lu Yao comprehended Xueqin's meaning. It was akin to the millennia humans have spent taming cats and dogs, with cats remaining only partially domesticated. She recalled a nest of sparrows in the corner of her childhood home, where the mother sparrow had been injured by a cat, despite her efforts to feed it. The mother sparrow perished from starvation, while the nestlings were eager to eat and returned the following year. Perhaps only by capturing the young could one truly tame. Lu Yao sighed, expressing her disappointment. It's not entirely impossible. Xueqin, unwilling to see Lu Yao downcast, pondered for a moment and suggested, in the past, the beastmen would tether their prey. We could enclose an area to confine the sika deer. Given that it is the mating season, this is a female deer, and perhaps she may bear fawns. Lu Yao did not expect Xueqin's ability to draw inferences to be so remarkable. Overcome with joy, she excitedly took his hand and exclaimed, "Haha, Xueqin, you are truly clever. This plan is simply splendid." Her lively and charming demeanor captivated Xueqin, who, despite his usually stern countenance, could not help but reveal a smile of delight. Together, they merrily finalized the location for the fence, deciding on a spot beside the vegetable garden behind the house. Noticing Lu Yao stifle a yawn, Xueqin gently said, "I will place it in the new house now. We can build the fence together in the morning. You should head to bed. I still need to wash up in the river." "All right. I will wait for you in bed," she replied. As Lu Yao spoke, she suddenly felt something amiss, her cheeks flushing crimson. However, she found it too embarrassing to turn back and glimpse Xueqin's expression. Alas, what could she do? After all, Xueqin's home only had one bed, and she felt too awkward to impose and suggest that he sleep on the floor like Mei Li and Jian Kong. The communal sleeping arrangements of the Northeast were quite customary. He shouldn't let his imagination run wild. Yet, perhaps it wouldn't be such a problem if he did. Lu Yao inexplicably felt a desire to laugh. After all, she had already resolved to be with Xueqin, so what if things were a bit askew? What was wrong with her boyfriend taking a nap? In Chapter 16, preparing for the autumn festival, she preferred to keep the matter of the system to herself, as it seemed rather strange and supernatural, and she was uncertain of any local taboos. If she could conceal it for a day, she would. Joyfully rolling over in bed, she firmly resolved that, barring exceptional circumstances, she would never again forget to sign in. To her dismay, Lu Yao discovered that Xueqin had not yet come to bed while she was asleep. Upon waking, she noticed the dim light in the room and, upon lifting the animal skin curtain, realized it was already well past noon. There was no one in the bedroom, and all her preparations the night before felt utterly futile. Had she slept any longer, she might have missed the evening's autumn festival entirely. Xuechun had not roused Lu Yao from her slumber. In fact, he had even covered the windows to ensure she slept soundly. Early in the morning, he had ventured out with the Minotaur to chop wood, encircling a grove to keep the large, antlered deer contained. Thus, Lu Yao slept until noon. And after a refreshing wash, Xuechun entered, lifting the lid of a pot and presenting her with a bowl of radiant sweet soup. "We've already eaten, but I made this sweet soup for you. Let us see if you like it." Lu Yao took a sip. It was sweet, reminiscent of lotus root powder, yet not overly viscous. She finished it in one go. "Is this the sweet flour you sold at the market before? It tastes delightful. Do you have any more?" Lu Yao licked her lips, appearing insatiate. In the tribe, the names given to plants often differ from those in books, as their naming conventions are considerably simpler. In literature, this flower is referred to as lotus branch, blooming solely in the depths of the forest, often concealed among various companion shrubs, making it quite difficult to discover. It only emits a faint yellow glow at night, and given that the nighttime forest is far more perilous than during the day, few dare to search for it. It is no wonder that Xuechun can sell it at a price exceeding that of meat. Observing Lu Yao's delight in the delicacy, Xuechun's silver eyes sparkled with a sense of accomplishment as he declared that he had gathered them the previous night, with 5 remaining. Upon hearing that more were available, Lu Yao eagerly set her bowl aside and grasped Xuechun's sleeve, her excitement palpable. The seeds of this lotus branch reside within their flower course, and their growth cycle is remarkably brief. We should plant them and sell the blossoms at the market. Although Xuechun was evidently unfamiliar with terms like growth cycle, he wholeheartedly listened to Lu Yao. Having spent all his savings on a minotaur, he could not hope for a more lucrative opportunity to earn shell crystals. He retrieved 5 blooming lotus branches from the shelf and handed them to Lu Yao. The once pale green seeds within the flower cores had now turned vivid red, indicating their ripeness. After concluding their discussion, Lu Yao seized a shovel and, accompanied by her healthy, radiant companion, made her way to the backyard, where she noted the successful settling of the large horned deer and could not help but marvel at the virtues of having a diligent man by her side. Lu Yao grew up in the countryside, and although her grandfather never required her to engage in agricultural labor, she was well acquainted with the practices of tilling the soil, sowing seeds, and applying fertilizers, having played along the ridges of the fields. However, to cultivate crops effectively, ensuring they do not rot at the roots, can absorb nutrients efficiently, and are less susceptible to pests, one must pay close attention to the soil preparation. This involves breaking up deep clods of earth and achieving a uniform, loose texture, while also uprooting weeds that compete for nourishment. This task cannot be accomplished merely by carelessly wielding a shovel, which is why she explained the process to Health with great detail. Mei Li also expressed a desire to assist, though she possessed considerable strength. Lu Yao preferred not to overburden her, especially with the presence of her young. Instead, she taught her to operate the stone mill, grinding the remaining 4 bags of corn and wheat. The previous night, she had conferred with Xuechun, realizing that they must rely on these supplies for sustenance, and they planned to purchase more when possible, selecting the finest for seeds while also preventing food shortages. The Minotaur, particularly Health, had an impressive appetite. Yesterday, during their meal of corn cakes, he consumed 4 pieces in quick succession, seemingly unfazed, while Lu Yao struggled to finish just one. Given that they typically refrained from overeating, and considering Mei Li's need for nourishment during her pregnancy, it was evident that food security was paramount. Moreover, Xuechun's high-energy expenditure allowed him to devour 3 corn cakes in one sitting. Thus, the significance of agriculture cannot be overstated, beyond the potential for wealth. It ensures a life free from want, with the added consideration that irrigation could pose a challenge. Lu Yao discussed with Xuechun the idea of directly channeling water to their doorstep. The small river was less than 20 meters from Xuechun's home, making it convenient for their water needs. Naturally, Xuechun had no objections, and as he accepted the shovel Lu Yao offered, he hesitated, his silver eyes reflecting uncertainty. "This morning, I fashioned an axe from the bones on the rack, which is far more efficient than a stone axe. Is this one similar?" Lu Yao clasped her hands behind her back, smiled faintly at Xuechun, and after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "Well, I suppose it can be considered a delightful surprise. However, such unexpected occurrences may become quite frequent in the future, and I see no harm in that." Although Lu Yao could find other reasons, she ultimately needed to provide an explanation. It would be wiser to prepare her future justifications in advance. Xuechun, not fully comprehending Lu Yao's intentions, voiced her underlying concern. Will you leave this place? She fixed her gaze intently on Lu Yao. Now it was Lu Yao's turn to be perplexed. Akin to a monk who could not grasp the situation, what connection could there possibly be between the two? Nonetheless, Xuechen's slight frown and the earnest gaze of her deep silver eyes upon Lu Yao rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Lu Yao's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she energetically addressed Xuechen, exclaiming, "Of course not. It is precisely because we must reside here that we need to strive for development. Let's give it our all." Xuechen, whose heart had been racing with worry, now found his pulse quickening even more. With a face that bore an innate air of cold elegance, he appeared almost divine even when clad in animal hides. Yet, in that moment, he was grounded in the mundane, dusted with earthly concerns, and broke into a foolish grin. Before Lu Yao could react, he enveloped her in a tight embrace, only to swiftly release her and dash off to dig a trench. If Lu Yao was not mistaken, his steps were remarkably light, reminiscent of a child who had just received a reward. Men, she mused, are perplexing creatures. Unbeknownst to her, her current demeanor was sweetly healing. Her smile deeper than Xuechen's. To capture the attention of this enigmatic man, she would now turn her focus to grinding pepper. While she remained uncertain about how Hong was faring, judging by Hong's tenacity, it was likely that there would be a gathering awaiting her later that evening. Reflecting on the autumn festival, she recalled that while the compendium of survival in the beast world contained descriptions of various celebrations, it did not include the autumn festival. As it was fundamentally not considered a day of joy, it was a festival only the lower tribes would observe, intended to present offerings to the higher tribes. A requirement of sorts. The higher tribes would only honor their beast gods during the spring renewal festival, a voluntary act grounded in the tribe's intentions. In the literature, she discovered that the Grey Wolf tribe, where she currently resided, was classified as a lower tribe. Thus, it was not surprising that robust minotaurs could find themselves enslaved. During the autumn festival, the females would prepare delectable dishes to entertain the single males who contributed resources as a form of encouragement. Each dish would be tasted first by the chieftain and his wife before being distributed to the males who had offered the most. The male who contributed the greatest resources would receive the most culinary delights. This practice gradually evolved into a competition to determine which female could create the most delicious dishes, leading to the notion that culinary prowess equated to excellence among females. This title successfully ushered the pampered women into the kitchens. For who would not desire to claim the top spot? Lu Yao intends to prepare a dish of skewered wild rabbit. The available seasonings, when described in terms of flavor, include scallions, star anise, mountain pepper, chili, coarse salt, and rabbit fat. She slices the rabbit meat, which was cleaned by Xuechen yesterday, into pieces, threads them onto wooden skewers, and marinates them with the ground seasonings, planning to fry them directly in the evening. The other flavoring agents are quite similar to modern ones. Yet the salt here troubles her. Its yellowish granules carry a hint of earthy odor and a slightly bitter taste. Chapter 17. Special Sign-In Location. Unfiltered coarse salt not only lacks palatability, but may also contain numerous harmful substances. However, this crude rock salt commands a high price, with a single jar costing 50 crystal coins, weighing approximately 200 grams. The method of refining salt is rather straightforward, something anyone who has undergone 9 years of compulsory education would know. The challenge lies in obtaining clean seawater, followed by filtration and boiling until small crystals form. Such sea salt would possess a superior flavor, at the very least devoid of any earthy taste, and with repeated filtration, the salt would appear even whiter. Lu Yao pondered for a moment. Her only option now was to dissolve coarse salt in water and filter it, perhaps to enhance the flavor. With eager hands, she hastily tore a piece of pure cotton fabric from the lining of her sportswear. She poured half a jar of salt into the pot and commenced her salting experiment. As expected, during the first filtration, some distinctly dark yellow impurities floated onto the cotton cloth. The second filtration, the third filtration, she observed as the color of the coarse salt transformed into a pale rice yellow, ceasing to change further. Lu Yao understood that this was likely the limit. After tasting, she found that the earthy flavor had dissipated and the bitterness had significantly diminished. Raising her gaze, she noticed the sun descending in the west, estimating it to be around 4 o'clock. Considering the individuals laboring outside were surely hungry, she prepared to boil water once more. She placed appropriately sized wooden sticks in the stone pot for support and set the beautifully crafted corn dough from yesterday atop them. After waiting for 10 minutes, the golden corn muffins would be ready. Lu Yao found a clean basin and, carrying the steaming steam buns to the backyard, was slightly taken aback. The ditch that Xuechen had excavated was completed, with the soil firmly compacted along the edges and stones laid down, ensuring that one could stand at the brink without the risk of collapse. It was wider and better than she had imagined. The healthy patch of soil had been turned over, its loose, moist, deep yellow earth appearing highly suitable for cultivation. Beautifully milled wheat flour was neatly arranged on the stone mill. However, where were the people? Looking towards the direction of the enclosure surrounding the great antlered deer, she noticed the moist earth continuously flying outward. Lu Yao approached, creating a small mound that obstructed the three individuals who were digging a pit. "What are you doing?" she inquired. "Master, we are digging. Digging. The one you mentioned." The elder said it also needs to be covered with slate, Jian responded, panting heavily. "Ah, yes, you need to dig the one you spoke of yesterday." Shuechen looked up, beads of perspiration glistening as they trickled down his fair neck. He understood Lu Yao's intention at that moment, but had forgotten how to articulate fertilizer. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback. It seemed she had not arranged for any digging. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon a distant stag, oblivious to its surroundings, as it released a heap of sheep droppings, splattering the ground extensively. Perhaps understanding could indeed be that simple. The challenges of animal husbandry are daunting. Ultimately, one must contend with the necessity of cleaning up after them. Disposing of such waste at a distance presents its own complications, while neglecting it leads to unpleasant odors. It is indeed practical to dig a hole, bury it, and toss in some dry grass and decaying leaves, transforming waste into a resource. She couldn't help but marvel at how her boyfriend demonstrated remarkable ingenuity and diligence, prompting her to resolve not to fall behind. "I shall prepare some steamed cornbread for you. The basin is set here. Feel free to eat a little once you finish digging. I will return shortly to commence planting." Lu Yao initially intended to extract the seeds from the lotus branches, but upon noticing that the wheat flour had already been milled, she decided to take the flour inside. She recalled that it was possible to ferment the dough without yeast by using honey instead. Seizing the opportunity while the water in the pot remained warm, she scooped a generous spoonful of fire feather honey into the pot, gradually adding the wheat flour and stirring it until the mixture was smooth, covering it with clean leaves. She anticipated that later in the evening, they would enjoy sweet steamed buns. With a pot full of dough, she estimated it could yield around 30 to 40 buns, enough to sustain the four of them for 2 days, thereby alleviating some of Shuechen's burdens. Having successfully prepared the dough for fermentation, Lu Yao carefully plucked the petals from the lotus branches. She knew that dried petals steeped in water would also yield a sweet infusion. Reflecting on the lack of even basic utensils at home, she lamented the long journey ahead. Subsequently, she rolled the round seeds, letting them tumble into a bowl, while also retrieving the long-forgotten sprouting potatoes from her space. Following the tender shoots, she sliced more than 30 pieces, hoping that, with a stroke of luck, she might harvest a good number of potatoes before winter, providing a modest source of sustenance. Perhaps this would allow Shuechen to rest for a couple of days without the need to hunt. Little did she realize that the potato, a product of the system, would likely bring her a delightful surprise. At this moment, Lu Yao's feelings had transformed. She no longer felt indebted to Shuechen merely because he was her savior, but rather, her desire to care for her home and ensure that they would have enough to eat was now driven by love for her boyfriend. Lu Yao is precisely this kind of person. Whenever she resolves to pursue something, she invariably dedicates herself to action. In her eyes, this humble earthen house and the small courtyard represent her future home. She is resolute, unyielding, and strives to elevate her circumstances, determined to live well. As she carried a bowl filled with seedlings and potato chunks to the back of the house, she found 3 individuals leaning against the stone mill, savoring their cornmeal buns. Shuechen ate with grace, embodying health and beauty, effortlessly alternating between 2 buns, each requiring only a couple of bites. Upon noticing Lu Yao's arrival, his large, expressive eyes glimmered with joy. "Master, the buns are delicious. What delightful food do you bring us today?" Healthy tilted his head, his eyes wide with curiosity as he gazed at the sprouting potatoes. Lu Yao had seemingly grown accustomed to their peculiar appearance. The sight of the cow-headed creature blinking and tilting its head was rather endearing. "This is a seed," she explained. "We bury it in the soil, allowing it to bear fruit, ensuring our future sustenance." Upon hearing that they would be well fed in the days to come, the healthy and beautiful beings joyfully followed Lu Yao, engaging in the acts of planting, burying, and watering. Once all was set, they gazed at the damp earth, their minds brimming with visions of the vibrant seeds soon to sprout. They had never experienced such a feeling of hope regarding life and the future. With unbridled joy and freedom, they danced exuberantly around Lu Yao, performing an ancient and powerful dance steeped in mystery. The enslavement and oppression that had stifled their true nature and instincts fell away in that moment, as they liberated their innate selves, sincerely embracing Lu Yao as their savior. They summoned all their courage, resolutely vowing to protect her in this land brimming with promise, much like the tender green shoots emerging in their minds, fragile yet full of hope. Attention! The host may have triggered a special sign and location. Please note, the host may have triggered a special sign and location. Chapter 18. The unforeseen events of the autumn festival. The system emitted a relentless alarm-like sound, leaving Lu Yao bewildered, as it was not yet time for sign-in. What? I don't understand. The host has arrived at the designated sign-in location of the Man Yo ancestor tribe, but the tribe is currently unestablished, lacking the Man Yo totem. Arrived? But I haven't left my home. Surely, there must be some mistake? The Man Yo clan was divided into over 100 tribes, yet a century ago. They had gradually been encroached upon by other races. The remnants of the Man Yo gradually fell into slavery, weakening further amidst chaotic reproduction. Now, in this boundless continent, there were no Man Yo tribes, but the host possessed the potential to rebuild the Man Yo lineage. The system elucidated. Lu Yao gradually began to understand. She gazed at the beauty and vitality radiating joy, and images of Adam and Eve sprang to her mind, filling her with delight. Given the uniqueness of the challenge, she was certain the rewards would be substantial. Thus, she pondered how she might earn her place in this endeavor. She envisioned 100 Tauren, each endowed with the ability to perform the barbaric bull dance, summoning the bull totem, restoring the ancestral power of all Taurens, and establishing the Tauren ancestor tribe. Even without the system's guidance, Lu Yao yearned for more Taurens to assist her. The area behind Xuechen's residence alone could yield 100 acres of arable land, not to mention the uninhabited regions of the valley. However, securing 100 Taurens for 400 pearls was an astronomical figure that required careful consideration. Especially since Taurens were not abundant, there had been scarcely a few at the Kajia Lake Market during her last visit. What exactly was ancestral power? The size, strength, and speed of the Taurens would return to their peak, approximately twice their current capabilities. The system's response pleased Lu Yao, as she subconsciously believed that for farming, Taurens were indeed indispensable. Ultimately, it was Xuechen who interrupted their conversation, rescuing Lu Yao from the brink of distraction. As the sun set, casting a brilliant glow across the horizon, the once bustling tribe began to quiet, awaiting the tranquility of the night. The day's clamor echoed even to the most remote corners of the western area. A vast expanse of darkness spread across the sky as Lu Yao and Xuechen stood side by side at their doorstep, watching as torches were ignited one after another in the distance. Lu Yao felt a sense of romance akin to the first light of evening. Indeed, everything seemed more captivating in the company of her boyfriend. A flicker of flame danced closer, a familiar figure emerging before Lu Yao. Lu Yao, are you planning to abandon our agreement? The voice was strong and resonant, yet Lu Yao's expression revealed a complexity of emotions. It must be said that Hong's appearance today was finally tolerable. Adorned with intricate bone accessories in her gray hair and a necklace of bone beads around her neck, she wore a sheer garment that left her midriff exposed. Though it was somewhat obscured, Lu Yao felt a sense of relief. As long as you're healed, that's what matters. I was concerned you might not be fit to compete. With a gentle tilt of her head, she glanced at Xuechen, her sweet dimples appearing, her intentions unmistakable. Shall we go? Xuechen understood, inexplicably touched by her sweetness. His typically cold demeanor softened, his silver eyes radiating warmth solely for Lu Yao. Unable to resist, he reached out to affectionately stroke her cheek. Hong, uncharacteristically silent and no longer brimming with indignation, scrutinized Lu Yao intently, hardly sparing a glance at Xuechen. This inexplicable examination persisted throughout their journey. The autumn festival was to be held at the stone platform in the chief's residence, constructed from several massive flat stones, the beast god altar. Elders of the tribe, distinguished by their lineage, resided around the altar. As Lu Yao and her companions approached, the once chattering crowd fell into a hushed silence. The solitary males lowered their gazes, refraining from their usual unabashed scrutiny of Lu Yao. Instead, curious glances were cast primarily by the untransformed younglings and females. Although they had heard of Lu Yao from their males, this was their first encounter. After all, each household had its own affairs, had it not been for Lu Yao's heroic act of healing the chief's daughter, Hong. These attentive mothers with their young would not have troubled themselves with the matters of others. This shift in attention brought a sense of comfort to Lu Yao, who had mentally prepared herself for the gathering. She found the little gray wolf cubs delightful, their furry bodies and tails tipped with white, waddling adorably as they walked. Mom, is this the most beautiful female my brother spoke of? She's not as pretty as you. One little gray wolf, cradled in its mother's arms, nuzzled against her affectionately. Yet, the mother did not smile. Instead, she solemnly instructed, Ao, she may be a shaman, someone we must respect. You mustn't speak like that again. Chapter 19. The turn of events at the autumn festival. The chastised little wolf blinked at Lu Yao in the distance, tilting its head and murmuring, I see, Mom. So this is what a shaman looks like, just as beautiful as the moon. Lu Yao was led by Hong through the throng. Arriving at the eastern corner of the stone platform, where a series of bonfires had been constructed, 7 or 8 young females were already gathered around the flames, preparing the dishes they intended to cook. Most of them had 1 or 2 males by their side. However, not every male possessed the prowess of Xuechun, who could effortlessly procure game upon venturing out. Nor did every female have the privilege of a clan chief for a father like Hong, who faced no food scarcity and could adorn herself in exquisite shark silk merely by having a male companion like Yufeng, in pursuit of a more prosperous existence. These females showcased their culinary skills during the autumn festival to attract distinguished males to join their households. Given that this was a contest among females, the males were certainly prohibited from offering assistance. Xuechun stepped back, positioning himself behind Lu Yao, his posture upright and dignified, with his silver hair dancing in the breeze like a handsome guardian. Today, Hong brought with her a fresh cut of meat and a basin of green-leaved gourds. Lu Yao momentarily failed to recognize what it was, until Hong tore off the leaves of the long strip gourd, and the milky white liquid sprayed out, at which point she suddenly realized it was lettuce. Lu Yao had not savored the delicate taste of stir-fried seasonal vegetables for quite some time. Observing the vibrant green leaves being carelessly discarded onto the ground filled her heart with sorrow. Although the bitterness of the lettuce leaves rendered them unsuitable for stir-frying, they could be steamed, used in salads, or added to soups, such a waste of nature's bounty. As she watched Hong, who was slicing without even peeling the skin, Lu Yao felt a pang of anguish. Lu Yao, Hong suddenly remarked. Huh. Lu Yao was momentarily taken aback. Had they not been so close, she would not have caught the faintest whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. When did Hong's voice become so diminutive? Thank you for saving me. Hong turned her face towards Lu Yao, her defiant expression unexpectedly tinged with a hint of embarrassment, leaving Lu Yao feeling rather disconcerted. Lu Yao waved her hand dismissively. But you must take the competition seriously, she remarked. You previously claimed you could prepare food. Was that merely a ruse? Hong's gaze towards Lu Yao bore an unmistakable hint of disappointment, as if she were lamenting the failure to meet expectations. Although I concede that you are the most exceptional female in the tribe, and I have no intention of competing for Xuechun, I find no joy in a hollow victory. Your defeat is too overwhelming. At the very least, you ought to make some effort. Hong furrowed her brow and incessantly voiced her dissatisfaction with Lu Yao's lack of action. Her voice was notably loud this time, attracting the attention of other females. These young women were not immune to the spirit of competition. With their numbers being few, they all had their admirers. After all, who among them was not beautiful? While they may have heard of Lu Yao's ability to save lives, which might earn her the respect of the shaman, the current context was a food competition. And soon enough, whispers began to circulate. So she cannot prepare food at all. Yet she dares to wager against Hong. Truly courageous, the females murmured among themselves, their expressions betraying a sense of anticipation. Lu Yao was utterly speechless. How could she possibly be looked down upon? You are overthinking it. Rest assured, I will ensure that you concede with complete acceptance. Lu Yao crossed her arms over her chest, exuding an air of confidence and composure, resolute in her belief that she would not be defeated. In this wild expanse, and even in the modern world, amidst countless street delicacies, which aroma could possibly rival that of fried skewers and barbecues? Indeed, only hot pot and spicy soup could stand as worthy contenders. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that once barbecue turns cold, it loses its appeal. With the chieftain and his consort just arriving at the stone platform, the ceremony had only just commenced, allowing Lu Yao to remain at ease. This year's autumn festival promised that the male who contributed the most would not only be rewarded with the finest delicacies, but also have the honor of becoming the first male to court the butterfly. The butterfly had come of age this year. Although she was a remnant creature, it did not hinder her ability to bear offspring. The chieftain's speech was brief, yet unequivocal, igniting fervor among the male beastmen present. The butterfly was a female found by the clan leader, and many males eagerly awaited her maturity. A remnant creature? Lu Yao murmured, noting that her books contained no information on this subject. Hong scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the butterfly below the stone platform. Despite her imperfections, She could neither transform into a beast form nor assume a complete human shape. Male remnant creatures faced execution, whereas females were kept. Yet, I see little purpose in that. For it is conceivable that any offspring born may also be similarly afflicted. How could she possibly aspire to be with Yongda? Liu was taken aback by the Red Cross's explanation, and she smiled gratefully, turning her gaze towards Xueqin, who stood not far off. She noted the dim light that cast a soft glow upon his silvery eyes, which shimmered like a radiant moon. As she looked at him, the ethereal light danced and shattered the cold moonlight, transforming into a gentle lake of affection. Thus, in a strict sense, could Xueqin also be considered a remnant beast? Chapter 20. Autumnal Disturbance 3. Whenever anger surged or brightness struck suddenly, Xueqin's eyes would shift to slits. She offered him a gentle smile, reassuring him of her well-being. Lu Yao found it difficult to fathom the experiences that Xueqin and the adorable gray wolf cubs must have endured when they were of similar age. Perhaps this was the reason why, despite being an ice-colored silver tiger, he found himself alone within the gray wolf tribe. The chieftain waved his hand, signaling for silence, and spoke in a low voice. As in the past, each household shall present 5 complete pelts and a jar of salt at the tribal festival. Once the chieftain finished his proclamation, the females who had already formed families urged their males to place the prepared offerings upon the sacrificial altar. The clean and supple animal skins gradually piled up to resemble a small mountain. The males passing by were mostly adorned in tattered and inferior pelts. Their garments worn and frayed, stained with blood, dirt, and grease. Pelts were prone to wear and tear, and a single household could procure only a limited number within a month. A few skins would suffice for a single person's attire. Yet so many offerings had to be submitted that it was unlikely for the males to acquire even one new garment within a year. Subsequently, jars of coarse rock salt were poured into animal skin bags, filling 2 large sacks. A bearded elder with gray hair counted the pelts with a solemn expression and finally exhaled in relief, announcing, "The chieftain has received 200 pelts." The chieftain had been awaiting the elder's count, and, upon hearing the number, his serious demeanor softened considerably, revealing a reassuring smile as he proclaimed, "Brave warriors of the Gray Wolf tribe, let me see which of you has contributed the most this year." As he spoke, the chieftain's wife, Yulan, led a young girl, Butterfly, to the altar. Today, Butterfly's hair was neatly arranged, and she donned a new short skirt made of animal skin, accentuating her petite frame. Her eyes, reddened from recent tears, evoked an instinctive protective urge in the males present. Upon seeing Butterfly emerge, Hong averted his gaze in disgust, disdainfully scoffing. "That filthy creature only knows how to act and lie. It was she who poisoned me." Yet the chieftain and the matriarch still believe her. Lu Yao gazed at her, finding that although Hong possessed various shortcomings, she was straightforward and candid. If her intentions were not directed towards Xueqin, perhaps she would not find it difficult to get along with her. "Lu Yao, do you trust me? She is truly a very wicked person." In truth, one could not entirely dismiss this possibility. "You would confront her, wouldn't you?" Lu Yao spoke candidly. If someone dared to assault her, she would undoubtedly retaliate. Hong contemplated Lu Yao's meaning and unexpectedly revealed a row of white teeth, laughing. "Indeed, it is entirely reasonable for her to poison me since I struck her. I never anticipated that you would actually believe me, Lu Yao." What a peculiar line of reasoning. At that moment, a cohort of single males ascended the stone platform, led by the tall and imposing Feng Zhe, who had previously argued vehemently with Lu Yao. He opened the 2 animal skin bags he carried, unveiling thick, honeycomb-like slabs of honey and a small pouch of fruit resembling melon seeds. "I, Feng Zhe, present a piece of honey and a bag of dried fruit." The individuals behind him exchanged knowing smiles upon witnessing his offerings. Feng Zhe cast a casual glance towards Lu Yao, seemingly awaiting an opportunity to win her favor. "I, Wei Yu, present 3 pieces of honey and 2 bags of dried fruit. I, too, offer 6 pieces of honey and 1 bag of dried fruit." One by one, the single males lined up to present their tributes. Lu Yao recognized that the contributions were nearing completion and retrieved the marinated rabbit meat skewers to begin grilling. As she commenced cooking, the females erupted into soft laughter. Although grilled meat was a delicacy, it was a luxury that could only be enjoyed once or twice a month. There was nothing particularly alluring about it. They covertly scrutinized Hong, who was intently focused on her pot. The fragrance of the lettuce wafted through the air, and in their eyes, Hong was the most formidable competitor. Each one diligently stirred their own concoction, cautiously sprinkling salt to avoid burning the bottom or rendering it too salty. In one corner of the stone platform, the females fervently prepared their dishes, while the males engaged in fierce competition. Then, Feng Qiu declared, "I present 15 pieces of honeycomb and 20 bags of dried fruit." His proclamation incited a chorus of cheers from the crowd, even eliciting surprise in the usually composed gray eyes of the clan leader. The quantity he offered not only surpassed that of his brothers Feng Zhe and Feng Shi by multiples, but also marked him as the male with the most substantial contribution to date, an unprecedented figure. The males swiftly grasped the disparity in strength. The three Feng brothers were notably tall and represented the strongest among the tribe's younger generation, second only to Xueqin. United in their strength, it was clear that Feng Qiu had secured victory this time. The surrounding clamor did not disturb Lu Yao. She remained steadfast, not even lifting her eyelids. To her, the outcome was inconsequential. What mattered was perfecting her dish. Both Hong and the clan leader upheld their promise to ensure that no one would disrupt Xueqin's life. Lu Yao poured oil into the pot, and once it reached a rolling boil, she briefly immersed the skewered rabbit meat in the hot oil before placing it over the volcanic flames for roasting. While others sprinkled salt with utmost caution, Lu Yao liberally tossed handfuls of finely ground spices onto the meat. As the flames licked at the skewers, the meat sizzled, and droplets of hot oil mingled with the spices, cascading down the succulent fibers of the meat, releasing an intoxicating aroma that soon enveloped the nostrils of everyone present. When Lu Yao finally scattered chopped green onions atop the skewers, their vibrant green hue and fragrant aroma banished any hint of greasiness or fishiness. Even Zhu Qing, the matriarch of the clan who had long indulged in the finest grilled meats, swallowed several times in anticipation. When Lu Yao presented the 20 skewers of grilled rabbit to the elders, the matriarch eagerly seized one and took a hearty bite, the exquisite flavor bursting in her mouth. A delightful sensation of mild numbness and spiciness danced upon her palate. It was neither greasy nor heavy, but rather delectable and endlessly flavorful. "This is absolutely delicious. What on earth is this flavor? You must all taste it." The matriarch was utterly enchanted, yet too bashful to take another. The remaining grilled meat was distributed among the single males who had contributed resources, alongside various soups prepared by other females. The matriarch's praise reassured Lu Yao, who continued to finish grilling the remaining skewers before handing them over to the elders. The other females followed suit, presenting their leftover dishes as rewards for the males who had contributed the most. "I hereby declare that during this autumn festival, Feng Qiu is the male who made the greatest contribution and shall receive all remaining delicacies." At this point, the clan leader paused, his gaze complex as it fell upon Lu Yao. "Newcomer Lu Yao, you have become the finest female of our Grey Wolf clan, and you are entitled to choose any number of males as your partners." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, plunging them into an eerie silence. Hong stared incredulously at her father. What did any number mean? Females were typically limited to choosing 3 males, and even the most exceptional female would not exceed 5. Lu Yao can astonishingly establish the largest matriarchal family within the tribe without any limitations. How terrifying this reality is. Hong glanced at the elders, who unanimously chose to remain silent. Xueqin's pupils gradually narrowed, his silver eyes clouded with coldness. He understood that the chieftain's intention was to have Lu Yao retain the knowledge of the shaman within the tribe. The inheritance of wisdom and knowledge is far more vital than food for primitive tribes. Lu Yao, how will she choose? Almost every tribe is vying for a shaman, said to possess an innate ability to communicate with the divine beasts and uncover secrets unknown to others. Yet, the person in question, Lu Yao, is blissfully unaware of such intricacies, as these matters are not chronicled in any tome. Upon hearing the chieftain declare that she may select any male, her heart was inexplicably pricked. To make such an announcement before so many is rather daunting. She is merely a young girl who has yet to experience romance, and this fills her with a delightful embarrassment. She joyfully turned her head, her lively black eyes sparkling like exquisite obsidian. With light, buoyant steps, she approached Xueqin, a smile gracing her lips, as if flowers were blooming in her wake. As she drew nearer, Xueqin's previously tense pupils gradually softened, revealing a clear, tender gaze filled with warmth. A heart that had long ceased to belong to him raced wildly at the sound of her footsteps. Leo lifted her gaze to Xueqin. His exquisite brows and eyes were as distant as the cold mountains, his flawless skin akin to ancient jade. His unparalleled silver hair cascaded down his back, not appearing disheveled, but rather enhancing his wild yet handsome demeanor, as if he were a deity of this land, the epitome of perfection. Standing there, he made all other men with unbound hair seem worthy of the title of handsome. Such a man was destined to become her boyfriend. Liao summoned her courage to grasp the cool palm of Xueqin, cleared her throat, and declared firmly to the clan leader, "I only desire Xueqin, for he is the strongest among you." The altar fell into an unnerving silence, and Lu Yao's resolute voice resonated in the ears of all present. In an instant, the atmosphere erupted as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed. The males felt a surge of indignation. They struggled to comprehend Lu Yao's intent, believing she deemed them unworthy. It was not entirely unfounded. Within their mindset, it was customary for at least one male to remain to protect the females, and they speculated that Xuechen alone would be overwhelmed. Yet, Lu Yao had dismissed their worth. You mean to say you only desire a single male, a brave warrior? The clan leader, Yulan, questioned, doubting his own hearing. Fearful to entertain the implications of Lu Yao's assertion, he could only contemplate another possibility, recalling his own past when he had shared females with numerous males, dreaming of solely possessing Zhu Qing. However, even after ascending to the position of clan leader, he found himself living solely with Zhu Qing, unable to prevent his female from mingling with other exceptional males. Though he harbored affection for Hong, she was not his progeny. Lu Yao nodded, her beautiful eyes glancing away as she recalled Feng's previous words. She added, "Indeed, I do not require the care of other males, even in Xuechen's absence. I can fend for myself. Thus, throughout my life, Xuechen is all I shall ever need." The entire altar fell into a profound silence, so quiet that the sound of a single falling pin could be distinctly heard. In this stillness, each person could only perceive the rhythm of their own heartbeat. Before Lu Yao could comprehend the situation, she was enveloped in Xuechen's embrace. Their heartbeats intertwined, causing Lu Yao's cheeks to flush crimson, leaving her unsure of where to place her hands. Above her was the broad expanse of his back, while below, the defined curve of his waist, undoubtedly possessing a perfect mermaid line. And that pert backside. Chapter 22. The sudden arrival of the leopard clan. Heavens, merely touching was overwhelmingly satisfying. Lu Yao felt a warmth rising in her nose. Her boyfriend was simply marvelous. Xuechen found it difficult to articulate his feelings, uncertain whether Lu Yao was expressing her desire for freedom or hinting at the possibility he yearned for. His heart swelled with overwhelming emotion, as though only by holding her tightly could he convey the torrent of love surging within him, akin to a deluge. Gradually, the surroundings grew tumultuous. Young females participating in the autumn festival were primarily seeking to attract more males, not requiring the approval of their familial males. However, this sudden turn of events set the males ablaze. Who would not desire to monopolize a female and possess absolute mating rights? Lu Yao observed the females who yearned for a better life, many of whom had quarreled with their males. Realizing that her words might stir up a hornet's nest, she quickly interjected, "Oh, come now, I haven't finished speaking yet." Reluctantly, Xuechen released her grip, and Lu Yao ascended the altar. Offering a subtle smile to the clan leader, she gazed at the crowd below, her ink-like eyes sparkling with brightness. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. "You all must be aware that I possess certain skills, which distinguishes me from other females. I have a degree of independence, thus one male suffices for me. Moreover, I have chosen the strongest, Yangda, so let us refrain from comparisons." With a single utterance, Liu managed to silence the disgruntled males, successfully winning the favor of the females. Indeed, that female was a shaman, an entity to whom they all aspired. Thus it sufficed for her to have but one exceptional male. The comparison was hardly equitable. "Clan leader, there is nothing concerning Xuechen and me here, so we shall take our leave. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to summon me. I shall endeavor to aid my kin." Liu did not forget to cultivate a good relationship with the clan leader. When the leader treated her with courtesy, she naturally reciprocated with the same politeness. Yulan marveled at Lu Yao's wisdom, as she resolved the issue with merely a few words, causing even him to feel a twinge of envy towards the audacious youths. "Very well, I may not address you as a shaman today, but I yearn for the day when our tribe flourishes, and I can honorably refer to you as such." Yulan spoke softly, his final words imbued with reverence. Lu Yao's flickered slightly. Due to the events of the previous day, she harbored a certain bias against Yulan. However, today, witnessing his dedication as the leader of his clan, she recognized him as a commendable chieftain. "I too aspire for such a day to come." Lu Yao turned to Yulan and offered a serene smile. Despite the myriad of unpleasant experiences, at this moment, she chose to dispel them all. She intended to take root here. Having selected this clan, she hoped for its prosperity. Yulan wished to convey something further to Lu Yao, but in an instant, his gentle demeanor transformed. Not only did the clan leader Yulan's expression alter, but nearly all the males present exhibited a similar change. They all crouched down as though straining to hear something. Before anyone could react, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the entrance of the tribe, moving swiftly and leaving behind a series of agile, shadowy figures in the darkness. In the blink of an eye, they infiltrated the tribe. The clan leader positioned himself protectively in front of Lu Yao, his broad frame shielding her completely. Esteemed members of the Spotted Leopard clan, the tribute collection is scheduled for tomorrow. What brings you here at such a late hour? An elderly elder inquired respectfully, bowing to the yellow-haired man who had landed on the stone platform. The yellow-haired man, gaunt-faced with a sharp chin, surveyed the supplies on the ground and mockingly retorted, Yulan, your clan has offered these worthless items for years. Even the Lion King shows no interest. The elder immediately grasped the implication and respectfully asked, does the Lion King have other requests? Whatever our Grey Wolf clan possesses, we shall certainly provide to the Lion King. The yellow-haired man smiled with satisfaction. Yulan, your clan has always been compliant. This year, all lesser clans must contribute 400 white pearls. As for these worthless items, we shall gladly accept. Lu Yao observed the clan leader Yulan's tightly clenched fists at his side, the veins protruding, clearly agitated by the disdainful remarks of the leopard clan. Chapter 23. The Tiger's Might. Who can rival? His words caused the gray wolves to collectively gasp in horror. In typical households, possessing 2 or 3 white pearls is already a mark of wealth. Even if all ordinary families in the clan pooled their resources, they would likely gather only about 100, which merely serves as a safeguard for winter. If food is scarce, they can still resort to purchasing. But what if they run out of white pearls entirely? How would they endure the long winter? Yulan's face turned pale, looking exceedingly dreadful. Before they could articulate their thoughts, a yellow-haired man interjected. The Machuan clan, like yours, has conspired with the Lion King and the Bear King. Should anyone fail to meet expectations, their skin will be stripped to serve as war drums for winter. The mention of skinning elicited terrified gasps from the females. Butterfly, overwhelmed with fear, let out a shriek and collapsed to the ground. Her cry attracted the attention of the leopard clan as the yellow-haired man approached the frail butterfly, crouching to sniff her, revealing a cruel smile. You are a newly adult female, aren't you? How about coming with me? Butterfly revealed her ears hidden within her hair, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed towards Feng Qiu below. No, I already have a male. The leopard man's interest waned instantly, however, as he lifted his gaze. A graceful silhouette caught his attention, though he could only discern a vague outline. The long neck, fair skin, and raven black hair were enough to dazzle him. Perhaps if you give her to us, I could plead your case to the Lion King and reduce the price by 100 white pearls. The yellow-haired man's words piqued the interest of others in the leopard clan. They followed his gaze towards Lu Yao, their eyes gleaming with obsession. The 4 leopard envoys gradually approached. I concur. She is indeed worth 100 pearls. Females cannot be traded. She belongs to our Grey Wolf clan. Yulan extended his arms to shield Lu Yao, his voice stern, exuding the absolute authority of a clan leader. Roar! A massive silver tiger descended from the heavens, the cold moonlight entwining with its flowing fur, resembling a deity of beasts. The roar was deafening. Its furious growl stirred a fierce gust of wind. The silver vertical pupils glinted with a terrifying ferocity. The tiger, the king of beasts, could only be challenged by a formidable male. With a mere glance, the monarch approached, radiating an aura of power without anger. Not to mention, Xuechun was enraged, almost simultaneously. For agile leopards with yellow and black spots crouched and bared their teeth at the silver tiger. Yet with every step the imposing silver tiger took forward, they retreated. The silver tiger halted, growling once more, forcing the 4 leopards backward from the stone platform. Under the moonlight, the silver tiger advanced relentlessly, the glint of its sharp fangs shimmering ominously. In terms of size and biting power, tigers and leopards were not even on the same level. The absolute suppression of strength. The long absence of war had led them to forget that the Grey Wolf clan harbored a powerful presence. The silver tiger pushed the 4 leopards back several steps, disdainfully turning away and leaping gracefully to land beside Lu Yao, the meaning unmistakable. Lu Yao's heart was nearly melting. Her boyfriend's overwhelming sense of security was simply astonishing. She tentatively reached out to stroke the soft, grand head of the silver tiger. To her surprise, the majestic creature lowered its noble head, allowing her greater access to caress its fur. The exhilaration of petting it was momentarily delightful. Such joy was indeed the essence of happiness. The 4 leopards, having suffered a setback, initially intended to issue a low growl of warning to Yulan, but were cowed by the lingering presence of the silver tiger. They angrily declared, Yulan, your clan may boast prowess, but we shall return in 10 days to claim the white pearl. If you fail to deliver, prepare to face dire consequences. Without even collecting their scattered garments, they fled in disarray, clearly intimidated. Although the leopard clan had departed, The atmosphere of fear they instilled lingered, prompting a cacophony of unrest. In Chapter 24, the unheld hand Yulan's brow furrowed deeper. Everyone, listen to me. The Lion clan does not desire the pelts or salt. We can sell what we have at the market in exchange for pearls. She reassured her kin in a gentle and comforting tone as the matriarch approached her. Do not panic. Once we sell our goods, we may be able to gather sufficient resources. With over a month until the cold season, there was still time to prepare provisions. The females and cubs were advised to return and rest, while the single males should remain to assist in transporting the tribute. The clan leader was indeed the backbone of the tribe. Knowing there was a solution, the frightened females began to settle down. Most of the males were seething with pent-up frustration as they dispersed with their families. Currently, Schwetchen also belonged to the ranks of single males, and he too was required to stay behind to lend a hand. Lu Yao stood by the altar awaiting his arrival. The night had deepened, and a biting wind swept through, leaving her feeling a tad chilly. Wretched creature, what wicked thoughts are you conjuring up again? She mused. You are so cowardly. Having been beaten by me so often, a mere fright sends you tumbling and yelping. Hong, witnessing the tribe leader and others preoccupied with moving items, dashed towards the butterfly, intent on reprimanding her. However, she was swiftly pushed aside by Feng Qiu. Fortunately, Yufeng had been silently following Hong and managed to catch her. Feng Qiu, you useless male. Why didn't you act like Yongda when the leopard clan attempted to take the butterfly away? Now you seek to lay hands on me. Hong exclaimed, shaking off Yufeng's support, her voice dripping with disdain. Hong, did you not see that the butterfly has been weeping all this while? She is now my female, no longer part of your family. We wish to have nothing to do with your brazen and unreasonable demeanor. Feng Qiu retorted, his words striking a nerve. He grasped the butterfly's hand, preparing to leave. Hong attempted to obstruct them, but was held back by Yufeng's firm grip. Yufeng, release me. You too doubt my words. She is doing this on purpose. Hong protested vehemently, her chubby face contorting with anger. Hong's words left Lu Yao in deep contemplation. She had not paid attention earlier and was uncertain if the butterfly's actions were indeed deliberate. She was, in truth, rather oblivious, generally not inclined to think ill of others. As she observed the tribe leader's wife approaching her from a distance, her expression was gentle and her voice soothing. Lu Yao, thank you for saving Hong yesterday. Both Yulan and I are truly grateful. You're welcome, Lu Yao replied with a polite smile. However, you mentioned that Hong is poisoned. Yet I inquired and found her kneeling at home, not having ventured anywhere. Pausing for a moment, she fixed her gaze on the obstinate Hong at the stone platform's center. Her eyes softened with affection. Though Hong has a fiery temper, she is a good child, always thinking of the tribe. Her desire to be with Schwetchen stems from a wish to bear exceptional offspring. Look, she is defending you now. I hope you will not hold it against her. Nor should you blame the butterfly. She is a timid beast, truly fearful. This statement seemed to carry an odd undertone. Lu Yao furrowed her brows. Could it be that the matriarch believes I am the one who administered the poison? Is she attempting to justify Butterfly's recent actions and implore me to hold no grudges? Why did she not intervene to prevent Hong from bullying Butterfly? Lu Yao seemingly posed an irrelevant question. The matriarch did not anticipate Lu Yao would inquire about this matter and casually remarked that it is quite normal for children to engage in playful scuffles. But have you never considered that the butterfly, unable to contend with Hong, might resort to other means of vengeance against her? Furthermore, if the butterfly truly possessed such timidity, she would not have known about Hong's presence at the Yongdao residence, nor would she have dared to deliver fruit. The matriarch's expression stiffened. Although Hong had occasionally mentioned it, she had never contemplated the matter in this light, especially given that she had raised the child herself. Lu Yao initially had no desire to engage in this matter. Upon seeing Schwetchen approaching, she set aside those vexing thoughts and greeted him with a sweet smile, her steps light with anticipation this time. She was determined to hold his hand all the way home. However, to her dismay, she found herself unable to grasp his hand throughout the journey. Schwetchen, having handled honey, found his palm sticky and preferred to keep a deliberate distance from Lu Yao's wavering hand. The lack of success in her endeavor left Lu Yao feeling quite disheartened. Chapter 25. When darkness falls, there is light. In life, there is a kindred spirit. The flickering bonfire in the direction of home warmed Lu Yao's heart. Ever since her grandfather passed away, returning late always meant pushing open a door to a darkened house. Yet now, as darkness enveloped the world, there was light, and in the journey of life, there was a companion to share it with. How delightful. Mei Li in health had long awaited her arrival at the doorstep. Welcome home, master. Mei Li and I were quite worried about you. The two minotaurs beamed with joy. Lu Yao was their entire world. Who would have thought I'd be gone for so long? By the way, you haven't eaten yet, have you? The two minotaurs shook their heads earnestly. I'm hungry too. Fortunately, I had the foresight to prepare the dough in advance. Let's steam some buns. Lu Yao rolled up her sleeves, casting aside the regret of not being able to hold hands. I will go fishing, she declared. Shuechen suddenly spoke up. Though he was unfamiliar with the concept of steamed buns, observing Lu Yao reaching for the corn-based food, his expression grew solemn, his silver eyes filled with guilt. He had already allowed Lu Yao to consume corn for several days. Although it was palatable, it was still the most inferior option. Furthermore, he had not only failed to provide Lu Yao with the finest sustenance, but had also burdened her with concerns about food. Without waiting for Lu Yao's response, he turned and left. At the very least, fish is meat. Once the bones are removed, its flavor is quite delightful. No, let's catch them tomorrow. Steamed buns are also very delicious. Lu Yao grasped Shuechen's collar, noticing that he remained still while carrying her. She assumed it was because Shuechen did not enjoy vegetarian fare. After all, her Shuechen was a magnificent silver tiger. How could such a splendid creature maintain a lustrous and silky coat without indulging in meat? She had not considered this adequately. Lu Yao, filled with remorse, apologized. It is all my fault. I wanted to raise the stag you caught, yet I burdened you with so many tasks during the day. And our home is devoid of meat. Perhaps we should consider sacrificing the stag? Yao, I do not wish for meat. Shuechen turned away, his thick brows furrowed deeply, casting shadows beneath his long, downturned lashes. He placed a hand over his heart, feeling a profound discomfort, for he had failed to care for you properly, allowing you to subsist solely on corn. Am I truly worthy of being your mate? Lu Yao was at a loss for words to describe her feelings at that moment. Having such a boyfriend was truly heart-wrenching. It was no wonder that the male protagonists in romantic tales affectionately referred to their female counterparts as little fool or little darling. She genuinely wished to cherish Shuechen to the core of his being. Oh, you big silly, I cannot bear the thought of you leaving home. Without you, I feel utterly insecure. What we eat is insignificant. Your presence is paramount. We will have food in due time. Shuechen lifted his gaze to meet Lu Yao's warm, healing smile. The tumult in his heart transformed from bitterness and gloom into an unprecedented feeling of warmth and tenderness. The sound of an empty stomach grumbling interrupted their intimate gaze. Let me prepare the meal for you. Just tell me how. Shuechen, wishing to alleviate Lu Yao's burdens, took the pot she was about to handle. It was undoubtedly simple to mold the fermented dough into buns, not only Shuechen, but even beauty and health could grasp such skills with ease. However, without a large steamer, the stone pot could only accommodate 5 buns at a time, necessitating 2 rounds of steaming. While the buns were cooking, Lu Yao was urged by Shuechen to return to her room and rest for a while, as she was nearing her designated check-in time. Although the timing relied solely on estimation. Dear system, do you possess a clock function? A simple alarm would suffice. This system does not have an alarm function. Timekeeping tools can be acquired through check-in rewards. Please check in diligently. Very well. I shall act as if I did not inquire. Check in. Ding. Congratulations, dear host. You have successfully checked in. Your check-in location remains the tribe, and the infrastructure check-in mode has been activated. Rewards: 1 bone knife and 1 backpack. Congratulations, host, on your 6th successful check-in. Receiving an additional reward of nutritional fertilizer, 1 packet of honey parrot droppings. Lu Yao did not expect that another special reward would arrive so soon. The last time was the 3rd, and this time it is the 6th. Could it be that 3 and 6 are fortunate numbers? Wait, what does honey parrot do? Host. Honey parrot dew is the fertilizer excreted by the honey parrot tribe after digesting fire feather honey, capable of shortening the growth cycle of plants. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao immediately sat up from her bed. How can one acquire more? It is not mentioned in the book. Please clarify and articulate your explanation. The system elucidated. To obtain more honey parakeets, one must cultivate them, which necessitates the possession of a substantial quantity of fire feather honey, as honey parakeets, being sensitive to cold, rely on fire feather honey to survive the winter. Lu Yao felt a sudden deflation of spirit. What you imply is that the honey parrot and the fire feather tribe should exist in a symbiotic relationship. Indeed, host. The reason the maple fire feather tree can produce tree honey is that the honey parrot stores the collected nectar within the fire feather flowers. This process provides energy necessary for nurturing the feather tribe's eggs. Consequently, each year, the fire feather tribe transforms surplus fire feather flowers into fire feather honey, which is then supplied to the honey cherry for sustenance through the winter months. It is rare for the system to articulate so extensively. Toward the end, its voice faltered slightly, sounding somewhat mechanical. the host might consider visiting the already explored sign-in location at Kijia Lake, where an encounter with the Fire Feather tribe may be possible. If an opportunity arises to exchange for fertilizer, that would also be acceptable. Resolute in her decision, she deemed a visit to Kijia Lake essential, planning to sell flowers in the coming days. However, her current agricultural endeavors face a significant challenge: the absence of bees. Most plants require pollination to bear fruit. While wheat is self-pollinating and relies on the wind, other crops such as cabbage, potatoes, and climbing flowers will likely necessitate manual pollination. Having grown up in the countryside, she possesses considerable knowledge about farming, yet she realizes that it is not as straightforward as it seems. She is, after all, a novice. Lu Yao lay supine on the bed, her gaze drifting towards the humble thatched roof above. She could feel a series of chilly drafts swirling within the room, the temperature having dropped several degrees since her arrival. The weight of her circumstances pressed heavily upon her. Suddenly, a rich aroma of wheat wafted into Lu Yao's nostrils, eliciting an involuntary salivation. She had not eaten dinner, and hunger gnawed at her insides. "Yao, could you check if it's ready?" At the sound of Shuechen calling her, Lu Yao rose from the bed, stretching lazily. "I'm coming." The pristine steamed buns still nestled within the billowing steam. Shuechen poked at the buns, which had swollen several times in size, their QQ soft and fluffy texture inviting to the touch. The buns were tender yet firm, imbued with the fragrant essence of wheat, and due to the fermentation with fire feather honey, they possessed a hint of sweetness. Why was the one at noon hard? But this one is soft? What is fermentation? Shuechen was truly captivated by Lu Yao, admiration glimmering in her eyes, reflecting her health and beauty. Lu Yao pondered for a moment before explaining in a straightforward manner. "I used sweetness to cultivate yeast, combined it with water and flour, and after some time, steamed it to perfection. This is essentially the recipe. There is no need for deep understanding, merely recognizing that 1 + 1 = 2. Yao, thank you. From now on, I will take care of these matters," Shuechen replied, his gaze soft, filled with profound affection. This made Lu Yao feel somewhat bashful and awkward. Without Shuechen's unwavering support, although she could make steamed buns, it would be akin to a skilled cook unable to prepare a meal without ingredients. Chapter 26. The Sweet Dilemma. All right, after we enjoy the steamed buns, will you accompany me to sprinkle some fertilizer? Lu Yao playfully winked at Shuechen, intending to induce the growth of the lianji cabbage tonight. The cabbage, which typically requires 7 days to blossom, piqued her curiosity regarding how much this fertilizer could expedite the process. However, due to the absence of a watering can, she scattered the fertilizer and watered the plants. Lu Yao gazed up at the sky. It was approximately 1 o'clock in the morning. In the past, she would stay up late playing video games. Now, she found herself awake tending to the fields. Ah, the irony of life. Upon returning to the house, she noticed that the health-conscious and beautiful figure had not yet succumbed to slumber. Upon seeing Lu Yao's return, she scratched her head and said, "Master, we steamed many buns, but we have run out of firewood." The dim campfire flickered intermittently, its flames beginning to sway. Buns of various sizes were laid on the ground, cushioned with leaves. Some were still emitting steam, and given the already limited space in the living room, there was hardly anywhere to step. What if a mouse appeared? It was merely a casual remark, yet they seemed overly concerned. She felt reluctant to say more to them. Health and beauty. "It's quite late now. You should retire for the night." After the two departed, Liu stifled a yawn and, alongside Shuechen, diligently gathered the steamed buns scattered across the floor, layering them with dry leaves and arranging them neatly on the shelf by size. Once these tasks were completed, Liu washed up, climbed into bed, and swiftly succumbed to slumber. In a hazy state, he sensed the presence of Shuechen, who lay beside him, enveloped in a misty aura. Although fatigue weighed heavily upon his eyelids, rendering them nearly impossible to open, a flicker of awareness urged him to bid good night. Before he could utter the words, a cool, gentle touch akin to soft melodies brushed against him. A tender caress, gradually escalating into a tempestuous storm. Lu Yao found herself breathless, utterly uncertain of how to inhale. This was an unfamiliar sensation, one that was indeed both intoxicating and enchanting, compelling her to respond instinctively to him. However, breathing was of utmost importance. The act of kissing naturally consumed oxygen, yet this fellow was relentless in his advances. Closing in with each step, his embrace was so tight, she could scarcely catch her breath. Liu wished to push him away, yet she remained motionless, for he was too heavy. Shuechen's breath became erratic. His formidable self-control had evaporated entirely after Lu Yao responded to her. Lu Yao opened her eyes and gently stroked his back with her hand. His slightly damp silver hair carried a faint scent of fresh grass. Under the moonlight, the restrained Xueqin resembled a sacred white lotus, ensnared by tender emotions and in need of redemption. His long brows were furrowed in confusion, while his elongated eyelashes cast shadows like clouds upon his exquisitely focused cheek, captivating the heart, enchanting the soul. Though he was the one taking the initiative, he appeared on the verge of succumbing to overwhelming emotions. Her delicate touch successfully calmed the tumultuous rhythm within Xueqin. His cold, silver eyes suddenly widened. Lu Yao gazed at him intently with her lustrous black eyes. "Look, is my lip swollen?" She pointed at her battered lips, feigning ignorance. "I'm sorry, Xueqin quickly climbed down and shifted aside, increasingly at a loss. Once a male's urges were ignited, it became challenging to restrain his strength. Had it not been for Lu Yao calming him down moments ago, he surely would have harmed her. "It's not your fault. After all, we are all novices in this. Let's take our time moving forward." Lu Yao took a deep breath of fresh air, caressing Xueqin's smooth cheek and fulfilling her desire with a tender kiss, leaving a good-night peck behind. "Sleep well, my Xueqin. The joy of having a boyfriend is as simple as that." Chapter 27. The Diligent and Kind Minotaur. When Lu Yao woke, the gentle autumn rain outside had just ceased. The sky was overcast, devoid of sunlight, and the temperature during the day had noticeably dropped. As she merely lifted the quilt, a sneeze escaped her lips. "Yao, it's quite chilly today, so I made you a garment." "Take a look," Xueqin announced, having heard Lu Yao's movements as he pulled aside the curtain and entered. Lu Yao was pleasantly surprised as she received the white short pile fabric handed to her by Xueqin. Upon unfolding it, she discovered, as expected, a snow-white long dress. The exterior and interior were fashioned from short rabbit fur, while the sleeves, designed for ease of movement, were crafted from a stretchy material reminiscent of white leather. The gown cascaded elegantly down to her ankles. Its method of wear was remarkably simple. One merely wrapped it around the body and secured it with a belt. "Do you not fancy it? I can create something different," Xueqin remarked, unable to discern Lu Yao's preferences. This hue of fabric was favored by the females of the great tribe, and the design was inspired by the Sea tribe's silk dresses. Lu Yao quickly shook her head, caressing the soft, snow-white fabric. "No, this is the most exquisite garment I have encountered since my arrival here. Xueqin, you are truly remarkable. You must have devoted considerable time to this." She had originally intended to make her own clothes but had been too busy, spending her days tidying herself during her brief moments of grooming, wearing the same undergarments repeatedly, bringing her to tears at the mere thought. "Only during your sleeping hours can I find the time. You can dress while I prepare the fish soup for you." Xueqin reached out, gently stroking Lu Yao's hair, then leaned down to plant a soft kiss upon her forehead. Lu Yao's heart raced, her mind momentarily blank. Could this truly be the essence of learning and applying knowledge in real time? Oh, how delightful. The fish soup that Xueqin had painstakingly prepared surpassed her expectations, bursting with freshness. He had skillfully removed the head and tail, leaving only the tender flesh from the belly, devoid of any bones. How splendidly healthy and beautiful. After enjoying steamed buns for breakfast, they set off to gather leaves for the moose. Speaking of which, an abundance of green vines had sprouted in the field. The sweet flowers they had planted just yesterday had astonishingly begun to bloom today. Xueqin's tone was laced with wonder, for at this rate, there would be no need to wait a full week. Perhaps by tomorrow or the day after, the sweet flowers would be ripe for harvest and ready for sale. While she was not surprised that the branches would bloom 2 days earlier, the sight of the green vines sprouting on the ground left Lu Yao utterly astonished. "Come, let us take a look. The branches of the sweet flowers require pollination. Otherwise, the blossoms will not bear fruit and will lose their sweetness." The two of them trudged through the muddy ground after the rain and arrived behind the house, where the sweet flower had unfurled its tender green shoots, adorned with several buds that hung delicately, each bowing its lovely head. Lu Yao roughly counted and found over 45 plants, at 20 Beijing each. That amounted to 900 Beijing. Although 900 Beijing was far from sufficient, it served as her initial capital, and there was no need to rush. The half-acre of potatoes, as Xueqin had mentioned, had sprouted vine-like green leaves. Judging by their current state, they would bear fruit within a month. Pollination was quite simple. Lu Yao plucked a blade of grass and brushed it against the stamens of each flower. Though Xueqin did not fully understand the process, he mimicked Lu Yao's actions. "Master, we have gathered some short logs. Do you think we could create a shelter for the deer from the rain?" Mei Li exclaimed excitedly, holding a bundle of firewood and running towards Lu Yao. Water still dripped from her horns, and she remained damp, likely having spent the entire morning busy outdoors. Lu Yao had just begun to appreciate the diligence and kindness of the Tauren. Jian Kong, with a hearty smile revealing a row of snow-white teeth, was busily stacking 100 pounds of firewood under the eaves. After all, falling ill would jeopardize the quality of the meat. They had shed their initial fears, and their personalities had brightened considerably. Even without Lu Yao's instructions, they would seek out tasks to undertake. In Chapter 28, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The new house was filled with an assortment of timber, varying in size and length. Observing the thick clouds overhead, Lu Yao surmised that rain would soon follow. Thus, she decided to construct a makeshift shelter for the stag. As people poured into their territory, the stag dashed about chaotically, its hooves splattering wet mud, effectively dissuading Lu Yao from offering assistance. With nothing else to occupy her time, she took out the short-handled bone blade, a reward from yesterday's sign-in. The blade, provided by the system, was exceptionally sharp. While she could not ascertain its ability to cut through iron, it certainly sliced through wood with ease. With a casual flick, she whittled 2 chopsticks, and an idea sparked in her mind. Consequently, an entire rainy afternoon was spent, bolstered by the enthusiastic support of Shueqin. Lu Yao successfully acquired a wooden basin, 4 wooden cups, and 6 wooden bowls. Meanwhile, Health and Beauty mastered the art of steaming buns. To their surprise, Shueqin exhibited remarkable talent in carving, effortlessly crafting a wooden flower resembling a tulip with a sharp bone blade, which he presented to Lu Yao. The intricate veins and the rustic form rendered it unexpectedly exquisite. Health, Beauty, and Shueqin watched as Lu Yao let her hair down before casually securing it with the wooden flower. Instantly, her flowing black locks were elegantly gathered. They all attempted to replicate Lu Yao's method using short twigs, but none could achieve the same hold. Lu Yao found it amusing. She had not anticipated that someone as perceptive as Shueqin could also exhibit moments of clumsiness. While chuckling at him, she patiently gathered his hair into an elegant updo. At that moment, a hurried sound of footsteps approached, causing the lively atmosphere within the room to fall into silence. A series of firm knocks echoed at the door. "Master, I shall answer it," Mei Li exclaimed, rising to open the door. The visitor was someone Lu Yao recognized. He Yong. He Yong bowed respectfully to Lu Yao before turning his grave expression towards Shueqin. "Yongda, I am here to inform you that tonight the tribe's supplies are to be sold, and your presence is required for protection." "Understood. I will depart immediately," Shueqin replied, his gentle demeanor replaced by his usual stoic countenance. "Be cautious on your journey. I shall await your return at home." Lu Yao understood that this was a significant matter for the tribe, as well as a responsibility befitting a warrior. A hint of softness appeared on Shueqin's stern face. "Very well. I shall return at dawn." As Lu Yao watched Shueqin walk away against the light, his silhouette blended into the fading sunlight, vanishing from her sight. An inexplicable sense of unease settled within her, as she felt an immediate longing just after their parting. Indeed, this was the essence of love. The night enveloped the last remnants of twilight, as the dark clouds shrouded the sky, blocking out even a glimmer of light, and a gentle drizzle began to fall once more. Lu Yao, radiant in health and beauty, had fed the majestic deer and, after dinner, promptly arranged for them to return and rest. Contemplating matters of sustenance, she noted that the cabbage seeds were nearing maturity and would soon be ready for harvesting and planting. By the onset of winter, they would be almost ripe, and if the harvest proved bountiful, they could sustain them until spring. The potatoes would be ready for harvest next month. However, if she wished to cultivate another crop, a greenhouse would be essential, for once winter set in, growth would cease. The seeds of the lotus stem could be ground into flour, possessing a texture akin to that of lotus root powder, maturing swiftly and yielding a plentiful harvest that promised quick returns. Wheat and corn posed a greater challenge, requiring the discovery of exceptional wild specimens to cultivate more robust offspring. Otherwise, the yield from planting would be scant, with a single wheat ear producing only a few grains, half of which would be underdeveloped, leaving only husks behind. It was no wonder that the orcs in this region found them unpalatable. As for meat, it was imperative to prepare dried and salted meats before winter's arrival. For during the frigid months, venturing out to hunt amidst the snow would be a cause for concern. Liu gathered her thoughts and, adhering to her usual practice, began to jot down the tasks she needed to accomplish. However, she found herself lacking paper in this place. Rubbing her temples, she attempted to concentrate, realizing that there were still over 3 hours until the check-in time. Feeling somewhat bored, she casually flipped through the survival manual, warmed by the flickering firelight. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks resonated at the door. She closed the book and hesitantly cast her gaze toward the somewhat flimsy wooden door. "Lu Yao, it's me, Hong. What seems to be the matter?" Lu Yao exhaled deeply, and upon opening the door, she was taken aback. Before her stood Hong, drenched and in a state of disarray, her expression frantic. What urgency could compel such a reaction? We must relocate. The Mo Hound clan, the Eagle clan. Hong spoke in a flurry, her words tumbling over one another, leaving Lu Yao utterly bewildered. No, I don't understand. What is happening? I cannot articulate it well. You are the most exceptional female, surely you have a solution. Those who venture out, Yangda is in peril, Hong exclaimed, her agitation palpable. The final statement sent a tremor through Lu Yao's heart. We must seek out the clan leader. He is currently in discourse with the Mo Hound clan. Lu Yao nodded. Preparing to don the beast hide before venturing outside, when Health and Beauty approached swiftly through the darkness. Master, we have arrived. We shall accompany you, they declared. As the two heard rustling ahead, they dashed over, shielding themselves with two large leaves. Beauty, hand me the large leaf. I shall take Health along, while you keep watch. Lu Yao took the beautiful, large leaves from the tree and handed one to Hong. Let us proceed. You mustn't catch a chill in the rain. Remember to drink plenty of warm water when you return. Hong was taken aback by Lu Yao's concern for her. As they walked, she continued, Thank you, Lu Yao. The chieftain and my mother only managed to gather 100 pearls. They say if we cannot collect more, we must migrate. The cold rain fell upon Lu Yao's frail frame. Her brows knitted tightly, yet her pace was swifter than Hong's. The valley, with its mountains and water, was such a splendid terrain. The thought of migration filled her with immense reluctance. Yes, take your time, there's no rush. What happened next? But winter is approaching. Migration carries great peril, and many will perish. The elders do not consent, so they are selling their precious belongings. What danger has Shuechen encountered? Hong shook her head. I couldn't hear clearly. The Mo Hound tribe mentioned they encountered the Eagle tribe. By the time they finished their conversation, they had arrived at the chieftain's door, which stood wide open, revealing a considerable number of people within. Seated there were not only the clan leader and his wife, but also two elders they had met before, along with a young man and woman. The girl had long, grayish-white hair and sun-kissed skin, marred by numerous scars. Her features bore striking boldness, embodying the spirit of a heroine, yet her face was clouded with sorrow. The man beside her was her polar opposite, beautiful in a delicate manner. With long black hair and a pale complexion, his features imbued with melancholy. Mother, chieftain, Lu Yao has arrived, Hong exclaimed excitedly before even entering, as if Lu Yao were their savior. Her words drew the attention of everyone in the room towards Lu Yao. Upon seeing her, Yulan stood and introduced her to the young man and woman. This is our clan's most exceptional female, Lu Yao. The two offered a strained, polite smile in response. Chapter 29, Problems, Yet Not Significant. Lu Yao. This is the chieftain of the Mo Hound tribe, Chun, and this male is her brother, Wu Rong. Yulan briefly explained the reason for the Mo Hound tribe's visit, and only then did Lu Yao grasp the situation fully. Both the Mo Hound tribe and the Grey Wolf tribe were considered lower-tier clans, yet the Grey Wolves resided within the territory of the Golden Lion tribe, while the Mo Hounds were within the realm of the Black Bear tribe. Historically, although their annual tributes were numerous, they were not overly burdensome. However, this year the Black Bear tribe demanded an additional 400 white pearls. The Mo Hound tribe and the Grey Wolf tribe had similar plans to sell furs and salt in exchange for some white pearls. Unfortunately, just this morning, they were intercepted by the Eagle tribe. Though the Eagles were not particularly formidable fighters, their ability to fly allowed them to seize a substantial amount of goods, resulting in the deaths of several warriors. The purpose of their afternoon visit was twofold. First, to warn the Grey Wolf tribe to be cautious of ambushes by the Eagles while transporting their goods. Second, they were willing to offer the 50 white pearls they had gathered, hoping that the Grey Wolf tribe could provide a safe haven for their young and females. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao felt a deep sense of distress. The law of survival here was one of the strong preying upon the weak. However, from the words of the Machuan tribe, it was evident that the Eagle tribe had come prepared, intent on seizing the resources of these small clans for their own gain. Although Lu Yao harbored confidence in Shuechen's strength and speed, she was nonetheless engulfed by an overwhelming sense of concern. The Machuan clan had already lost several valiant warriors in battle. But now, we have yet to gather 100 pearls, and our warriors have not returned. As she uttered these words, Yulan's face darkened with sorrow, rendering her unable to continue. The gazes of everyone present dimmed, plunging the atmosphere into a silence akin to a dead end. Lu Yao pondered for a moment, her bright eyes suddenly shining like stars. She tossed a metaphorical bomb into the crowd, declaring, I can transform coarse rock salt into sea salt. thus resolving the issue of the white pearls. I also possess a means to contend with the eagle tribe. What? The crowd stood in astonishment. Are you serious? Lu Yao? Can you truly convert the coarse rock salt from our clan into sea salt? Yulan, shedding her usual composure, hastily approached Lu Yao, her face alight with excitement. The price difference between coarse rock salt and sea salt was staggering, double the value. You can turn salt into something else, Chun exclaimed in disbelief. Had this been a previous time, no one would have believed Lu Yao. They would have dismissed her as merely boastful. However, now Lu Yao's identity as a shaman was well known and unspoken among them. Despite their astonishment, apart from Chun and Wu Rong, none doubted the credibility of her words. This is impossible. No land beast men can reach the eagle tribe, Wu Rong asserted bluntly, showing no regard for Lu Yao's assertions. I believe in Lu Yao. She is the most formidable female in our tribe, Hong declared, hands on her hips, confronting Wu Rong. After the previous events, Hong had come to firmly trust that Lu Yao would never lie. Her prowess was simply so great that she did not feel the need to boast. Thus, in their eyes, Lu Yao's exceptional abilities equated to boundless potential. If you believe me, simply bring the salt. We can profit from the white pearls. And I will only charge a modest fee for my labor. This cannot occur, Chun interjected. We still need salt for our migration. We cannot afford to give it to them. Wu Rong was evidently skeptical, grasping Chun's hand as if to lead him away in opposition. Chun shook off his hand, insisting. No, even if migration means the loss of many tribesmen, we must try, even if there is but a glimmer of hope. Even if we transform all our salt into sea salt, it wouldn't amount to 200 pearls. It would be futile, Wu Rong replied, his blue eyes dimmed. His words dispelled the joy that had illuminated Yulan and the others. Indeed, even if they were to sell their salt, it would only fetch them around 40 pearls. While the lion tribe demanded 400, tenfold the amount, rendering their efforts insufficient. Then why not send tribesmen to purchase it? Lu Yao spread her hands in exasperation and remarked, what do middlemen profit from if not the markup? A wooden head? Besides, with both clan leaders present, is there any shortage of errand runners to command? All gazes once again converged upon Lu Yao, the elders and others visibly astonished, pondering why they had not considered this before. Even Wu Rong's eyes sparkled with understanding. He was about to utter something further when darkness suddenly enveloped him, causing him to collapse. Wu Rong! Wu Rong! Amidst the panicked cries of Chun, Wu Rong fell, prompting those around him to rush to his side. Clan leader Yulan approached Lu Yao and whispered, Lu Yao, could you see if you can save him? The Machuan clan has aided us in the past. Lu Yao did not wish to abandon him. Rather, she was uncertain about the precise means of offering assistance. Though she may not be overly enthusiastic, she is certainly not a person devoid of compassion. Lu Yao crouched down to observe Wu Rong, whose face was pale yet beaded with sweat on his forehead, likely due to a fever-induced coma. However, the reasons for a fever are manifold. Is he indeed suffering from a fever? Does he bear any injuries? Chun paused for a moment, then hurriedly implored, I am uncertain. Are you a shamanic healer? I beseech you to save Wu Rong. Lu Yao said softly, do not rush. First, carry him to the bed and examine if he has any injuries. Chun promptly nodded and, with the assistance of He Yong, lifted Wu Rong into the inner room. Amid Chun's panicked cries, Wu Rong collapsed, drawing the attention of those nearby who hurried to encircle him. As anticipated, Chun discovered a deep wound on Wu Rong's back. The darkened area oozed pus, emanating a foul odor, and appeared significantly swollen. Lu Yao is, after all, not a professional physician. At first glance, it sends shivers down one's spine. Spring, could you please boil some water? Chief, I kindly ask you to find someone to go to my home and have Mei fetch my fur back. Lu Yao steadied her mind and methodically made arrangements. She carried the delicate bone blade with her, keeping it for self-defense. At this moment, she discreetly retrieved the bone blade from her sleeve and toasted it over the flames, drawing no suspicion from those around her. Chapter 30. The boyfriend. One must save oneself, just as she had steeled herself, poised to plunge the bone blade into the wound of He-Chi. Chun, in a state of panic, hurriedly attempted to snatch the weapon from her, only to be thwarted by the ever-inconspicuous Jin Kong. Chun shouted in desperation, what are you doing? You cannot kill him. Yulan, equally astonished, urged her, yes, the red heat syndrome is not contagious. Lu Yao, Lu Yao was undertaking such an endeavor for the very first time, lacking any prior experience. Their incessant clamor unnerved her greatly, causing her hand, which held the knife, to tremble slightly. She could not help but coolly retort, silence. I am saving a life. If you continue to bicker, you may as well prepare for his demise. Lu Yao's appearance was delicately beautiful, Yet when angered, she commanded silence from all around her. They stood in hushed awe as Lu Yao wielded her knife with precision. The decayed flesh was mercilessly severed, blood mingling with the foul odor of festering wounds, flowing forth in grim torrents. The sight was agonizing. The unconscious He-Chi let out muffled groans. Once the area was cleansed, Lu Yao proceeded to wash He-Chi's wounds. The beast hide, laden with previously gathered herbs known for their anti-inflammatory and hemostatic properties, was applied to his injuries. She extracted the remaining dandelions, lamenting that after autumn, such medicinal herbs would become scarce. She instructed the healthy ones to brew dandelion tea and arranged for Chun to assist in cleaning He-Chi's body. In no time, his temperature indeed decreased significantly, and his breathing returned to a steady rhythm. The collective anxiety of the onlookers subsided, and they felt a sense of shame for their earlier ignorance, collectively agreeing that whatever Lu Yao undertook was undoubtedly right. The chief and the elders hurried over, asking, "Lu Yao, what must we do regarding the salt?" Lu Yao contemplated for a moment before speaking. "The matter of salt requires meticulous arrangements. I shall devise a plan in the shortest possible time." Although she did not intend to conceal her method of filtering salt, she was not inclined to believe that everyone deserved a share of the bounty. Having received protection from Yulon the previous day, she harbored a degree of fondness for him. Her audacity to speak directly before the Machuan tribe stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, the Machuan tribe currently shared common interests with them. Secondly, she harbored more profound intentions, contingent upon the tribe's forthcoming actions. "However, I need you to send someone to find Xuechen immediately, for I cannot focus on these matters otherwise." Concurrently, Lu Yao articulated her demands. Uncertain of Xuechen's current situation, she felt an overwhelming sense of apathy. Yulon displayed a troubled expression, as he too was beset with worry. With a sigh, he explained, "I have just conferred with the elders about mobilizing additional personnel to search for the team, but our clan simply cannot spare many. We must have beast men to guard our territory and females. Only us few elders are available to scout." The elders exchanged glances, as even without Lu Yao's words, they were already concerned for their younger kin. Lu Yao is not an unreasonable person. She comprehends the rationale of the situation. However, unaware of the circumstances surrounding Xuechen, how could she possibly find solace in sleep? Moreover, according to the chief's description, the Machuan tribe and the Wolf tribe are evenly matched in combat prowess, with numerous casualties on both sides. What would happen if Xuechen were to sustain injuries? The mere thought of her boyfriend potentially being bullied by those avian beings ignited a fierce anger within Lu Yao. "I will seek him out. The Machuan tribe still has a dozen warriors capable of fighting." Chun glanced at Lu Yao, her gray blue eyes ablaze with a fervent fire of resentment. "You just mentioned that you have a strategy to deal with the Eagle tribe." Lu Yao nodded slightly, a confident smile gracing her lips as she declared, "I am indeed capable of crafting weapons to combat the Eagle clan, and there is no need for you to transform into beastly forms. However, I wish to accompany you." Upon hearing Lu Yao's intention to join, both the elder and Yulon expressed their objections. Yet, who could dissuade Lu Yao? Moreover, someone had to instruct them on the use of meteorite hammers. Chapter 31. Let the battle begin. The meteorite hammer. At Lu Yao's command, a substantial amount of vine ropes were delivered. The elder and the summoned males emulated Lu Yao, binding stones to the vine ropes and securing knots. Each rope held 5 stones. Once swung, they would prove an advantage in close combat against the Eagle clan. Given the time constraints, had there been no urgency, Lu Yao would have also crafted grappling hooks, affixing claws at both ends of the ropes. With sharp, pointed tips, they could pierce the flesh of the Eagle clan, effectively dragging them down from the skies. Who would have thought that these weapons, often seen in period dramas, would find practical application? After discussing the route, Yulon sent the elder to the Mo Hound tribe to summon assistance, agreeing on a rendezvous point. Chun, along with the 4 elders and 3 males who volunteered for battle, prepared to set forth. To Lu Yao's astonishment, Chun transformed into a colossal husky. A tuft of white flame adorned her forehead, and her fur was a dense and soft blend of black and gray, with striking blue eyes and robust limbs. She was unmistakably a husky. "Gray wolf elders, follow closely behind me," Chun commanded, glancing at Lu Yao. "Lu Yao, you cannot transform into beast form. Ride upon my back." This request left Lu Yao feeling somewhat bashful, yet she felt a slight aversion towards the other men, riding atop an elderly elder. Adhering to the principle of respecting the aged while cherishing the young, she decided against it. "Thank you, Chun. You are a wise shaman. It is my honor. Let us proceed." Chun's tone was earnest, and in the next instant, She dashed forth like a bolt of lightning through the night. Lu Yao naturally could not maintain her composure, resorting to grasping the thick fur of Chun and leaning against her. Although the rain had ceased, the chill of the wind was undeniably biting. Can females also transform into their beast forms? No, only my kind possesses that ability, Chun declared proudly, as she released her limbs and dashed forth freely, resembling a sprite in the night. The elder, transformed into a gray wolf, could scarcely keep pace with her. Lu Yao recognized the direction somewhat. It was the path they had taken to the Kajia Lake Market. However, Chun veered slightly to the right as they were now heading to rendezvous with the Mo Hound tribe. Chun informed her that beyond this point lay the territory of the bear tribe. Along the way, at Lu Yao's inquiry, Chun gradually enlightened her about the matters concerning this land. Lu Yao had gained a considerable understanding of the power dynamics in this region. There were three prominent high tribes: the Golden Lion clan, the Black Bear clan, and the Python clan. The territories of these three major races were delineated with Kega Lake at their center, while the Eagle clan stood as an independent mid-level tribe. Nestled between the Python and Black Bear tribes, they often bullied the lower tribes and occasionally pilfered from the mid-level clans. Yet no tribe could find a way to confront them. Were it not for the treacherous Eagle clan's annihilation of the Fire Feather tribe and their public sale of the tribe's chieftain, we would not have to surrender so many pearls. At this point, Chuanchi's teeth gnashed in frustration. The Eagle clan, being a mid-level tribe, had the audacity to dictate prices to the Lion and Bear clans? Lu Yao pondered. This was because the Eagle clan had delivered the Fire Feather chieftain to the Sea Merman to secure the warmth of the Fire Feather tribe. They remained indifferent to the plight of the lower tribes. Chun's voice gradually softened. Lu Yao was aware of the Sea Merman tribe, one of the oldest races in this world. Wherever there was water, it fell under her dominion, encompassing countless tribes that revered the sea deity and managed various trade affairs, also serving as the largest salt supplier. When it came to the maple fire feather honey, it was something Lu Yao desired. Indeed, good things were coveted by all. However, the actions of these powers, contrary to the principle that a gentleman should acquire wealth through rightful means, irked Lu Yao. Contemplating that she might be able to sign in, Lu Yao inquired, "System, am I currently in the Kega Lake area?" The system replied, "The host is still within the Orc tribe area. Would you like to sign in?" "Not yet. Please wait." Lu Yao did not wish to squander this opportunity, as the Kega Lake area was a special signing location she had long anticipated. "Lu Yao, my kin are ahead, yet this is not the designated place. Hold on to me tightly." Chun gazed into the distance, quickening her pace. She possessed the ability to see in the darkness, whereas Lu Yao did not. All she could discern were countless pairs of eyes gleaming with a faint blue light, flickering intermittently. Instinctively, she glanced back, encountering similarly eerie pairs of green, wolf-like eyes. Fortunately, they were allies. "What are you doing here?" Chun inquired, addressing the pairs of glowing green pupils. Suddenly, the oppressive darkness was dispelled by a flicker of weak firelight. A group of robust brown huskies parted to reveal a diminutive fire-feathered female at their center. "We received your summons and prepared to wait for you at Kajia Lake. However, upon stepping outside, we encountered the Eagle clan pursuing this female. We encircled her to prevent her from being discovered by them." The half-beast female gradually rose from the ground. Her visage resembled that of a fairy from a fairy tale, with a petite, pointed face and delicate features, although her large eyes were red and swollen, glistening with tears. She choked out, "Thank you for saving me." This was Lu Yao's first encounter with such a half-beast. She appeared akin to a 7 or 8-year-old child, yet bore crimson wings. One wing was severed, blood long dried, hanging limply, while the other flickered with a faint flame. "We are still searching for our companions. Have you seen the rest of the Grey Wolf clan?" Chun asked. The fire-feathered female quickly nodded, wiping her tears. "I saw them. The Eagle clan intended to capture me and Ding Ying, but upon seeing the numerous beast hides of the Grey Wolves, they turned to seize those instead. They had many numbers." Chun nodded in acknowledgement and sternly addressed her kin. "Prepare for battle. Transform into your human forms when the fighting begins. This is Lu Yao. She has crafted weapons to combat the Eagle clan." After a brief introduction, Chun led the charge. The group weaved through the shadows of the trees, and after approximately 10 minutes, they indeed heard the sounds of combat. A roar. It was the fierce growl of a silver tiger. At that moment, the dark clouds were swept away by the wind, revealing robust giant eagles, flapping their massive wings as they dove to attack the gray wolves on land. Their sharp talons gleamed ominously, a tactic effective against land-dwelling beasts. Yet today, they had already suffered losses, having lost 3 or 4 companions. Before them, many of the gray wolves were grievously injured, yet none had succumbed. Especially that silver tiger. Despite enduring numerous attacks, its back was marred with bloodstains and horrifying claw marks. Yet its explosive power and fighting spirit showed no signs of waning. Perhaps sensing a familiar presence, the silver tiger, along with several giant eagles, ceased its battle. With a mighty leap, it used a rock's thrust to propel itself into the air, viciously biting down on a giant eagle. Breaking free from the encirclement of the eagle clan and landing steadily before rushing towards Lu Yao. Lu Yao, momentarily oblivious to everything else, leapt down from spring. She beheld Shuechen, who had come to a halt before her, his entire form drenched and sticky with blood, and she found herself hesitant to touch him. Yet, Shuechen enveloped her with his formidable presence, lowering himself to the ground, his silver eyes alert and fixed on the unfolding battle. With the aid of the meteor hammer, the beastmen had gained the upper hand. The swift dives of the giant eagles no longer held their advantage, and after several exchanges, they had not managed to gain any ground. Indeed, Shuechen had resolved not to engage in combat any longer. Upon witnessing Lu Yao's emergence, his mission had shifted from safeguarding the beast hides to protecting her, for in his eyes, nothing was more paramount than Lu Yao. Lu Yao understood that Shuechen still wanted to protect her. She sniffed, trying to hold back the tears welling in her eyes, gently stroking the head of the axe of the mind. It's all right, the injuries are not severe. Shuechen used his long tail to lightly scratch Lu Yao's cheek, indicating that he was fine. By the way, was that your doing? Lu Yao took a deep breath, stifling her tears, and recounted the events to Shuechen. The Eagle clan, realizing their defeat, began to take flight, attempting to escape. At that moment, an injured female from the Fire Feather clan, who had somehow followed them, climbed a tree, her small face resolute with the determination to perish alongside her enemies. She leaped onto the back of a colossal eagle, and in an instant, flames engulfed the massive bird, its anguished cries sending shivers down the spines of the fleeing eagles. The giant eagle plummeted from the sky, taking the young female of the Fire Feather clan down with it. Her lifeless body fell before Lu Yao. She lay on the ground, drenched in blood, her clear eyes still glistening with tears. Lu Yao, filled with compassion, gently assisted her to sit up. Chun hurried over and remarked, "Are you half-orcs truly so foolish? Even if you were to slay him, it wouldn't bring vengeance for your kin." Yet, the thought of the maple fire feather tree, the extinguishing of the eternal flame, and the abduction of their chieftain weighed heavily upon her heart. "Without the maple fire feather tree, our feather clan will cease to exist," she sobbed, tears cascading down her cheeks. Lying in Lu Yao's embrace, she gazed into Lu Yao's concerned eyes and managed a sorrowful smile. The absence of the maple fire feather tree heralded the utter annihilation of their clan. In despair, she closed her eyes and fainted. Lu Yao felt a profound sense of injustice regarding the plight of the Fire Feather clan and vowed that one day, the Eagle clan would receive their due retribution. She was not a naive youth, but rather a modern individual living in an era of peace. How could she remain indifferent to the devastation of families and the impunity with which the wicked acted? Chun and her subordinates, along with the Grey Wolves, were invigorated, cheering with joy. This was their first victory against a medium-sized tribe. Even more remarkably, it was against the formidable Eagle clan. This glorious achievement would be recounted for generations. What is so impressive about flying? I didn't even need to transform into my beast form to defeat them, they exclaimed. "Ha! A bunch of cowardly fools." They even ran away. "Huffed, what are you proud of, Dog Clan?" "It was thanks to our clan's Lu Yao. The Grey Wolves, having sustained injuries, were not as boastful as the Dog Clan. Brothers, we are allies. No divisions, they insisted." The Dog Clan members quickly joined in the laughter, their eyes filled with longing as they gazed at Lu Yao, jealousy undeniably present. This was the reason why the shamanic sages were so coveted among tribes. With a wise presence, the Dog Clan would not have lost several brothers in yesterday's battle. Initially driven by a desire for revenge, Chun had resigned herself to the possibility of dying in battle, but never anticipated how effective Lu Yao's weapon would be, deepening her admiration for her. Moreover, with the prospect of Lu Yao addressing the issue of the White Pearl, hope blossomed anew for the tribe's future. Excitedly, she conveyed this news to the warriors she had brought along, arranging for them to return to the tribe for salt. In this moment, the warriors of the Dog Clan, infused with fervor, dashed away with remarkable speed. On the journey home, it was evident that Shuechen's injuries were merely superficial. Lu Yao was reluctant to sit upon him, allowing Chun to carry her. As dawn approached, she hurriedly signed into the system. Congratulations to the host for a successful check-in at the guest location of Ka Lake, Marin Hill. Check-in reward, 1 flax weaving machine. Due to the special nature of the check-in location, an additional reward of maple fire feather tree seeds was granted. Is it the tree that produces honey? But what use are the seeds? Lu Yao was somewhat dissatisfied with this reward. It remained uncertain how long it would take for the seeds to mature into trees. Moreover, she had no honey parrot to assist her. The host was left to explore on her own. The young boy's tone was rather unpleasant. Hello? Have you learned to ignore me? Lu Yao felt a bit speechless. Could it be that she lacked discernment? Yet, this flax loom. Lu Yao gazed around. And the moment she did, her eyes sparkled with wonder. The Myron Hills, lush greenery of broad-leaved plants enveloped her. Flax, rami, jute, and swordgrass. So soft. Flowers. What if she had truly stumbled upon an incredible fortune? Naturally, her desire was to carefully gather everything and take it home. Thus, the era of animal hides would come to an end. With linen in hand, she could create bed linens, duvet covers, sleepwear, dresses, and even undergarments. Chapter 32, Can We Not Run When There Are Many People? Elders. The herbs flourishing along this path are of exceptional quality. Would you be able to take some back with you? Lu Yao inquired, turning to them. Are you referring to those? Chun immediately halted, her silver-gray eyes brimming with delight. Is what you say true? Are these herbs all medicinal? That long, sharp-leaved plant is swordgrass. It can staunch bleeding when applied to wounds. The one with white flowers is sesame, known to alleviate joint pain. The large-leaved plant covered in white fuzz is rami, effective for detoxification and treating common insect and snake bites. Liu pointed to the plants by the roadside, reminiscing about the information contained in the comprehensive survival guide of the beast world, particularly the section on flora. However, the abundance of hemp plants before her caused her some difficulty in recalling all the details. What she did not express was that the agave possessed a high tensile strength suitable for creating carpets, while the lightness of flax made it ideal for crafting delicate garments. The clothing made from rami was not only immaculate and resistant to pests, but also impervious to mold. The elders, along with all the beast men, exhibited expressions of astonishment, marveling at Lu Yao's extensive knowledge. Without waiting for the command from the Machuan tribe, they eagerly rushed forward to gather the herbs. The elders and warriors of the Gray Wolf tribe, undeterred by their injuries, had already set off. Almost wherever Lu Yao pointed, they would harvest. Some used their claws to dig, others gnawed with their teeth, while some of the transformed beings carried bundles on their backs. Lu Yao advised them to return as it was nearly time. The herbs would not flee, their roots remained here, and they could be gathered today or tomorrow. Except for the sword hemp, which could be utilized immediately for its hemostatic and anti-inflammatory properties, there was no need to rush for the others. Lu Yao returned to the tribe with a grand procession. The sun had already risen, illuminating the scene. Before the entrance of the tribe stood a multitude of eager clansmen. Among them were the healthy and beautiful. Upon seeing the warriors return, they erupted into jubilant cheers, and the tribe leader, Yulan, finally felt a sense of relief wash over her heart. Lu Yao was utterly exhausted. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the clan leader, she returned home with Shuechen and the unconscious female of the Fire Feather clan. Upon entering, she retrieved the honeysuckle and wild chrysanthemum, originally intended for drying and brewing tea, and handed them to Jian Kong, instructing him to crush them. She then proceeded to examine Shuechen's wounds, which marred his otherwise pristine, jade-like chest. 2 crimson claw marks extended from his shoulder to his abdomen, one particularly deep, revealing hints of bone beneath the surface. His back bore even more minor wounds, though none as severe as those on his chest. The abdomen, a vulnerable area in beast form, was a target for the hawks that would stop at nothing to attack. To Shuechen, his injuries were relatively light. However, Lu Yao was unconcerned with such comparisons. She felt a profound ache in her heart, both pained and infuriated by the sight of his wounds. A surge of anger welled up within her, making her feel quite distressed. She silently vowed to forge a powerful bow and arrows to eradicate these marauding hawks. In this realm of the survival of the fittest, she would not be naive enough to espouse notions of compassion and morality. Such ideals were only meant for those who practiced them. Yet, at this moment, her greatest concern was the risk of infection in Shuechen's wounds. With no alcohol for disinfection, relying solely on these herbs and physical cleansing methods was insufficient for such deep injuries. She resolved to brew some wine at the earliest opportunity. I'm fine. Don't worry. I will heal soon, Shuechen said, sitting on the edge of the bed, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Lu Yao's pouting expression was utterly charming. Were it not for the intense pain in his shoulder, He would have longed to pull her into his embrace and hold her tightly. This, this, where do you claim to be unscathed? Lu Yao pointed at his bloodied wounds while applying medicine, her brow furrowed as she spoke. In the future, when confronted by a crowd, why can't you just avoid running away? If I arrive late, you might not be here to see me. Though Lu Yao understood that her words were perhaps inappropriate, she cared little for that. She was inherently protective of those she cherished and could not bear to witness the suffering of someone she admired. Lu Yao's words left Xue Chen momentarily stunned. The wound, coming into contact with the medicinal liquid, elicited a sharp sting that involuntarily caused him to furrow his brow. Did I hurt you? Lu Yao inquired. Xue Chen shook his head, elucidating. The male must protect the female, safeguard the food, and defend the territory. Where is the honor in fleeing when faced with an adversary? Upon hearing these words, Lu Yao raised an eyebrow and ceased her actions. Gazing at Xue Chen's unparalleled beauty, she suddenly became earnest and declared, "You are my male protector. Your duty is to safeguard me, while I shall handle everything else. Should I fail, we will flee together. In this lifetime, you shall be my sole male companion, thus. You must not encounter any misfortune. I cannot bear to live alone." Chapter 33. All I desire is you. As their eyes met, Xue Chen swallowed hard and slowly replied, "Is it not merely freedom that you seek?" Lu Yao's glimmered with clarity, her gaze intense and penetrating. "I have never claimed that my choice of you as my mate was for the sake of freedom. It is you who has lost that liberty. Why must it be me? Why can it not be you? Only you. So tell me, do you truly harbor strong feelings for me? For I desire but one girlfriend." And that is the essence of femininity. Lu Yao asked with a fierce demeanor, though her heart was racing with uncertainty. Yet, she could not confess. "From the moment I laid eyes upon you, I was entranced, feeling an eternal connection. You bear a striking resemblance to my future husband." As the conversation progressed, Lu Yao yearned to clarify Xue Chen's sentiments. The person before her, with bright and dazzling obsidian eyes, wore an unprecedentedly serious expression, dispelling the last vestiges of doubt from Xue Chen's mind. Suddenly overwhelmed, she found herself pinned beneath him. Kissing the one she adored made her limbs feel weightless and her mind blissfully blank. "However, your wounds may reopen." A deep, resonant voice whispered intimately in her ear, the cool, enchanting visage captivating her completely. "I desire nothing more than to be your male counterpart. From the first moment I beheld you, I wished to be your protector. I am deeply fond of you. I constantly dream of you, waiting for you. For so long, and now, at last, you are here. I have finally become your chosen one. Lu Yu, I am so blissful. Lu Yao, my Lu Yao." His alluring baritone resonated, irresistibly captivating. Lu Yao felt she was on the verge of losing control. Yet, how could Xue Chen simultaneously nibble at her while engaging in conversation, while she could only emit the shyest of whimpers? Their heartbeats raced as if they were in a competition. She was hesitant to move, fearing she might inadvertently harm Xue Chen, and yet, remaining still left her anxious that he might hurt himself in his struggle. Being an adult is truly challenging. Nevertheless, whether she moved or remained still, Xue Chen's wound began to reopen. It was always the right moment to promote blood circulation. As expected, Xue Chen succumbed to the pain and fainted. Lu Yao finally found a moment to breathe. She wished to refuse, yet when she gazed upon Xue Chen's tender and handsome visage, she felt utterly powerless. However, if Lu Yao's reasoning held true, then Xue Chen could equally employ that rationale, blaming their irresistible allure for their inability to resist. Resigned, she rose to tend to Xue Chen's wounds once more, applying medicine with care. Subsequently, she ventured outside to cleanse the bloodied female who lay in a state of unconsciousness. Applying the remaining ointment to her injuries, noticing the parched state of her lips, she instructed Jian to prepare some nourishing noodle soup to feed her. "You should both have some steamed buns and take a rest. Have you not been awake all night? Go and sleep for a while." Lu Yao, mustering her spirit, addressed Health and Beauty. "Master, we have rested for a while. The flowers have bloomed. We wish to inquire if you would like us to gather them." Health scratched his head, contemplating how he might assist Lu Yao, yet uncertain of what he could contribute. "Then, I shall go and check if the seeds have ripened." With a renewed sense of spirit, Lu Yao observed that the seeds nestled within the lotus flower's core had ripened, considerably lifting her mood. Selecting a few plump seeds, she decided to allow the remaining ones to be collected by her healthy and beautiful companions. Recalling the seeds provided by the system today, she retrieved one from her space. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a flame-shaped crimson seed that seemed almost alive in the palm of her hand, its vibrant red fibers gently swaying. This quivering little ember was surprisingly adorable. System, what exactly is this? How can a seed move? Lu Yao exclaimed in astonishment. Host, as a reward from the system, this is a newborn seed of the maple fire feather tree, which does not possess a lineage. It will regard the first individual it encounters as its creator. Lu Yao gently prodded the small flame with her finger, only to be surprised as it affectionately entwined itself around her digit. This tree, does it possess life? Host, all things in the world are alive. They merely express their existence in different forms. You seem particularly profound today. How, then, should I cultivate it? Chapter 34. The unexpected visitor in health. The system paused for a moment, as if sifting through information, emitting a sound reminiscent of crackling electricity. Like most plants, cultivation requires the host's willingness to forge a bond, which can be established through the mingling of blood. Lu Yao contemplated the matter, realizing that there was no real harm in it. Moreover, she found herself quite fond of the adorable little flame. Thus, she withdrew her bone blade and gently made a small incision, allowing a few drops of blood to fall upon the tiny flame. She then excavated a small pit and planted it there, utilizing the remaining honeydew to nourish it and provide water, hoping that it would grow tall and robust. The thought of nurturing this living entity, her very own sapling, filled her with warmth. Whether it would bear fruit or produce honey seemed inconsequential. All that mattered was its flourishing growth. Lu Yao's thoughts seemed to resonate with the little flame. She inexplicably sensed that it was quite joyful at that moment. Yes, she could feel it. This was a peculiar yet delightful form of telepathy. In the morning, Lu Yao had taken a brief nap, and by noon, she rose to prepare some corn porridge. She had underestimated the appetite of the health-conscious beauty. There were barely any buns left at home. With only a bag of cornmeal remaining, this meager supply would suffice for merely a meal or two, and although there was an abundance of branches, they were not substantial enough to satiate hunger. She could not bear the thought of the health-conscious beauty going hungry, so she needed to devise a plan. Master, shall we go sell flowers this afternoon? Healthy inquired, tilting her head as she placed the wooden bowl down before Lu Yao. Lu Yao hesitantly glanced at the slumbering Xue Chun in the room, as well as the fire feather female who had awakened briefly only to succumb to unconsciousness once more. She remarked, "It is necessary to go. I shall consult with the clan leader shortly." However, Jian Kong, you appear to have grown significantly wiser. Jian Kong, receiving the compliment, scratched his horn and replied with a smile, "I am unsure why, but matters that once eluded my understanding now seem clear. I believe it must be because my master is the wisest person, and thus I too have become more astute. Master, I have also gained a considerable amount of strength. Yet you never allow me to accompany you. I am always confined at home." A look of distress manifested in Hong's eyes. At times, she envied Jian Kong, for whenever Lu Yao had matters to attend to, she would always summon him. Lu Yao understood and smiled sincerely, saying, "Meili, your belly is quite noticeable. I do not wish for you to overexert yourself. Though you refer to me as your master, in my eyes, you are both a friend and family." Meili, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears, hastily wiping her disobedient tears away, alongside her health concerns. While it may seem cowardly for a male to weep, even a half-orc is not immune to the uncontrollable tides of emotion. "Master, I shall get to work. I can gather plenty of wood. I will collect leaves and fruits to feed the elk. We must strive diligently so that our home lacks nothing." With renewed vigor, both individuals rose from the ground and ventured outside, as if labor were the very essence of joy itself. Lu Yao couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the household consumed a considerable amount of firewood, as flames were essential for both illumination and cooking. However, incessantly chopping down the trees behind her home was hardly a viable solution, leaving a barren patch. The vibrant, joyful countenance that radiated health transformed abruptly upon stepping outside, particularly her health, as her eyes widened, teeth clenched tightly, and nostrils flared, producing a huffing sound. "Are you truly a slave?" He harbored no doubts that a mere step forward would result in the bull-headed slave, with its imposing horns ruthlessly piercing through his chest. He had never encountered such a bull-headed creature before. Were they not typically foolish and cowardly? This is the master's territory. Depart. He understood that the mightiest male in the household, Xue Chun, was currently injured, and his instincts urged him to permit no male to trespass upon their domain. Chapter 35. Blossoms of Peach Flowers Blooming. Lu Yao emerged gracefully from behind the beautiful figure, revealing the healed Wu Rong, vibrant and resplendent. He was one of our Machuan clan members, a friend of our tribe. Though Jian Kong had previously encountered Wu Rong, he chose to trust Lu Yao's assurance that all was well, relinquishing his defensive stance and standing faithfully by her side. Wu Rong smiled slowly. Akin to a lotus in full bloom, exuding an aura of purity and gentleness. I have come to express my gratitude, he said. Thank you for saving me. You are a revered shaman and the most beautiful and wise female I have ever encountered. Restored to health, Wu Rong's complexion resembled polished jade. His long brows arched like willows, and the corners of his eyes sparkled with mirth. There was an effortless allure about him, impossible to overlook, drawing attention to his exquisitely chiseled features. His appearance was undeniably delicate, with deep, melancholic azure eyes, raven black hair tousled by the breeze, and skin as fair as snow, accentuating his soft, rosy lips. Liu silently awarded Wu Rong an eye in her heart, recognizing him as a polite gentleman who knows how to compliment others. However, he paled in comparison to her own icy and aloof Xueqin, who resembled a celestial being. No need for formality. I happen to need to discuss the matter of salt with Chan. Where is she at the moment? Lu Yao smiled lightly, resembling the gentle breeze of March. The azure depths of Wu Rong's eyes reflected a tranquil gleam akin to the vast sea. Spring resides with the leader of the Jade Blue clan, and they are all awaiting your well-deserved rest. He paused for a moment before elaborating. Upon hearing your voices, I approached to inform you, not to disturb your repose. Lu Yao felt a certain fondness for the young man who spoke with such gentlemanly grace. She replied, It's quite all right. You may go ahead. I shall visit the clan leader shortly. After Lu Yao finished speaking, she turned around to arrange the health and beauty of the lotus branches, planning to have the clan members sell them. Tomorrow, with the obtained shell crystals, she would be able to purchase goods at the market. However, Wu Rong did not leave. Instead, he stood by the roadside waiting for Lu Yao. Along the way, his gaze would inevitably drift towards her. Unlike other males, whose eyes might betray infatuation or blatant aggression, his eyes were melancholic and tranquil, akin to the silent snowfall on a winter's night, as light as the gentlest breeze. His entire demeanor was soft and gentle, evoking no irritation. I wish to be your male counterpart. Would you accept me? Wu Rong walked alongside Lu Yao, neither too far nor too close, and suddenly raised his head, a faint blush staining his pale face. Lu Yao turned her face to glance at him, the sunlight spilling upon his pale visage, accentuating the delicate contours of his features. The gentle caress of the warm breeze bore a striking resemblance to the timbre of his voice. Some individuals possess a certain aura that is inherently soft and soothing. Lu Yao was momentarily taken aback, not out of infatuation, but rather because she felt that someone with such an appearance as Wu Rong should not utter such reckless and impolite words. Yet, she also reflected that this world is inherently like that, and she sighed inwardly. I already have a male partner, a valiant warrior of my tribe, and I have no intention of seeking another. In the next moment, Lu Yao resolutely declined his advances. However, Wu Rong, undeterred by her rejection, did not display any overt disappointment. Instead, he smiled gently and said, Wait until I also become a valiant warrior of our tribe. Then I shall come to ask you again. No, she clarified. What I mean is, I will only be with Xueqin. Lu Yao wished to explain. Yet Wu Rong maintained an expression of nonchalance. Nothing remains immutable, much like how spring can transform a female into a clan leader, or even into a beastly form. Wu Rong gradually spoke. You are the most exquisite and wise female I have ever encountered. I yearn to be with someone as remarkable as you, for you embody the finest qualities. I shall devote my life to protecting you and safeguarding your tribe. His gaze lingered momentarily upon Lu Yao's attire. I will also learn to sew, creating beautiful garments. Lu Yao stepped onto the final low stone, pausing upon the stone platform. A gentle breeze stirred the loose strands of hair by her ear, her expression serene and graceful like a flower, strikingly unique and independent, whether one believes it or not. Some things can change, while others remain steadfast. My resolution shall not waver. Little did she anticipate that, in her casual act, she had saved a captivating yet perilous figure. Faced with such earnest confessions, she too felt a sense of despair. Wu Rong stood below the platform, gazing up, her once tranquil eyes, akin to the sea, now surged with tumultuous waves, splashing like fragments of jade. Her voice was solemn, declaring, I too shall not change. Lu Yao felt a throbbing sensation in her head. Perhaps Wu Rong and Hong were the same person, fixated on being with those she deemed exceptional, having met only twice in the realm of the beast men. The vow of love seemed unduly simplistic. As Lu Yao ascended the stone platform, she was taken aback to find the entrance of the clan leader's residence bustling with a multitude of individuals, at least 50 or 60, predominantly males. Among the crowd were familiar faces from the Grey Wolf clan, alongside several strangers who bore a semblance of recognition from the Mo Dog clan. Upon noticing her arrival, Chun, brimming with excitement, dashed over to the edge of the stone platform. Before she could utter a word, she caught sight of Wu Rong following closely behind. "Oh, Rong, you haven't fully recovered from your injury, yet you went looking for Lu Yao. I was wondering where you had gone. But how did you manage to find Lu Yao's home?" Chun teased, casting a meaningful glance at her brother. "Well, her dwelling is the farthest and quite difficult to locate. No one would divulge the information when I inquired," Wu Rong replied with a gentle smile. "Thus, I transformed into my beast form and relied on my sense of smell to track her down." Chun burst into a hearty laugh and remarked to Lu Yao, "Do not be deceived by my brother's combat prowess. His sense of smell is remarkable. He can sniff out fruits and honey from afar." Chapter 36. Preparations for the establishment of the Trade Department. Lu Yao pressed her lips together and approached the clan leader who was walking toward her. Noticing Lu Yao's spirited demeanor, Yulan displayed a warm smile and inquired, "Lu Yao, the Machuan clan has already brought over the salt. What preparations should I make?" Lu Yao nodded slightly, pausing for a moment before speaking. "We require an abundance of timber, the largest cauldron in the tribe, numerous fruit shells, and a great deal of water scallions." Before Yulan could inquire further, Lu Yao elucidated, "The fruit shells refer to the hard exteriors of dried fruits, while water scallions are the tall plants that flourish on the water's surface, adorned with yellow blossoms, which can be found along the riverside nearby." The chieftain's expression shifted to one of understanding. These were not difficult items to procure, and he felt a sense of relief. "I shall promptly arrange for the warriors to peel the dried fruits and gather the water scallions." However, several elders interjected anxiously, "But that would spoil the fruits. It would be such a pity." "Indeed, chieftain," they continued, "even if the Lion King deems them unworthy, those fruits are precious sustenance for the winter." Yulan turned her gaze sharply, frowning at their convoluted concerns. "The utmost priority is to acquire the white pearls. If the fruits spoil, so be it. Will they starve us?" The group fell silent, their faces reflecting shame, as their deeply ingrained reverence for food had made them overlook the pressing dilemma at hand. "I possess a method for preserving the dried fruits, so there is no need for worry." Lu Yao spoke softly, her words resonating deeply within the hearts of those present. Instantly, they bowed their heads in profound reverence, as if Lu Yao were nearing divinity in their minds. It is no wonder that He Chi sought out Lu Yao's residence yet received no answer, even though it was known that he was an ally. None would divulge such information. Had it been another, they might have faced a beating. Everyone was acutely aware of Lu Yao's aversion to disturbances, which instilled a deep sense of awe towards her. "As the chieftain, I must establish a trade department and select a few individuals to serve as messengers between our clan and the Machuan tribe. They will heed my commands directly. Each month, I shall bestow upon them white pearls as a reward, commensurate with our earnings." As soon as Lu Yao's words were uttered, the crowd erupted with excitement, each person more exhilarated than the last. Though the meaning of the Ministry of Commerce remained unclear, the prospect of interacting directly with Lu Yao, coupled with the allure of Baizhu, was enough to ignite their enthusiasm. Lu Yao also had her own considerations. To earn money, she needed manpower, her own manpower. Moreover, the Grey Wolf tribe was a low-level tribe, facing numerous unknown dangers. She detested this feeling, and since she had already decided to reside here, even in a low-level tribe, she would utilize all her resources to defend this place, ensuring that no fierce tribe would dare to invade. Chunning raised her eyebrows in a playful manner and declared, "I shall be the first to join. We females are easy to persuade. Chun, you are of the Mo Dog clan. How can you? Though we are friends, we, the Grey Wolf clan, have plenty of members." "Exactly. Chun cannot join. We all wish to participate. Mo Dog clan, do not cause trouble. Lu Yao belongs to us, the Grey Wolves." Amidst the rising voices of dissent, the Mo Dog clan discreetly exchanged glances with their clan leader, their encouragement unmistakable. This situation was akin to a novice gamer yearning to enhance their skills encountering a seasoned champion. Could they truly resist the urge to play support? It was similar to a passionate poet meeting a literary giant. Could they not wish to become their humble assistant? Lu Yao possesses that which the beastmen covet most, knowledge. Undoubtedly, her exceptional beauty serves as an additional allure. Lu Yao has also mentioned that the Trade Department is established for the benefit of the Machuan and Grey Wolf clans. And we, the Machuan, must contribute our efforts as well. He Chi approached Chun, casting a warm gaze towards the clamoring members of the Grey Wolf clan. The Grey Wolves and Machuan have always been the best of friends and shall continue to assist each other in the future. The inclusion of Hong and myself in the Trade Department is indeed a positive development for the Grey Wolf clan. Chapter 37. An unexpected trade team member. His voice was melodious, and coupled with his gentle appearance, it effortlessly dissipated any irritation. You speak wisely. I have no objections and will defer to Lu Yao's judgment. Yulan stated solemnly. However, Chun, as the clan leader, won't you be quite busy? Lu Yao did not wish to exclude Chun, on the contrary. She held a genuine fondness for her. As she had articulated, they were both of the same gender, which made interactions considerably smoother. My father and mother will oversee the clan. Moreover, Lu Yao, I can also take you out. Chun pounded her chest and continued to promote herself. Without hesitation, Lu Yao readily agreed, selecting He Yong from the Grey Wolf clan and another single youth named Chi Tuesday. Chi Tu was somewhat slender, an unpopular type among the beastmen. But his speed rivaled that of Chun, a fact Lu Yao had previously noted. He Yong, the son of an elder, possessed exceptionally keen hearing and a composed demeanor. Given his status, he could easily find others to assist him in assigned tasks. The Amohound clan also chose a youth named Pu Bo. She based her selection entirely on speed, as swiftness was paramount for trade. As for Wu Rong, Lu Yao was initially reluctant to acquiesce, but his exceptional sense of smell, coupled with He Yong's acute hearing, would ensure the safety of their trading party. Furthermore, he assured her that he would not intrude upon her, leaving Lu Yu with little room to object. Thus, He Yong enlisted her clansmen to gather water scallions. He Yong immediately summoned several individuals from the Grey Wolf clan to venture to the riverbank. Wu Rong, arrange for your clansmen to peel the dried fruits. The shell should be roasted into charcoal, while the fruits themselves must be dehydrated, seasoned with salt, stir-fried, and allowed to cool before being sealed for storage. With a momentary pause, Wu Rong's azure eyes reflected a hint of confusion at the complexity of the task, yet he remembered it well, and with a gentle smile. He led a few companions away. Chun, Chi Tu, and Pu Bo, you may now rest. This afternoon, when the salt is ready, I need you to sell it immediately. And remember to conceal your beastly traits and cover your faces. Lu Yao paused briefly and turned to Chun, saying, Chun, you might consider attempting to sell to other tribes that are a bit further away, particularly those of the traveling factions. Chun nodded, partially understanding. I know a few elders from intermediate tribes. They might be interested in purchasing, but why venture so far? And why the need for masks? If our salt is seen flooding the market within this small area, it will quickly lead to price fluctuations. Once others realize that the supply of refined salt exceeds demand, its value will diminish. We must sell it as swiftly as possible. Moreover, we must offer it at a price lower than that of the sea tribes. The reason for the masks is akin to why you cannot directly refer to me as a shaman. Lu Yu patiently explained that there was one more thing she had not mentioned, engaging in such a large-scale operation with intermediaries to profit from price discrepancies, given their current capabilities, would undoubtedly lead to failure if not approached with caution, for this lucrative opportunity was exclusively reserved for the Sea clan. Lu Yao's meticulous thoughts left Chun in complete admiration. Chief, please find a few deft and attentive clansmen to tend the fire and boil water. We must extract a batch before nightfall. This matter pertains to life and death. Yulan nodded solemnly, feeling an unusual sense of honor rise within him, as it was the first time in his 10 years as chief that he was given such clear instructions. Lu Yao then turned her gaze towards the elder with a white beard, contemplating for a moment, appearing somewhat hesitant. What can we do? No, Lu Yao. Is there anything we can assist with? Indeed, we also wish to contribute. The elders within the tribe were aged and unable to hunt, nor could they confront the myriad dangers of the forest. They largely depended on the clan for sustenance. Some benevolent clans would care for their elders, yet many aged individuals found themselves abandoned. This was not a matter of cruelty, but rather a survival principle. Some clans struggled to feed their own children and lacked the means to support those who could not contribute. Although the elders held a certain status, they were only marginally better off than ordinary elders, as they were merely less likely to be forsaken. The hemp, rami, and pigweed I previously mentioned are the materials we brought back. I would like to trouble the elders to gather them, as they are essential for filtering salt in the future. This matter is indeed urgent, as Lu Yao only had modern fabric for coarse filtration and required more cloth. Upon hearing the word important, the elders nodded in agreement and joyfully set off to gather. Healthy, Lu Yao turned around to face the Minotaur, who had remained silent and seemingly inconspicuous. Upon the mere mention of Lu Yao, all eyes inevitably gravitate towards her. And now the attention has shifted to the health behind her, curiosity evident in their gazes. Master, what is the matter? Health inquired, awkwardly scratching his horns. Could you dig a shallow water pit in front of our house, similar to the one Shuechen previously guided you to excavate? Would that be acceptable? Lu Yao replied with a smile, recalling how the edges and bottom of the pit they had dug before were reinforced with stones, ensuring stability and preventing collapse. Certainly, master. However, if I am not present, may I summon Mei Li to assist you? Health expressed his concern about Lu Yao being alone, for in his eyes, apart from himself, Mei Li and Shuechen, others were rather unreliable. It's perfectly fine. Just have Mei Li stay at home to look after Shuechen and the others. Lu Yu was well aware of her family's concern for her health, yet she no longer feared the males of her clan as she once did. In Chapter 38, titled Boyfriend Invited Home for Dinner, everything was meticulously arranged, allowing Lu Yao to focus solely on supervising the distillation and filtration processes. Her pure cotton garments had been thoroughly divided, marking her complete farewell to modernity. During the phase of boiling coarse salt, she added scallions, which effectively absorbed heavy metals and impurities, resulting in a significantly purer finished salt. The final step involved heating the salt alongside fruit pits, which entirely eliminated the earthy odor of the stone, rendering it undetectable even to the keenest of beast men. In fact, it lacked the oceanic brininess of sea salt, proving to be even more delectable. Beneath the blazing sun, the roaring bonfire rendered the area oppressively hot, causing everyone to sweat profusely as if they had just emerged from water. Many beastmen suffered from severe burns and blisters due to carelessness. Yet they showed no signs of stopping. Concerned for the survival of their clan, the females insisted their male counterparts assist in the tasks. A few even brought firewood from their homes to help stoke the flames alongside the males. In this endeavor, the entire clan demonstrated unwavering unity, with even the typically idle female, Hong, sporting a soot-streaked face. However, this approach was not sustainable. In just a few days, those suffering from heat stroke and burns would quickly lose their ability to work. Chief, could we possibly spare some of the honey we had previously for burn ointment later? Additionally, it would be wise to arrange for them to take turns tending the fire and resting, Lu Yao inquired as she approached the sweating Yulan, who was counting the refined salt. Without hesitation, Yulan nodded. I will make those arrangements right away, as soon as we have hands available. The honey will be sent to you. He had come to fully understand that with Lu Yao around, the challenges posed by the leopard clan were insignificant. Even if she desired the stars, she would find a way to bring them down. By the end of the afternoon, they had filtered out 2 bags of refined salt, approximately 50 pounds, or about 100 white pearls. This was merely the first day, and the beastmen were all smiles. Even the usually composed Yulan was seen chatting merrily with everyone, creating a joyful atmosphere. Yet, Lu Yao remained troubled. This was just the beginning. The pure cotton clothing would certainly be usable after another day of filtration, but mass filtering required the weaving of linen. The issue was that both Sisal and Raimi needed to be soaked in brine or rice washing water, a process known as redding, which took at least 7 days. Yet, the Lion clan had only allotted 10 days for this task, compelling her to devise a method to expedite the redding process. Only through prolonged soaking could the plants ferment and release their fibers for spinning. This step was indispensable, both in ancient and modern times. And Lu Yao knew she had to find a solution. Deep in thought, she was approached by Chun and the 4 members of the He-Chi trade team, who had gathered enough supplies and awaited further instructions from Lu Yao. Is there something troubling you? He-Chi gently inquired, noticing her pensive demeanor. Yes, indeed. We are capable of anything. Chun chimed in, thumping his chest in assurance. Lu Yao looked up, a subtle smile playing on her lips. It's nothing. Now, you all go and sell this salt as I instructed. If you encounter any danger on the way, avoid it if possible. Losing the white pearls and the salt is inconsequential. Lu Yao's admonition left the 5 individuals momentarily stunned, rendering them speechless. From a young age, they had been repeatedly taught that males must protect their tribe, safeguard the females, and ensure the well-being of the young with their very lives. Never had anyone uttered such words. Lu Yao understood their intentions, her arms crossed like a stern instructor. My trade team is unlike your tribe. Remember, we possess ample means to earn white pearls, yet if any of you are injured, my loss will be the greatest. Do you comprehend? Her serious demeanor rendered Chun, the chieftain, akin to a subordinate, who nodded in agreement without objection. Leo nodded in satisfaction and continued with a serious tone. Therefore, safety is paramount on the road. Wu Rong and He Yong will be responsible for scouting for dangers. Hong, you shall take command and prioritize safety. The 5 of them hurriedly acknowledged, momentarily setting aside the tribe's rules. Yao, it is time to return home for dinner. The voice was so tender that it made Lu Yao's ears flush red. Her usually stern demeanor softened. How could Xuechen be here? His wounds had healed so swiftly. It was over. In Xuechen's eyes, she had always been a delicate and charming little bird. Lu Yao raised a tender smile and turned her face. She saw Xuechen approaching from the stone steps, his silky hair glistening with a silvery sheen under the sunlight, and a serene, gentle smile gracing his ethereal face. Xuechen, I am so hungry, Lu Yao exclaimed as she hurriedly ran towards her boyfriend. In her haste, she accidentally tripped over a wooden stick, but Xuechen, quick as a flash, caught her and embraced her tightly. The onlooking beastmen were taken aback, with several nearby rushing forward in alarm. Lu Yao is truly a treasure of the clan. The most precious existence. It would be a calamity if she were to fall. Among them is Wu Rong, who had grasped one of Lu Yao's arms, but released it the moment Xuechen embraced her. Undoubtedly, Xuechen is his most formidable rival. The reality is, he cannot compete with Xuechen, and the disparity is not something that can be bridged through mere effort, as many wise and elderly elders have stated over the years. If the valiant Yunda of the Grey Wolf clan were not a remnant beast, he would undoubtedly be a high-ranking beastman, perhaps even hailing from the beast god tribe. Even now, despite hearing that he has sustained grave injuries, Wu Rong finds it curious that he cannot detect the scent of blood from so close. Xuechen, is that your name, Yunda? It must have been Lu Yao who bestowed it upon you. Chun smiled brightly, although they belonged to different tribes. She had known Xuechen for many years. Yes, I am Lu Xuechen. Chun, thank you. I am not surprised that you have become Lu Yao's mate. It is no wonder you looked down upon me in the past, Chun remarked with a playful gesture. Lu Yao seemed to sense an unfamiliar aroma, her heart drumming in anticipation on the way home. Xuechen, just how many females have pursued you? Lu Yao looked up, glaring at Xuechen, her cheeks puffed out, clearly displeased at the thought of her boyfriend possibly having had other romantic entanglements. Xuechen's eyes sparkled with amusement. He had never considered that Lu Yao would be concerned about this. He candidly recounted, the females from the nearby tribes have all sought my attention. Before spring. It was quite troublesome. At that time, I was still young and could only manage to hold my ground against them. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao's mood darkened further. How could I have considered you a sister when you once forced yourself upon my relatively young boyfriend? What a disgrace. How is your wound healing? Allow me to see it. Without hesitation, Lu Yao pulled aside her clothing, revealing a deep wound that had, astonishingly, formed a dark red scar in just one day's rest. Before she even reached her doorstep, the enticing aroma of chicken soup wafted into Lu Yao's nostrils. Even if the wound had healed, it was not permissible to venture out for hunting. I did not transform into my beast form. Instead, I utilized the kind of weapon you crafted, which proved to be quite effective. Xuechen pointed to a long vine tied to a stone on the ground and chuckled. Lu Yao was astonished. Applying knowledge effectively, it was unexpected that Xuechen could simplify the meteor hammer and create the flying stone hammer. If placed in modern times, they would undoubtedly be a top scholar. Chapter 39. Love Cannot Hesitate. Lu Yao spent a strenuous afternoon, and now, famished, everything seemed delectable. Especially the succulent chicken. Watching the person before her sipping the chicken soup heartily, Xuechen's stern countenance softened, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. As if struck by a thought, he remarked, in the house behind, I stumbled upon a peculiar wooden frame. It appears capable of weaving the kind of fabric you wear. Really, Xuechen, you noticed that? It can indeed produce cloth, Lu Yao exclaimed, her face alight with astonishment. However, I might not even know how to use it myself. The loom was an entirely different concept compared to the knitting she was accustomed to. Although Lu Yao had visited museums during her school days and witnessed the weaving techniques demonstrated by instructors, who would deftly use their feet to operate the loom and their hands to manipulate the shuttle and weft, she realized that mere observation did not equate to skillful execution. The intricate task of interlacing the threads was far from simple. It required the coordinated effort of both hands and feet, along with precise control of force. Crafting a tightly woven, lightweight linen demanded considerable time and patience. Perhaps if we could crush the rattan and twist the soft fibers into strands, we might be able to weave a fabric suitable for your garments on that wooden frame? Xuechen inquired, his voice tinged with curiosity. Noticing Lu Yao's momentary silence, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and added, I was merely conjecturing. I am certain that your clothing is far more complex than that. Having already learned from Jian about Lu Yao's endeavors, Xuechen was aware that she had lost her previous garments. The coarse and rigid animal hide attire was stifling and, in every regard, paled in comparison to cotton fabric. He too yearned to attempt the restoration of pure cotton clothing. Lu Yao struggled to swallow a mouthful of chicken soup, gradually regaining her composure and revealing a broad, immensely proud smile. No, Xuechen, it is as simple as that. I truly believe you are a genius. I now understand what true talent means. Xuechen was taken aback by her response and reiterated his question, but the vine rope is too rigid even when mashed. How can it be made more pliable? Dig a pit, soak it in water, but ensure to use brine, as this will prevent fermentation from causing mold. Leo pointed to the freshly dug pit not far away, and in an instant, Xuechen understood, his heart enlightened. As a flash of inspiration illuminated Lu Yao's mind. She lifted her gaze, her ink-black eyes brimming with anticipation as they rested upon the strikingly handsome Xuechen. Xuechen, she began. You mentioned that plants used for making fabric, such as vines, require soaking in water for an extended period to ferment. Is there a way to expedite this fermentation process? Xuechen pondered for a moment, then slowly replied, previously you referred to the fermentation of steamed buns, where the dough generates heat without being exposed to fire. And the center remains quite warm, enhancing the aroma. Might it be that heat fermentation is more effective? Could using warm water accelerate the fermentation you described? As soon as Xuechen finished speaking, Lu Yao could not contain her excitement. She leaned closer, grasping his hand tightly and leaping with joy. Xuechen, you are the most brilliant male in this world. However, using water that is too hot would kill the fermenting bacteria, but warm water would pose no issue. Lu Yao grasped Xuechen's hand, her excitement palpable. Xuechen's silver eyes, warm and tranquil, caressed Lu Yao's cheeks, which were slightly flushed with exhilaration. It is my pleasure to be of assistance to you. Liu had not yet exhausted her excitement. With a smile, she remarked, you have been of tremendous assistance. Filtering salt requires breathable fine cloth. Originally, fermentation would take 7 to 8 days, but under suitable temperatures, I estimate it could be completed in just 2 or 3 days. How did I not think of this sooner? Alas, I've become quite flustered. Xuechen revealed a hint of a smile at the corner of his lips as he observed a masculine figure approaching, cradling bundles of plants. So, those are the plants that can be fashioned into clothing. I will have the healthy and beautiful ones who are resting come over to boil water. And we shall soak them in warm water. Indeed, it must not be scalding hot. Lu Yao also noticed the approaching figure and was about to step outside when Xuechen suddenly enveloped her in an embrace. Yao, you should rest. I can handle these tasks. Drink some more soup. I believe you have lost weight. His cherry-red lips parted and closed, and her flawless skin, akin to ancient jade, emitted a subtle, luminescent glow. Leo felt inexplicably enchanted, her heart racing like a startled fawn. If she tilted her head just a fraction more, she would catch a glimpse of his cold, profound silver eyes, and the most perilous part was that everything was so tantalizingly close. Xuechen raised his slender hand to tuck Lu Yao's stray hair behind her ear, saying gently, you should rest for a while if you're tired. With such proximity, Liu swallowed hard. Faced with such masculine allure, she yearned to embrace her boyfriend and steal a kiss. Lu Yao is contemplating how to affectionately embrace her boyfriend with a kiss, yet she has not yet mustered the courage to act. Xuechen chuckled softly, releasing her and walking away without a backward glance. In Lu Yao's heart, a tumult of emotion surged. Indeed, love brooks no hesitation. One must seize the moment. Chapter 40. Though you are endearing, I am truly not your mother. No, she must find an opportunity to be with Xuechen. She intends to proclaim to the world that Lu Xuechen is my mate. Observing the feather-clad female still in a deep slumber upon the animal hide blanket, Lu Yao prepared a bowl of chicken soup and gently assisted her to sit up, intending to feed her. Leo did not consider herself a paragon of virtue. Yet she was far from being a heartless individual who would turn a blind eye to suffering. The frail little girl before her resembled delicate crystal, so fragile that she seemed on the verge of shattering. The faint rhythm of her heartbeat was nearly imperceptible. Though Lu Yao had treated her external wounds earlier that morning, there had been little visible improvement. System, do you possess a means to save her? Lu Yao inquired tentatively, directing her question toward the last resort. Typically, responses from the system were immediate during sign-in sessions, but this time, she waited for over 10 seconds before hearing the familiar youthful voice. I am the infrastructure sign-in system. Apart from sign-in, I cannot assist the host with other issues, the system stated, pausing momentarily. Lu Yao's expression fell, tinged with disappointment. The system responded with a hint of leniency. The Fenghui Yumi had an excellent restorative effect for the Huiyu clan. Thank you, system. You were truly kind. Lu Yao's face immediately brightened with a smile. As long as you don't forget to check in again, it's all good. Searching through the data is an operation that contravenes the mainframe's rules and could lead to a shutdown penalty. The adorable, youthful voice diminished in volume towards the end, laced with a touch of arrogance. In the future, I will try to handle things myself. I certainly do not wish for you to face any punishment. Lu Yao hastily declared, for she and the system were indeed in the same boat. Lu Yao extracted the remaining fire feather honey, which was exceedingly viscous and difficult to swallow without proper assistance. She combined the honey with the chicken soup, administering it to her in small portions. To her surprise, the little female was particularly cooperative upon catching the scent of the honey. Her delicate, dark red eyelashes fluttered slightly as she eagerly slurped the soup. The young girl finished the contents of the wooden bowl in one breath, slowly opening her eyes as round, glistening tears cascaded down her cheeks. Lu Yao was at a loss, uncertain of how to console the child, when the little girl suddenly wrapped her arms around her waist. The girl resembled a small kitten, nuzzling into her embrace with fervor, weeping so intensely that she struggled to catch her breath, her entire body trembling. Lu Yao gently patted the little female's back in an attempt to comfort her, but inadvertently brushed against the flames on her wings. Instinctively, she wanted to retract her hand, yet she felt only warmth, not the slightest hint of heat. She distinctly remembered that these flames had once incinerated a colossal eagle. The female of the Fire Feather clan clung to Lu Yao, choked with emotion, her voice trembling as she called out, "Mom, please save my sister and my brother, Wu. Mom, my sister has been taken away. So many brothers have perished, hiding." Still unaware, Lu Yao was bewildered. What on earth is a mother? She inquired of the system. "I do not wish to trouble you, but can you elucidate this matter?" After a prolonged silence, Lu Yao discerned that the system had opted for reticence. "Hold on a moment. I empathize with the plight of you and your kin, but I am not your mother. You have mistaken me for someone else." Lu Yao gently pushed away the tearful little female, attempting to clarify. The young girl of the Fire Feather clan, her eyes glistening with tears, appeared utterly forlorn. Pouting stubbornly, she insisted, "You are my mother. You are my mother. You are my mother." Unyieldingly, she clung to Lu Yao once more, sobbing, "I thought I would never have a mother again. It is such a joy to see you alive. I watched in despair as the wicked ones knocked you down and severed all your branches. It nearly broke my heart." Lu Yao chuckled softly, realizing that you regarded her as one of your family trees. Could it be that the blood connection with the maple fire feather tree had anything to do with this? "Indeed, I am not your mother. Come, let me show you." Lu Yao gently led the little female to the window, effortlessly lifting her up. Pointing to the spot where the maple fire feather trees were planted, she was unexpectedly delighted to see a tender shoot of maple fire emerging. The girl, resembling a delicate sprite, gazed with her large, glistening eyes at the sapling, then turned to Lu Yao, affectionately wrapping her arms around Lu Yao's neck. "No. You are my mother, and that one is also a mother. You are all the same. Mother, you cannot abandon me." As she spoke, large tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Woo-woo. Chapter 41. The tunnel kiln in hand. Ushering in a new era. "You are my mother," she declared stubbornly. Her little face flushed, summoning all her strength to make the flames on her wings surge fiercely. The blazing fire scorched the wall black. Lu Yao, however, was untouched by even a single strand of hair. The little girl pouted, her voice tinged with grievance, "Mother, I am your child. I would never bring you harm." Lu Yao found herself at a loss, unable to elucidate this phenomenon that defied the laws of physics. Perhaps she could leave the little girl behind to tend to the Finghui Yushu as a gardener? She harbored a genuine fondness for such a beautiful child, who truly had no home. Sighing, she pondered how to explain her predicament. "If you wish, you may stay and care for your tree mother. What is your name?" Upon hearing Lu Yao's apparent willingness to acknowledge her, the little girl sniffled, wiped the tears from her cheeks, and revealed a pure, radiant smile. "My name is Yi, and my honey parrot is called Ding Ying. Is this our new home? We used to live in a treehouse." The petite Yi spun around on the ground, her height barely reaching Lu Yao's waist. Clad in garments fashioned from leaves, her soft, pale pink hair danced gracefully in the air. With a bow in hand, she would indeed resemble a character from a fantastical game. Yi curiously surveyed her surroundings, her large, water-washed eyes glistening with moisture on her lashes. "Can we invite my older siblings to move here too? It's so spacious, and they won't take up much room." Yi gazed at Lu Yao's face, her voice tentative. Remembering that Lu Yao had just hesitated to acknowledge her as a mother, Yi felt a twinge of concern that Lu Yao might not accept her siblings hiding in the forest. Lu Yao remained silent, while tears began to flow down Yi's cheeks once more. Her elder siblings, not staying close to their mother, would soon succumb to the biting cold. They were also without food. Yi sniffled and continued, They must surely sense that mother is still alive and wish to find her, but if they venture out, they will be captured by wicked individuals. Lu Yao forced a smile. It was not that she was unwilling, for she too yearned to rescue those charming little spirits. Yet she needed the capability to assist others. If the Feather Clan were to be openly relocated, discovery would inevitably bring calamity upon the Grey Wolf clan. Please allow me a moment to ponder, she earnestly addressed EE. I must devise a plan to ensure everyone's safety. This is not solely my responsibility. EE nodded in understanding. May I first summon Ding Ying to inform my elder siblings that I am safe? This way, they shall not be fearful. Seeing no objection from Lu Yao, EE flapped her wings, darting out the window, and soared into the air, emitting a melodious and vibrant whistle. Indeed, within mere moments, a parrot with golden feathers and a long purple crown on its forehead fluttered over. The parrot alighted on EE's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling her neck. Excitedly, EE engaged in conversation with it for quite some time before the resplendent little parrot reluctantly took flight. Is this the honey parrot? Lu Yao speculated. Yes, indeed. Ding Ying is my honey parrot, he affirmed, explaining that each member of their Fire Feather clan kept several honey parrots, as they were the finest gardeners of the maple fire feather tree. Lu Yao gazed at the lush, verdant potato plants in the field, her mind racing with calculations. While her desire to rescue others was genuine, the potential value that Meeing Mo could bring was immeasurable. It seemed she truly required a detailed plan. As the sun descended, casting its golden rays, Lu Yao, accompanied by Jian Kong, Xuechun, and Yi, ventured to the mountains behind their home to gather purple herbs. The common purple flowers. Though the primary function of the purple herb ointment was to repel mosquitoes, it also possessed certain healing properties for burns, especially when combined with honey, enhancing its efficacy. These were all lessons Lu Yao had painstakingly gleaned from her studies on plants, and she felt she had successfully evolved into a novice practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. It must be said that Yi's presence brought a notably cheerful atmosphere to Lu Yao's team. Her singing was melodious and enchanting. Though slightly mischievous, she was never bothersome. Like a little sprite, she flitted about, calling out to Xuechun as daddy and Lu Yao as mommy, softening Xuechun's cold, silvery gaze ever so slightly. At this moment, Lu Yao found herself unable to reconcile the adorable, mischievous little girl before her with the brave child who had resolutely faced death alongside her enemies. Perhaps she had truly come to regard her as family. Upon returning home, Lu Yao was astonished by the chief's handiwork. The residence, already substantial in size, was now filled with firewood stacked higher than a person on one side, while the other side brimmed with bags and blocks of honey. In the center stood a loom, leaving only the stone bed in the corner as a space for health and beauty to move about. Let us build another house tomorrow, Xuechun suggested. Health and Beauty nodded vigorously. Then we shall rise early to chop down trees. You all rest first. I will prepare the purple herbal ointment. I need to contemplate the housing situation, Lu Yao said, her brow slightly furrowed. The practicality of such a home was limited. It was not an ideal choice for storage or habitation. If only they could construct a two-story building with a basement. It would be more convenient for storing supplies and provide separate rooms for individuals. Returning indoors, Lu Yao stirred the purple herbal ointment while pondering, estimating that it was almost time for her daily check-in. System, check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in. The check-in location remains at the tribe. Infrastructure check-in reward, low-level earthen brick kiln. Please note that this reward can be used to upgrade buildings. Be mindful of the placement. Upgrade buildings? What does that mean? The earthen brick kiln lacked a drying chamber and flue. Bricks needed to be manually transported and dried in the sunlight for several days. The brick will kiln, however, included a drying chamber that utilized residual heat through a flue for drying the bricks. The tunnel wheel kiln also featured a roasting kiln and drying chamber, complete with a flue, and was discreetly located underground. Then I must certainly opt for the last one. How many points will it require? Lu Yao's heart raced with excitement. With a brick kiln, the earth could be transformed into the very skeleton of a house, robust enough to support 3 stories without issue. And a basement would be well within reach. Her system had always provided timely assistance. However, it required 50 points. A sudden chill washed over her. Well, could we perhaps advance the points? After all, as long as I sign in, I will earn points. I truly need to expedite the construction of my home. Lu Yao spoke pitifully. 50 points will be deducted, and the host will no longer earn points for subsequent sign-ins until the points are replenished. The rewards from the tunnel kiln have been issued to the host ring. Please pay attention to the placement. The youthful voice of the system stated earnestly. Lu Yu realized that the system had once again indulged in a minor infraction. She expressed her gratitude, saying, "Oh, how wonderful you are, dear system. A kiss for you. Shall I grant you an additional 20 points to fuel your operations? You may deduct it as you wish." "Indeed. 70 points have been deducted. Farewell, host." The youthful voice responded promptly, clearly tinged with delight. Lu Yao's signing in was inevitable. Thus, the system had no reservations about lending her assistance. However, it was Lu Yao's willingness to offer benefits that truly moved the system. It was the first time it encountered a host so considerate of its needs. As the saying goes, a millennium waits for a single encounter. In that moment, it couldn't help but burst into tears of joy. Chapter 42. A place of refuge. Mom, may I assist Lu Yao in stirring the purple herbal honey paste? He suddenly spoke up. What is it? Lu Yao, pulled back to reality, inquired with a smile. Dinging has returned. She mentioned that the honey birds are afraid of the cold and have been unable to find food, leaving them starving for several days, he said softly, filled with concern. Currently, the maple fire feather trees were still young and could not provide the necessary sustenance for the honeybirds, while the feather clan could consume other foods. The honeybirds were solely reliant on honey. Additionally, due to their fear of the cold, without fire feather honey in autumn, they were prone to illness. Lu Yao pointed to the remaining half jar of fire feather honey on the cabinet, her inky eyes softening as she gently said, "You may feed them first, and the honey from the ordinary jars can be consumed freely. If you have nowhere else to go, you may stay here for now. Just ensure that you do not draw attention from others." Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clutched the half jar of fire feather honey and dashed to the window. A vibrant flock of parrots flitted in, joyfully circling around Lu Yu before descending upon Yi to indulge in the honey. The honey parrots did not consume much, merely pecking a little. And when Yi returned the jar, there was still a considerable amount left. Yi took a piece of honeycomb from Lu Yao, placed it in a bowl on the windowsill, and only then did the brilliantly feathered honey parrots gather around to peck incessantly. Lu Yao once again felt the joyful spirit of the flame feather tree. With this flock of honey parrots, the flame feather tree is bound to thrive rapidly. Mother, when will father return? He has been away for quite some time. After feeding the parrots, Yi sat beside Lu Yao, resting her head on Lu Yao's folded legs. Her tone soft and endearing. Has it been long? It's just a bath. It shouldn't take so long. Lu Yao had not initially been mindful of the time, but upon Yi's reminder, she realized it indeed was. Lu Yao rose to her feet, taking Yi by the hand as they ventured to the riverbank in search of Xuechun. With Yi by her side, the darkness of the night no longer instilled fear within her. It was far superior to the flickering light of a torch. Upon reaching the riverside, they found Xuechun standing waist-deep in the water, his silver hair cascading into the river, swaying gently with the current. His skin, as smooth as jade, shimmered under the moonlight, revealing the flawless, flowing curves of a merman. A visage so captivating, he seemed like an ethereal being straight out of a painting. If not for the lively fish darting about the riverbank, Lu Yao mused that this scene could have been even more enchanting. "Yao, what brings you here?" Xuechun inquired. Turning to face her, a vine with a stone weight still in his grasp, was he using it to stun the fish? "I noticed you hadn't returned for quite some time. Wouldn't it be more effective to use a spear or a sharp stick to catch fish?" Lu Yu gestured with her finger. In the soft glow of the moonlight, Xuechun replied gently, "Using those methods can easily harm the fish's belly, where the meat is finest. I aim to catch more to preserve with salt. Once winter arrives and the river freezes, fishing will become quite challenging. Yao, you should head back. It's chilly outside. I will finish preparing the food and return home soon," he urged as the evening breeze stirred around them. "Very well. Just be sure to come back early," she responded. Lu Yu sighed, realizing that even during a simple bath, her boyfriend was preoccupied with thoughts of food preservation. She led Yi to the backyard, where a charming little bed had been prepared for her by the vibrant and healthy surroundings. Colorful honey parrots perched nearby, some nestled by the eaves, others resting on the windowsill. Although it felt a bit cramped, it was the best arrangement for the time being. The matter of constructing a house had become increasingly urgent. However, the question of where to suitably place the tunnel kiln lingered. Under the moonlight, Lu Yu strolled slowly along the edge of the field. Lu Yao contemplated for a moment and ultimately resolved to establish her dwelling in a location somewhat distant from the fields, yet in close proximity to the rear mountain. Although the transportation of materials would pose some inconvenience, the extraction of soil would be considerably more manageable. The distance from her home would merely be around 100 meters, which would not prove too laborious. When the time came, she could easily request Xuechun to construct a wooden cart with wheels. The tunnel kiln provided by the system resembled a blueprint on a sheet of paper. As Lu Yao laid the blueprint on the ground, a cave appeared before her. An astonishing sight indeed. The infrastructure system truly lived up to its reputation. However, as she found herself yawning and battling heavy eyelids while lying in bed, she lamented the prospect of yet another sleepless night without her boyfriend. Embracing her profound sense of disappointment, she felt a familiar presence and instinctively transformed into an octopus, wrapping herself around him. Chapter 43. The Beautiful Man Under the Moonlight. Mom, may I help Lu Yao mix the purple grass honey? He suddenly spoke up. What is the matter? Lu Yao came to her senses and asked with a smile. Ding Ing is back. She said the honeybirds are afraid of the cold and have been unable to find food. They've been hungry for several days. Yi whispered in concern. The current maple fire feather tree is still quite small and cannot provide the necessary sustenance for the honeybirds. While the feather clan can consume other foods, the honeybirds are solely dependent on honey, and due to their fear of the cold, they are particularly susceptible to illness in autumn when fire feather honey is scarce. Liu pointed to the remaining half jar of fire feather honey on the cupboard. Her gentle gaze softened as she spoke. You may feed them first, and then you are welcome to indulge in this ordinary honey as you please. If you have nowhere else to go, you may stay here for the time being. Just be sure to avoid drawing attention from others. Yi's eyes sparkled brightly as she nodded eagerly, resembling a child pestering for candy. Clutching the half jar of fire feather honey, she dashed to the window, where a flock of vibrant parrots swooped in, circling joyfully around Lu Yao before heading to Yi to relish the honey. The honey parrots did not consume much, each merely pecking at it, and when Yi retrieved the jar, a considerable amount still remained. Yi then took a piece of honeycomb from Lu Yao, placing it in a bowl on the windowsill, at which point the brilliantly feathered honey parrots flocked around, pecking incessantly. Leo pondered that with the presence of these honey parrots, the maple fire feather tree would surely thrive. Mother, when will father return? She mused, having been absent for quite some time. After feeding the parrots, Yi settled beside Lu Yao, resting her head upon Lu Yao's lap, her tone soft and gentle. Has it been long? It's just a bath. It shouldn't take this long. Lu Yao had not initially noticed, but upon Yi's reminder, it indeed seemed to be the case. Lu Yao rose to her feet, guiding Yi to the riverbank in search of Xueqin, with Yi by her side. The night held no fear of darkness, far surpassing the light of a torch. Upon reaching the river, they found Xueqin standing waist-deep in the water, his silvery hair cascading into the current, gently swaying with the flow. His jade-like skin shimmered under the moonlight, and the graceful curves of his mermaid form were nothing short of exquisite. A figure of ethereal beauty, akin to a celestial being within a painting. Had it not been for the lively fish darting about the riverbank, Lu Yu believed this scene could have been even more breathtaking. Yao, what brings you here? Xueqin inquired, turning to her, still holding the rope with a stone weight from earlier, seemingly using it to daze the fish. I noticed you hadn't returned for some time. Wouldn't it be more effective to use a spear or a sharp stick to catch fish? Lu Yu gestured with her finger. In the soft glow of the moonlight, Xueqin gently explained that method risks injuring the fish's belly, which contains the best meat. I wish to catch more to preserve with salt, as it becomes difficult to fish once winter sets in and the waters freeze. Yao, you should head back. It's chilly outside. I'll finish preparing the food and return home shortly, he urged, the rising night breeze prompting his concern for her well-being. Very well, do return soon, she replied. Lu Yao felt helpless. Her boyfriend was so preoccupied with storing food that even taking a bath became a task for him. She led Yi to the backyard, where a charming little bed had been prepared for her by the healthy and beautiful ones. Colorful honey parrots perched in this space. Some nestled by the eaves, while others found refuge on the windowsill. Although it felt somewhat cramped, this arrangement was the only feasible option for the time being. The matter of constructing a house had become increasingly urgent. The only question remained where to appropriately place the tunnel kiln. Under the moonlight, Liu strolled slowly along the edge of the field. Liu contemplated for a moment and ultimately decided to settle in a location somewhat distant from the fields, yet in close proximity to the back mountain. Although the transportation might prove to be somewhat cumbersome, the extraction of soil would be considerably more convenient. Furthermore, it was merely 100 meters from home, thus not overly taxing. At that time, she would find it easy to ask Xueqin to construct a wooden wheeled cart. The tunnel kiln provided by the system resembled a blueprint. As Lu Yao laid it upon the ground, a cave kiln materialized before her eyes, an astonishing phenomenon indeed. The infrastructure system lived up to its reputation. As she finally lay in bed, yawning and battling heavy eyelids, she sighed. realizing that she would once again be unable to enjoy the company of her boyfriend that night. Embracing this profound sense of disappointment, she felt a familiar scent in her drowsiness and instinctively wrapped herself around him like an octopus. Consequently, when she awoke the following morning and opened her eyes, she found herself kissing Shui Chen's chest. Indeed, she had spent the night nestled beautifully against his broad chest. Awake? His deep, husky voice was utterly captivating. Shui Chen tenderly stroked Lu Yao's soft, wavy black hair. Did I disturb your sleep? Lu Yao felt a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. Not at all. I slept quite well. Shall we get up? Lu Yao nestled closer in his embrace, exuding an air of playful affection. She found Snow Chen's voice exceedingly melodious, deep, husky, and irresistibly seductive. As the morning beckoned, she felt a reluctance to rise, wishing to linger in slumber a while longer. I too wish to share this moment of rest with you. Yet those waiting outside have been here for quite some time. Snow Chen revealed a bittersweet smile. For the individuals outside had been stationed at the gate since the night, leaving him hesitant to stir. Their connection was marked only by an extended kiss. Lu Yao could produce exquisite notes that sent shivers down his spine. He was resolute in preventing other males from hearing them. Ah, has the trade caravan arrived? I shall rise immediately. Chapter 44. Abundant Harvest, Joyful White Pearls. Lu Yao quickly sat up, grasped the wooden hairpin beside her pillow, and elegantly arranged her hair. Following that, she bestowed a sweet kiss upon Shui Chen's forehead. After a hasty wash, Lu Yao opened the door to let in the 5 individuals waiting outside. A smile of apology graced her fair cheeks as she said, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. How did the salt sell? The 5 exchanged knowing smiles. Even the slender and shy Pu Bo could not contain his excitement, revealing a bright smile full of white teeth. I initially intended to try my luck at the Ji tribe, but unexpectedly, I was fortunate enough to find the caravan from the Tua tribe and sold 40 beads. Chun reported eagerly. Black Yong and I took a small portion of the salt to the Kajia Lake market, selling it to the Gray Bear tribe for 30 beads. Wu Rong said with a gentle smile. Pu Bo and I went to the small market near the Jiaosha beach, where we also managed to sell 30 beads. Chi Tu said, avoiding direct eye contact with Lu Yao as he spoke, his head bowed. Chun patted Pu Bo's shoulder, exclaiming, You're impressive. You managed to make the round trip to the Jia beach in one night. How did I not notice this before? Black Yong playfully thumped Chi Tu's slender chest, praising. Well done. I also assisted Lu Yao in selling the sweet flower at Kajia Lake, earning another bead. Chi Tu added as he handed over all the white beads to Chun. As the team leader, Chun counted them in front of everyone, contemplating for a moment before handing Lu Yao 21 perfectly round white beads. This is your compensation, she stated, and we have 40 white beads from our tribe. And 40 from the Grey Wolf tribe, Chun said cheerfully, though she momentarily forgot how to articulate Lu Yao's compensation properly. Lu Yao accepted without hesitation, feeling that her efforts yesterday were not in vain. She then reminded them of several important details. You must remember to whom you sell each day, and report back to me. I will keep a record. It is crucial that those unworthy of trust remain unaware of your identities, Lu Yao reiterated, emphasizing the significance of this point. The 5 nodded solemnly, placing their complete trust in Lu Yao, for they believed that adhering to her guidance would lead to hope. As they prepared to leave, Lu Yao retained Chun for a private conversation that lasted quite a while. When Chun finally emerged, her expression was somewhat grave, leaving Wu perplexed. Wu tentatively inquired about the discussion, but Chun unexpectedly chose to remain silent, unwilling to share. This was indeed a first in her life. After their departure, Lu Yao retrieved a charred branch from the extinguished campfire and inscribed the location of salt upon the wall. Yao, what are you drawing? Shui Chen inquired, observing the markings that appeared orderly yet were distinctly not a drawing, evoking an inexplicable sense of beauty in him. Lu Yao's calligraphy is indeed exquisite, both graceful and elongated. And she once received a calligraphy award from the city. Writing, akin to the spoken language we express and the thoughts we harbor, serves to document our ideas. Lu Yao smiled gently, confident that with Shui Chen's intelligence, mastering the art of writing would pose no challenge. She raised her hand and inscribed on the wall, Lu Yao. Lu Shui Chen, this is your name, and this is mine, for my name comprises 3 syllables. Shui Chen embraced Lu Yao from behind, his slender fingers pointing to the characters on the wall. The rhythmic thumping of their hearts imbued the atmosphere with a palpable intimacy. Ahem, Shui Chen. I shall teach you in the future. Come now, let me show you something. Lu Yao remembered that there were still numerous important tasks to attend to. She took Shui Chen's hand and led him to the location of the tunnel kiln. Behind them, Yi and the others, who were busy watering the cabbage seeds, hurriedly followed. Wow, what is this? Yi exclaimed, gazing curiously at the dark kiln cave before her. Unlike its exterior appearance, the interior was surprisingly spacious, featuring 2 horizontal rooms, one designated for firing and the other equipped for ventilation and drying. Upon entering, the floor of the first room was laid with 2 large stone slabs, beneath which rested stone wheels on tracks. This setup allowed for the orderly stacking of clay bodies, which could then be directly pushed into the kiln. Once the bricks were fired, a stone lever could be pulled to slide the slab, laden with the scorching bricks, into the drying chamber, where they would cool and be ready for use in construction. Lu Yao meticulously explained the structure to the 3 individuals, instructing Xueqin to chop 4 flat wooden pieces with an axe. Notches were made at the corners of the wood, assembling them into a rectangular shape, thus crafting a simple mold for bricks. The task of excavating clay proved to be equally straightforward, especially since the tunnel kiln itself was constructed from bricks. Comprehending Lu Yao's intentions for the bricks was not a daunting challenge. In Chapter 45, titled The Rewards of Sign-In, are quite direct. A thought struck. Before the maple fire feather tree matured, could the honey parrot not find refuge here? Even if it did not consume fire feather honey, it would not matter. Yi exclaimed with excitement, unaware of the brick's sturdiness, yet upon hearing Lu Yao mention that the fire in the kiln would burn continuously, her first thought was of the homeless and shivering honey parrot finding a place to stay. Lu Yao gazed at her with tenderness and spoke softly, of course. With the bricks, I can build you a grand and tall house where you and your siblings can each have your own room. Yi's joy intensified as she excitedly hugged Lu Yao and bounced with delight. When can we go fetch my brother and sister? Dinging inquired, expressing their fears. Yi, embracing Lu Yao, blinked her bright, sparkling eyes. Well, I need to discuss this with Xueqin. Lu Yao gently ruffled Yi's hair and cast a knowing glance at Xueqin as they walked out side by side. Having discussed the matter of the fire feather tribe with Xueqin while gathering purple grass the previous day, she understood that he too regarded the hasty relocation of the fire feather tribe to the gray wolf tribe as a perilous endeavor, particularly if they were discovered en route. The ensuing complications would be considerable. Thus, she and Xueqin had yet to reach a definitive conclusion on the matter. Yao, do you know why the lion tribe and the bear tribe are vying for the leadership of the fire feather tribe? Xueqin inquired, holding Lu Yao's hand as they strolled. Is it not because they desire more fire feather honey to sustain them through the impending winter? Xueqin shook his head. The higher tribes do not suffer from a scarcity of food. Rather, the fire feather honey grants them combat prowess during the winter months. Observing Lu Yao's limited understanding of the current situation, he elaborated, the tensions among the 3 higher tribes are numerous, particularly the ongoing conflicts between the black bear and the lion king this year. Whosoever secures the fire feather honey will possess the upper hand to launch attacks against the rival clan during winter, especially the black bear tribe, which significantly weakens during that season. Lu Yao was taken aback, realizing that the current situation resembled a tripartite standoff. The fire feather clan held the key to victory. Obtaining fire feather honey would grant them the combat prowess needed for the winter. The gray wolf clan was far too feeble. Even with fire feather honey, they could not hope to vanquish the lion clan, the bear clan, or any of the serpent clan, let alone contend with the lion king's tribe and the black bear tribe. Xueqin displayed a faint smile tinged with regret, lamenting her earlier decision to join the gray wolf clan merely because of its proximity to the twilight forest. If Lu Yao sought supreme power, it was evident that the gray wolf clan could offer no assistance. Xueqin, you misunderstand. I do not wish to engage in conflict. Lu Yao discerned from Xueqin's gaze that she had misinterpreted her intentions. Lu Yao gently pointed towards the field and said, the land we are currently cultivating, based on my calculations, amounts to merely 2 acres. Xueqin nodded in agreement. I aspire to cultivate 100 acres, 1,000 acres, even 10,000 acres. I yearn for a life free from want, where our descendants need not fear being oppressed by others. I shall teach them the importance of self-defense and instill in them the values of protecting the vulnerable, whether they belong to a weak tribe or a powerful one. As long as everyone strives diligently, there exists a possibility for all to thrive. How wonderful that would be. Lu Yao gazed at Yi, who stood at the entrance of the tunnel, her voice soft and gentle, each word resonating deeply within Xueqin's heart. Yi was cheerfully lying on her beautiful belly, listening to the movements of the fetus, yearning solely for a home where she could live without fear and anxiety. Is it not the same for those who aspire to health and beauty? Yet, does she possess the capability to provide them with such a home? If she has acquired modern knowledge and the necessary systems, yet still cannot save those who are kind to her, who rely on her, and who hold her in esteem, then all her wisdom and abilities would be rendered futile. She may not be an extraordinary person, but she will never be one who is so self-absorbed as to disregard others. I understand now. Shueqin tightened her grip on Lu Yao's slightly cold hand. Then let us find a way to bring Yi's kin over. Indeed, we can craft several large baskets like yours. Striving to avoid any danger to the Grey Wolf clan, Lu Yao regained her composure, realizing that Shueqin would not oppose her. She had not anticipated that Shueqin would decide to support her so swiftly, nor that he would begin to devise a plan with such promptness. I too desire for our descendants to live without the fear of being bullied by other tribes, regardless of whether they are remnants of beasts or females. A glimmer of hope, known as aspiration, surfaced in Shueqin's deep silver gaze. Lu Yao felt a sense of contentment, as if she had secured a husband beyond her wildest dreams. She tilted her head to admire the smooth and elegant line of Shueqin's jaw, suddenly finding herself as captivated as she had been upon their first meeting. How she longed to plant a kiss on his face. Shueqin, could you come down a little? Upon hearing her words, Shueqin bent down, gazing at the mischievous Lu Yao with a look of curiosity. Liu promptly enacted her thoughts, pressing her delicate cherry blossom pink lips against his. Initially, she merely intended to plant a light kiss, a fleeting expression of her blissful happiness. However, the man before her, a tempestuous figure who had never relinquished his fervor, was not one to easily let such an advance slide. Their kiss deepened into a passionate entanglement, her soft, tender lips ensnaring Lu Yao in a rapture of delight. As she surrendered to the embrace upon opening her eyes, she was astonished to find the azure sky, adorned with drifting clouds, transformed into his visage. Strangely, Liu was taken aback by her newfound proficiency in the art of kissing, as she found herself breathless. Blushing, Lu Yao extricated herself from Shueqin's embrace and said, I believe we ought to visit the market. We have run out of flour, and I also need to purchase some wheat seeds. Shueqin was quite taken with Lu Yao's bashful demeanor and gently wiped the glistening moisture from the corners of her lips. Then let us set off at once. Lu Yao gazed at Shueqin's calm and composed demeanor, feeling a surge of embarrassment mixed with affection. Deep within her heart, she cherished this aura of aloof nobility, reminiscent of a celestial being, which happened to be her greatest fascination. Lu Yao nodded in agreement, yet in her heart, she thought, just wait and see. Tonight I shall devour you. Shueqin prepared fish soup, serving each person a bowl, while Mei Li toasted the remaining buns to a golden brown, distributing them to everyone. After a simple meal, Lu Yao resolved to venture to the market with her companions to procure some essential provisions, leaving Yi and Mei Li at home. Additionally, Yi instructed the little parrot Ding to relay a message to the remaining companions of their clan, informing them that once their preparations were complete in the next couple of days, they would come to fetch them, urging them to be ready and await their arrival with peace of mind. The group once again made their way to the market by Kajia Lake. With the white pearls in hand, Lu Yao spent without hesitation, purchasing wheat, corn, sorghum, soybeans, sesame, and rice, regardless of quantity. Many elders from various tribes, aware that these crops were edible and could satisfy hunger when boiled or roasted, had yet to discover truly delectable ways to prepare them. Thus, the market prices for these goods remained low. Moreover, it was autumn, the season when these items were at their most affordable. In comparison, soybeans, sesame, and corn were slightly more expensive, priced at around 100 Beijing for a 10-pound bag. Wheat and rice, on the other hand, were considerably cheaper, with a full bag weighing over 30 pounds costing merely 50 Beijing, barely enough to purchase a piece of animal hide. Chapter 46. Gifts of fine goods. Though animal hide clothing was commonplace, it was not something everyone could afford. For instance, the dwarf males selling rice before Lu Yao wore garments made of rubber vines. In comparison, the Grey Wolf tribe, despite being a lowly tribe, possessed a certain hierarchy. In ancient terms, it could be likened to a minor noble family within a city. Countless smaller tribes, which held no significant status here, were far too numerous. The impoverished, lower-tier tribes often disregarded them, for would the offspring of noble families truly compete with destitute beggars for scraps? Lu Yao continued to acquire various items, among which the most intriguing were the white and brown quills shed by a porcupine. Each quill measured over a meter in length and contained trace amounts of anesthetic, potentially useful in the future. Absorbed in her shopping spree, Lu Yao noticed the sun was at its zenith, signaling that it was time to check in. System, check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. The location for check-in was the Orc Market at Kaigai Lake, with a reward of 10 white pearls. After 9 check-ins, an additional 50 white pearls were granted. Is this real? Do I really receive money just for checking in at the market? Host. The check-in rewards are randomly assigned based on the location. Lu Yao was at a loss for words. It was not that she despised the reward. Rather, She regretted not arriving at the market earlier to sign in, which could have prevented her family from running out of provisions. Yet, who would ever complain about having more money? Lu Yao handed the heavy bag of white pearls to Xuechun, initially unaware of its contents. He opened it to reveal a bounty of lustrous white pearls. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed his silver eyes before he neatly packed them away. He had long grown accustomed to the eccentricities of his wife. Let us see if there are any healthy companions left. With food in hand, we can recruit more industrious minotaurs. Master, do we truly need to purchase more minotaurs? Health inquired, his face alight with excitement, while simultaneously praying that his kin had not already been sold. Indeed, the tasks in the fields are becoming increasingly numerous. It is unreasonable to expect you to handle them all alone. Do you have any companions still here? Lu Yao asked. Health shook his head, uncertain of the whereabouts of his comrades. The group approached the stall of a burly man adorned with a bushy beard. The man, who had been on the verge of dozing off, roused at the sight of visitors. Ah, the beautiful lady returns. What sort of slave do you wish to purchase this time? Lu Yao cast a glance at the disordered wooden cages behind him. It was the peak of noon, and the sweltering heat rendered the half-orcs rather listless. Each one cautiously regarded Lu Yao with watchful eyes. Are there no Tauren? The robust man quickly replied. I just brought back 3 Tauren from the shark shore yesterday. They are right behind. I will fetch them at once. Please, wait a moment. 3? Such a meager number. Lu Yao had acquired a white pearl, and undoubtedly she wished to swiftly complete the sign-in task for the Minotaur tribe, yet she understood that haste was not the answer. It could only be approached gradually. Before long, a burly man with a scruffy beard emerged, leading 3 minotaurs whose necks were bound by vine ropes. These 3 minotaurs bore a striking resemblance in appearance and health, all possessing brown hair, but their horns were considerably smaller. Their frames were frail, particularly around their waists and abdomens, which seemed to be merely cloaked in a layer of hunger with a sickly yellow hue. Their protruding ribs exuded a sense of timidity, which was in stark contrast to their towering figures of over 2 meters. The bearded man rubbed his hands together and smiled at Xuechun, saying, Old friend. For white pearls each, which ones do you desire? All of them. How many white pearls? Xuechun replied coldly. My dear friend, 12 white pearls. Quite a bargain. The man responded. Xuechun cast a cold glance at the merchant, observing 2 thin, 10 white pearls. The bearded man, clearly aware that Xuechun would haggle, did not linger unnecessarily and readily agreed, saying, Very well, 10 white pearls it is. These 3 minotaurs are yours. We desire more than just 3 minotaur slaves. Should we encounter more minotaurs next time, please retain them for us. We shall return in a few days, Xuechun stated, anticipating Lu Yao's aspirations of cultivating vast fields of land. Before Lu Yao could speak, Xuechun addressed the merchant. We wish to cultivate 10,000 acres. The merchant, now invigorated, responded eagerly. I am Mu Mu, a member of the brown camel tribe. As long as you require, I shall procure minotaurs from the vicinity for you. A dozen shall be no issue. He observed the expressions of Xuechun and Lu Yao, yet both remained unfazed. Xuechun simply acknowledged with a good, as if 40 to 50 white pearls were merely trivial. Mu Mu felt a sense of assurance. You must be a warrior from a high-ranking clan, correct? I have a splendid item to present to you. You must purchase minotaurs from me. Chapter 47. The golden-eyed fire-winged boy. With that, Mu Mu turned and retrieved a small boy from the cage behind him, approximately 5 or 6 years old, slightly older than Yi. The boy was extraordinarily handsome, with a fair, round face adorned with striking golden eyes that radiated a peculiar golden shimmer. However, his condition was far from favorable. His body bore gruesome bloodstains, and even his wings were brutally broken. A few protruding golden feathers remained near his shoulder bones, and his body was saturated with filthy blood. This is a fire-winged boy I purchased from the eagle tribe. It is said their flesh is sweet. Consider it a gift, Mu Mu proclaimed, eager not to miss this lucrative opportunity by offering the 2 some advantages. The boy, devoid of any strength, managed to emit a faint glimmer in his warm golden eyes upon seeing Lu Yao. His small pink mouth moved slightly, yet no sound escaped. Lu Yao discerned his lip movements. He was calling for his mother. Perhaps attuned to the emotional resonance of the Fenghui Yushu, a wave of sorrow surged within her, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of compassion. She gently took the small boy from Mu Mu's arms, finding him as weightless as a feather. Xuechun handed the white beads to Mu Mu, who, counting them with a beaming smile, called out to the duo, Noble warrior, do remember to visit us next time. The little boy nestled in Lu Yao's embrace, radiating obedience, his lips curling into a crescent-shaped smile, though he was still unable to speak. The tranquility in his eyes conveyed a reassuring message. He was well and unafraid. Let's place him in the backpack. It will be safer that way. Shuechen received the boy from Lu Yao, who immediately began to squirm in his arms, eager to climb out of the backpack. However, after Lu Yao gently caressed his head, he promptly settled down, obediently closing his eyes to rest. Upon their return home, Yi could not help but embrace the little boy, bursting into another fit of inconsolable tears. Lu Yao could discern that they were acquainted, so she quietly exited the room to allow them to converse. Health, she said, please bestow a name upon our new Minotaur companion, and then arrange for them to transport the timber to the cave dwelling, thereby freeing up the house for sleep tonight. Lu Yao's gaze was filled with encouragement. Now, Jian Kong truly resembled a dependable older brother. All right, master, I shall take them to gather the wood at once. Jian Kong smiled foolishly at Lu Yao, scratching his head. I need to think of a name. Mei Li proactively lifted a sack of corn, inquiring, Master, should we mill these? Lu Yao asked Mei Li to set the beauty aside for the time being. If you need it, I must first select a few to reserve for seeds. I shall go help them move the wood. Mei Li promptly planned to head out. Mei Li, wait. Lu Yao hurriedly called out to the beautiful one, who had already stepped over the threshold. This afternoon, the lovely lady had been far from idle. Not only did she gather leaves and fruits to feed the elk, but she also tended to the cabbages, branches, and potatoes with care. Lu Yao had always observed the industriousness of both Mei Li and Jian Kong, particularly Mei Li, who, due to her pregnancy, eagerly took on every task. For now, you should focus on preparing meals for everyone. Refrain from overexerting yourself with other duties. The skills I have imparted to you must be gradually taught to the newcomers among the Minotaurs. Do not attempt to undertake everything by yourself. Lu Yao spoke earnestly, stating that beauty and health were her earliest acquisitions, and after spending such a considerable time together, a profound bond had undoubtedly formed. Every group requires a leader. In the case of the Bullhead team, health takes the forefront in command, while beauty diligently manages the logistics from behind. Lu Yao was able to relax effortlessly. Her beautiful, innocent eyes held a hint of confusion. It seemed she partially grasped Lu Yao's meaning, yet not entirely. Lu Yao cheerfully patted Mei Li's robust and beautiful arm and said, For instance, Mei Li, you can make steamed buns and also prepare cornmeal dumplings. You know how to cultivate the land and apply fertilizers. You must teach them. This would be a tremendous help to me. Mei Li suddenly understood, grinning widely, and with renewed vigor declared, I comprehend now, master. I shall ensure that everyone becomes wiser together, so that no one shall go hungry in the future. First, teach me how to gather seeds, and then I shall lead everyone in preparing meals. Let us make cornmeal dumplings. Lu Yao revealed a smile of satisfaction. She could not instruct every Minotaur individually, for such an endeavor would surely exhaust her. It was most fortunate that beauty and health could awaken understanding. Thus, Lu Yao swiftly taught Mei Li how to select the plumpest grains. Although devoid of innate talent, with the willingness to learn, the Minotaurs were no longer foolish. In Chapter 48, Warrior Fire Lin, it wasn't long before the two finished selecting a bag of corn. Mei Li took the corn to grind, striving to steam enough corn cakes for everyone before nightfall. Later, Shuechen, who had gone hunting, returned. In one hand, he carried a large fawn, while in the other, he held two robust male pheasants. The pheasants were plump and substantial, weighing an estimated 7 to 8 pounds. Consequently, that evening, Lu Yao delightedly enjoyed the long-coveted dish of chicken stewed with mushrooms. Thanks to Shuechen's bountiful haul that day, everyone joyfully received a generous bowl. The delightful sweetness of the mushrooms paired with the tender, succulent chicken brought tears of joy to 3 Minotaurs. Lu Yao savored the rare delight of consuming 2 chicken legs accompanied by a sweet and rich cornmeal bun, relishing the exquisite flavors. The little boy and Yi had cried themselves to sleep, and Lu Yao had set aside some food for them. After finishing her meal, Lu Yao conferred with Shuechen regarding their forthcoming plans, recognizing that weaving the hemp fabric was an urgent matter at hand. Lu Yao estimated that the quality of salt purified today would be somewhat compromised, necessitating the addition of heated water to the pool at intervals to accelerate the detachment of the crust and enhance the fermentation process. However, this endeavor is merely a matter of time. Fortunately, with 7 days remaining, there should be ample opportunity. On another note, both she and Shuechen were rather troubled by the question of how to ensure greater safety for their tribe and home in order to accommodate the Fire Feather clan. As of now, they had yet to conceive a satisfactory solution. Lu Yao wished to wait until the trading team was free to bring some food and warm animal skins over. Perhaps their voices were not discreet. As he lifted the animal skin curtain and led the little boy to the campfire, sitting down beside Lu Yao. Earlier, Yi had fed the boy fire feather honey, and now he appeared much more spirited and adorable. You must be hungry. I saved some chicken soup for you. As Lu Yao spoke, she gently handed a wooden bowl filled with chicken soup to the two individuals. Yi's eyes were still tinged with red. She delicately sipped the soup with her little mouth. Mama, his name is Jin Lin, and he's the mightiest warrior of our fire feather clan. Yi. The young boy called softly, his golden eyes dimming as he shook his head. Even without wings, Huolin is still the most formidable warrior. Yi bit her lip, her voice quivering with emotion as she stubbornly continued. Mama, it was Huolin who single-handedly held off many wicked eagles, allowing us to escape. Lu Yao gazed at Xuechen, momentarily at a loss for words to comfort the two little ones. Xuechen raised an eyebrow slightly at Lu Yao, then turned to look at the somber Huolin, a rare encouraging smile gracing his lips. Thus, regardless of whether one possesses wings, the golden-eyed one is indeed a courageous male. Huolin lifted his gaze to meet Xuechen's, whose cold and peculiar silver eyes gradually narrowed. Oh, father is the mightiest male of this tribe. He alone can vanquish a dozen members of the Eagle clan, having slain 7 or 8 of them. Yet, even he has his shortcomings. Yi instantly grasped Xuechen's implication and immediately chimed in. Huolin's small face was filled with astonishment as his voice faltered. Can one truly kill so many from the Eagle clan? Yi never lies. Moreover, Mother has crafted tools capable of dealing with the Eagle clan. Yi exclaimed eagerly. Xuechen regarded Yi with appreciation, affirming, yes, there is no need to transform into beast form. Even with mere proficiency in using weapons, one can defeat the Eagle clan. Huolin's golden pupils contracted sharply. For a warrior, the inability to fight renders one devoid of purpose. Although the Fire Feather clan may not grow large, it does not imply they lack the emotions of adulthood or the pride of a warrior. Lu Yao and Xuechen exchanged a smile. Lu Yao affectionately stroked Huolin's cheek and said, So, let us dine swiftly. Only with strength can we protect everyone. Huolin nodded earnestly and began to consume the soup heartily. Thank you, Mother, and Father. His cheeks flushed slightly as he shifted closer, gently embracing Lu Yao. The sense of warmth that Lu Yao imparts surpasses even that of the maple fire feather tree that nurtured them. Lu Yao stands here, alive and vibrant. She radiates warmth. With just a single embrace, his panic dissipates. Through her conversation with Huolin, Lu Yao learned that the Huoyu tribe is quite distinct from most other races. Their bonds of kinship run exceptionally deep. Whenever a male wishes to bond with a female, he must offer a portion of his life source fire to the Huoyu flower, which results in the nurturing of Huoyu eggs. Consequently, the entire tribe assumes the responsibility of caring for a single offspring, with even the honey parrots frequently tasked with feeding the young. The Feng Huoyu tree nurtures the Huoyu tribe. Yet the Eagle tribe and other races have felled these trees in pursuit of the precious Huoyu flowers. The chief of the feathered tribe, endowed with the crimson flame, has been captured, and without the Huoyu tree or the honey parrots, they can only obtain a meager amount of Huoyu honey. Therefore, how can we rescue the chief? Yi tilted her head, expressing her frustration, even if they could defeat the Eagle tribe. They are now being eyed by the superior tribes. Lu Yao let out a soft sigh as she noticed Xuechen's gaze suddenly shift towards the door. She gently reassured him, there is still some time, perhaps a solution will present itself. Yi, you should take Huolin and rest for now. After the two left hand in hand, the hurried approach of He Yong emerged in the flickering light. His expression was grim as he exclaimed, Shaman, the people of the Leopard clan are coming to seize our provisions. You must hide quickly. Chapter 49, An Extermination Without Exception. Lu Yao cast a glance at Xuechen and declared resolutely, let us go and see. Evasion will not resolve our predicament. By the time Xuechen and the others arrived, the entrance to the tribe was thronged with males. The Leopard clan stood on the opposite bank of the river. A dozen spotted leopards glinting with a predatory gleam, poised for action. The Grey Wolf clan had a significantly larger contingent, with over 40 formidable males, including a dozen from the Emohound clan. Even the chieftain, Yulan, had transformed into his wolf form, arching his back and emitting low growls from his throat. Tension crackled between the two sides, a palpable scent of conflict hanging in the air, as if a great battle were imminent. Yulan, I never imagined you would dare oppose us. If you do not surrender the sweet nectar today, the Leopard clan will not spare you, bellowed the leading spotted leopard. I have already stated that the fruits may be yours, but the sweet nectar is non-negotiable. Yulan retorted fiercely, his resolve unwavering. Not only Yulan but even the males supporting him were determined not to yield an inch today. They had already relinquished all the sweet nectar to Lu Yao, and it was inconceivable to reclaim it. If they could not even provide this small favor for Lu Yao, they would truly be unworthy of their esteemed status as wise and noble shamans. No one anticipated that just days prior, the Grey Wolf clan had been so submissive. Now they stood firm with newfound courage. The Leopard clan was not foolish. Attacking when outnumbered would only bring disgrace upon them should they lose. With a calculating glance, the greedy eyes of the leading leopard shifted towards the approaching figure of Lu Yao. Today, we may spare you the sweet nectar. The leader of the leopards suddenly altered his stance, causing Yulan and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. However, he continued, but you must deliver that beautiful female, who has yet to mate with a male, to us. In that fleeting moment, the Mo hounds and Grey Wolves exchanged knowing glances. Chun and Yulan locked eyes, their thoughts synchronized. Let us act. In the blink of an eye, the tension escalated. Before Lu Yao, dust swirled chaotically as the Grey Wolves and Mastiffs, swift as lightning, lunged towards the unsuspecting leopard. The scene was tumultuous, filled with the cacophony of growls and howls. Although the leopard tribe was outnumbered and smaller in stature than the Mastiffs, their explosive power and brief bursts should not be underestimated. After suffering an initial setback, the agile leopards managed to hold their ground against over 30 beasts from both the Grey Wolves and Mastiffs. Several Grey Wolves were grievously wounded by the ambushing leopards, their anguished cries piercing the air. At this moment, Lu Yao fully comprehended the vast chasm of strength that existed between the intermediate tribes and the lower tribes. The combat prowess displayed was unimaginable when matched against the Lion clan. She dared not even contemplate it. Yao, I shall offer my assistance, Shuechen said. His gaze fixed intently on the unfolding battle, his icy eyes narrowed with determination. Be cautious, she replied. As soon as Lu Yao's voice fell, Shuechen transformed into a silver tiger and, with a powerful leap, effortlessly soared across the 7 or 8 meters wide river. In that fleeting moment, a snow-colored afterimage lingered upon the surface of the water. Before Lu Yao could grasp the situation, he had already clamped down fiercely on the back of a leopard from the leopard clan, blood splattering in all directions. The leopard in his jaws was violently hurled away, crashing to the ground. Rendered powerless, the leopard was swiftly besieged by several hounds until its demise. 2 enraged leopards immediately surrounded the silver tiger, yet fortunately, 5 or 6 Grey Wolves flanked Shuechen on either side. The frontal assault by the leopards yielded them no advantage whatsoever, and they risked being overwhelmed by the pack. The arrival of the silver tiger instantaneously altered the tide of battle. As the conflict extended, the leopards, lacking in endurance, would inevitably lose their upper hand. They gradually began to show signs of retreat, slowly lowering their bodies to signal a ceasefire, while the Grey Wolves and hounds also gradually ceased their attacks. Shuechen, we must eradicate them, Lu Yao resolutely shouted towards the hesitant clansmen. Indeed, these orcs clearly did not comprehend the folly of letting a tiger return to the mountain. They had been oppressed for so long that they had never considered the possibility of defeating a mid-tier tribe. At this moment, they were either intoxicated by a sudden sense of achievement or paralyzed by the fear of retaliation. Regardless, lives from the leopard clan had already been lost here. If these leopards were not dealt with swiftly, Lu Yao firmly believed that they would return before dawn. At that time, the prospect of victory might well cost the lives of the entire clan, young and old alike. With a single command from Lu Yao, all the fierce beasts lunged recklessly towards the leopards. The leopards, until their last breath, could not fathom why these beings would heed the command of a female. A delicate and slender creature, and what audacity she possessed to issue such a ruthless decree. As the final cry faded into silence, a chilling question lingered. What should we do next? The initial elation of triumph over the leopard clan dissipated, leaving only a lingering dread of potential retribution. Chapter 50. The Importance of Aftermath. Lu Yao received the somewhat bewildered gazes of her companions and cast a composed glance towards Yulan and the wolves. Miraculously, the hearts of the beasts settled into a state of calm. Those uninjured set about erasing all traces of the battle, cleansing the battlefield until the sin of blood was but a distant memory, while the wounded returned to crush the herbs they had carried back, applying their remedies before succumbing to slumber, as if nothing had transpired that day. The beasts nodded in agreement, affirming that indeed, nothing had occurred. Ah, the moon shines so round tonight. Enough of that. Let us hasten our recovery and tidy up. The ground is truly filthy. Precisely. One by one, the beasts transformed back into their human forms, engaging in the cleaning tasks with a sense of self-reassurance. Chun, Yulan, and the trade team, follow me. The few of them trailed behind Lu Yao, arriving at the tranquil stone platform. Lu Yu casually sat on the stone steps with Shuechen beside her. A vigorous battle had simultaneously drained a considerable amount of his stamina, and his face, akin to cold jade, bore a faint flush. In contrast to Xue Qin's composed demeanor, the expressions of the others reflected a stark difference. The cool night breeze dried the thin sweat on their foreheads and backs, causing the few individuals before them to involuntarily shiver. "Now, let us share our thoughts," Lu Yao inquired. Chun cleared her throat and spoke candidly. "I shall go first. Throughout my life, I have never been this courageous. In the past, they would trample upon our inferior tribe, striking and slaying as they pleased. Even if I were to perish tomorrow, I would ensure that these avaricious races pay a price." After speaking, Chun paused, her gaze burning with intensity as she looked toward Lu Yao. "As long as you are unwilling, our two tribes will protect you with our lives. If it were not for you, we would face a brutal demise. You have bestowed upon us the hope of life, now that we possess the white pearls. Even if we must migrate, the females and young will not starve. I am already content." Yulan shared her sentiments, casting a nervous glance at the indifferent Lu Yao. "Chun is right. At worst, we will migrate. But migration means enduring the elements and facing the risk of being robbed of food by various small tribes along the way. We will have to abandon the elderly in our tribe and forsake the weak young. Chun, this is what you have taught me." Lu Yao calmly expressed her thoughts. "It is not merely a matter of survival. The plight of migration is an endless wandering until a haven is found. For a nomadic tribe to secure a territory of its own is a formidable challenge, often leading to the depletion of their fighting spirit through continuous struggles. The tribe gradually withers away, ultimately vanishing from this world. Consequently, the males are instilled from a young age with the consciousness of defending their territory, a land steeped in the blood of generations that has been passed down to the present day." The two chieftains remained silent, while the robust black young furrowed his brow and resolutely declared, "Yet we are no match for the leopards. And even if we were to perish in battle, we shall not allow you to come to harm. You are free." Upon Black Yong's utterance, the others echoed their sentiments, each one resolute and determined, warming Lu Yao's heart. "Therefore, we must devise a way to defeat the leopard clan, mustn't we?" Lu Yao smiled faintly, her ink-black eyes glinting with a hint of cunning. "Do you possess any other instruments at your disposal? What sort of tool could possibly conquer the leopard clan?" Lu Yao's calm demeanor, coupled with an air of confidence, piqued Wu Rong's curiosity. Aside from being an impressive combatant, he could not fathom how Lu Yao might vanquish the formidable leopard clan. Pu Bo and Chi Tu gazed at Lu Yao with eager anticipation. Defeating the leopard clan would be an act of great prestige and honor. After all, they were a high-ranking intermediate tribe. "Yao, if we conquer the leopard clan, we shall elevate ourselves to the status of an intermediate tribe, attracting aggressive lower tribes that will seek to test our mettle. The strength of the Grey Wolf tribe is far too feeble," Xue Qin remarked slowly, his expression serene, yet his words struck with piercing clarity. To ascend to the rank of an intermediate tribe was a dream cherished by countless lower tribes, one that Yulan and Chun also yearned for. However, such an elevation came with the peril of constant challenges. It is crucial to understand that a warrior from an intermediate tribe typically numbers in the hundreds, with larger tribes boasting 1,000 or more. In stark contrast, the Grey Wolf tribe, including men, women, and children, barely totals 130. Even if they succeeded in defeating the leopard clan through weaponry, it would not be a prudent decision in the grand scheme of things, as they would subsequently face numerous threats. Thus, when Liu spoke, the concern was not whether they could defeat the leopard clan against the odds, but rather the certainty that Lu Yao could lead them to victory, yet they would lack the strength to maintain their status as an intermediate tribe thereafter. Yulan looked at Lu Yao, her face awash with guilt, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "We are truly inadequate. I apologize, wise shaman. We are merely a lowly tribe. The disparity in combat strength between lower and intermediate tribes may indeed be as vast as the ocean itself, yet the struggles between individuals do not always necessitate the resolution through brute force." Lu Yu gazed at the individuals before her and spoke deliberately. "We need not launch an assault on the leopard clan. Our sole objective is to devise a means to extricate ourselves from this peril." The silvery moonlight bathed the group, while the cool night breeze stirred the leaves, creating a soft rustling sound. Lu Yao's voice was soft and melodious, her plans articulated in a simplistic and comprehensible manner, requiring no deep contemplation. Yet, the 5 individuals before her gazed at her with rapt attention, their minds ensnared in a state of half-daze and half-stupor, even feeling a chill run down their spines. To become an enemy of Lu Yu is utterly unfathomable. The terror she invoked was enough to frighten even the fiercest of beasts. Suddenly, Lu Yao snapped her fingers, and the 5 individuals seemed to awaken as if jolted by an electric shock. She rose to her feet, brushed off the dust from her attire, and with an air of resignation, spread her hands and remarked, "Your reactions are rather exaggerated, aren't they?" Meanwhile, Xueqin, with his silver eyes cast downward, lifted his gaze, which was tinged with concern, and spoke softly, "The method is entirely feasible. However, we are unable to completely eliminate the scent inherent to our bodies. Even donning the garments of the leopard clan will hardly suffice to mask our own aroma." Lu Yao propped her chin on her hand, pondering the extent of the olfactory prowess of beast forms, a realm of knowledge that eluded her understanding. "Is that so? Then I shall venture into the forest tomorrow to see if I can discover any plants capable of neutralizing odors." A spirited expression lit up Chun Ying's face as she eagerly declared, "Let us don some garments of the leopard clan and make our way to the eagle clan's territory." "Very well, then we shall disperse for the evening. Remember, do not use your hands or claws to touch anything. Instead, we can use sticks or similar implements to lift them." Lu Yu did not forget to remind her, and upon seeing that Chun had no objections, she felt relieved. Stifling a yawn, her beautiful, lively eyes narrowed into a mere slit. It must be mentioned that Lu Yao had always been a vibrant young lady who adored binge-watching dramas, traveling, and indulging in leisurely slumbers. Now, she was forcibly transformed into the team strategist, compelled to adopt a more mature and sophisticated demeanor, and perpetually busy day and night, which was quite a challenge for her. Xueqin, feeling a pang of sympathy, effortlessly scooped her up in his arms. Under the gaze of the other three, he made his way back home. Chapter 51. How can the offspring be conceived? Xueqin had never contemplated the possibility of making a decision to take another's life. Such occurrences were alien to his previous world. He found himself unable to sleep, troubled by the weight of it all. Lu Yao lay wearily on the bed, gazing into the resplendent eyes of Xueqin, searching for answers within their depths. Coming from a modern society governed by law, she felt a sense of unease. Even though she had not personally slain the leopards, the distinction felt negligible. Lives may be lost, yet one could save many more, however. These considerations paled in importance compared to the profound possibilities that Xueqin brought to this realm. Xueqin leaned down to kiss Lu Yao's forehead, his gaze imbued with a deep and meaningful intensity as he spoke. "Ah, Xueqin, at times I feel you are unlike anyone from this world." A sweet smile graced Lu Yao's lips. Her Xueqin always perceived things differently from others. Indeed, her thoughts revolved around striving to render this world, rife with oppression and humiliation, a tad fairer. While absolute fairness may be an illusion in this world, every individual, regardless of their station, deserves the right to exist. If the Creator is unjust, favoring only the powerful, then the weaker must fiercely fight for their survival. I simply wish to accompany you in pursuing your desires. Only by understanding your thoughts can I truly stand by your side." Xueqin cradled Lu Yao's delicate face, his eyes brimming with profound affection, prompting her to shyly nod. Closing her eyes to avoid his gaze, Xueqin gently caressed Lu Yao's visage, his fingertips tracing the tender pink of her cheeks, while a thirst within him ignited a sense of heat. His silver eyes, shimmering like a cold moon, gradually dimmed. "My beloved," he murmured, "I shall always remain by your side," his voice laced with an intoxicating allure that tugged at the heartstrings. Lu Yao's heart raced violently, her entire body tensed. Her mind consumed with thoughts of whether Xueqin would kiss her or not, her heart a chaotic tangle of emotions. She even contemplated whether to take the opportunity to be intimate with her boyfriend and let things unfold naturally. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without any sign of movement, she considered being more proactive. However, when she cautiously opened her eyes just a slit, she found that he was no longer there. Astonishingly, Xueqin had gone out to mend clothes. Her Xueqin, could it be that he was incapable? Or perhaps he harbored some untold secret? Hadn't he been quite capable before? Or had she lost her allure? Lu Yu cast a glance at her little bond. Well, it wasn't he that small after all. System check-in. The voice was feeble. Ding dong. Congratulations. Host, on a successful check-in. Check-in location, tribe. Infrastructure check-in reward, 20 stupendous fruits. The green, longan-like fruits scattered across the bed. The ring did not have stacking functionality. What on earth is stupendous? Lu Yao picked one up, examining it in the moonlight, unable to recall what it was. The system had activated the infrastructure mode in the tribe. Check-in rewards were either tools or buildings, and this was the first time she had encountered such a seed. Host, you should read more. The youthful system's voice expressed a hint of disdain and helplessness. Lu Yao curled her lips in disdain as she retrieved the comprehensive guide to survival in the beast realm from the ring. Flipping to the section on plants, a sudden epiphany struck her. System, have you precisely gauged my needs and provided accordingly? Lu Yao closed the book with a smirk. The youthful voice promptly retorted. Rewards are entirely random and have nothing to do with this system. You mustn't speak nonsense, host. With that, it disregarded Lu Yao's presence. The soapberry tree. A plant of the soap variety possesses a fruit whose skin, when rubbed with water, produces copious amounts of foam. It is the soap plant with the highest saponin content. Suitable for laundry, hair washing, and bathing. Lu Yao compared him to the soapberry plant, noting that the cleansing ability of soapberry was comparable to his. Yet other aspects were incomparable. The soapberry possesses whitening and freckle-removing properties, with a slightly acidic pH, unlike the alkaline nature of soap-based products, thus causing minimal irritation to the skin. It effectively alleviates dandruff without leaving hair feeling coarse and exhibits antibacterial and anti-inflammatory effects. After tidying up the soapberry on the bed, Lu Yao rose to present it to Xueqin, engaging in conversation for a while before fatigue compelled her to climb into bed. She lamented her waning charm before finally succumbing to slumber. As dawn approached, the pale sky revealed a few remaining stars. The group, having completed the tasks assigned by Lu Yao, hurried back to the tribe without daring to disturb her rest upon arriving at her doorstep. Initially planning to rest on the ground, they were unexpectedly welcomed inside by Xueqin. On this autumn morning, with the cold dew weighing heavily, the warmth from the indoor bonfire provided them much-needed comfort. We have placed some of the leopard tribe's clothing in the eagle tribe's area. What shall we do with the remainder? Xueqin inquired, producing 2 soapberries to hand to He Yong. Lu Yao mentioned that using this to wash will eliminate our scent. I have already ensured that health supplies are delivered to the chieftain. The group beamed with joy. All right, we shall head out shortly. The tribe has amassed a considerable amount of salt awaiting our sale. Xueqin lowered her gaze, and the stone pot emitted a bubbling sound. Lifting the lid revealed steaming, fluffy buns that released a fragrant aroma, captivating the 5 individuals who could not help but swallow in anticipation, having never encountered such a delightful scent before. Here, take these to eat, she encouraged. The group exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily. Lu Yao has prepared these for you, Xueqin stated with a gentle smile. Their faces blossomed with joy, eagerly grasping the warm buns, savoring their soft and delectable texture. Following this, Xueqin presented them with a bulging leather pouch. Lu Yao said this is for provisions. Eat on your journey. The pouch contained the beautiful cornbread made the previous evening. The leopard tribe's territory was farther than Kaga Lake. And fearing she would wake too late, Lu Yao had entrusted everything to Xueqin before retiring. The group was deeply moved, tears brimming in their eyes. They felt indebted to Lu Yao and vowed to follow her for a lifetime as they reminisced along the way. After seeing them off, Xueqin calmly began preparing fish soup, intermittently adding warm water to the hemp fermentation pool and fishing out several white fibers to monitor the fermentation process. Observing the fibers becoming increasingly soft brought her a sense of relief. When Lu Yao woke from her slumber, it was already noon. The glaring sun streamed through the window, casting its rays upon the bed. Winter had yet to arrive, and the morning light rendered the room somewhat stifling. Lu Yao yawned as she lifted the heavy leather curtain and stepped out of her bedroom. With bleary eyes, she brushed her teeth and washed her face, feeling remarkably refreshed thanks to the soapberries. Outside, Yi and Hualin were crouched by the maple fire feather tree, engaged in conversation. Mei Li sat meticulously at the edge of the field, carefully collecting plump wheat seeds under the radiant sun. Jian Kong, accompanied by 3 minotaurs, was watering the vegetable patch, while the lotus branches they had planted once again sprouted tender shoots. In the distance, a familiar white figure could be seen wielding a sickle to cut down the waist-high weeds. By the end of the morning, nearly an acre of land had been cultivated, with ditches to be excavated as well. One cannot help but feel that this serene pastoral scene is indeed heartwarming. Lu Yao rested her chin on her hand, gazing out at the people beyond the window. It seemed as though she sensed something, for Xueqin suddenly turned and their eyes met, his smile reflected in her dark, enchanting gaze. Lu Yao winked at him with a sweet smile. As she turned to head out in search of him, she was surprised to find that he had already entered the house. Xueqin, your speed remains as impressive as ever, Lu Yao chuckled softly. A few glistening beads of sweat adorned Xueqin's fair forehead. The fish soup is ready. It may have cooled a bit, so I shall reheat it, she added. Following this, Xueqin briefly recounted the events of the morning and the progress regarding the fermentation. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao gazed at her boyfriend with concern. You didn't stay awake the entire time, did you? Even if you were in good health, you still need to rest. Xueqin smiled gently, akin to a blossoming lotus in the clear water. It's all right. I require little sleep. He lifted the steaming fish soup with his slender fingers and offered it to Lu Yao. Lu Yao did not respond verbally. Instead, she leaned in and placed a soft kiss on Xueqin's cheek. This unexpected gesture caused the hand that held the wooden bowl to tremble slightly, sending ripples through the pristine white soup. The delicate blush that instantly adorned the lobe of her ear was utterly captivating. Lu Yao yearned to flirt with her boyfriend once more, yet the multitude of tasks ahead weighed on her mind. Pretending to be nonchalant, she took the wooden bowl in her hands, sipped the soup, and remarked, "Today, we have no pressing matters. After our meal, we shall commence building the brick kiln and the house. I too long to reside in a spacious abode. Moreover, we cannot disregard the homeless children of the Fire Feather clan who are in dire need of shelter." Noticing that Xue Qin's gaze was cast downwards and he offered no response, Lu Yao leaned in closer, asking, "Xue Qin, what do you think?" When he finally lifted his head, she observed a faint blush on his cheeks, his long eyelashes fluttering like trembling butterflies, and his beautiful silver eyes exuding an enchanting softness. "Yes, Yao, I wish to have children with you. When will you be ready?" he inquired. "I have heard that only mature females can engage in mating without risking harm to their bodies, allowing them to conceive." Like a thunderclap, Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, the wooden bowl clattering to the ground. While she had contemplated the idea of intimacy with Xue Qin, the thought of bearing children had never crossed her mind. No wonder he had been so fervent a few days prior, only to change in demeanor now. This was a realm of knowledge she had yet to explore, and she was uncertain how one could conceive so suddenly. Yet, the look in Xue Qin's eyes, soft, innocent, akin to a celestial being who had descended to the mortal realm, experiencing love for the first time, was filled with an unspoken yearning. "Well, I am mature, but the practicalities of having children may present some challenges." Lu Yao lightly coughed, picked up the wooden bowl, and spoke with an air of expertise. "For instance, timing is of utmost importance. A hasty approach like that of Hong is utterly misguided. Even after her 3-day attempt, she still failed to conceive, ultimately harming her own health." Xue Qin restrained the restlessness within, suppressing the tumultuous emotions, and nodded with great difficulty. "When the moment arrives and you are able to conceive, do let me know." He then hurried to the riverbank, seeking solace in the icy waters to quell the fervor coursing through him. Lu Yao chased after and watched from a distance as Xue Qin plummeted into the water with a splash, inwardly cursing herself for her timidity. Now, it seemed that Xue Qin would no longer take the initiative to sleep with her. Was she truly expected to take that step herself? How embarrassing that would be. With thoughts of how to bear offspring weighing on her mind, Lu Yu spent the afternoon with the Minotaurs excavating clay to create brick molds. As dusk descended, after loading 1,000 clay bricks into the kiln, she sealed the kiln door and ignited the fire. Although Lu Yao had no prior experience in this area in modern times, she had gleaned knowledge from the architectural section of the survival guide in the beast world. The kiln required a gradual increase in temperature. A small flame needed to be kindled and maintained for 5 hours, followed by a vigorous fire for an additional 2 hours, before finally transferring it to the ventilation chamber to cool. Throughout this process, one had to constantly monitor the temperature inside the kiln, adding firewood neither excessively nor insufficiently, to ensure an even temperature. Yet, once the fire was lit, the interior of the kiln became as hot as a steamer. Lu Yao had only stayed for a short while, yet she was drenched in sweat, while Miying and Yi appeared completely unfazed, even thriving in the heat. "Mother, you all may go outside. I can tend to the fire." While Lin tugged at Lu Yao's sleeve, his golden, multifaceted eyes shining brilliantly in the flickering glow. "Indeed, Yi will keep her brother company." Yi, who was playfully molding clay, looked up with a radiant smile, revealing a row of pristine white baby teeth. Lu Yao wiped the sweat from her neck, her gaze wavering. Xue Qin took her hand and explained, "Although they appear to be akin to young cubs, Yi is likely older than you. There is nothing to worry about." "Is that so?" Lu Yao questioned, her disbelief evident. They all looked like children on the brink of adolescence, likely too young even for first grade in modern times, relegated instead to kindergarten. How could they possibly be older than her? Moreover, how could one of such age still revel in playing with mud? "Indeed, mother, we are truly capable," Hualin assured her earnestly. He was the mightiest warrior of the Huayu clan. Surely, he could master even the simplest tasks of fire. Ultimately, Lu Yao succumbed to a few individuals and was let out of the fiery furnace by Xue Qin. Concerned about the scarcity of firewood, Jian Kong addressed Lu Yao, saying, "Master, I shall take Niu Yi and Niu Air to gather dry branches, while Mei Li will accompany Niu San to grind the food." Lu Yao nodded, expressing a sense of satisfaction as she said, "All right, thank you for your hard work." It must be noted that during her last visit to the market, Lu Yao had purchased over 100 pounds of wheat. However, the 3 Minotaurs had a much larger appetite, consuming 7 to 8 buns per meal, with each person devouring 20 buns a day. This meant that her household could easily consume 30 pounds of flour in a single day. Although Lu Yao still possessed 28 white pearls, which placed her in a comfortable financial position, The limited quantity of over 100 pounds purchased at the market was insufficient. Wealth alone could not procure sustenance. Furthermore, relying solely on buns for sustenance was not a viable solution, as it would not meet their nutritional needs, presenting quite a dilemma. Chapter 52. When will the young ones arrive? What are you pondering? Is there something wrong with this dish? Xueqin observed Lu Yao staring vacantly at the lush green leaves in the field, her expression fraught with worry. Lu Yao casually plucked a green blade of grass, pondering that although the food at home was sufficient, the monotony of their diet left much to be desired in terms of nutrition. Nutrition? Xueqin replied, momentarily taken aback, and then offered a wry smile. If the cubs only consume honey and fruits, it becomes exceedingly challenging for them to grow strong. They must have meat. Yet, it is quite difficult for me to procure enough meat to feed so many. Lu Yao nodded, acknowledging that a deficiency in protein was indeed untenable. However, she was also aware that many males were unable to procure meat. Even if one could secure an abundance of game, it would not be long before the mountains would be stripped bare. Ultimately, there would be nothing left to consume. Nevertheless, we could endeavor to seek out hens that lay eggs regularly. A consistent supply of eggs would certainly be feasible. Xueqin appeared to grasp Lu Yao's intention, recognizing that the beast men also consumed eggs, which were quite palatable. Are you referring to the bamboo chicken? Lu Yao strolled along the path, remarking that in addition to chickens, there were also ducks. However, since the pheasants you caught earlier were all males, I refrained from mentioning it, for only hens can lay eggs. Noticing Xueqin's eagerness, Lu Yao grasped his arm, adding that she was merely speaking hypothetically. Should he happen to encounter any unsightly pheasant eggs on his next outing, he could bring them back. The brightly colored ones are generally from roosters. Xueqin understood, turning his gaze to the shimmering river under the night sky, peering into the darkness across the water. Very well. Once this matter is resolved and I can confirm the safety of the tribe, I shall venture out to search. It seems they are returning. Lu Yao tilted her head to gaze at Xueqin's cool and composed demeanor, her brow furrowed in confusion. How do you know? She inquired. They no longer have a scent, and surely, at this distance, one cannot hear any sound. Xueqin offered a faint smile, responding, the 5 of them are approaching us. The earth reveals its secrets to me. My senses are more acute than those of other beast folk. Lu Yao felt a twinge of envy. The physical prowess of the beast men was indeed unparalleled by modern humans. Yet, one could not help but wonder what kind of tribe could produce a beast man as formidable as Xueqin. True to form, a minute later, Chun appeared before Lu Yao, accompanied by 4 others. Lu Yao, today we sold salt near the leopard tribe, and following your advice, we concealed our beast forms. Can you guess what happened? You will never believe it. Chun, weary and travel-worn, bore visible signs of fatigue, with bloodshot eyes, yet his demeanor radiated a sense of triumph that piqued Lu Yao's curiosity. Wu Rong cast a disapproving glance at Chun, believing that jesting in front of Lu Yao was inappropriate. Chun, allow me to elaborate, he interjected. Those from the intermediate tribes, upon catching the scent on our garments, mistook us for members of the leopard tribe. Not only did they purchase our salt, but they also offered a price significantly higher than that at the market. Lu Yao couldn't help but be astonished. How remarkably effective is the tactic of leveraging the power of the strong. She cast a dubious glance at Hong. Haha, Lu Yao, you have no idea. Those once lofty tribes, the Shizu, the Honghu, and the Heibao, are all trembling in fear today. Wu Rong's gentle visage revealed an expression of helplessness as Chun addressed them, stating that if they chose not to purchase, the Lion King would skin them alive to make war drums. Lu Yao smiled gently, her fair face resembling a blooming flower in full radiance. Wu Rong's azure eyes momentarily froze, before she continued. Initially, our salt could only fetch 200 white pearls, yet they willingly paid 300. As for the garments, we followed your instructions and found a concealed spot to assume our beast forms, leaving the clothing in their territory. She too, noticing Lu Yao's gaze upon him, promptly added, we delivered the sweet delicacies to the leopard tribe as you taught us, and they were quite pleased. I have also disseminated information to the surrounding lesser tribes about the leopard tribe's insistence on receiving sweets from each household, threatening violence should they refuse. Many tribes are now filled with trepidation. Lu Yao's remark, though unspoken, conveyed a clear sentiment as everyone finished their thoughts. Chun then stated that the issue of producing clean salt with the remaining cloth was insurmountable, prompting Yulan and the others to pause. This predicament was anticipated by Lu Yao. While the hemp in the soaking pit remained somewhat tough, it was still usable. She reassured them, there is no need to worry. New cloth will be available tomorrow, and we have 5 days ahead of us. Let us all rest well tonight. With her words, the last of their concerns dissipated, and the exhaustion of their relentless toil weighed heavily upon them. The prospect of rest made them wish to collapse immediately. Having earned 300 white pearls, Lu Yao received an additional 60 pearls as compensation for her labor. She was generous, distributing 5 white pearls to each person as remuneration for their efforts. Although they were assisting the clan, Lu Yao also had personal matters to address with them. Chun and Wu Rong, while excited, did not tremble as much as Chi Tu Pu Bo, who clutched the pearls as if they were celestial treasures, fearing they might drop them. For them, these sums were astronomical. 1,000 Beijing equated to approximately 1 white pearl, which was equivalent to 20 or 30 large, intact animal hides. They were acutely aware that capturing large beasts was a formidable challenge, with even 1 hunt per month being commendable. Accumulating 1,000 Beijing represented their highest earnings over 3 years, and to earn 5 white pearls in just 2 days was beyond their wildest dreams. After the others departed, Lu Yao returned home, handing 45 pearls to Xue Chun, who was mending garments. Xue Chen's silver eyes sparkled like distant stars as he looked up, a smile tinged with a hint of helplessness gracing his lips. He gently embraced Lu Yao and said, typically, males hand over Beijing to females for safekeeping. I have earned white pearls without entrusting them to you. Will you hold it against me? His low, mellow voice caused Lu Yao's heart to flutter, and the warmth radiating from his embrace filled her with a sweet, indescribable sensation. I do not fancy hoarding money. It is better in your hands. After all, you will be the one paying when we go out, and we are, after all, us. Lu Yao gently explained that she needed Xue Chun by her side. Whether it was the enchanting allure of love at first sight, his tender wisdom, or his undeniable prowess in battle, all of these elements brought her an unparalleled sense of security in this unfamiliar world. Does this mean that we are meant to be one? Lu Yao nodded, turning around to embrace Xue Chun gently. She spoke softly. In my previous world, our bond resembled that of a married couple. Regardless of wealth or health, we would share both joys and burdens together. Although we did not hold a wedding, you are mine, are you not? Lu Yao could perceive the resonance of Xue Chen's chest, along with the erratic rhythm of his heart. I am aware that within the esteemed tribe, there exists a ritual for binding partners. Xue Chen's long lashes fluttered gently, his silver eyes reminiscent of the winter night's cold stars, as if veiled by a delicate mist. I am yours. I long to know when you will claim me, and when we may bear offspring together. His voice, husky and tinged with a quivering sense of grievance, stirred feelings of both shyness and yearning within Lu Yao. He, with his ethereal beauty, seemed capable of captivating all beings of the mortal realm. Lu Yao is a spirited and passionate woman, eager to leap into action. However, tonight, she must exercise restraint. There are pressing matters to attend to. With a myriad of troubles occupying her thoughts, she rises on her tiptoes and pecks Snow Chen's chin. I yearn to bear children with you, but I believe we should first resolve the issues at hand and ensure the safety of our tribe. Tonight, we must find a way to weave. She anticipated that her words would bring disappointment to Snow Chun, yet unexpectedly, the man, invigorated by her promise, nodded resolutely and promptly abandoned Lu Yao to attend to the hemp-soaking pool. Chapter 53. The hand-operated spinning wheel. Though the hemp fibers were indeed usable, Lu Yao and Snow Chun encountered a new dilemma. While it was not particularly difficult to twist the hemp into threads, the uneven tension resulted in strands of varying thickness, and the process lacked efficiency. Furthermore, after just a few attempts, Lu Yao's delicate hands were left reddened before she could utter a cry of pain. Snow Chun commanded her to rest. As Snow Chun contemplated deeply, Lu Yao furrowed her brow. The hand-twisted hemp threads were barely sufficient for her own clothing, let alone suitable for filtering. I will check the back room to see if there is anything usable on the weaving machine. She recalled having seen impoverished women in historical dramas using a spinning wheel to spin thread. However, after pondering the object in her hands for quite some time, she realized she needed to seek the assistance of her resourceful boyfriend. Once the item was in Snow Chen's hands, Lu Yao demonstrated the actions of pulling the thread and turning the wheel. As expected, her boyfriend successfully mastered this skill. Snow Chen first secured the hemp line with the wheel hook, then twisted the line by hand. Once the twisted fibers formed a round bundle, he began to move the wheel handle back and forth with his right hand while simultaneously pulling the line with his left. The loose hemp fibers, as they spun, transformed into neat strands, and as the hemp line circled the wheel, the efficiency of the threading process increased significantly. Lu Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, her boyfriend was both a diligent farmer and a skilled weaver. Meanwhile, she silently prayed that the reward for tonight's sign-in would be a spinning wheel. Otherwise, Xueqin would be overwhelmed with both spinning and studying weaving, certainly running out of time. The wheel turned and turned. Lost in thought, Lu Yao eventually succumbed to slumber, her head resting on her hand. Fortunately, Xueqin, with swift reflexes, caught her just in time. Her skin, as fair as snow, bore a subtle blush, and her curled eyelashes trembled gently with each breath. The sleeping Lu Yao appeared incredibly endearing and innocent. Xueqin carefully placed her on the bed, planting a tender and lingering kiss upon her neck. Lu Yao let out a soft, dissatisfied murmur, rolled over, and wrapped herself in the blanket, her breaths deep and soothing. A night of peaceful slumber ensued. As she shifted comfortably in bed, a familiar youthful voice echoed in her mind. "Host, you have forgotten to sign in again." Ah? Lu Yao, still groggy from sleep, sat up and was greeted by the bright light of dawn. It was autumn, and she estimated it to be around 7 o'clock. There was little she could do. The sign-in time was set at noon, and staying up late was detrimental to her health. Good health habits would benefit the host's longevity, so it would be best for her to maintain a regular sleep schedule for sign-ins. If she were to oversleep, the system would kindly remind her. The system, grateful for the ample points Lu Yao had provided, felt it could afford to operate efficiently for several months without issue. "You are becoming increasingly considerate," Lu Yao remarked to the system. "Now, let us sign in." Ding. Sign-in successful. The sign-in location was the tribe, and the infrastructure sign-in mode had been activated, granting her the reward of a hand-operated spinning wheel. Lu Yao felt a surge of joy and eagerly inquired, "Are you a worm in my belly? How is it that you seem to know my every thought?" The system, eager to dispel any misconceptions, promptly replied, "Host, the establishment of the infrastructure model is inherently random, derived from your daily needs. This system does not intrude upon your privacy. I harbor no grievances toward you," she continued, "for you are unaware. Now, this will undoubtedly aid in resolving the current predicament. System, you are simply magnificent. Having you is truly a blessing." As Lu Yao engaged in her morning routine, she found herself extolling the virtues of the system, unexpectedly discovering its intriguing nature. A peculiar symbol materialized within her consciousness, captivating her with its charm. It left her utterly enchanted. As Lu Yao had just finished her morning routine, she noticed Xueqin entering the room, holding a bowl filled with freshly washed, vibrant green fruits. The round and plump winter jujubes prompted her to inquire, "Have you been out?" Lu Yao smiled, taking a crisp fruit and biting into it, savoring its sweet and juicy flavor. Xueqin, with a slight hum of acknowledgement, expertly lifted the lid of the pot, releasing a cloud of steam along with the delightful aroma of corn soup. "This morning, while venturing out in search of the bulrush chicken you mentioned, I stumbled upon this tree bearing such fruit and decided to gather some." Lu Yao mused that if Xueqin were a woman, she would undoubtedly epitomize the model of a virtuous wife. "Last night, I fell asleep, and after I have had my breakfast, we shall proceed to weave linen." Lu Yao skillfully took the wooden bowl and spoon, savoring the warmth of the sweet corn porridge that was wonderfully comforting. "I had just handed the cloth to Chun, and at this moment, they ought to be arriving." Lu Yao hurriedly swallowed the corn porridge and exclaimed, "You can weave cloth now? And you have actually produced some?" Xueqin glanced at Lu Yao with a hint of confusion, then smiled and replied, "I initially had no idea how to use it, but I pondered over how to manipulate these threads into fabric by hand, and I gave it a try. Though it certainly did not resemble the kind of material you wear. Later, I realized that a loom must have been invented to facilitate and refine the weaving process. And with the insights you shared, I suddenly grasped the technique." Lu Yao's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Indeed, the invention of machinery is intended for human use, but to master its application in just a few hours seems rather extraordinary. The vertical threads on the loom are referred to as the warp, while the horizontal threads are known as the weft. Are you certain that the fabric produced is a result of the intertwining of warp and weft, with hands guiding and feet stepping in rhythm? Xueqin's cold, deep silver eyes radiated a gentle affection as he wiped the corn husks from Lu Yao's lips. "That's approximately what you meant, right? When I have the time, I shall craft garments for you." Lu Yao smiled triumphantly, feigning a look of distress. "How is it that I am so fortunate to have encountered such an intelligent male as my boyfriend? It appears that fate has bestowed upon me great luck." As she spoke, Lu Yao spread her hands, embodying an air of helplessness at her own good fortune. This act effortlessly brought a smile to the corners of Xueqin's lips, which rarely graced his face. Typically, his smiles were few and far between. often characterized by a gentle and subdued warmth towards Lu Yao. In contrast, he seldom offered smiles to others, his naturally deep-set eyes radiating an icy chill that penetrated to the bone. Lu Yao cradled Xueqin's face in her hands and teased him, "Boys should smile more. My Xueqin is quite charming when he beams." Xueqin, undeterred, embraced Lu Yao, expressing, "Meeting you is my fortune." As the door swung open, the 5 newcomers were immediately inundated with a mouthful of dog food, leaving Chun with a slight toothache from the overly sweet encounter. "You all arrived so quickly. Have you eaten? Together?" Lu Yao extricated herself from Xueqin's embrace and greeted the group. Chun glanced into the pot, her spirited gaze revealing curiosity. "I've already eaten." "But Lu Yao, your food smells divine, and it's something I haven't tried before. I feel a bit hungry." The other 4 cast grateful looks at Chun, as if to say that great minds think alike. Fortunately, each of them received a generous bowl, the sweet taste and glutinous texture exceeding their expectations of how delicious millet could be. When they learned that the fragrant white steamed buns were also made from millet, their admiration for Lu Yao ascended to an entirely new level. After satisfying their hunger, Lu Yao arranged for them to deliver some buns, fried cakes, and honey to the Fire Feather clan in hiding. For safety, Xueqin accompanied them, familiarizing himself with the route to make future visits more convenient. Initially, Yi was to guide them, but her conspicuous wings led to a change, and instead, the recently healed Chihua Lin accompanied them. Confident that with Ding Ying by his side, they would find their way. In the trade team, Wu Rong and He Yong were tasked with reconnaissance. And with everyone moving swiftly, Lu Yao felt reassured. Chapter 54. Is there still anyone daring to cast their eyes on Xueqin? The first batch of blue bricks was fired yesterday, and, after half a day's drying, they were ready to be moved. The division of labor in Lu Yao's household is quite clear. Jian Kong is engaged in brick moving alongside Niu Yi and Niu Er, while Mei Li accompanies Yi in gathering leaves and fruits to feed the cicadere, as well as watering the vegetable patch. Currently, the fields are still home to cabbage, potatoes, and several saplings of the Chinese Tory pine. Unfortunately, corn and wheat could not be sown, on one hand. It is not the season for planting these grains, and on the other, only 3 acres of land have been cultivated. Should the flowering branches require extensive cultivation, the available land will be insufficient, necessitating further plowing and sun-drying. Although the selling price of the flowering branches is rather meager for Lu Yao at present, the convenience of drying and grinding them into powder for brewing makes it worthwhile, especially as the household is bound to grow in number. Jian Kong gazes in astonishment at the height of the tree Lu Yao points to. "Master, must the house be built that high? Will it not collapse?" Lu Yao said earnestly, "If it's tilted, it will surely topple." Jian, wearing a worried expression, scratched his head nervously. After all, having a brick fall on one's head could be quite painful. Lu Yao let out a soft chuckle and playfully remarked, "Thus, a little technique is required. Allow me to assist you by stretching 2 horizontal lines. If you build the wall along these lines, it will remain straight. A sturdy foundation ensures stability." Jian Kong immediately displayed a silly grin, his eyes sparkling with unmistakable excitement and admiration as he repeatedly exclaimed, "Master, you are truly remarkable. All right then, let us mix the mud. The materials for constructing a brick house differ from those of stone." Lu Yao propped her chin on her hand, reminiscing about the contents of the architectural chapter. Here, there was no cement or any such adhesive to rely upon. After a moment of contemplation, she lifted her gaze towards the eager health and said, "Lus, sand, and ash from burnt vegetation will suffice. You all go and gather these materials. I shall prepare the rattan ropes for the lines shortly." The health were well aware of the task at hand, and she summoned the other 3 minotaurs to disperse and commence their respective duties. Lu Yao crouched down, sketching and contemplating the construction of a spacious 2-story flat, with an underground basement included. The ground floor would house 6 rooms, while the upper floor would consist of 10, with no necessity for uniformity in size. A bedroom of at least 20 square meters would be essential for a creature as robust as a minotaur, ensuring it does not feel cramped. On the lower level, a separate, expansive kitchen was imperative, ideally featuring a traditional earthen stove. Even if a cast iron pot was unavailable, a stone pot would suffice. Following that, a dining area capable of accommodating at least 20 individuals for meals was necessary. Fortunately, the trees in this region were significantly larger than those in modern times. The cross-section of a single large tree could serve as a dining table, as sitting on the ground for meals could become rather tiresome. Next, the living room should not be too small, allowing everyone to converse comfortably, facilitating her arrangements for various matters. As for the washroom, Her own room would require one. With the establishment of a fire kiln, even the simplest porcelain water pipes could be produced. The architectural section of the Comprehensive Guide to Survival in the Beast World had indeed described the era of steel tools. She had only just stepped into the proper Stone Age, where pots, bowls, and utensils were indispensable. With a flurry of activities, the future appeared promising. Faced Lu Yao, her tiny finger pointing at the architectural blueprint on the ground, exclaiming with delight, "Mom, is this our new home? Will there be a place for my brothers and sisters when they arrive?" Lu Yao nodded gently, her expression warm. "Once the house is completed, we will bring you over. I will also find a way to assist your chieftain." Yi's eyes turned red in an instant, and she hurriedly waved her hand. "Brother Huolin said that we have already caused our mother great trouble. We cannot let her take any risks. Moreover, it is of utmost importance that we all survive. The chieftain surely wishes for our survival as well." Lu Yao gently stroked Yi's head, wiping away the tears that cascaded down her cheek, tenderly gathering her soft pink locks. "Good child, there will be a way. I won't cry," Yi insisted, recalling her brother Huolin's words that tears would only cause discomfort to others. She fought back her tears, clearly still an innocent child, unaware of the harsh realities of the world before her clan's annihilation. This piqued Lu Yao's curiosity. How had the pure and endearing half-beast Firefeather clan endured so many years of scrutiny and hardship? "Step away. You cannot enter without the master's permission," came a stern yet beautiful reprimand from the front yard. Lu Yao felt puzzled, lacking the keen senses of a beast man, as she led to the front yard. "Are you a butterfly?" Lu Yao scrutinized the person before her, having not seen her for some time, and her memory had grown somewhat hazy. The once frail and emaciated butterfly had transformed. Her hair was neatly styled, and her animal skin attire appeared immaculate. Her face had rounded significantly, making her large eyes seem less conspicuous, and she possessed an unexpected charm and delicate beauty. As Lu Yao scrutinized her, she too was assessing Lu Yao. Her former confidence washed away completely. She had merely become more attractive than before, while Lu Yao was inherently a beauty. Lu Yao felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny, and coupled with the previous incident that had caused her distress, she harbored no fondness for Dai Dai. With her own pressing matters at hand, she dismissed her with a straightforward remark, "Shuetshun is not home, and I have things to attend to, so I must take my leave." However, the beautiful Dai Dai, feeling anxious, pleaded, "Please don't go. I came specifically to see you. I noticed Yongda leaving this morning, which is why I sought you out." Lu Yao turned around, casting a sidelong glance with her ink-black eyes. "Oh, so you believe I am aware of your identity as a shaman? Surely, you must look down upon a beast like Shuetshun, which is why you refuse to engage with him," she remarked. The expression on Dai Dai's face was sly, her tone firm, as if she harbored some ulterior motive. Recently, numerous significant events had transpired within the clan, yet a female like her was not privy to such information. Moreover, her adoptive mother had begun to distance herself from her, and Feng Zhe and the others returned tight-lipped about matters concerning the clan. Lu Yao wore a gentle smile, her dark eyes inscrutable. "What does it matter if it is, or it isn't? What connection do you have?" The butterfly, noticing that Lu Yao did not directly deny the implication, felt more assured and, with a hint of pride, remarked, "You are a shaman. You are entirely capable of securing a superior mate. The mountain messenger of the leopard clan is willing to be your consort, and I can arrange for you to meet him." Observing Lu Yao's calm demeanor, the butterfly continued with growing enthusiasm. "The leopard clan is immensely powerful, far beyond the capabilities of the gray wolf clan. The females of the leopard clan possess exquisite silks to adorn themselves and an abundance of delectable food. I was unaware of this before. Otherwise, I would not have harbored any fear." Lu Yao smiled faintly, her tone casual. "Oh, I see. I am doing this for your benefit. Would you consider meeting with the envoy of the leopard clan?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yao felt a sense of relief. On one hand, it indicated that Yulan had indeed maintained confidentiality regarding the events of that night. On the other hand, the leopard clan remained oblivious to the fact that one of their own had fallen here. The envoy from Shanming? Surely, it could not be the snow leopard that Shuetshun had rolled on the day of the autumn festival. She had underestimated the intelligence of the butterfly. "Thank you for your kindness, but I am disinterested." The butterfly's expression shifted dramatically. Her demeanor became menacing as she glared fiercely, gritting her teeth and threatening. "If you refuse me, I will reveal your identity as a shaman to the leopard clan, and then you will have no choice but to go to them." Lu Yao raised an eyebrow, her dark eyes growing increasingly cold. With a calm and unhurried demeanor, she replied, "Then you may go. As a shaman, I can command respect wherever I venture. Whether it be the leopard clan or even the lion clan, what does it matter?" Lu Yao's lips once again curved into an elegant arc. "So what difficulty is there in having them strip the skin from your little feminine form?" Chapter 55, The Completion Banquet. The butterfly instinctively took a step back, her face paling, her throat constricted, rendering her speechless. "I advise you to sever ties with the leopard clan. Otherwise, even if you are female, I shall expel you from the tribe." Lu Yao's voice was frigid, her ink-black eyes devoid of emotion, devoid of any hint of threat or intimidation. She was merely stating a fact. Butterfly's complexion was exceedingly grim. Although the females were rare, those who found themselves estranged faced dire circumstances. Being rescued by the benevolent yet basic gray wolves was a fortunate outcome. However, if they were to be picked up by those wandering tribes, not only would they suffer from hunger, but they might also become the targets of humiliation by the males of the tribe. They were barbaric and uncouth, utterly indifferent to the feelings of the females during mating. I understand," Butterfly stammered, revealing a timid demeanor towards Lu Yao before turning and fleeing. Lu Yao gazed at her silhouette, furrowing her brow. After a moment's contemplation, she leaned towards the beautiful woman beside her and whispered a few words. The lovely woman nodded and stepped outside to seek out Yulan. It seems that scheming green tea personalities exist in the modern world, and one can encounter them even in a world of beasts. Lu Yao let out a barely audible sigh, lamenting that her current rank was far too low, lacking any semblance of combat prowess. Perhaps it was known among her kin that the beautiful and the Tauren were all her subordinates. To her surprise, she found that not only did she navigate the tribe with ease, but even Yulan treated her with a degree of courtesy. The bustling crowd regarded her with an expression of envy and respect. In the past, how often had they looked upon the Tauren with disdain and revulsion? Upon returning, the astonished Mei Li felt herself enveloped by an unfamiliar sentiment, a feeling she had never experienced before. Lu Yao also felt that Mei Li seemed different upon her return. Her posture was more upright, exuding an air of confidence and maturity. Overall, it was a positive transformation, and Lu Yao was genuinely pleased to witness the changes in both of them, as the prospect of rebuilding the Minotaur tribe began to take shape. For several consecutive days, Lu Yao dedicated herself to the construction of a new house. The project was substantial, and including the time spent excavating the basement, it took a total of 6 days. This undertaking was made possible with the assistance of the trade team and Yulan, prompting Lu Yao to decide to personally prepare a celebratory feast upon the completion of the house. Upon learning that Lu Yao would host a luncheon, He Yong and the others arrived at her backyard before dawn to lend a hand with the carpentry work. The house had indeed been erected, yet the quantity of furniture was overwhelming, with 20 wooden beds alone, not to mention tables, chairs, and cabinets. Xuechun was diligently crafting according to Lu Yao's designs, as a mud bed was not feasible within a brick structure. Were all these tools invented by Lu Yao? He Yong couldn't help but express his admiration as he sawed through the thick timber. In addition to the saw, there were planes, axes, drills, and other essential woodworking tools, the sound of wood shavings cascading from the plane filled the air, while Xuechun remained focused, eyes fixed on the blueprint sketched by Lu Yao, responding, "Yes." Yao is very clever. A brief exchange between them caused Lu Yao, who was busy digging for potatoes, to feel somewhat embarrassed. These tools were rewards given by the sign-in system over the past 5 days. She certainly lacked the skill to craft such exquisite items. "Lu Yao, what is this? Can it be eaten?" The delicate handiwork was beyond her capabilities, so she decisively chose to assist Mei Li with watering. However, curiosity struck her as she observed the small potatoes, still not fully grown, resembling round ping-pong balls. Yet this sight amazed Lu Yao. Typically, the growth cycle for potatoes spans 4 to 5 months, and she could already harvest them in less than a month. Even the honeydew from the lotus branch would only have the growth duration. Could it be the result of the system's influence? An exceptional variety? It seemed there was no need to worry about the winter months. "This is called a potato, and I assure you, its flavor will not disappoint." Lu Yao replied with a mysterious smile as she gathered a basin of potatoes and washed them by the water's edge, then proceeded to cut fresh wild boar meat into chunks by the stove, separating the fat from the lean. Yi had already prepared the water for cooking, a task she thoroughly enjoyed. Lu Yao meticulously prepared the scallions and ginger, immersing them alongside the pork, skimming off the froth for later use. As Lu Yao commenced her culinary endeavors, a crowd gathered by the window, peering in with curiosity. Despite the kitchen being cloistered, the onlookers remained oblivious to the purpose of its design. Witnessing Lu Yao's deft maneuvers evoked a chorus of admiration. Subsequently, as she poured oil and sauteed the scallions and ginger to release their fragrance, the wild boar meat was introduced to the pan, resulting in a delightful symphony of sizzles and pops. Lu Yao continued to stir-fry, and the alluring aroma of meat immediately filled the kitchen. It seemed as though all the meat we had consumed over the years was but a mere prelude to this moment. Chun swallowed hard. And the others, Hae-young and company, did the same, nodding in agreement. The fragrance was simply exquisite. It even drew the attention of Yulan, who craned her neck to peer inside, momentarily forgetting her dignified demeanor as the clan leader. Yet, Liu sighed in dissatisfaction. It lacked the soul of a seasoning soy sauce. Although she had yellow beans at home that were fermenting into soy sauce, it would still take 3 to 4 months. Fortunately, the presence of matsutake mushrooms would enhance the flavor significantly. She added potatoes and water, then covered the pot, instructing Yi to let it simmer on low heat. With a smile directed at the 6 eager faces, she ventured into the vegetable garden to harvest a few leaves of cabbage. The sizable cabbage, though its seeds had already been sown, remained lively and vibrant. Except for a few wilted leaves at the root, the large leaves above were still lush and green. With dishes of stir-fried cabbage with pork cracklings, garlic, stewed wild boar with potatoes, and a steamed gray-black fish, Lu Yao also prepared a pot of cabbage and meat dumplings as the staple. Although the selection was not extensive, it was a feast for the senses, colorful, aromatic, and ample enough that even Xuechen couldn't resist indulging in several dumplings. As for Chun and the others, if it weren't for their initial clumsiness with chopsticks, their eating pace would have increased severalfold. They were also mindful of Lu Yao. Despite their mouths watering profusely, they emulated her slow eating. Lu Yao, may I take some of the food you prepared last time with me? I wish to learn from you, if that's all right. Wu Yao gently inquired of Lu Yao. Lu Yao had yet to respond, and Yulan's countenance darkened as she cast a disdainful glance at Wu Rong, expressing her dissatisfaction to Chun. We are all at a loss here. Your foreign tribe should not overstep. The tribe leader of you retorted, your words are unjust. I have already agreed for Lu Yao to join the alliance, and moreover, our trading team belongs to Lu Yao. Today, we assisted her in acquiring 5 bags of wheat. As she spoke, Chun playfully draped her arm around Lu Yao's shoulder, casting a triumphant look at Yulan. The purpose of the alliance was indeed the conversation Lu Yao had with Chun when she kept her behind. Initially, Chun had been reluctant, as it implied directly opposing the intermediate and high-level tribes. However, following the recent confrontation with the leopard tribe, her perspective shifted. Rather than enduring a life of subjugation and constant trepidation, she preferred to unite with other tribes in solidarity. Perhaps this could alter the destiny of their lower and wandering tribes. Suddenly, a sharp clap resounded as Xuechen struck Chun's hand. Embodying an imposing iceberg with his piercing silver eyes, his words laced with coldness, Chun, if you dare to touch Yao with your filthy hands again, I shall not hesitate to strike you. As anticipated, a conspicuous oil stain marred Lu Yao's delicate white linen garment. Do not underestimate this attire. Xuechen had spent countless nights weaving it, while Lu Yao, during her leisure, also contributed to the weaving, and even Yi had learned to assist. After 5 or 6 days of relentless labor at the loom, only this single dress had been produced. It is no wonder that in ancient times, acquiring a new garment was a cause for celebration. Garments were mended and cherished rather than discarded, and parting with this one was out of the question. If you wish to learn, seek out Mei Li. She will teach you how to make steamed buns. There is no secret to it. Liu remarked towards Chun with a reassuring glance. Receiving Lu Yao's understanding, Chun exhaled lightly, shifting her gaze alongside everyone else to the few minotaurs who silently dined, ultimately focusing on Mei Li. Upon hearing her name, Mei Li raised her head, displaying a generous and endearing smile. Chapter 56, Top-Tier Combat Power, the Golden Lion Tribe. My master has tasked me with teaching, and so I shall. Wu Rong's blue eyes betrayed a hint of disappointment at not receiving direct guidance from Lu Yao. As the meal drew to a close, apart from Chi Tu and Pu Bo, who seldom spoke due to their modest status within the tribe, the others found it difficult to engage in conversation with Lu Yao. Lu Yao, Chun, Wu Rong, and Yulan engaged in a harmonious conversation, discussing the recent progress in their illicit salt trading for the acquisition of white pearls. The frequent underpricing of salt, as Lu Yao had anticipated, led to a dramatic plummet in the coastal salt prices within the region, while the bulk purchase of rock salt caused its price to soar, making it increasingly difficult for several households to obtain. Relying solely on their legs for transportation, coupled with the insufficient time, would undoubtedly impact the market in this area. Even with meticulous arrangements, some challenges remained unavoidable. Fortunately, after accumulating 1,000 white pearls, they heeded Lu Yao's counsel and prudently decided to cease their operations. Lu Yao also profited 300 white pearls, undoubtedly transforming into a petite landowner and wealthy woman. Just as Lu Yu began to elaborate on the specific rules of the alliance and the method of joining, He Yong, Wu Rong, and even Shui Chen suddenly rose to their feet. Lu Yu lacked their perceptive abilities, yet she sensed that someone was approaching. Wu Rong furrowed her brow and remarked, "It is one of my kin, but he would not seek us out without a compelling reason." Within mere moments, Huolin burst in, accompanied by a male from the Mo Hound clan, his expression fraught with panic and his eyes reddened with distress. "Clan chief," he gasped. "The Golden Lion clan has passed through our territory, slaughtering several younglings and male kin who were playing outside." Chun's face flushed crimson, a prominent vein throbbing on his forehead, and the muscles connecting to his temples twitched violently. Wu Rong's hands clenched tightly on the table, her lips pressed together in silence. The terrifying Golden Lion clan had indeed ventured into their midst. "He Yong, you must swiftly arrange for the females and young ones to find refuge." Yulan's hands trembled slightly. In such a remote and desolate region, it was rare for the Golden Lion clan to pay them a visit, typically communicating through intermediaries from other mid-tier tribes. Upon receiving the order, He Yong dashed out. Shui Chen's voice turned cold as he inquired, "How many have arrived?" The male from the Mo Hound clan responded breathlessly, "I saw them from afar. There are many, more than those in our tribe." Wu Rong's body suddenly slumped in her chair, her cerulean eyes quivering in unison with her voice. "They are deliberately provoking the Black Bear tribe. If they intend to wage war, what shall we do?" Shui Chen furrowed his brow, placing a hand on Lu Yao's shoulder, and said earnestly, "The Mo Hound clan is not far from here. It won't be long before they arrive. Yao, you must hide, seek refuge underground, while we keep watch at the entrance." Lu Yao did not anticipate that she would encounter the boss so swiftly, and her mind momentarily became disarrayed. The information she gleaned from their conversation revealed that the Golden Lion clan sought to eradicate tribes like the Grey Wolves with ease, without expending any effort or manpower, as their combat prowess simply did not exist on the same plane. "I see," Lu Yao said, maintaining her composure as she observed Yulan, Shui Chen, and others making their way towards the tribal gates to await the arrival of the Golden Lion clan. Chun He and Wu Rong, among others, hurriedly returned to the tribe, bidding farewell to Lu Yao. The once lively room fell silent in an instant. Yi, frightened, clutched one of Lu Yao's arms, her little face pale with fear. She was aware that the Golden Lion clan, the Python clan, and the Black Bear clan were the most formidable forces in this region. Having lost her home once, she could scarcely fathom what she would do if the Golden Lion clan decided to destroy this place in their displeasure. Huolin remained silent, gently patting Yi's back in an attempt to comfort her. His warm golden eyes gazed intently at Lu Yao, who was lost in thought, and he reassured Yi. "Do not be afraid, mother will find a way." Lu Yao regained her composure, gently caressing the soft little heads of the two children, and spoke softly, "It's all right. Will you take Honey Parrot and Beautiful Health with you to the basement? Is there danger?" "I don't want to go. I wish to stay with mother. Father has instructed mother to hide well," Yi murmured, lightly shaking Lu Yao's arm. Huolin grasped Yi's hand, casting a deep, resolute glance at Lu Yao. The Golden Lion clan's indiscriminate slaughter of the Mo Hound clan was due to their rivalry with the Black Bear clan, while the Grey Wolf clan was a tribe under their protection. "We will be fine. We are merely concerned they might burst in and encounter you. Quickly, go now." Lu Yao gently urged the two children. Huolin obediently nodded, pulling away the reluctant Yi, who was unwilling to let go of Lu Yao. Beautiful Health and the three Minotaurs also heeded Lu Yao's instructions and concealed themselves in the hard-to-detect basement. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent, leaving only the sound of Lu Yao's heartbeat. The more she struggled to devise a plan, the more composed she became. The situation was far more complex than what she had conveyed to Yi and Huolin. The Golden Lion clan was merciless. They showed no qualms about dealing with inferior tribes and would attack or kill even those of moderate standing at their whim. The so-called protection merely served to ensure that more tributary tribes resided within their territory, allowing them to vie with other superior clans. The mid to low-tier tribes dared not offend either side, ultimately forced to choose a camp. Tomorrow marked the day for collecting the white pearls. Although the other objectives remained unknown, it was certain that the Golden Lion clan intended to seize the white pearls during this visit, necessitating her preparedness. Moments later, a glint of cold light flickered in Lu Yao's inky eyes. She rose swiftly and strode to the kitchen, igniting the stove and heating oil. She retrieved the leftover dumpling wrappers from the basin and fetched a seasoning from the top shelf to mix into the meat filling. In less than 10 minutes, the golden, aromatic, deep-fried dumplings emerged from the pot, their allure heightened to an exquisite degree compared to the lunch dumplings, despite the ingredients remaining unchanged. Lu Yao changed her attire and swiftly smeared the soot from the hearth onto her face. She found a piece of animal hide to cover the wooden basin filled with dumplings, took a match, and stepped outside with the basin in hand. However, as she exited her home, she unexpectedly collided with Hong, who had seemingly lost her way after not being seen for some time. Lu Yao, you must leave the tribe at once. Hurry. What? What has happened? Before Lu Yao could utter another word, the robust Hong hoisted her into her arms and dashed toward the mountains behind Lu Yao's home. The chieftain has already handed over 400 white beads to the Golden Lion tribe, yet they now demand that we offer our young females to them, to be sold to the Snake tribe in exchange for more white beads. I will set you down, and you must flee. You are clever enough to find safety anywhere. I cannot abandon my people. I must return. Hong spoke with remarkable urgency, a side of her Lu Yao had never witnessed before. Typically brash. Today her round face was streaked with tears, yet it radiated an unwavering resolve akin to a warrior heading to battle. The Snake tribe, like the Golden Lion tribe and the Black Bear tribe, was a high-ranking clan. Yet, no tribe would linger within the Snake tribe's territory. Despite its vastness and abundance of resources, the Snake tribe was notorious for their depravity. Their own females were scarce and exceedingly delicate, leading them to abduct females from other races for their own gratification. Those captured by the Snake tribe rarely survived more than a few days. Please, set me down. Every problem has a solution. Lu Yao furrowed her brows, nearly losing her grip on the wooden basin in her arms, while her mind raced with thoughts. In her crimson eyes, hesitation flickered, yet she obediently placed Lu Yao at the doorstep. Wait here, I shall retrieve something. Follow my instructions, and I assure you all will remain unharmed. Chapter 57. Perilous Crisis, Surviving the Aftermath. This was Lu Yao's first encounter with the denizens of an advanced tribe. From a distance, she beheld a striking female at the forefront, adorned in resplendent and extravagant attire. Her physique was athletic, her skin a rich shade of deep brown, enveloped in layers of vibrant, gossamer garments. A cascade of golden hair was elegantly gathered with a delicate chain of pale lavender pearls. Her brows and eyes were profoundly alluring, exuding an exotic charm, while her light golden irises mirrored her haughty and frigid demeanor. Yulan led the group, prostrating before her. But what infuriated Lu Yao was not merely the fact that she had stepped upon Yulan's hand, but rather that her left hand was playfully toying with the silver strands of Shui Chen's hair, an act of evident amusement. The arrogance in her gaze betrayed an unabashed infatuation with Shui Chen's beauty, stirring a tumult of frustration within Lu Yao as she realized her partner was a target of the female's covetous glances. Shui Chen's arms were restrained by two males, his expression cold and aloof. His eyes, however, followed her approach with an unmistakable concern that spoke volumes. Lu Yao understood that Shui Chen was being considerate of the larger picture, not struggling as he was restrained by two male beasts. Yet, her heart ached, and she cast a calming glance in Shui Chen's direction. You are truly slow. Had it not been for the handsome visage of this male, the Grey Wolf clan would have already vanished. The female from the Golden Lion clan surveyed the arriving females, a satisfied expression gracing her features. A similarly well-dressed and robust male, after counting the numbers, reported grimly to her, Princess Regent, we have enough females from the Grey Wolf clan, but they are all afflicted with the fiery affliction. The Serpent clan will not accept them. The fiery affliction. All of them are afflicted. Regent scoffed coldly, delivering a heavy kick to the elder crouching on the ground before advancing towards the terrified females. The females, having never tasted spice, were forced to consume raw chili peppers, their faces flushed and tears streaming down as they gasped for breath. Hong, adhering to Lu Yao's demands, had smeared chili juice across their foreheads, cheeks, and necks, rendering them as red as ripe shrimp. Yet, understanding that it was a matter of survival, they bore the painful ordeal willingly. Regent's piercing gaze swept across the swollen faces of the females, scrutinizing them as she strolled slowly nearer. Hong instinctively positioned her rotund body to shield half of Lu Yao. But as Regent approached, her body trembled involuntarily. Stopping before Hong, Regent's lips curled into a cruel smile as she seized Hong's neck with one hand and lifted her abruptly. How fortuitous that all the young females are afflicted with the fiery affliction. Let us dispose of them. thus saving you some sustenance. Lu Yao was profoundly shocked, utterly unprepared for the immense strength wielded by the female of the Golden Lion clan. Agonizing tears cascaded from her crimson eyes, and her face took on a purplish hue, threatening to succumb to death at the hands of Princess Frigid within mere seconds. Lu Yao understood that she could no longer wait. Honorable Princess, upon learning of your arrival, I took the liberty of preparing a sumptuous feast in your honor. With that, Lu Yao boldly approached, disregarding the astonished gazes of the crowd. Such an action was akin to courting death. Indeed, Frigid callously flung the unconscious Hong to the ground. Her hand reached towards Lu Yao's neck. In a fleeting moment, Xueqin suddenly broke free from the grasp of the male of the Golden Lion clan, and the anguished cries of the two males caused Frigid to turn her head. Her elongated nails merely grazed Lu Yao's delicate skin, leaving a crimson mark. Lu Yao cast a subtle shake of her head towards Xueqin, signaling him to refrain from approaching further. With one hand, she lifted the animal hide off the wooden basin and respectfully presented it to Frigid. The enticing aroma of the special dish immediately filled the air. The fried dumplings crust was perfectly crisp, glistening alluringly in the sunlight. Although there were individuals within the Golden Lion clan dedicated to exploring various delicacies for the tribe, the creation of mixed seasonings was beyond their expertise. Accustomed to savoring rare meats, Frigid could hardly be tempted by the food of a lesser tribe. Yet the peculiar fragrance was undeniably appetizing. Her gaze wavered. Her innate nobility rendered her dismissive of the food from a lower tribe, making it unthinkable for her to indulge. However, Xueqin could not bear to see Lu Yao in peril. Even upon receiving her glance, he immediately positioned himself protectively in front of her, taking the small wooden basin from her hands. "Allow me to carry this," he said, extending the basin towards Frigid. His long lashes cast a shadow over his piercing silver eyes, which were filled with a chilling intensity. The knuckles of his hand gripping the basin turned pale. He genuinely feared that he might not be able to restrain himself from annihilating the woman before him. Upon realizing that the one offering her food had transformed into the striking male she had noticed earlier, Frigid's lips curled upwards in a playful smile, dismissing Xueqin's earlier impetuousness. "If this is a tribute from you, then I shall indulge." She could readily discern that Xueqin was not an inferior beastman. Despite his imperfections, the aura of a high-ranking beastman was unmistakable, especially since he had just freed himself from the grasp of two Golden Lion males. In her eyes, Xueqin was wholly deserving of being her servant. As Lu Yao observed Frigid take a morsel and place it into her mouth, a heart that had been tightly wounded suddenly relaxed. Some things, once initiated with the first bite, become utterly irresistible. Lu Yao understood that merely relying on her carefully crafted blend of 6 fragrant spices, nutmeg, cinnamon, clove, Sichuan pepper, and fennel, was insufficient to ensnare the members of the Golden Lion clan. Thus, she incorporated large leaf powder, derived from the hemp that grows alongside sisal and gray hemp, which possesses a dangerously addictive allure. However, this was merely the initial step of Lu Yao's intricate plan. Lu Yao rubbed a match in her sleeve and tossed it into the leather pouch filled with hemp seeds. The match ignited the seeds instantly, but was extinguished almost immediately as Lu Yao tightened the pouch, depriving it of oxygen. Yet, that was sufficient. Lu Yao stood behind Xueqin, gradually releasing her tightly clenched grip. A beguiling wisp of smoke wafted through the air, infiltrating Frigid's mouth and nostrils. This would amplify the potency of the substances within the food, the narcotics stirring the innermost desires of the heart. Indeed, Frigid's expression grew increasingly indulgent, her gaze becoming increasingly dazed as she consumed the food with fervor, hastily swallowing and reaching for a second morsel from the wooden basin. It seemed this was insufficient. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, she carried the wooden basin away, her steps uneven as if treading on cotton, making her way towards her own group. I could hardly wait to behold the intoxicating allure of Du Sha. His 2 beastly fins were truly mesmerizing. With vacant eyes and flushed cheeks, Frigid seized a male from the Golden Lion clan, her hands roaming over him with reckless abandon, her words oscillating between lewd provocations and a fierce demand. "Why aren't you hastening to take me to Du Sha? Do you wish to perish? You are truly insignificant. TSK, my Du Sha. I want Du Sha." The rejected male of the Golden Lion clan bore a face of anguished indignation under the scrutiny of the crowd. Although they were baffled by the princess's sudden change, none dared to defy her command. One by one, they retrieved their garments, discarded by the princess, and bore her towards the Serpent Clan's stronghold. As the Golden Lion clan retreated, the trembling gray wolves were left in a state of disarray, their females collapsing to the ground. Lu Yao hurriedly examined Hong's condition. Due to a brief episode of asphyxiation, Hong's heartbeat had inexplicably ceased. The surrounding females erupted into inconsolable sobs. Lu Yao was initially frantic, her cries piercing the air. Yet she paid no heed to words and hurriedly pressed on the chest of Hong, performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The male bystanders, gathered around in haste, shouted with red-rimmed eyes, "Silence! The shaman is saving Hong. Please be quiet." As moments ticked by, anxiety swelled within Lu Yao. Hong had stepped forward to protect her. If Hong were to perish, she could never forgive herself. Lu Yao's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson as she struck her fists heavily against the chest of Hong. Suddenly, with a gasp, Hong opened her tightly shut eyes, inhaling the fresh air with fervor. What met her gaze was the tear-streaked face of Lu Yao, whose anxious demeanor turned into a carefree grin. "Lu Yao, once again, you have saved me." Lu Yao propped herself up, exhaling softly. However, as the survivors assisted one another to rise, the members of the Golden Lion clan approached once more from the distance. Chapter 58. The demands of the Golden Lion clan. A male from the Golden Lion clan, adorned with a thick beard, strode towards them with an imposing stature and broad shoulders, exuding an air of arrogance. He cast a disdainful glance at the female figures before him, their faces marred by tears and snot. His contempt was especially directed at Lu Yao, who was smeared with soot. He couldn't even spare her a glance. "The Princess Rihua has commanded that you prepare a substantial quantity of food to be delivered to the Mermaid's Silk Beach. Even if you are to perish by tomorrow, your kin must ensure it reaches us by the end of autumn. Such a lowly tribe truly repulses me," he remarked, before turning his back on the prostrated Yulan and the others, not waiting for Lu Yao's response, eager to exit their presence. In his view, given the severity of her condition, she was as good as dead. He added a final warning to Lu Yao, unperturbed by her potential refusal, for the survival of his clan was paramount. Only when the figure of the Golden Lion clan had vanished from sight did the females dare to weep openly. Rushing to the riverbank to wash their faces, Lu Yao instinctively glanced to her side, only to find that Xue Chun had walked away on his own. Yulan approached Lu Yao, her lips moving, yet no words escaped her mouth. Lu Yao waved his hand at him, a chilling coldness emerging in his eyes that Yulan had never witnessed before. In Yulan's perception, Lu Yao was wise, beautiful, and composed. Yet the current Lu Yao instilled a sense of unease within him. "I shall take my leave." Lu Yao coldly uttered this sentence and left Yulan, who wore a face marked by the vicissitudes of life. As she made her way back, Lu Yao walked with unease, fully aware that she should not place blame on Yulan. The lower-ranking beasts trembled before their superiors. The act of struggling against such overwhelming force was ultimately futile. In the face of absolute power, any resistance is akin to an ant shaking a tree, a mere stone battling an egg. However, as a modern individual endowed with contemporary wisdom and armed with a system, she could not tolerate her tribe being bullied to such an extent. To endure any further would be tantamount to cowardice. She could choose to abandon the Grey Wolf tribe, taking Xue Chun with her to join a more ambitious mid-tier tribe. With her superior intellect surpassing that of the beasts, she could secure their safety without concern. But would this truly align with her original intentions? Lu Yao fell into deep contemplation. When she lifted her gaze once more, she found Xue Chun standing at the door, gazing at her. Their eyes met, and in that moment, it felt as though an eternity had passed. From Xue Chun's eyes, she perceived a multitude of emotions: regret, concern, and a hint of frustration softened by tenderness. Before Lu Yao could utter a word, Xue Chun swiftly pulled her into the room. He turned and shut the door, his temper evident as he forcefully pushed the bewildered Lu Yao down. "If you disregard your safety again, I shall take you away to a place devoid of people and tribes. I am measured in my actions, I will not." As Lu Yao was about to speak and clarify, she was abruptly silenced. "You did not." The beautiful silver eyes were filled with a tempest, as Xue Chun expressed his anger towards Lu Yao for the very first time. Lu Yao fell silent, were it not for Xue Chun. With the fierce strength of reason, it would indeed take but a mere instant for her to have her neck crushed. A kiss that was ostensibly long and sweet, yet left Lu Yao with a taste that was wet, salty, and bitter. Lu Yao understood that she had always been cherished by Xue Chun, who held her close to his heart. Her reckless adventure must have frightened him greatly. As dusk fell, Lu Yao comforted Xue Chun, soothing him from dawn until nightfall. A total of 2 hours. After repeated assurances, she finally dispelled his thoughts of secluding her in the deep mountains. Of course, during this time, in order to bring him joy, she showered him with kisses and embraces, making significant sacrifices. Yet, in the end, Lu Yao realized that she had not even wiped her face clean, presenting herself with a visage smudged with soot while pouting at Xuechun, feeling utterly embarrassed with nowhere to hide her flushed cheeks. Having resolved the internal discord, Lu Yao skillfully redirected the conversation to the plight of their tribe. Lu Yao silently resolved that the humiliation she endured today would be a singular occurrence. In this regard, she shared the same sentiment as Xuechun. Whether it be the Lion clan or the Leopard clan, or even the Eagle clan, which had already been vanquished once, they all hung like a sword above her head, poised to strike and threaten her very existence. Even if she could guide the Grey Wolf clan through this calamity, could she ensure their escape unscathed each time? Lu Yao and Xuechun shared a remarkably unified vision to establish an impregnable fortress. Their ambition was to create a stronghold where lesser tribes could flourish, free from fear and strife. However, the magnitude of this endeavor was beyond the capabilities of merely the Grey Wolves and Emo Hounds. Thus, they required the allegiance of additional tribes. This initiative undoubtedly posed a challenge to the authority of the intermediate and higher tribes. Yet it was an undertaking that could not be postponed. Currently, the Lion tribe had departed and would not return in the near future. Once the construction of the fortress was completed, they could initially accommodate the members of the Firefeather tribe. With approximately 10 days remaining until the autumn's end, which marked the final week of the season, Lu Yao speculated that the auction for the Firefeather tribe's chieftain would occur then. She intended to personally deliver provisions, for perhaps the intertwining of fortune and misfortune existed in such moments. Should the Lion tribe's princess develop an addiction to the delicacies, it might create an opportunity to rescue the chieftain of the Firefeather tribe. This notion was one she dared not share with Xuechun. Nearby Lu Yao's home, the flickering light of a small fire illuminated the gathering of Yulan and the tribe's elders. The wisdom of Lu Yao is their sole remaining reliance. Today, the young females of the entire clan survived only because Lu Yao devised a solution in their time of crisis. However, the disappointment etched on Lu Yao's face as she departed remains vivid in their memories, and they dare not place any further expectations upon her. Sincere remorse is evident on each countenance, yet none possessed the courage to step into Lu Yao's abode and knock upon her door. When Hong and Wu Rong arrived hastily, they beheld this very scene. From Yulan's recounting, she had gleaned the details of the ordeal, learning that Lu Yao had nearly been strangled by a female of the Lion clan. Wu Rong, in a fit of fury, struck Yulan with a heavy fist, while Hong, equally incensed, delivered a kick to the irritable Black Yao. Yulan, do not forget that our lives were saved by Lu Yao. Cowardice and weakness, truly. You are unworthy of your position as clan leader, Chun scornfully retorted, turning her back and striding towards Lu Yao's home. Were it me, I would have sent Lu Yao away to spare her from such peril. Wu Rong's gentle features harbored anger as she coldly remarked, following Chun's lead. Yulan, too, felt a deep sense of grievance. He had urged Hong to take Lu Yao away at the first sign of trouble. Who could have anticipated that Lu Yao would risk her safety once more to save the tribe? As for the subsequent events, how could they, with their limited strength, contend with the tribe? It is likely they would have been dispatched before even approaching the daughter of the Golden Lion, their hearts and lungs torn asunder by lethal claws. The elders bore their silent suffering, yet felt too ashamed to accompany them to see Lu Yao. Meanwhile, Lu Yao opened the door to find Chun and Wu Rong before her, inviting them in for a conversation. Wu Rong exchanged a worried glance with Pu Bo and spoke anxiously. Lu Yao? This time the Eagle clan has supplanted the Leopard clan as the emissaries of the Golden Lion clan, demanding that lower tribes not only supply white pearls, but also offer up the young females within their ranks. Due to their unwillingness to comply, 3 tribes have already been plundered before nightfall: the Hyena clan, the Red Fox clan, and the Sang Luo clan. Lu Yao instructed Xuechun to prepare 3 bowls of honey water, which he then handed to the 3 parched individuals to soothe their dry throats. Upon hearing Wu Rong's irritable response, it became evident that both the clan leaders of the Hyena tribe and the Red Fox tribe had been brutally slain. Meanwhile, the Eagle tribe, under the guise of the Golden Lion tribe, continued to plunder indiscriminately. The arrival of the Golden Lion tribe, which hailed from the far end of the Twilight Forest, plunged the already terror-stricken lower tribes into utter despair. Chapter 59. A brilliant scheme unfolds. Eagle Tribe, prepare for battle. Lu Yao's dark eyes reflected deep contemplation as she murmured to herself, the destination of the Lion Clan is Jiaosha Beach, a place that requires a full day and night to reach. Most females cannot transform into their beast forms and would need at least 3 to 4 days to walk there. It is also improbable for the Lion Clan to transport so many females at once. The envoy of the Golden Lion Clan has always been from the Leopard Clan, an independent intermediate tribe of the Eagle Clan. He would not act on behalf of the Golden Lion Clan without a benefit. Xueqin gazed at Lu Yao and spoke incisively. Wu Rong, puzzled, furrowed her brow, sensing that the Lion Clan's behavior was peculiar, indicating there must be matters unknown to them. Lu Yao remained silent, the fierce flames casting a glow in her dark eyes. After a long pause, she revealed a confident smile and addressed everyone. Summon He Yong, Qi Tu, and Yulan to join us. We shall pay a visit to the Eagle Tribe this evening. A sense of unease swept through the group, and even Xueqin rose to express his dissent. His brow furrowed. Us. Lu Yao, you cannot go. Lu Yao gently shook Xueqin's arm, her lips curling into a smile as she recalled the recent reward from the system. Xueqin, trust me, we shall not suffer any losses on this journey. I am 100% certain there will be no danger. The others were utterly perplexed. Yet they knew that whatever Lu Yao intended to pursue was undoubtedly the right course of action. However, concern for her safety lingered in their minds. They had initially intended to persuade her otherwise, but upon witnessing Xueqin's unwavering support for Lu Yao's resolute decision, they reluctantly acquiesced, feeling at a loss for words. As Xueqin went to prepare dinner, the others obediently followed Lu Yao's instructions to summon help. Oh, system, you truly are my guiding light. This is the exquisite anesthetic plant from the book. I adore you. Lu Yao sat on the chair, bestowing compliments upon the system. Humph, how can you still speak so boldly? You wake up only to indulge in shameful deeds, forgetting to check in, and yet you require my reminder. The tone of the youthful voice was laden with discontent, yet Lu Yao discerned a hint of affection within it. It's nothing, I merely kissed for a brief moment. Lu Yao confessed, feeling a twinge of guilt. Indeed, the youthful voice system, having been force-fed affection, ceased its interaction with her. In the dining hall, it was once again midday. The table was adorned with freshly steamed buns, still exuding warmth, and a vegetable soup prepared by Xueqin. Yulan appeared less warm than usual, his face, marked by a sense of weariness, or a palpable guilt. It was only after Lu Yao took the initiative to greet him that he finally lifted his gaze. Lu Yao understood that Yulan's apparent weakness was not a reflection of cowardice. Rather, it stemmed from an instinctive submission and fear in the presence of the formidable Golden Lion Clan. Everyone had gathered. Lu Yao pretended to extract a pouch of dark fruits from her sleeve, and with the assistance of Xueqin, she brought forth a basket of long, white-brown spines that she had purchased earlier. When Chun caught sight of the meter-long porcupine quills, her eyes quivered in trepidation. Lu Yao, I dread these things the most. They hurt and numb when they pierce the skin, leaving my mind in turmoil. Wu Rong couldn't help but chuckle, recalling how Chun had once fought with the young of the spiny mouse clan, ending up covered in quills and bedridden for several days. She then inquired with curiosity, are you planning to use this against the Eagle Clan? Why not employ the popular hammer? Stung by the recollection of her past misadventure, Chun shot a reproachful glare at Wu Rong. Although Xueqin was unaware of Lu Yao's true intentions, he suspected that they were closely tied to the pouch of dark fruits. Lu Yao stood before the crowd, her arms crossed over her chest, her ink-black eyes shimmering with brilliance. The reason she was able to render the Lion Clan's female into a state of confusion and illusion today was due to a common hallucinogenic herb, cannabis. While the black aconite was the most potent among the hallucinogenic herbs, He Yong and Yulan were witnesses to this event. They remained unaware that the departure of the Leopard Clan was orchestrated by Lu Yao, believing instead that Ri Zhen had truly turned pale, leaving them in stunned silence. Suddenly, they comprehended the rationale behind Lu Yao's peculiar actions, such as bringing food, and were even more astonished by her ability to devise a solution to the crisis in such a short span of time. What consciousness, what illusion! Chun, having not witnessed the morning's events, could not grasp the situation like Yulan and the others. It was akin to dreaming. One might think they were in a dream, and even if harmed, they would feel no pain. Lu Yu succinctly explained. As her words fell, Chun instinctively edged closer to Wu Rong, her pupils constricting. This was truly terrifying for the beasts. Lu Yao extracted a long needle, beautifully alternating in white and brown, her eyes sparkling with a lively brilliance. You are all adept fishers, and your precision need not be mentioned. She continued, so, what do you think would happen if we coated it with a tranquilizing poison and pierced it into the bodies of the eagle tribe? Instantly, 6 pairs of eyes lit up. Chun swallowed hard, a mischievous grin emerging on her otherwise gallant face. That would surely be exhilarating. Mother, I want to go too. Me too, me too. Yi and Jin Tong hurried down from the shadowy staircase, rushing to Lu Yao's side. Both were strikingly beautiful, their voices sweet and melodious. Lu Yao, being a connoisseur of beauty with a tender heart, could not resist their pleas and acquiesced. However, our intention is not to kill them, and only Jin Tong can accompany me. Yi, you must stay home. Wu Rong furrowed her brow and stood up, questioning. Then why not seize the opportunity to eliminate them? Have the eagle tribe not committed enough misdeeds? Xuechen shot her a sidelong glance. If we eradicate the eagle tribe, who will assist the lion tribe? They may return, and we cannot predict what may unfold. Yao must have other plans. Xuechen understood her well. Lu Yao took Xuechen's slender hand, offering a gentle smile. Observing the confusion still etched on their faces, Lu Yao shook her head with a hint of exasperation. Let us first prepare the tranquilizer. As we work, I shall explain. She then playfully pinched Yi's adorable cheek, gazing into her sparkling eyes with a promise. Do not worry, I will ensure the eagle tribe receives their due punishment. Initially disheartened, Yi perked up at Lu Yao's words and softly said, Then I cannot accompany mother. Please take care and stay safe. Lu Yao's plan was rather straightforward. Ever since she inadvertently framed the eagle tribe for the demise of the leopard tribe, the two moderate clans had experienced several clandestine skirmishes. Given the impracticality of the fragile females making their way to the Jiaosha beach, it could be posited that these females were all within the eagle tribe, awaiting transportation to the beach by air. In such a scenario, should any females go missing, it would be abundantly clear who the eagle tribe would first suspect. Lu Yao spoke simply, yet her words ignited an uncontrollable fervor among those present, each person applauding and cheering with enthusiasm. Yi was particularly exhilarated, dancing with joy. The luminous moon cast its silvery glow across the heavens and the earth, as if harboring the ambition to illuminate the entire world. By the riverbank in the distant territory of the eagle clan, Lu Yao pondered, can this truly succeed? The spring, embodying a playful spirit, stuck out its pink tongue and tilted its head to gaze at Lu Yao, who was being affectionately ruffled. Lu Yao squatted beside her, playfully exclaiming, Of course. Why wouldn't it work? It will definitely work. Xuechen cast a sidelong glance at the 3 unsightly hounds before him. His silver beast-like eyes filled with hesitation as he replied, Yao, I believe I shall pass on this. Lu Yao nodded with a smile, Of course. Your physique is far larger than that of the leopard clan. I cannot bear to soil your exquisite fur. The trio of huskies, adorned with yellow spots and black dots, exchanged glances, torn between laughter and tears. This was not merely a jest, but a blatant favoritism. Wu Rong tilted her head, gazing at her reflection in the water. Unable to look any longer, and with a paw, she struck the serene surface. Chapter 60. The joy of night raids on the eagle clan. Being so flamboyantly black and speckled is truly unappealing. She exclaimed, I find you all quite striking, very eye-catching, though the scent is somewhat overwhelming. The burly man, He Yong, offered what seemed to be a consolation, though if his expression were not so gleeful, it would have appeared more sincere. We owe a debt of gratitude to the hard-working brothers of the Mohound clan. We feel quite embarrassed, as we are significantly smaller than the leopard clan's gray wolves. Yulan interjected sharply. With a back adorned with long spines, Chi too could not suppress a laugh. Do not worry, Pubo. I too shall strive to fulfill the mission. Once the group had gathered themselves, they stealthily made their way towards the eagle clan's territory, becoming increasingly cautious as they drew nearer. Suddenly, Wu Rong, leading the way, halted. She extended a clawed paw towards the left, revealing 3 sharp talons. Lu Yao felt an inexplicable urge to laugh, yet she immediately comprehended the situation. The team came to a halt, recognizing her covert signal, indicating that there were 3 individuals on the left. The intermediate tribes differ significantly from the lower ones. They possessed dedicated patrol units for guarding their territories. Lu Yao cast a subtle glance towards Huolin, who was perched upon He Yong. Huolin, diminutive in stature and clad in attire fashioned from leaves, would easily be mistaken for a mere wild fowl while navigating through the underbrush. However, Lu Yao's intent was not for Jin Tong to approach the sentinels of the Eagle clan, but rather to ascend the tree and ascertain their precise location. The Eagle clan, possessing the gift of flight, could not be underestimated nor approached recklessly. Before long, Huolin successfully pinpointed the exact position of the Eagle sentinels and swiftly returned to He Yong's side, whispering crucial information into his ear. He Yong, comprehending the situation, led the group forward. Contrary to their original strategy, which involved using long spikes to disorient the sentinels, it remained uncertain whether their own speed had been excessive or the Eagle clan's transformation had been unduly sluggish. As Lu Yao caught sight of the figures, before she could even witness their transformation or hear a sound, they collapsed to the ground. A single arrow pierced through the throat. At that moment, Lu Yao was rendered speechless in astonishment. The resplendent moonlight bathed the youthful yet resolute visage of Huolin, his golden eyes shimmering with a fervent brilliance. He eagerly inquired of Lu Yao and Xuechun, "Mother, father, even without wings, I am still a formidable warrior, am I not?" Xuechun nodded in approval, admiration gleaming in his eyes, while Lu Yao exuberantly praised, "Huolin, you have achieved a remarkable feat, striking 3 targets with 1 arrow. I never anticipated your strength to be so formidable, truly impressive." Huolin shyly smiled, "I used 2 long darts." Even a half-beast like Huolin could single-handedly vanquish 3 members of a mid-level tribe. Though they were aware that luck played a significant role, the hearts of Yulan and the others were invigorated. Each of them was eager to rush forward and claim victory. Lu Yao also discovered that the ambush here was particularly effective, perhaps due to the lax defenses of the past or the over-reliance of the orcs on their hearing and sense of smell. Each of them had indulged in bubble baths. As long as their footsteps were light and their speed swift, dealing with these eagle tribes was as effortless as child's play. Soon, they breached the periphery and arrived at the eagle tribe encircled by tall wooden fences. However, the wooden gate was firmly shut and the surrounding walls were too high, making it quite challenging to scale them without attracting attention. Moreover, who could ascertain whether there were eagle guards on the other side? The group found themselves thwarted by the wooden fence. Wu Rong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she whispered, "Indeed, there are numerous females of various races inside. I can smell them. So many, indeed." Lu Yao nodded, exchanging a knowing glance with Xuechun, silently praising her own cleverness. "Hey Yong, take Chi Tu and find a corner with trees for cover to dig a pit. Make a bit of noise." Lu Yao whispered, though she had no intention of crawling through a dog hole. He Yong, filled with confusion, asked if it was not simply a matter of being quieter. "Indeed, it needs to be a bit louder." In an instant, Lu Yao grasped the unspoken question in He Yong's eyes. Subsequently, she and Pu Bo retrieved a substantial amount of hemp leaves from the bamboo basket they carried, scattering them evenly around. They then sprinkled crushed aconite powder on top and, for added precaution, gathered some straw. "Spring, the 3 of you must hold your breath once I ignite it. Be prepared to flee as soon as the Eagle clan approaches." The others were tasked with stealthily launching long spears at those of the Eagle clan who remained unscathed by the smoke. He Yong commenced the excavation. Fire Lin glanced at the lush tree before him, declaring, "Mother, I shall take refuge in this tree. If they approach directly, I will strike them with my spears." After organizing everything, He Yong and Chi Tu began to dig at the corner of the fence, sending dust and debris flying. The gray claws moved swiftly, and within a minute, they had breached through. After a brief moment of further digging, He Yong turned back, signaling that someone was approaching. Lu Yao struck a match, igniting a flame. Only the 3 individuals disguised as members of the leopard clan remained in place, providing cover. At that moment, thick smoke billowed and the shadows of the trees danced. Upon closer inspection, those 3 were indeed members of the leopard clan. An unexpected scene unfolded. Lu Yao found herself overestimating the intellect of the intermediate tribe's Eagle clan. There were desperate females wishing to escape. "Quick, pursue them. They must be fleeing from this place." Inside, the Eagle clan members were squawking, and one after another, a dozen of them emerged from the dugout hole, only to collapse in the flames after just a few steps. No, it was the leopard clan. They had set the fire, the last of the emerging eagles. Believing themselves to be sharp-eyed, spotted Chun and the others. In an instant, they transformed into their avian forms, flapping their wings to take flight. But before they could ascend, they fell to the ground, unconscious. The shouts from within received no response. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yao heard the sound of the gate being opened, and simultaneously, A dozen giant eagles soared directly over the wooden fence. Within a mere 3 to 5 seconds, those eagles plummeted from the sky, though transformed into giant eagles. They were not easily killed by a single dart. However, the accompanying anesthetic and the abundant inhalation of narcotic smoke rendered them unconscious within 3 seconds, leaving them with only the sight of the leopard clan amidst the flames. Now is the moment. Lu Yao's voice rang out. Xuechun, He Yong, Yulan, and Chi Tu all took a few steps back, gathering their strength to leap. The 5 or 6 meters high wooden fence was not an insurmountable obstacle. Upon crossing the fence, they found themselves in a vast stone square designated for sacrifices. Groups of young females huddled together in fear. The already chaotic scene was terrifying enough. But now the newcomers descending from above sent them into sheer panic. Those who wish to live, run. Get away from here. Xuechun's low growl jolted them back to reality. For the first few seconds, everyone stood frozen, unable to comprehend the situation, until 2 seconds later. A plump female rose from the ground. Grateful, she glanced in Xuechun's direction before swiftly making her way toward the unguarded gate. Upon seeing those behind her still hesitating, she scolded, "You foolish mice. Perhaps if you run, you might survive. Sold to the serpent clan, will you still have your lives? Run." The females were roused by her admonitions. Who among them did not wish to save their males and young? One by one, they burst into a sprint. Keeping pace with the plump female beastman, many casting grateful glances back. Meanwhile, the campfires in several houses of the Eagle clan flickered to life, and not far off. The sounds of bustling conversation filled the air. Lu Yao sensed impending danger. The few of them were indeed no match for this group of Eagle tribe members. We must leave. In a decisive moment, Lu Yao ignited the basket containing the poisonous aconitum leaves and cast it into the largest extinguished bonfire in the sacrificial square. With a resounding explosion, as Xuechun and the others leaped away, the flames roared back to life, releasing a potent cloud of narcotic gas once more. Chapter 61. The Heist of the White Pearl, A Path to Prosperity. Once assured that no members of the Eagle tribe were in pursuit, Lu Yao and her companion slowed their frantic pace, taking a moment to rest. Chi Tu, what is that bag you have in your mouth? He Yong inquired, puzzled, as Chi Tu had not brought anything with him before their arrival. Moreover, the exquisite leather pouch was not tied with vine but crafted from the silvery tendons of a marine fish. Chi Tu's beast form resembled a small, light gray wolf with a tuft of white fur upon its brow. Its round eyes, coupled with its diminutive size, gave it an adorably charming appearance. Instead of responding directly to He Yong, he joyfully bounded over to Xuechun, lifting his neck with enthusiasm and emitting soft sounds, signaling Lu Yao to take the bag from him. Lu Yao, too, became intrigued alongside He Yong. With a smile, she lowered her body to grasp the heavy animal hide pouch. Xuechun was undoubtedly much taller than Chi Tu, the gray wolf. Let me see what lies within, she thought. Chi Tu's round wolf eyes sparkled with anticipation, almost as if urging her to open it. The pouch was quite heavy, weighing at least several kilograms, and the onlookers shared in the curiosity, all casting their gazes towards Lu Yao. As anticipated by Chi Tu, the moment Lu Yao unveiled the pouch, her lips curved into a broad smile, and her beautiful eyes became crescent-shaped with delight. Chi Tu, filled with joy, observed the transformation in Lu Yao's expression, mindful to slow his pace and discreetly distance himself from Xuechun. Chi Tu, you truly possess remarkable skills. Have you managed to pilfer the pearls collected by the Eagle clan? Lu Yao exclaimed, turning her head to compliment him. He Yong and Yulan gazed at the hefty animal hide bag in Lu Yao's hands with astonishment. Incredulity etched across their faces. Just imagine how many pearls this must contain. If they were to transport females, they would surely have to deliver the collected pearls to the Golden Lion clan. I found it in the warehouse of the altar just behind us. This is my spoils of war, and I wish to present it to you, Chi Tu shyly remarked, having returned to his position on Yulan's right. In general, lower status beastmen are not permitted to walk ahead of those of higher status, except under special circumstances. Lu Yao felt a stirring in her heart. However, as this was a precious white pearl obtained through the efforts of others, she felt no justification in accepting it. Just as she was about to decline, Chi Tu, with earnest eyes, continued, "You saved the lives of our Grey Wolf clan, and you have granted me a position of honor. I am willing to pledge my life to your service and protection. I hope you will not reject my heartfelt intentions." With the formation of the trading team, Chi Tu's status among the young males had soared, and no one dared to belittle him any longer due to his previous frailty. His heartfelt declaration rendered Lu Yao momentarily speechless, unable to voice her refusal. Chi Tu's sincere feelings truly moved her. The most profound bonds between individuals arise from genuine mutual regard. She now had no concern about the scarcity of white pearls, for accumulating them was merely a matter of time. However, she found herself reluctant to dismiss Chi-Tu's sentiments. Very well, I shall accept it. Thank you, Chi-Tuesday. Would it be possible to share it with everyone? Lu Yao inquired while gazing at Chi-Tu, her smile enchanting. He Yong and Yu Lan were instantly filled with envy, not over the pearls, but rather because Chi-Tu had successfully won Lu Yao's affection. Lu Yao's smile dazzled Chi-Tu, making him yearn to etch that radiant expression into his heart, filled with a joy that felt almost transcendent. He quickly exclaimed, "Of course. This is your provision." Before long, Lu Yao led several companions to the riverside, the place she had previously agreed upon with Chun. While counting the white pearls, she affectionately patted the soft, furry head of her axe, with a hint of playful pride, and remarked, "Xuechen, please don't be upset. Don't overthink it. My acceptance is merely a reflection of Chi-Tu's simple gratitude towards me." Xuechen's silver eyes flickered, a smile illuminating his face as he replied, "Yao. It is entirely customary for lower-ranked beings to present offerings to those of higher status. What are you pondering?" Implicitly, it suggests that no one harbors inappropriate thoughts towards you. So how could I possibly feel envious? Rather, it is you who seems to be overthinking. Lu Yao let out a childish huff, contemplating for a moment before reluctantly admitting, "Indeed, the number of females coveting you far surpasses that of males vying for my attention." Her beautiful tiger-like eyes instantly turned icy, while I am absent. "Which male dares to pursue you?" Lu Yao hastily set down the white pearls in her hands and waved dismissively, merely speaking casually. As she continued to race forward, Wu Rong let out a tremendous sneeze. "Big brother, are you unwell?" inquired the concerned Fire Lin, perched upon his back. Wu Rong shook his head. "I should be fine. I seldom fall ill. Come, let us rendezvous with Lu Yao by the riverside." At the riverbank, waiting for others proved to be a rather tedious endeavor, so they opted to engage in joyful activities. Counting several dozen pounds of white pearls was certainly beyond the capability of Lu Yao alone. When Chun, Wu Rong, and the others arrived, they were greeted by the sight of a group engrossed in counting pearls under the moonlight. Apart from Lu Yao, the rest utilized their claws, setting aside every 100 they counted. "Spring, you all are here. We have been waiting for you for quite some time. Quickly, bring me your beast skin bags." Lu Yao called out. "Did you acquire these?" Chun swallowed hard, her tongue tied as she gazed at the towering piles of white pearls. She had never encountered such abundance in her lifetime. "We pilfered them from their storeroom," Lu Yao explained, "and I intend to share with you all." As soon as Black Yang finished speaking, Chun lunged towards Chi-Tu, playfully exclaiming, "Good lad. Well done, Chief Ma Chuan. I believe it would be wise for you to freshen up first." Chi-Tu, shy by nature, felt ill at ease engaging in such frivolity with a figure of authority. Under the insistence of the group, 600 white pearls were distributed. Lu Yao reluctantly received 2,000, while Chun, Wu Rong, and Pu Bo divided 1,000 pearls equally among themselves. Yulan, Black Yang, and Fire Lin also shared another 1,000 pearls equally. The remaining 600 were allocated to Chi-Tu, who, being solitary and without a female companion, had little use for such an excess and ultimately passed them on to Lu Yao. Fire Lin, needless to say, required no more, resulting in Lu Yao amassing 3,000 white pearls in one night, an experience that could easily be described as a sudden fortune. The joy derived from acquiring the pearls was heightened by the fact that they originated from the Eagle tribe, and even more so knowing they were intended as a gift for the Lion tribe. "Are we returning to the village now?" Chun inquired, her spirits soaring as she spoke with a lightness in her tone. Lu Yao gazed at the moon by the riverside, a hint of melancholy shadowing her features. "I would like to trouble you to accompany me to retrieve the children of the Fire Feather clan." Hualin, with his exceptionally acute ears, turned with a face full of delight, his brilliant golden eyes sparkling. The assembly of beasts expressed no dissent. "Then let us depart. This night is simply splendid," Spring exclaimed with a hearty shout. Everyone released their claws and ran with abandon, Spring's cheerful laughter resonating and uplifting the spirits of all. Joyful howls erupted from the group as they surrendered completely to the moment. The night air was particularly chill, yet nestled against Xuechen, Lu Yao felt enveloped in warmth, her heart brimming with a comforting glow. Lu Yao felt that in the modern world, she had no true friends. However, upon arriving here, she unexpectedly gained numerous companions willing to risk their lives for her. "Xuechen, it is truly wonderful to have met you." Lu Yao tightly embraced Xuechen's neck, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Xuechen slowed his pace, his commanding tiger-like gaze softened with tenderness. "To have encountered you is my fortune." "I knew you would say that." Lu Yao vigorously rubbed the large tiger's jaw, reveling in the delightful pleasure of petting the cat. The exquisite softness of its fur was utterly delightful. After a brief moment, she remarked, "Xuechen, why aren't you running anymore? You're falling behind the others." Xuechen's silver eyes flickered, his voice low and tender. "Yao, my legs feel weak." Chapter 62. The tribe seeking refuge. The unceasing thrill of this electrifying sensation was something even the formidable Xuechen could hardly withstand. Lu Yao chuckled awkwardly, ceasing her playful torment of Xuechen. After a brief moment, the group ahead, intoxicated by their own triumph, suddenly realized that they had outpaced both Xuechen and Lu Yao. One by one, they slowed their pace, only resuming their sprint once Xuechen began to catch up with them. After approximately half an hour of running, they arrived at a shadowy wetland. "Xuechen, it's so dark here, I can hardly see anything." Lu Yao furrowed her brow as she found herself in a place entwined with creeping vines. The dense foliage obscured the sky, rendering the area damp and shadowy, the air thick with the scent of decay, exuding an unsettling aura. "My vision is not particularly clear, and I am unfamiliar with this vicinity. Yao, just hold on to me tightly." Although Xuechen and the others possess the ability to see in the dark, it is contingent upon the presence of light. The moonlight filtering through the layers of vines is exceedingly faint. It is only by taking refuge here that they remain undetected by the eagle tribe. There was a weighted tone in the youthful voice of Hualin. Residing in such a dark and damp environment, even before meeting them, Lu Yao felt a pang of compassion for the children. These adorable fire spirits, forced to live in such conditions, must endure tremendous oppression and suffering. They, the Fire Feather clan, were born from the fire feather flower, emerging into the light, growing through the flames, and cherishing warmth and brightness. The group approached a large boulder, its surface cloaked in moss. A massive crevice marred the rock, leading into unfathomable depths. They paused in their steps. "I will go in to find everyone. Just wait for a moment," Hualin announced as he leaped down from the thin foliage and plunged into the dark cavern. After a brief interval, suddenly, a flicker of firelight ignited deep within the cave. "Is someone coming?" Another burst of flames revealed itself, accompanied by an exuberant voice. "It's Brother Hualin. Everyone, come out quickly, it's Hualin." Lu Yao stood before the crevice of the cave, gazing at clusters of flames igniting one after another. She discerned the figures huddled against the stone walls, disheveled yet endearingly charming children. "Wow, this, that, it seems to bear the scent of mother. Come here quickly." A girl with a dust-laden face and slate-blue eyes, her short legs carrying her excitedly as she fluttered her small wings, dashed towards Lu Yao. Her face radiated exhilaration as she ran, exclaiming, "It's mother come to take us home." Suddenly being referred to as mother by so many children made Lu Yao feel a tad bashful. Yet the little ones before her were simply too adorable. The soft, cherubic child leapt directly from the rock crevice, and Lu Yao instinctively caught her. Following closely, a golden-haired, blue-eyed boy emerged from the crevice. He was nearly the same height as Yi, cradling another small child in his arms, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and anticipation as he looked at Lu Yao. The golden-haired boy had tender, fair skin and exquisitely defined features. His wings a radiant golden hue, reminiscent of the legendary forest sprites. He gazed at Lu Yao, his lips quivering slightly, his emerald eyes brimming with glistening tears. Lu Yao affectionately ruffled his hair, reassuringly saying, "Good child, it's all right now. You are safe." One after another, 3 adorable little children emerged, appearing to be merely 2 or 3 years old. They were all children who had been safeguarded by the very essence of life, much like Yi. Lu Yao embraced each child fairly, knowing they would soon be able to leave this place, and the group of children was overjoyed. "Wait, what is that smell? Is it the scent of sulfur?" Lu Yao cradled the adorable little girl once more, inhaling deeply, and indeed, she detected a familiar scent reminiscent of sulfur soap. Utilizing the flickering light from her feathers, Lu Yao peered into the cave, and to her astonishment, those golden-hued stones were none other than sulfur. As she emerged from the cave, the glow revealed even more wonders. The damp, moss-covered rock walls bore white crystalline nitrate. This was a veritable gift from the heavens. Sulfur plus potassium nitrate plus charcoal equals gunpowder. A common knowledge in modern times, although there were no metals to wield flames at present. If these materials were strategically concealed in the crevices and ignited with a fuse, they could set a trap for the Lion clan that would leave them bewildered. Chun and the others were utterly perplexed by Lu Yao's exuberant circling around the large stone, muttering to herself. Yet, upon hearing Lu Yao proclaim that these yellow and white stones could be transformed into a formidable weapon for the tribe, their spirits soared. Once crafted, they would no longer fear the oppression of the higher clans. Energized, they set about collecting as many stones as possible. Chun and Yulan vowed to return the next day with a contingent to transport all the stones from this area back to Lu Yao's dwelling. This was not entirely unexpected. The wetlands were dotted with numerous caves, yet only this one housed sulfur. The children of the Fire Feather clan preferred to huddle in the narrow crevices rather than the spacious caves, for this place contained the sulfur mine. Although the scent was pungent, it served to repel insects and maintain dryness within the cave. That night, Lu Yao was overjoyed. And even the Grey Wolf and Mo Hound tribes reaped significant rewards. As the group hurried back to their tribe, Yulan and Chun calculated how to procure sweeteners, furs, and charcoal before winter's arrival, ensuring the tribe would enjoy a warm season devoid of hunger. Such a fortune had previously only graced their dreams, yet here it was, realized. As dawn broke, the group had barely set foot on the path leading into the valley when they were met with a throng of people before their tribe's entrance. They were burdened with their belongings, resembling refugees, with diverse appearances, encompassing all ages and genders. Who are they? Lu Yao inquired, perplexed. They are from the Red Fox and Hyena clans. They may have lost their chief and wish to submit to us, Shuechen explained. If they seek refuge, it would likely be with a middle clan. How could they consider us as slaves? I suspect they are merely seeking food, yet we have none to spare, Chun suggested. Furrowing her brow. Chun's caution was understandable, as resources in this region were scarce, compounded by the pressures from the mid to high clans, fostering a competitive spirit among lower clans. Friction over hunting was common, leading to merely ordinary relations between most tribes. However, Chun would soon be proven wrong. Approaching the entrance, the throng of people fell prostrate before Shuechen, their demeanor one of utmost reverence. They bowed their heads, imploring, "We beseech the wise tiger beast to shelter us. Allow us to join your tribe. We are willing to serve as your humble servants. You have saved us, and we are prepared to devote ourselves to your tribe. Please. We have nowhere else to turn." A female cradling a young one stepped forward, and most among them were similarly nurturing mothers. "Please, kind and beautiful one, grant my child the gift of life. We will do anything you ask." In seeking refuge with a middle clan, they would only accept females, while males would become slaves and the young and elderly would be cast aside, bereft of male protection. They could scarcely fathom how to survive in this brutal world with their offspring. They harbored deep-seated hatred for the Eagle clan and the cruelty of the middle clans, compelling them to seek aid from those who might value their lives. Gradually, they encircled Shuechen, the scene heart-wrenching, evoking sympathy from all who bore witness. Chapter 63. How to Make a Boyfriend Lose Control. Indeed, the ones pleading were addressing Shuechen, not Yulan. The scene momentarily left Yulan feeling awkward. But upon realizing that Lu Yao was seated upon Shuechen's back, balance was restored. After all, who could blame Shuechen for leading the way at the forefront? Lu Yao could not comprehend why joining the tribe necessitated becoming a servant. Among the crowd, there were both the elderly and the young, yet the robust males were scarce, with females constituting the majority, several of whom appeared familiar to her. Shuechen turned to Lu Yao, his gaze imbued with inquiry. "Perhaps it would be best to let the chieftain make arrangements. Let us return and rest for now." Lu Yao let out a soft hum. She found it challenging to manage such a multitude. Addressing Yulan and Chun, she said, "Clan leader, please make the arrangements as you see fit and do your utmost to assist them." Upon hearing Lu Yao, who rode a white tiger, the people prostrated themselves. Their hearts significantly lightened. They repeatedly bowed in gratitude towards her. Even if Lu Yao had remained silent, Yulan was more than willing to accept them, particularly since these individuals were eager to be considered lower-tier beastmen. However, influenced by Lu Yao, he decided against allowing them to become subservient lower-tier beastmen slaves. The prospect of recruiting more robust warriors through the presence of numerous females was already quite advantageous, especially since his own tribe had an abundance of single males. Suddenly presenting an opportunity, he organized his people to escort these newcomers to the southwestern corner of the valley, enlisting several male beastmen to assist them in constructing shelters. This location was notably distant from both the tribe's center and the river, particularly far from Lu Yao's residence. As the clan leader, Yulan felt it prudent to maintain a certain level of caution regarding outside races. Meanwhile, Chun and the others, having set down their belongings, originally intended to return to the Mo Quan tribe for a brief rest before seeking further news from the outside world. Lu Yao instructed them to head upstairs and rest, advising that they would descend for a meal upon awakening before venturing out again. This incited feelings of envy and resentment in He Yong and Chi Tu, who lamented the distance of their own homes. "Stop lingering. If you wish, you are welcome to join us for dinner this evening." Lu Yao turned her face towards the enviously gazing He Yong and smiled at Chi Tuesday. She held the hand of a small child, followed closely by 4 others. The children of the Fire Feather clan, who had not seen sunlight for a long time, curiously peered at everything around them. their expressions filled with bewilderment upon seeing the towering maple fire feather trees that dwarfed them. They gazed intently at Lu Yao, each affectionately clinging to her legs, calling her mama in sweet, tender voices. "Master, are these all Yi's companions?" "They are even smaller than Yi," asked Jian Kong, squatting down to reach out to touch the green-eyed child, only to have their tiny hands grasp his fingers. Yi's height barely reached their bellies, while these little ones were only half of Yi's stature. The minotaurs had to tread carefully, wary of stepping on them, knowing it would take them 10 more springs and winters to grow. A golden-haired, blue-eyed boy, friendly in demeanor, explained to Mei Li, who had already washed his face by the water channel, revealing his fair and radiant skin, having changed his clothes. Xuechen noticed Lu Yu still surrounded by the children and spotted Yi joyfully running down from the second floor. He swiftly embraced Lu Yao, speaking gently to the little ones. "Look, Yi has arrived. Let's all follow Yi to wash our faces and rest. During dinner tonight, everyone will take turns introducing themselves to Mama." Indeed, the group of children was successfully distracted, allowing Xuechen to lead Lu Yao away. Mei Li, caressing her visibly rounded belly, radiated maternal warmth. Without needing Lu Yao's prompting, she took the initiative to head to the kitchen to prepare pancakes for the children. Back in the room, Lu Yao lazily wrapped her arms around Xuechen's neck, yawning in his embrace, and softly murmured, "Why do I feel so sleepy as soon as I'm in your arms?" He pulled back the covers, laying her down on the bed before removing his own clothes and lying down beside her. Lu Yao naturally placed her hand on Xuechen's chest, her legs entwined around his waist. This koala-like posture resembled her embrace of a modern-day giant pillow. She then comfortably closed her eyes. However, Xuechen's clear brow and silver eyes radiated warmth, devoid of any signs of fatigue. "Yao, you previously mentioned that once the offerings are concluded, we could conceive a child." Lu Yao, on the verge of slumber, instantly became more alert. She had yet to mention her plans to personally deliver food to Princess Regent in 5 days, along with her attempt to rescue the Fire Feather Clan leader. But now, she dared not share this with Xuechen. The thought of their prior agreement stirred a sense of nervousness and slight shyness within her. Suddenly, Xuechen, who had been lying flat, turned onto his side. Lu Yao instinctively wrapped her arms around his lean, powerful waist, feeling the firm contours of his physique. How fluid it was. Realizing that her hands had carelessly settled on Xuechen's waist, her heartbeat quickened. She truly had no resistance to his body. Xuechen's Adam's apple gently bobbed, and the hand resting on Lu Yao's back tightened slightly, the smooth and delicate sensation as if a mere touch could cause her harm. A flurry of kisses descended upon her collarbone, the atmosphere thick with tension. Yet, he yearned to embrace her even tighter, his heart racing uncontrollably. Sensing the sudden stiffness of the person in his arms, Xuechen recalled the elder's words in response to his inquiry. The female only finds comfort and joy in procreation when she desires it. Lu Yu is special, delicate. This aspect could not be dictated by the male's needs. His soft, cherry-colored lips brushed against her forehead, gently patting her taut back. "Sleep now, my female." Moments later, feeling Xuechen's breathing steady, Lu Yao, wide awake, slowly opened her eyes. His elegantly long eyelashes were mere inches away. Xuechen was truly handsome, dark, arched brows, a high-nosed bridge, and pale cherry lips exuding an air of cold nobility and aloofness that was unparalleled. But how could he suddenly restrain himself again? They had already come so far. She had not expressed any unwillingness. She had clearly sensed the change in Xuechen. Lu Yao suddenly felt a pang of longing in her heart. She too yearned for more intimate moments. Did Xuechen expect her to take the initiative? She truly harbored a mischievous desire but lacked the courage to act upon it. Lu Yao felt a flicker of irritation and decided that when she had the time, she would personally craft a set of sleepwear, one that was irresistibly sensual, with delicate straps that would leave the man before her utterly captivated, like a ravenous wolf, or rather, a famished tiger. Eventually, her thoughts spiraled, and she drifted into slumber. Dark clouds enveloped the valley, lightning cleaved the sky, and fierce winds snapped branches as thunder rumbled and torrential rain poured down, transforming the landscape into a white expanse. Spring, returning from the outside, marveled at her good fortune for not getting drenched like a drowned rat. Lu Yao's stone house is truly wonderful. It is impervious to the rain, sturdy. Spring mused while standing beneath the eaves, though her thoughts soon turned to concern for her tribe's earthen dwellings, fearing they might be washed away by the deluge. "Sister, please keep your voice down. Don't wake Mother," Yi whispered as she tugged at Spring's sleeve, her tone gentle. Spring nodded in understanding, squatting down to gaze affectionately at Yi, saying, "All the half-beasts of your Fire Feather tribe are so beautiful. How could the Eagle tribe be so cruel to you?" However, They shall soon learn a lesson. I will have a word with you about last night's events. Yi beamed with innocence, grasping Spring's hand. Sister is beautiful too. And you are the fiercest warrior who can defeat the second most formidable of the Eagle tribe. Yi's sweet words were sincere and unembellished. Apart from Xueqin, Spring possessed the highest combat prowess in their midst. Spring was melted by Yi's sparkling eyes, lifting her into an embrace, raising her high. The children of the Fire Feather tribe, with their childlike spirits, found boundless joy in the company of adults. In the dining hall, a group of children awaited Lu Yao with envy glimmering in their eyes. It turned out that not every race was like those they had encountered previously, who looked down upon them as half-beasts. The thunder continued to rumble, and while Lu Yao had long been awake, she was engaged in negotiation with the system. Chapter 64, Marvelous, Simply Marvelous. Oh, esteemed infrastructure system, while I appreciate the furnace you have bestowed upon me, the melting point of iron exceeds 1500 degrees. Given our current circumstances, I cannot fathom how to achieve such temperatures using mere wood. Lu Yao lamented, expressing her discontent with the current situation. This time, due to the expansion into a new intermediate tribe, the system had generously rewarded her with an airbag blower. However, even in the most favorable conditions, burning wood would only yield temperatures of about 700 to 800 degrees, while she had yet to encounter iron ore. Lu Yao's understanding of the system led her to believe that the provision of such a foundational structure indicated the inevitable presence of iron ore in this world. Having entered the era of cold weapons, she felt no fear towards the advanced tribes. Moreover, the casings for various gunpowder weapons would also require metal. Even the preservation of pottery seemed unreliable, given its excessive porosity and fragility. Gunpowder was prone to moisture, which could render it ineffective. Host, I have just checked, and indeed, there are no records or solutions related to this matter in the survival compendium of the beast world. You must explore on your own. There should be alternative combustible materials available here, the system stated with a hint of helplessness in its youthful tone. Are you referring to coal? That belongs to the Bear Clan's territory, and if my chemical knowledge serves me correctly, coal burns only slightly hotter than wood, which is far from sufficient, she replied. Lu Yu sighed, lamenting that the lack of usable fuel had become a formidable obstacle in her epic-defining journey. The system remained silent for a moment before responding, suggesting that the host should contemplate how the ancient civilization of Huaxia crafted an abundance of divine weapons through their ingenuity. Sacrificing oneself to forge? Bah, what am I even saying? The first thought that crossed Lu Yao's mind was naturally the legendary sword, Ganjiang Moxie. However, even in modern times, such an artifact remains mythical. A human body composed of 75 water would only cool down in a furnace, not heat up. Keep it up, host. The youthful voice uttered this phrase before swiftly departing, leaving Lu Yao speechless as she gazed out the window. The rain and wind outside were quite fierce, causing the animal's skin to rustle and splatter water everywhere. Lu Yao let out a melancholic sigh, contemplating her desire to craft glass for windows, a task fraught with difficulty. However, before she could pursue this endeavor, her stomach voiced its discontent, reminding her of her hunger. The alluring aroma of rich soup lured Lu Yao to the dining hall, where she was immediately met with the gaze of dozens of curious eyes upon her entrance. Still in a daze from her slumber, she suddenly recalled the dinner she had arranged for the evening. As it was the first day for the children of the Fire Feather clan, she felt compelled to prepare something special for them. The fish soup and roasted buns on the table did not seem to bear the hallmark of Xueqin's cooking. Lu Yao glanced around, offering a gentle smile to the children of the Fire Feather tribe, and inquired of Chun, "Why are you the only one here? Where is Xueqin? And why are you Lan and the others upset?" Chun paused briefly before responding with a smile. "Xueqin has taken the others to gather hemp and sulfur. They should be returning soon, once the rain subsides. Yulan and I intend to visit the nearby market to purchase food with the white pearls to share with our kin. Is there anything you wish to buy?" Lu Yao? Upon learning of Xueqin's whereabouts, Lu Yao revealed a knowing smile as she glanced at the heavy clouds looming outside the door. It was evident that the rain would not cease any time soon. However, there was no rush to procure food at this moment. "Why is that?" Chun asked, perplexed. Lu Yao glanced at Chun with a slight smile at the corner of her lips before heading towards the kitchen. "I will prepare some delicious food for the children. You can ponder things on your own for now." Although the kitchen was situated outside, the thatched eaves effectively shielded the corridor. Unless there was a tempest, the floors of the house would remain dry. Mei Li followed Lu Yao into the kitchen to assist her, all in celebration of the Fire Feather Clan children's inaugural visit to this place. Lu Yao intended to prepare a dish that children adore, sweet and syrupy candied potatoes, minced meat with cabbage, accompanied by a bowl of sweet tofu pudding. In truth, Lu Yao had a preference for the tangy and spicy cabbage. Yet she had yet to master the art of incorporating vinegar into her cooking. The chin vinegar, a product of fermented sorghum and wheat bran, remained elusive to her, leaving her with a tinge of regret. Upon hearing Lu Yao's plan to make tofu pudding, Mei Li joyfully retrieved a ceramic jar from the shelf and placed it on the table. Lu Yao often stated that consuming soybean milk during pregnancy was beneficial for the child, prompting Mei Li to grind some soybeans daily and fill the jar, which Lu Yao would drink if she found it unnecessary. Mei Li, eager to assist Lu Yao, was surprisingly unreserved in her efforts, while Chun, leaning against the door frame, could hardly contain her curiosity and inquired, "Lu Yao, why are you not in a hurry to purchase food? The rainy season of late autumn is approaching, and everyone else is stockpiling provisions." Enveloped in a misty ambience, Lu Yao appeared ethereal and graceful, with her eyes crescent-shaped and a radiant smile gracing her face. She encouraged Chun, "Do share what news you have gathered today." Straightening up, Chun prepared to discuss the matter at hand. "Today, it seems the Eagle clan is rather unremarkable. The guards are simply more numerous than usual. They haven't troubled other tribes, nor have they sought out the Leopard clan for females or white pearls. I find this quite peculiar. Perhaps our efforts have kept them from suspecting the Leopard clan? Yet, it could also be due to the thunder and heavy rain." Lu Yao chuckled and shook her head, countering, "Chun, if you were the sagacious leader of the Eagle tribe, would you now demand the return of the captives and the white pearl from the Leopard tribe? Am I the leader of the Eagle tribe?" Chun rubbed his nose, instinctively responding, "It is not so simple to reclaim what has been taken. If I were capable of defeating them, I would not hesitate to engage in battle. However, given the casualties sustained last night, I find myself more apprehensive about other intermediate tribes launching an attack, especially since the Eagle tribe has often offended them in the past." Chun smiled wryly, concluding, "I would not be foolish enough to approach the Leopard tribe for the return of our people." Lu Yao continued to inquire, "Let us proceed with our assumptions. Would you disclose this matter to the Golden Lion clan and lament your grievances to them?" Chun retorted with irritation. The merciless high beasts of the Golden Lion clan would scarcely heed the complaints of the intermediate beasts if they cannot obtain what they desire. It would be a miracle if they do not blame the Eagle clan and annihilate them instead. Moreover, the tribes within the territory of the Golden Lion clan might also suffer misfortune. As she spoke, a sudden realization struck her. "Lu Yao, so that is how it is. If I were the leader of the Eagle clan, I would be unable to acquire the white pearls at all. Even if we resort to selling our possessions, we would still need to find a way to present white pearls to the Golden Lion clan. They possess an abundance of precious items." Chun's spirits immediately lifted. "However, Lu Yao, they lack females, so wouldn't they resort to capture again? And the tribes of the Eagle clan have yet to take action." Lu Yao retrieved the caramelized strands from the pot and handed them to the beautiful maiden beside her. She gestured towards the torrential downpour outside, exclaiming how splendid the rain was, alleviating the need for further strategizing. Even if the Eagle clan possessed wings, they could not possibly take flight in such inclement weather. Lu Yao blinked and remarked, "Who knows, perhaps at this very moment, she is crawling on the ground in order to sell her goods." Lu Yao's vivid description painted a striking picture, causing Chun to burst into laughter. "Wonderful, isn't it?" she exclaimed, clearly amused. "I think it's delightful, truly delightful." As she spoke, Chun tilted her head, peering through the cascading curtain of rain. Suddenly, she froze in her tracks, her lips twitching as she took in the sight. Upon realizing the truth, Chun doubled over in laughter, nearly rolling on the ground in sheer glee. "Lu Yao, it seems you've hit the nail on the head once again. I can't take it anymore." Chapter 65. Prophecy Fulfilled, Laughter Uncontained. She waved at Lu Yao, urging him to come quickly. "Look at what your male companion has brought. I've only ever seen this on the females of the Eagle clan. He must have robbed them." She cackled, "I can't handle it. I'm going to die of laughter." Lu Yao observed Chun with a smile reminiscent of a simpleton, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, a smile possesses a contagious quality, and soon she found herself grinning as she gazed outside. Though the sky was dim, it had yet to succumb to darkness. Unlike Chun, she did not possess such keen eyesight, but she could see Shui Chen approaching with a handful of white from the vegetable patch, cradling something snow-white in his arms. Obscured from her view, as Shui Chen drew near, the chill in his silver eyes melted away, his brows and gaze imbued with a gentle clarity. "Yao," he said, unfurling the feathered cloak in his hands. "Do you like the white crane feather attire?" Lu Yao could hardly conceal the astonishment in her eyes. This cascading snow-white feather cloak was simply enchanting. The delicate snow feathers were soft and fluffy to the touch, akin to silk satin, devoid of any protruding quills. The entire garment exuded a poetic and picturesque essence of ancient elegance, flawless in every detail. Lu Yao gently caressed, so beautiful. You didn't actually seize it from the Eagle clan, did you? Seeing Lu Yao's fondness, Xueqin's lips curled into a smile, his eyes filled with tenderness. Oh, encountering 6 members of the Eagle clan was nothing to worry about. I have managed everything. Lu Yao gazed incredulously at her boyfriend. Is the Eagle clan truly so easily dealt with now? Xueqin replied earnestly, explaining how they waddled underground with their wings, exhibiting little combat prowess. Chun laughed even louder, exclaiming, "Oh, my ancestral beast god. I could die from laughter." That is precisely what Lu Yao just said. Her boisterous laughter attracted a group of children. Once she settled down, she regaled them with fanciful tales. Later, Wu Rong provided a vivid description of specific scenes, captivating the Fire Feather Clan children, who widened their eyes in awe, covering their mouths in admiration as they gazed at Xueqin, who they then affectionately called father while clinging to his legs in reverence. Due to the small stature of the Fire Feather children, the table, which could barely accommodate 20, felt cramped. The trade team consisted of 5 members, the Minotaurs another 5. And the Fire Feather children numbered 10 in total, leaving Lu Yu and Xueqin somewhat squeezed. Master, tomorrow I shall lead them to carry another tree like this one. So we can craft another table, Jian Kong proactively suggested, now adept at managing the affairs of the backyard with a keen eye, embodying the essence of a steward. Indeed. Remember to craft some small chairs for them as well. Lu Yu smiled gently, her health radiating through her warm expression. With serious, earnest eyes, she nodded in agreement. Before the meal commenced, the children of the Fire Feather clan introduced themselves. Their appearances varied greatly, as did the hues of their wings, however. They all shared the remarkable ability to ignite the feathers upon their wings. Among them was a golden-haired, blue-eyed boy named Yun Chung, a unique presence among the elders of the Fire Feather clan. He was personally raised by the clan leader, Feng Wu, and upon the leader's demise, he would inherit the Crimson Flame and ascend as the new clan leader. Yun Qing possessed a gentle demeanor, despite appearing to be merely 7 or 8 years old. His features were strikingly handsome, with exquisitely deep emerald eyes. Unlike the other children, who clamored for Lu Yao's attention, he embodied the role of a responsible older brother, constantly looking after the younger, more playful children. Even when it came to indulging in the sweet, caramelized potatoes, he only took a modest piece, savoring it contentedly before refraining from taking more. Observing the other children eagerly vying for the caramelized treat, he assisted them in distributing the portions fairly. The sweet caramelized potatoes were a hit, as was the sweet tofu pudding, which the children devoured with delight, leaving their bowls spotless. However, Xueqin had a penchant for savory flavors and consumed 3 bowls of the salty tofu pudding in quick succession, as it was not particularly filling. A large wooden basin of caramelized potatoes, a bucket of tofu pudding, and 3 wooden basins of steamed buns were swiftly consumed by the group. Lu Yu felt that the meal she had was enough to sustain her for an entire month. Fortunately, thanks to the prior efforts of the trading team, her household still had a stockpile of 500 pounds of grain, sufficient for half a month's sustenance. She also managed to select over 20 pounds of seeds, wheat, corn, and soybeans, enough to cultivate 20 acres of land come spring. However, this was merely the beginning. She needed to seek out the Minotaurs to clear more land and find additional crops. Only by planting more grain could she meet the demands of the future. After finishing their meal, Lu Yao took the children upstairs to the first room on the 2nd floor. From the cupboard, she retrieved neatly stacked animal skin blankets. She distributed them among the children and then produced small pillows filled with soft cotton. These were crafted by Lu Yu and Xueqin during their quiet evenings. They carry the scent of mother. One child made the discovery, prompting the others to press their pillows to their noses, inhaling deeply. Their eyes suddenly glistened with tears. And a father too. We thought mother might abandon us. Woo-woo, woo-woo. We were so frightened there, afraid of the darkness, and afraid that mother would not want us. Mother misses us dearly. We should not have doubted her. Thank you, mother. When I grow up, I want to be strong and become a warrior for you. Mother, when we are all grown, we will be your warriors. We will protect you well. The children choked back sobs as they recounted their harrowing days of darkness. Lu Yu gently patted their heads and tenderly said, I won't abandon you. Let us first choose our rooms. You may decide whether you wish to stay alone or with your siblings. Although there were 10 rooms, each furnished with a large bed, the children occupied only 3. Yi shared her space with all the children except for Hualin and Yun Qing, who chose to reside separately. A decision Lu Yao respected. With the assistance of the Minotaur, Lu Yao moved 3 beds from the other rooms into Yi's quarters. The children, being young, did not find the space cramped. Once the children were settled, everything was in order. As Lu Yao prepared to descend the stairs, she passed by Nyo and Nyo-san, who stood with their heads bowed and backs hunched in an abject manner. It suddenly dawned on her that she had perhaps overlooked these three. Their excessive deference towards her and the other beast men revealed their timid and self-effacing natures. The task of the Mania tribe was to awaken the sacred dance of the Mania priest, yet how could these cowering minotaurs truly embody the essence of the Mania? What she required were loyal warriors, dependable friends, and advantageous partners. She had no need for slaves who trembled in fear. Typically, the loyalty of slaves emerges only when their masters are nearing their end. Lu Yao suddenly halted her steps and turned around, startling the three towering minotaurs. Their expressions turned anxious, and they dared not breathe too heavily. This was not due to fear of Lu Yao, but rather because life in this place was exceedingly splendid. They were well-fed, warmly clothed, and resided in clean quarters, free from the threat of beatings or abuse. They had never experienced such a life even before their enslavement. A profound dread gripped them. The slightest misstep could lead to their abandonment. Chapter 66. The time has come tonight. Noticing that Lu Yu was merely observing them in silence, the foremost minotaur, Bull One, cautiously ventured, Master, is there something you require us to do? Lu Yu gazed at their terrified faces and, with a serious expression, declared, I wish to convey this to you. You are not my slaves. As her words fell, several minotaurs knelt upon the ground, eager to plead with Lu Yu not to cast them away. However, she continued, I purchased you, sheltered you, and provided you with sustenance, all in the hope that you would join me in constructing our homeland and safeguarding it. In my eyes, you are partners in collaboration, valiant guardians of our sanctuary. Therefore, I have never regarded you, nor shall I ever, as wretched slaves. Each of you possesses your own intrinsic value. Upon hearing this, the three minotaurs abruptly lifted their heads, astonished as they gazed at Lu Yao. Lu Yao spoke with resolute conviction, continuing, Bear in mind that I have bestowed upon you no rewards. The sustenance and shelter you possess are the fruits of your own diligent labor. In my eyes, you stand on equal footing with the orcs below. There exists no hierarchy of nobility or worth. The sole distinction may lie in the fact that you toil for the humble abode of Lu Yao, while they labor for their own tribe. Lu Yao's voice resonated powerfully, audible not only to Yulan and others downstairs, but also compelling the spirited children of the Fire Feather clan to peek outside. It matters not how others perceive you. The half-beasts, for dignity and honor are never bestowed by others, they are earned through one's own efforts. If you continue to regard yourselves as wretched slaves, inferior half-beasts in your hearts, then darkness and humiliation shall forever accompany you, while dignity and light will eternally elude you. Lu Yao's voice, though soft, resonated profoundly within the hearts of all present. The half-orcs, deemed inferior, and the lowly tribes, are they not worthy of honor and dignity? Tears glistened in the eyes of the three Tauren, as Lu Yao shone like a brilliant light, illuminating their battered hearts. A seed named courage, long buried deep within, has now begun to sprout. As Lu Yao was speaking passionately, the voice of the system suddenly chimed in, Congratulations, host. The task of signing in at the Barbarian Bull tribe has been completed, yielding 5,100 points. Keep up the great work. Wow, is that all? Too simple, Lu Yao mused. Though she realized she was still far from gathering 100 members, she marveled at her own persuasive abilities. Keep striving, host. Soon you shall possess the barbarian totem and establish the barbarian tribe. With your own army, your future will be secure, the system encouraged her. An army? Aren't they merely helpers for farming? Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why the system would make such a statement. Would there be wars to confront in the future? Nevertheless, the system's assertion held merit. The power dynamics here were intricate, with intermediate and advanced tribes ruthlessly suppressing the others. Establishing a secure foothold in this tumultuous environment was far from a simple endeavor. Though perplexed, she reassured herself that her system would never lead her astray. Lu Yu was lost in thought, as three steadfast minotaurs rose before her, their expressions resolute. Master, we have come to a decision. We shall now proceed to the storeroom to aid the esteemed elder, they declared, eager to craft numerous pieces of furniture for their master. Without hesitation, the trio leaped from the second-floor window, braving the torrential rain as they made their way to the stone dwelling where the healthy and beautiful elder resided. Witnessing this, Lu Yao felt a wave of astonishment. The physical prowess of the orcs is truly remarkable. As Lu Yao descended the stairs, she observed the peculiar expressions on the faces around the dining table, each pair of eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Shun gazed at Lu Yao with a look of admiration, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lu Yao, you are absolutely right. I have decided to use your words to persuade the lower tribes hesitant to join our alliance tomorrow. Indeed, We must gather our alliance in the shortest possible time. Yulan declared resolutely, unwilling to remain weak and fearful of the higher tribes as he had in the past. Lu Yao felt immense joy at the enthusiasm displayed by everyone. Yes, the valley in which we currently reside is an excellent location. It is defensible and offers the opportunity to construct walls along the river. We shall first build the inner city and later encircle the open land and mountains beyond. I will draft a map to illustrate my plans, although the others did not fully grasp the details. The mere thought of Lu Yao creating a map spurred them into a frenzy of eagerness to commence work. Xuechen lowered her gaze slightly, realizing that constructing the walls would be a monumental task, as even the construction of their current dwelling had taken many days. Lu Yao spread her hands and smiled mysteriously. However, we are not short on manpower, and soon there will be even more, won't there? Xuechen nodded, her long, pale fingers resting gracefully on the table, her silver eyes calm and serene. It is also possible that the Eagle clan may come knocking at our door. Nevertheless, today I gathered a greater quantity of hemp seeds and visited the porcupine tribe, acquiring many of their shed quills, just in case. Lu Yao approached Xuechen, her dark eyes sparkling with mischief, and without a hint of hesitation, planted a kiss on his cheek. Not only was her boyfriend handsome, but he also possessed remarkable foresight. Xuechen's silver eyes flickered in surprise. He had not anticipated Lu Yao would kiss him in front of so many people. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her waist, and under her astonished gaze, pressed his lips against her glossy pink ones, the kiss lingering sweetly. The onlookers, though accustomed to grand displays, found themselves overwhelmed by the sugary affection unfolding before them. How brazen to flaunt such sweetness in front of a single crowd. Furthermore, the exchange between Lu Yao and Xuechen left them utterly bewildered. I suppose the moment has arrived tonight? Xuechen gazed at Lu Yao with deep affection, and only when her cheeks flushed slightly in acknowledgement did he release her, satisfaction evident in his expression. I shall return to prepare, he declared. What is there to prepare for? Lu Yao gazed at the departing figures, a question flickering in her eyes. Could it be that Xuechen harbored some hidden secrets? With this thought, she couldn't suppress a smile and turned to her companions, who wore expressions of bewilderment. Initially, I never anticipated that these females would seek refuge with us. I figured that even if they recognized us and informed the Eagle tribe, we could simply deny it. Moreover, the Eagle tribe might not even believe them. Yet now that we have sheltered so many females, the news of our ambush on the Eagle tribe might have spread among several lower tribes. They are reluctant to migrate and fear capture, making joining our alliance their only choice. If the Eagle tribe were to discover this, would they not misinterpret our intentions towards the Leopard tribe? Have we not acted in vain? Wu Rong inquired urgently. Before Lu Yao could respond, Chun interjected. Leaking information to the Eagle tribe would not benefit our lower tribes. If I were in their shoes, I would remain silent. The arrogant Eagle tribe would never believe that lower tribes would dare to launch an independent attack on a superior tribe. I myself would find it hard to believe if I were not directly involved. She had evidently learned to adopt a broader perspective. The beastmen here were not as intellectually advanced as Lu Yao had initially presumed. They thrived on simplicity rather than complexity. Chun received a look of admiration from Lu Yao and boldly declared, even if the Eagle tribe were to discover the truth, we would not fear them. Hasn't Xuechen prepared a plethora of long needles? We shall act decisively. Once the weather clears, we shall burn bricks and construct formidable walls. Chun, you and your people should swiftly relocate to my domain. Yulan resolved firmly, sealing the decision. Chun agreed, acknowledging that as they had joined the alliance, it was essential to secure a favorable position beside Lu Yao. Chapter 67. Such matters should truly bring joy. Subsequently, the group deliberated on procuring food. Although the Eagle tribe was a mid-tier tribe, at the market governed by the Shark tribe by the lakeside, they were still required to adhere to the Shark tribe's regulations for trade. When the market opened, they would undoubtedly encounter numerous rare goods not typically seen. For instance, Lu Yao's white crane feather garment was a treasure, as white cranes resided at great heights. Yet, the Eagle tribe possessed the skill to capture them, fashioning the finest feathers into waterproof cloaks. Furthermore, Yulan mentioned that the Eagle tribe's dried meats were exceptional. These dried meats, hanging from sheer cliffs, would become sweet when cooked after a certain period. Seizing the opportunity to plunder the Eagle tribe, they aimed to procure some cured meats. The group agreed to head to the market for a food haul once the rain subsided. By the time they concluded their discussions and returned, the night had deepened. Lu Yao hesitantly stepped into the room. As she opened the door, a gentle and elegant fragrance of flowers enveloped her. The red blossoms were delicate hibiscuses. The yellow ones stood tall like autumn osmanthus. The purple jasmine exuded a refreshing charm. while the blue wisteria, ethereal and smoke-like, added to the ambience. Bouquets of fresh flowers were arranged in a delightful disorder within the ceramic vases, filling the room to the brim. Xueqin sat amidst the floral abundance, meticulously adjusting the heights of the flower stems. His long silver hair cascaded down, and the graceful lines of his jaw and profile rendered him strikingly handsome. Lu Yao was slightly taken aback. She bent down to breathe in the fragrance of the jasmine. Xueqin, when did you gather so many flowers and create all these vases? When you were asleep. Xueqin embraced Lu Yao from behind, his voice a soft murmur. The cool, refreshing scent enveloped her, filled with an alluring essence. Lu Yao's heart raced fiercely, momentarily causing her to falter. She recalled that there were still matters to clarify with her health. Just as she managed to break free from Xueqin's embrace, she was drawn back again. The scene shifted, and she found herself pressed against the soft bed. Lu Yao curled her fingers, her heart racing violently as Xueqin leaned down, gazing at her with deep affection. Accompanied by delicate kisses, her soul was gradually stirred. The gentle patter of rain masked the soft sounds. Yet it did not hinder Xueqin's ability to hear clearly. Lu Yao's fingers clutched his arm tightly. Suddenly, a thick bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, piercing the darkness. As Xueqin gently kissed the tears from the corner of her eye, Lu Yao felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. It was far from the ease she had envisioned, and the pain was excruciating. Yet, once certain matters commenced, they seldom concluded with simplicity. The maddening sensations rendered Xueqin unable to maintain his composure, prompting him to begin moving slowly. Xueqin. The gentle voice echoed once more, causing him to abandon all caution and indulge in reckless abandon. Both their eyes were filled with tumultuous undercurrents, unable to part for what seemed an eternity. Lu Yao was utterly exhausted, yet under the coercion of Xueqin. She emitted a faint murmur, akin to exquisite musical notes. The more melodious her sounds, the tenser Xueqin became. Reluctant to cause her harm, he leaned down to seal her lips with his, compelling himself to gradually regain his composure, savoring that warmth. Xueqin, I feel unwell. Her enchanting voice, laced with a hazy sense of grievance, voiced her discontent with the man's actions. However, as soon as the words left her lips, she regretted them. Was her Xueqin merely an ordinary man? The wild wind surged, and waves of torrential rain howled relentlessly. Lu Yao resembled a delicate blossom in the rain, fragile and poised to break at any moment, as each gust of fierce wind swept toward her with ferocity. As dawn broke, the world lay in silence, with the eastern horizon revealing a glimmer of light. Beneath the romantic curtain of rain, the heavens and the earth, having embraced and kissed throughout the night, reluctantly released their hold. At the edge of their lips, a new day unfurled. Lu Yao slowly opened her hazy eyes, realizing that she was still clinging to his neck. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. The fine, translucent down on Xueqin's robust and jade-like chest appeared exquisitely beautiful. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and as her moonlike, cold eyes finally opened, the ice melted away, revealing a tender warmth that rippled like water. The scent in the air lingered, creating an intimate atmosphere. Yao, you are stunning, he murmured in a deep, husky voice, imbued with an enchanting allure. As Xueqin sat up, he effortlessly lifted Lu Yao, who was still entwined around his neck. Xueqin, I believe it is necessary to exercise some restraint, she replied. A prolonged kiss enveloped her, rendering her once more in a state of soft languor. I still desire you immensely, but they have arrived. Shall we wait until tonight to have our little one? The breeze stirred by Xueqin tickled Lu Yao's ears, making her feel so bashful that she wished to bury herself in a hole like an ostrich. Lu Yao inwardly chastised herself, lamenting that as a modern woman of the 21st century, she was scarcely superior to a primitive being. She lifted her gaze, prodding Xueqin's chest with her finger, and recalled the torment she had endured the previous night. Fuming, she declared, but I am exhausted. I require 2 days of rest. Very well. Then let it be 2 days, Xueqin responded, firmly grasping her hand and placing it over his heart. Thump, 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 his heartbeat pulsed vigorously, a rapid rhythm echoing in the air. Lu Yao gazed in astonishment, leaning closely against his chest to listen intently. How could it happen so swiftly? Xueqin gently grasped Lu Yao's hand, his gaze cast downwards. Typically, a male's period of infatuation lasts 3 to 4 days. However, my emotions for you shall endure indefinitely. Truly, Yao, I love you. Lu Yao paused momentarily, her dark, luminous eyes as clear and pristine as 2 pools of autumn water. She pressed a kiss to the area over Xueqin's heart. I understand, she murmured, before rising with a smile to dress and freshen up. Although they had indulged somewhat the previous night, Xueqin had exercised remarkable restraint, enveloping her in tenderness without causing her any pain. Far from the exaggerated bruises often depicted in dramas. Clearly, it had been a delightful experience, hadn't it? Outside, a gentle drizzle continued to fall. As Lu Yao opened the door, she beheld the children of the Fire Feather clan fluttering their tiny wings, darting through the fields to gather the intertwined blossoms. Vibrant honey parrots flitted around them, facilitating the exchange of pollen and the collection of nectar. When the children could carry no more, they entrusted their bounty to a nearby figure named Jian Kong, who diligently stacked the gathered flowers into neat bundles. The gentle mist of rain dampened their hair, while radiant smiles illuminated their faces, filling Lu Yao's heart with warmth. She felt an overwhelming affection for these delightful children, wishing only to protect and nurture them as they grew. At the dining table, Lu Yu and Shuechen had yet to enter. Wu Rong delicately inhaled, her nose slightly flaring, her eyes dimming with a hint of melancholy as she lowered her head to sip her porridge. Yao, the rice porridge and fried dough sticks made by Mei Li are simply exquisite. You must come and indulge. Chun, with hands stained by oil, beckoned Lu Yao to take a seat. Indeed, the dishes crafted by Mei Li are delightful. Upon noticing Lu Yao and Shuechen's arrival, Qi too promptly rose, a bashful smile gracing his face. Lu Yao has grown quite fond of this group, often joining them for food and drinks. She teased, "You all must have developed a taste for exquisite craftsmanship. Perhaps I should have Mei Li open a restaurant in the tribe, and you must come and support her." "Master, what is a restaurant?" Mei Li asked, bringing a bowl of perfectly warm porridge to Lu Yao and Shuechen, laughing innocently. Lu Yao expressed her gratitude, remarking that the establishment was specifically dedicated to selling exquisite food, capable of generating considerable profits. "You cannot possibly have come merely for a meal, can you? What about Yulan?" Lu Yao glanced towards Chun, who was beside the robust He Yong, vigorously devouring a cake. He Yong hastily swallowed his food and replied, Yes. Indeed, the clan leader is currently assisting the newcomers in constructing their dwellings. I wanted to inquire. 2 tribes are willing to join the alliance. But how should we proceed with the arrangements?" Chun also turned her gaze towards Lu Yao. Her tribe had chosen the land nearest to Lu Yao's residence. Yet Yulan was opposed to it. Chapter 68. Skill is strength, deep rivalry of the eagle and leopard. The territory of the Grey Wolf tribe, in her perspective, was not vast. A complete circuit could be accomplished in merely half a day's effort. With a running speed of 50 kilometers per hour, Chun could cover 200 kilometers in 5 hours. The entire valley could certainly be likened to a small city, but larger territories often took days to traverse completely. Chun believed that an excess of individuals within the same area necessitated longer distances for hunting, leading to increased potential for conflict. Lu Yao retrieved a piece of cloth from her sleeve and laid it flat upon the table. The fabric vividly depicted the image of the valley, along with a neatly arranged schematic of the square city, where the outlines of the walls and the flowing waters of the streets were distinctly visible. Lu Yao pointed at the center of the map, indicating the current location of the Grey Wolf tribe's dwellings. "You shall expand outward and construct your homes in this circle," she instructed. "Next, we will erect the city walls, and the outer perimeter will be built according to my design. The remaining vacant areas will be allocated for additional tribes as they arrive." A few individuals gathered closer, their eyes sparkling with understanding as they gazed at the map. They were merely envisioning the possibilities, yet an inexplicable surge of excitement coursed through them, ascending along their spines. What a magnificent structure it would be! Lu Yao observed that everyone could comprehend the situation, and she felt reassured as she spoke. The deeper we venture in, the safer the positions become. It is imperative that only our own people, or tribes that will significantly contribute to the city in the future, occupy these areas. Moreover, crucial food storage facilities are located here. In addition, we will eventually establish a dedicated military force to maintain order within the city. We shall discuss that later. Spring, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Why is the area under your jurisdiction so extensive, and what is the purpose of the separate city walls?" Lu Yao nodded and explained, "This is my personal space. I require it for cultivation." Lu Yao is currently not inclined to teach other tribes people the art of cultivation. The appropriate artificial seeds have yet to be developed, and abandoning the search for wild food while the males are engrossed in planting seems impractical. In the event of natural disasters, this could lead to further complications. Moreover, not only does she lack the time at present, but this endeavor is not one that can be accomplished overnight. Chun promptly agreed, nodding in affirmation, suggesting that it would be best to avoid having others around. For the next few days, the task of brickmaking will trouble the valiant warrior Huolin, while the transportation of bricks will be handled by a few of us along with your Minotaur warriors. This point raised by Chun received unanimous approval, as Lu Yao's safety always takes precedence. In the morning, Lu Yao and the others deliberated further on the main construction and defense of the city. Once the rain ceased, they decided to head to the marketplace to procure food. The newly arrived 100 or so females also require sustenance, since they had resolved to take them in. It would be remiss to let them go hungry, gnawing on tree bark. Lu Yao had initially intended to remain at home to study gunpowder, aiming to complete the tribal defenses before the upcoming gathering at Jiasha Beach in 3 days. However, upon hearing that the Eagle tribe would be selling a variety of exotic flowers and plants from the cliffs, she resolved to see it for herself. To facilitate her plans for a substantial procurement of food, the wooden cart crafted by Schwetchen for transporting bricks came in handy. Each member of the trade team dragged a cart, while both the healthy oxen and the horses carried their own loads, rather than sitting on the jostling cart. Lu Yao preferred to ride her silver tiger, taking the opportunity to gently pinch the elegantly pointed, silvery ears of her brain axe. The exuberant spring was pulling an empty cart at remarkable speed, reminiscent of a racing sled dog. However, on several occasions, the sharp turns nearly resulted in a tumble for both the rider and the cart. As they descended another steep slope, the situation became perilous. "Chun, stop. I believe I can detect the scent of the leopard tribe." Wu Rong suddenly changed her expression, attempting to catch up to Chun by biting the speeding cart. Yet, Chun's speed was truly impressive, compounded by the steepness of the incline. This duo of difficult siblings, Chun and Wu Rong, soon found themselves crashing down from the sky, landing beside the Eagle tribe elder who was confronting the leopard tribe. Wood splintered around them as they fell, leaving them dazed and disoriented, causing the entire Eagle tribe to transform into their beast forms in alarm. From a high vantage point, Lu Yu was startled and quickly whispered a few instructions to He Yong and the others beside her. The sudden appearance of 2 individuals had astonished both the Leopard clan and the Eagle clan. The Eagle clan was accompanied by several dozen low-ranking female members of their tribe, who had presumably halted to rest due to exhaustion. By chance, they encountered the Leopard clan elder, Shan Ming, patrolling their territory. The sight of their sworn enemies ignited a fierce confrontation, leading to mutual inquiries. Initially, both parties were merely probing one another, with no intention of engaging in combat. As intermediate tribes, their strengths were comparable, and a skirmish would yield no advantage to either side. Elder Aou of the Eagle clan sought to reclaim the white beads into females, while the Leopard clan demanded clarification regarding whether their kin had been slain by the Eagles and insisted on the return of their stolen possessions. However, before the dialogue could progress, it was interrupted by Chun and Wu Rong. The crux of the matter was that they belonged to the Black Bear territory and, according to customary law, were forbidden from entering the domain of the Golden Lion clan. Just as the Leopard clan was about to unleash their fury upon Chun and Wu, they heard a distant voice calling out, "Ah, is that not the esteemed Leopard clan? Are you intending to drive us, the Emo Hounds, away? But you are no longer envoys of the Golden Lions. Even as an intermediate tribe, you lack the authority to reprimand or expel us, who are under the protection of the Black Bear clan." Shan Ming was outraged, his beard trembling with indignation at being looked down upon by a lowly tribe, all due to the cunning eagles who had usurped their rightful honor. The hearts of the Leopard clan members burned with resentment. The Lion clan no longer favored them. As an intermediate tribe, they felt utterly powerless, unable even to seek vengeance for their fallen brethren. Shan Ming's gaze shifted from Wu Rong and Chun to the dazed Aou, and he glared fiercely, declaring, "Eagle clan, you have lost the white beads and the females and now seek them from us, the leopards. What about our fallen warriors and the honor we have lost? So you admit to seizing what is rightfully ours out of jealousy. I shall inform our chieftain, who will relay this to the Lion King." Aou shook his head vehemently, his expansive wings unfurling with menace. "We did not," but before he could finish, his words were cut off by the thunderous approach of He Yong. "The Eagle clan intends to slay the noble Leopard clan. Noble leopards, we are here to assist you. Brothers, let us strike back against them." He Yong's voice rang out with fervor as he charged forward. "Shameless eagles, we shall no longer allow you to cruelly murder the Leopard envoys. We do not recognize you as emissaries of the Golden Lions. You have no right to tread here." Chi Tu continued to howl, following closely behind He Yong. Once Snowchin confirmed that Lu Yu was concealed, he too joined the fray, caught off guard. The crouching eagles were swiftly ambushed by He Yong and Snowchin, who took down their targets with precision. The Leopard clan, already simmering with rage, was eager for action upon witnessing the lowly tribe daring to attack the eagles. Like a surge of adrenaline, they charged forward without hesitation. The eagles required time to take flight, while the leopards excelled in climbing, speed, and agility, rendering the eagles at a disadvantage in aerial combat. Amidst the chaos, Chun and Wu Rong seized the opportunity to retreat, returning to Lu Yao's side from a distance. Chapter 69. Absurd. A ton of copper just for signing in. Within moments, the giant eagles were eradicated, with only a few members of the leopard clan sustaining injuries, a testament to the advantages of striking first. Elder Shanming. How shall we explain our actions to the chieftain upon our return? One leopard queried after dispatching the last giant eagle. The chieftain has warned that the lion clan will not treat us kindly, and now we have slain so many eagles. What shall we do? As they regained their composure, the leopards collectively realized their earlier actions had been impulsive. What are you arguing about? What is there to explain? They brought this upon themselves. Shanming declared angrily. The eagles, who had never belonged to the Golden Lion territory, had long exploited their ability to fly to dominate the various tribes. A fact that had irked him for some time. Moreover, he did not feel any gratitude towards He Yong and his companions for their assistance. He coldly commanded, "You lot. Dispose of their bodies at the cliff's edge. The rest, bring the females back with me." The captured females from the Eagle clan displayed expressions of sorrow. Thinking of their young who would soon starve, they knelt and pleaded with the leopards to spare them. However, the leopards were not inclined to show mercy. "What are you crying for? If you continue, we shall go and destroy your rat clan. Young? What use are the offspring of a despicable tribe?" At that moment, Shanming, already irritable, found his patience wearing thin as he stifled the tears of the females. From a distance, Lu Yao looked disdainfully at the sharp-featured Shanming, who had been scheming against her. Yet, she felt a pang of sympathy for the plight of the captured females. However, this was the territory of the leopards, and rescuing them was out of the question, as it would be too risky. Seeing the unfortunate females on the verge of being taken away by the leopards, Lu Yao furrowed her brow, contemplated for a moment, and whispered a few words to Chun. Chun nodded in understanding and sprinted towards the leopards. Not far from them, she smiled at Shanming, saying, "Esteemed leopard clan, we, the Mo hounds, greatly admire your recent actions. However, if you take these females away, it would be tantamount to admitting to the eagles that you were responsible for the prior incident. When the golden lions hold you accountable, having these females within your tribe will leave you with no explanation." Chun's words, though unfinished, resonated with Shanming, who realized the truth in her statement. Even if he retorted with malice, what does a lowly tribe understand? Even if we returned the females to the eagles, they would not commend us, and the golden lions would still blame us. Why not just give the females to me? There is no need to engage with the eagles any further. Chun responded nonchalantly, disregarding the contempt in Shanming's gaze and the fearful demeanor towards the intermediate tribe she had once held. One of the leopards near Shanming, upon hearing this, growled angrily at Chun, appearing ready to pounce. Yet, Shanming abruptly intervened. He suddenly realized that Chun spoke a truth they had long feared. It was not the eagles they dreaded, but the golden lions, regardless of who the envoys were. As long as they failed to fulfill their duties, no low or intermediate tribe in this region would have it easy. Indeed, Chun was from a lowly tribe, but she was backed by the power of the Black Bear clan. They could find an excuse to provoke the golden lions, and after the golden lions departed, they could seek vengeance against the eagles. "Brothers, let us depart." Ignoring the protest of the leopards behind him, Shanming led the way. It must be said that after years of serving as an elder, Shanming's reflexes were sharp. Little did he know, the headquarters of the Mo hounds had moved to the Grey Wolf Valley. They typically looked down upon dealings with lowly tribes and wandering clans, only engaging in plunder and conflict, leaving them unaware of the latest developments. Since joining the trade convoy, Chun and her companions had fostered warmer relations with various tribes and had heeded Lu Yao's advice to purchase information with flower crystal coins. The trade convoy was always the first to learn of any significant events or changes in the region. "You all may return to your tribe." Spring gazed at the frightened females before her and spoke. The females, filled with exuberance, bowed in gratitude to Spring but did not depart immediately. Instead, they awaited the rise of one among them. Indeed, there was a female dressed in finer attire, the wife of the leader of the Spiny Mouse tribe. She crawled earnestly, kneeling before Shuechen in supplication. "Previously, when the Grey Wolf tribes Yulan sought my male to join the alliance, we were ignorant and fearful, thus we declined. Now that my male has perished, I implore you to grant us another opportunity to join your tribe." However, Shuechen did not spare her a glance and, with a displeased expression, walked past her. He found the sight of Lu Yao and Wu Rong standing together quite vexing. With his cold silver eyes, he shot a disdainful look at Wu Rong before allowing Lu Yao to mount him. Shuechen's actions led the Spiny Mouse females to mistakenly believe that the one in charge was Lu Yao, and they subsequently approached their tribe's leader's wife to beseech Lu Yao, showering her with incessant praise. Lu Yao had originally intended to expand the Grey Wolf clan, and thus had no reason to decline. She instructed He Yong to accompany the group of females back to the Thornmouse tribe. Before seeking out Yulan for a report, 2 out of the 7 flatbed carts had broken down, and He Yong's cart was entrusted to Wu Rong for towing, leaving Chun without the opportunity to pull a flatbed cart again. Had it not been for Lu Yao's quick thinking, Chun's accidental mishap could have severely harmed the Eagle tribe's elder, and both she and Wu Rong would undoubtedly have faced a retaliatory assault from the Eagle tribe. At this moment, the beastmen were thoroughly convinced that wisdom far surpassed brute strength, particularly the kind of wisdom exemplified by Lu Yao, who seemed to effortlessly manipulate the 2 mid-level tribes. System, sign in. Lu Yao arrived at a rocky forest, and further ahead lay the Kega Lake area. Originally, she was supposed to check in 2 hours earlier, and she had hoped to change locations to try her luck. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the Fengying Mountains, acquiring 1 ton of purple gold copper ore. After 23 check-ins, you have also received a rocket launcher as an additional reward. 1 ton? Are you certain about this measurement? Lu Yao exclaimed, both astonished and delighted. This is metal. It is copper. The worth of metal cannot be quantified. Although it may not possess the hardness of iron, its ductility and lubricity are exceptional. Copper bullets are less prone to jamming, and in the production of munitions and firearm components, copper is indispensable. It is said that for every 3 million rounds of ammunition produced, around 13 to 14 tons of copper are required. However, the system granting a rocket launcher is quite absurd. It may indeed be true that it is one of the oldest firearms. A rocket consists of 4 main components: the arrowhead, shaft, feathers, and powder chamber, with the chamber often made from bamboo, filled with gunpowder. A small hole on the side leads to the fuse. Upon ignition, the gunpowder burns within the chamber, generating a large volume of gas that is expelled rapidly, creating thrust. The sharp arrowhead possesses lethal penetrating power, unmatched by ordinary arrows. Yes, host, 1 ton of bronze is now contained within your ring, occupying 1 slot. In the gentle and unassuming tone, Lu Yao discerned a hint of pride. Chapter 70, Joyous Finds at the Market. Confirming the quantity, her excitement surged to an unparalleled height. Copper ore is not like sulfur stone. Without tools, one cannot pry it loose with mere claws. This ton of purple gold copper is the first metal Lu Yao has ever possessed. While she may not be able to forge bullets, she can create a plethora of cold weapons including sleeve arrows, bows, forks, spears, whips, iron-wheeled chariots, and various everyday items such as copper mirrors and basins. It cannot be denied that for orc beings like Shuai-Chun, weapons and armor are merely burdens. However, for the Tauren and some smaller, lower-tier orcs, suitable weapons and protective armor can serve as tremendous advantages. Once the Tauren awaken the primal power of their ancestors, equipped with formidable weapons and sturdy armor, their imposing stature will render them nearly invincible in battle. Likewise, the children of her Fire Feather tribe, once armed with powerful crossbows and composite bows, will undoubtedly revolutionize aerial combat. The rise of half-orcs and lower-tier tribes is imminent. One day, she shall lead the half-orcs, who were once subjected to humiliation, to stand proudly upon this land. With fervor and determination, she envisioned the unyielding dismantling of the proud wings of the eagle. How could Lu Yao not feel exhilarated and inspired by such thoughts? After rallying the eagle and leopard clans, the group joyfully made their way to the Kega Lake market. Despite the light drizzle from above, today was far more bustling than usual. The trading caravan primarily consisted of the Xia and Camel tribes. These colossal beast-shaped beings, possessing immense strength, favored a vegetarian diet, and held a mid-tier status within the tribal hierarchy. As they shunned combat, they did not belong to any specific territory. They traversed the various markets along the rivers, lakes, and seas of the Shark tribe, sheltered by them, solely profiting from trade. This time, the Eagle tribe sold most of their goods to the Camel tribe at this market. After all, it was improbable for the prideful Eagle tribe to set up stalls and call out to the middle and lower tribes. Shuai-Chun, look at that herb called Lingji. It can invigorate and replenish blood, strengthening the body, making it suitable for the elderly and females in labor. From a distance, Lu Yao spotted a stall displaying an exceptionally large reishi mushroom, its hue a deep brown, and its weight estimated to be around 5 to 6 pounds. It was undoubtedly a rare find. Several elders in her clan frequently suffered from palpitations, dizziness, and restless nights, the erasure could remedy such ailments. Moreover, those who had recently given birth required nourishing supplements, making it a worthy purchase. Shuechen nodded in agreement, gesturing towards another item on the stall, a ginseng root adorned with long, flowing tendrils, its yellowish hue captivating. That one also appeared promising. I could detect a robust fragrance emanating from it. Lu Yao followed his finger's direction, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The substance known as ginseng, capable of greatly replenishing vital energy, was said to have the power to prolong the life of those on the brink of death in the place where I once resided. Chun gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. A millennium? You mean 1,000 years, each comprising 365 days. Lu Yao nodded. Her grandfather was a venerable traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the town. Although she had not learned much from him, she had heard numerous intriguing tales. It was said that in the mountains near their home, a century-old ginseng had once been unearthed and sold to a cancer patient who had been given only 3 months to live. Astonishingly, it extended his life by an entire year. As she spoke, the group approached the ginseng stall. Chun Ming, tall and striking, was peering around with wide eyes, resembling a foolish child, which contrasted sharply with his otherwise dignified demeanor. How many years old is this esteemed vendor? He inquired with keen curiosity, his health evidently surpassing that of many others present, allowing him a clearer perspective. Lu Yao shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. However, the ginseng before her, with its purplish-brown hue and iron wire-like shape, exhibited sparse roots, marking it as a rare specimen. Although she could not ascertain its precise age, she surmised that any ginseng displaying such a hue must be over a century old. The proprietor of the stall, an elderly man of the Shizu tribe with a long beard, could not help but feel delighted at the sight of such striking young individuals. With a kind smile, he remarked, "Young ones, you have likely never encountered a medicinal treasure like this, have you? This was brought back from the ancient Eagle tribe, harvested from the summit of Kega Mountain. Respected elder, how much does this cost?" Lu Yao smiled politely at the old man and inquired. Noticing that Lu Yao intended to make a purchase, the old man scrutinized the group, pondering that a tribe female capable of affording a minotaur slave would undoubtedly have an abundance of white pearls. He extended 5 fingers. 5 white pearls? Spring immediately asked. The old man chuckled and shook his head. 500 white pearls. Observing Spring's anxious reaction, the old man further elaborated with a smile. There exists a ginseng tree even larger than this, with more roots, sold by the Eagle tribe to the esteemed females of the Merman tribe for 1,500 white pearls. As he gestured to indicate the size, he continued, "No matter how grievously one is injured or how much blood is lost, consuming this ginseng tree guarantees survival." The old man's description resonated with Lu Yao's earlier narrative. Spring swallowed hard. Despite its remarkable properties, it was still prohibitively expensive. 500 white pearls. What a staggering concept. A lowly tribe of 100 individuals would take years of subsisting on tree bark to accumulate such wealth. Lu Yao's dark eyes sparkled with understanding as she leaned in to whisper to Shuechen. With a smile illuminating his silver eyes, Shuechen addressed the elder, saying, "Esteemed elder, I wish to purchase him for 200 white pearls. The medicinal herbs, once unearthed, will quickly wither and shrink. I urge you to consider this." Lu Yao has now undoubtedly become a wealthy woman. A mere 500 white pearls nestled within thousands is but a trifle. However, negotiating is essential, as one must never be at a disadvantage. The elderly man with a white beard displayed an expression of distress. He cautiously glanced around and whispered, "Had it not been for the Eagle clan's Ouchio branch being robbed, and the clan leader Outyin demanding that the branch cover the loss of white pearls themselves, such precious items would be utterly unseen in our market. I paid no less than 200 white pearls to acquire them." Chun lowered her head, feigning understanding as she inquired, "What is a branch?" The old man shot her a sideways glance. "Your question reveals that you hail from a lesser tribe. Intermediate tribes consist of at least 1,000 individuals, with hundreds forming a branch, each managing its own affairs and regions." Upon hearing the old man's words, the crowd was taken aback. It seemed that the previous night raid on the Eagle clan was purely a stroke of luck, as the attack coincidentally targeted the Ouchio branch responsible for this matter. 320 white pearls. Along with this item, can the old man part with it? Lu Yu smiled faintly, her lips pressed together as she pointed at the piece of Ganoderma. It was not that she was particularly fixated on ginseng, rather, she had a penchant for collecting treasures whenever she stumbled upon them. Upon hearing the price, the white-bearded elder chuckled heartily, saying, All right then, it's a deal. Ganoderma, being a relatively common fungus, does not possess the remarkable effects of ginseng, although such a large specimen was rare. He had merely found it and considered it inconsequential as a complimentary gift. Lu Yao held the freshly acquired ginseng in her hands with immense satisfaction. Upon weighing it, she realized it weighed an impressive 6 or 7 taels. Ginseng takes 50 years to grow just one tael. The older it is, the greater its medicinal value. Lu Yao smiled and said, "This is likely ginseng that is around 500 years old." Wu Rong gazed at the ginseng in Lu Yao's hand, astonished that a mere herb could thrive for so many years. The eagle tribe must have sold the merfolk a specimen that was at least 1,000 years old. Lu Yao shook her head and smiled lightly. The older the ginseng, the more valuable it becomes with fewer roots. From what I gathered from the elders' descriptions, I estimate that this one may be even more precious than the vintage I hold. Chapter 71. The Minotaur is on the brink of extinction. The crowd suddenly realized that this herb, valued at 300 white pearls, was indeed a bargain. The merfolk had spent over 1,000 on theirs, which was inferior to this one. After all, it is a life-saving treasure, and thus worth every penny. On this outing, everyone was focused on procuring food. In autumn, the abundance of food consists mainly of various wild fruits such as persimmons, apples, and plums, along with a selection of tree fruits, chestnuts, pine cones, and breadfruit. Initially, they had no intention of purchasing perishable fruits, but upon hearing Lu Yao mention that plums and persimmons could be dried to make preserves, they were intrigued. When properly sealed in pottery, these could even be transformed into canned goods and fruit wines that would remain unspoiled for years. Consequently, they bought a considerable amount. Realizing that without pottery, such preservation was impossible, they acquired even more of the storable chestnuts and similar items, filling 2 carts to the brim. Additionally, they stocked up on salted fish, salted beast legs, and salted octopus, due to their previous dealings in purifying rock salt. The quality of this batch of salted goods at the market was commendable. Lu Yao has made several new discoveries, such as half-human-sized pumpkins and winter melons. Once the seeds are extracted, they can be planted in the spring. However, her greatest desire is to purchase sweet potatoes, as she longs to savor sweet potato vermicelli. Isn't the aroma of stewed pork with cabbage and vermicelli in winter enticing? Moreover, sweet potatoes are abundant in moisture and yield, and their nutritional value is quite commendable. They are delightful whether consumed raw or roasted. As she observes the carts being filled, Xuechun does not forget to lead Lu Yao to a visit to the slave market. Perhaps due to the approaching winter, everyone is gathering provisions, as food will become increasingly scarce during the cold season. The itinerant vendors at the slave market have largely dispersed, turning to sell other goods. Currently, only a few shops remain selling slaves, one of which belongs to Mu Mu. I told you not to buy so many minotaurs. They can't be sold now. What are we to do? All our resources are spent on them. How will we survive the winter? How much food will we need to feed them? You, with your lack of foresight. Before Lu Yao even approached, she heard a fierce female vociferously chastising her male counterpart. The furious roar was terrifying in its intensity. It was clear that the one being scolded was Mu Mu. Indeed, his female companion was pounding a small stick against the table with fervor. The burly man, adorned with a thick beard, cowered in the corner, defending himself in a small, pitiful voice. "There are guests who requested our presence." Despite his imposing stature, he crouched down, appearing quite forlorn. The sight elicited a chuckle from Lu Yao, her laughter blooming like bright flowers. Xuechun affectionately ruffled Lu Yao's hair and remarked, "If you enjoy this, I can certainly raise my voice for you as well." Lu Yao playfully winked at Xuechun and affectionately wrapped her arms around his waist, expressing her unwillingness to scold him. The robust middle-aged female cast a disdainful glance at Lu Yao and her companion, scoffing, "Youngsters, so eager to flaunt their affection." She then nudged Mu Mu, who was seated beneath the table, with her leg, her tone softening slightly. "Aren't you getting up? The esteemed guests have arrived." Mu Mu perked up, a grin spreading across his face. With a loud thud, he collided with the corner of the table, not even flinching from the pain. He quickly addressed the 2 esteemed guests. "I, Mu Mu, have truly not chosen the wrong friends. This time, I have found 20 minotaurs for you." As he anticipated, Lu Yao and her companion displayed no signs of reluctance or hesitation. He then thumped his chest, proclaiming, "Esteemed guests, I assure you, even if you venture to the Jiaosha beach, you wouldn't find a single minotaur. They have all been gathered by me, Mu Mu." Without further ado, Xuechun nodded and promptly retrieved a white pearl, handing it to Mu Mu. The usual price, 60 white pearls. Mu Mu accepted without hesitation, dashing inside while counting the pearls. By the time he emerged, leading one minotaur after another, he had already counted the pearls with a sense of delight. There were very few females. Lu Yao surveyed the frail and timid centaur before her, who was but a single female with disheveled, tawny hair and a body marred by countless scars. Particularly distressing were the visible signs of trauma to her most intimate areas. While females are capable of conceiving, the harrowing ordeal of childbirth often proves fatal. However, rest assured, this female shall bear no more offspring. Mu hastily elaborated, indicating that beyond the burden of pregnancy, females frequently become victims of male predators seeking to satiate their psychological needs. Time and again, they endure the anguish of watching their young devoured, leading many to succumb to madness and ultimately take their own lives. Lu Yao let out a barely audible sigh and inquired of Mu, "Will there still be minotaurs after winter?" Mu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lu Yao to feel that the supply of slaves was insufficient. "My grandfather's generation witnessed the destruction of the Minotaur tribe. Their numbers have dwindled significantly. What you possess are likely among the last of their kind available in the market. However, if you seek additional slaves, you might consider other races." Lu Yao furrowed her brow and replied, I shall contemplate this." She then departed from the slave market. Lu Yao and Shuechen walked ahead, while the Minotaurs, who had emerged from the shadowy confines of their prison, followed humbly with bowed heads. Their curiosity about the world had long since faded, and they harbored no extravagant desires. Their sole expectation was to gaze upon the exquisite Lu Yao, who could provide them with a daily meal, and they found contentment in that. As they reunited with the others, Jiankong suddenly looked up with excitement at the herd of minotaurs brought by Lu Yao, joyfully exclaiming, "Master, that is my sister. I see my sister." Upon hearing the familiar voice, the female minotaur lifted her head abruptly, a long-lost smile breaking across her weathered face. "It is you. Brother, you are alive. You look so strong." The group of minotaurs raised their heads in admiration, gazing at Jiankong as if he were a leader. Standing at 2 meters tall, his muscular form was covered in short brown hair, and his long, glossy horns were sharp and robust, symbols of royalty in the eyes of the minotaurs. Throughout the journey, Jiankong enthusiastically recounted the virtues of their master and her wisdom, captivating the minotaurs. They would not have believed such praise from others, but hearing it from one of their kin ignited a deep yearning within them. Upon arriving at Lu Yao's home, they beheld the robust and beautiful Niu Air and Niu San, as well as their splendid abode. Overwhelmed, the minotaurs embraced one another, tears streaming down their faces, rekindling a glimmer of hope, imagining the possibility of once again having a home. In celebration of the additional companions joining them, the beautiful Lu Yao made a special request for steamed buns with honey. Lu Yao readily agreed and instructed Mei Li to lead everyone in preparing an additional 100 pounds of steamed buns, as she would find them useful later. Before long, Jiankong once again approached Lu Yao, inviting her to their quarters, expressing a desire to gather everyone's names. The names he had chosen were simply abysmal. Lu Yao felt that she could no longer act so recklessly as she had before. On the ground, she inscribed 3 characters, Hong, Hao, and Chun. Hong signifies astuteness and fairness, embodying good fortune. Hao represents excellence and charisma. Chun symbolizes brightness and new hope. Lu Yao addressed the crowd with a smile, explaining, "My surname is Lu. You may adopt it as well. Then, choose a character you favor and create an additional one of your own to combine them." Chapter 72. The Talent Recruitment Conference commences. After Lu Yao finished speaking, she departed first. As for the naming, she believed it best to allow them the freedom to express themselves, for her presence would inevitably render everyone somewhat restrained. As soon as Lu Yao departed, the minotaurs erupted into a jubilant frenzy. They excitedly began to christen themselves with names. "Then I shall be called Lu Qingguang. You may refer to me as Qingguang," declared one. "I am Hongshan, Lu Hongshan. Isn't it melodious?" Another chimed in. "Magnificent, indeed. I shall be known as Lu Haozhuang." One by one, the minotaurs delightfully bestowed upon themselves their chosen names. This method of naming was not only pleasant to the ear, but also unique, and Lu Yao later found it rather agreeable. Meanwhile, the minotaurs continued their naming festivities. Lu Yao was eagerly persuading Shuechen to craft her a Luban lock. The Luban lock, according to legend, was created by Lu Ban during the spring and autumn period to assess his son's aptitude for woodworking, consisting of 6 wooden strips that could be assembled and disassembled. The 6 short pieces have notches that interlock with one another. With Xueqin's intelligence, he swiftly fashioned it based on Lu Yao's description. After receiving an encouraging kiss for his success, Xueqin noticed how easily Lu Yao disassembled and reassembled it, and with a smile, he inquired, "Is this for our future offspring to play with? I wish to establish a craftsman department dedicated to crafting weapons, tools, armor, and furniture for everyone, though it would require your diligent management, as I am not adept at such tasks." Lu Yao nestled in Xueqin's embrace, idly toying with his slender, distinctly jointed fingers. Xueqin's adept hands seemed capable of crafting anything. The artisan department, who would then oversee the guard department. As Xueqin gently caressed Lu Yao's cheek, he acknowledged that while creating weapons and furniture came effortlessly to him, he placed a greater emphasis on matters of safety. The thought of how easily their group had breached the intermediate tribe's outpost heightened his concern for Lu Yao's well-being. Indeed, Chun and the others had already joined the trade department. Lu Yao sat up, sensing that the time was ripe. She took Xueqin's hand and urged, "Let us go. The beautiful steamed buns should be nearly ready. While the daylight still lingers, we must seek out some patrons." Lu Yao held Xueqin's hand as they made their way towards the heart of the tribe where Yulan resided. Niu Yi and Niu Air trailed behind, dragging a cart laden with steamed buns. Typically, the tribe's inhabitants seldom caught sight of Lu Yao. The last encounter had been during the critical moment when Princess Regine came to capture people, and she had appeared disheveled then. This time, however, Liu strode confidently down the path, and the passing orcs respectfully bowed their heads in deference to her. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed the central stone plaza in a warm glow. Spring, holding a city blueprint and engaged in discussions with Yulan regarding personnel arrangements, caught sight of Lu Yao from a distance and hurried over. "Lu Yao, the orcs from the Rat clan have arrived this morning. Many of the males were out hunting when the Eagle clan attacked, so there are quite a few able-bodied males, along with 7 or 8 young ones," Spring said, panting slightly as he reached Lu Yao, only to let out a regretful sigh. "Unfortunately, they have already shed their long needles this autumn, and we cannot expect more. That is of no concern. We shall no longer require long needles in the future." Lu Yu replied with a mysterious smile. "The bows and arrows are on the verge of production, making the long needles rather less appealing." Spring was momentarily taken aback, but soon realization dawned upon him. He mused that Lu Yao must have developed even more formidable weaponry. His deep blue eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon meeting Lu Yao, Yulan eagerly announced that the Black Wolf clan and the Antelope clan had officially joined the alliance. The entire tribe had relocated to the valley by the afternoon. The population had surged to over 700, a number too vast for him to count. Lu Yao felt a surge of joy in her heart during this period of construction. The more able-bodied individuals, the better. She smiled and said, "Perfect. I plan to host a recruitment conference in the evening to enlist craftsmen and technicians. Anyone who attends will receive esteemed bun, regardless of age or gender or which tribe they belong to." Yulan paused for a moment, and upon grasping the implication, her first question was unexpectedly tinged with shyness. "Can I participate?" This elicited a barely suppressed chuckle from Chun, as Yulan had long regretted not joining the trading team. Lu Yao smiled faintly. "That won't do. You must join the council in the future." Noticing the weariness etched deeper into Yulan's face, Chun did not hesitate to remind her of the alliance's third rule. Once one joins the alliance, all orcs, regardless of their race, belong to the same tribe. The chieftains can no longer govern solely their own clans. They must participate in the council to deliberate on matters, big and small. "Yulan, you cannot escape this obligation. Unlike me, for I have my father to rely on." Yulan, feeling the absence of paternal support, resignedly acknowledged her disadvantage. At this moment, Lu Yao felt that Yulan's resigned demeanor resembled that of a modern-day worker. As evening descended, the sky was adorned with a brilliant crimson sunset. The expansive sacrificial stone platform was illuminated by flickering flames, casting a radiant glow. Orcs, upon receiving the news, flocked to the site, their numbers swarming at one corner beneath the stone platform. A robust individual was distributing steamed buns, ensuring that all who arrived received their share. The laborer, Yulan, was unexpectedly appointed as the host, and the recruitment assembly commenced with fervor. In addition to Yulan, the newly arrived leader of the Black Wolf tribe, He Rongth, the chief of the Antelope tribe, Ben Lei, and the widow of the late leader of the Spiny Rat tribe, Jianna, were invited to stand upon the platform. The Black Wolf tribe is a kin tribe of the Grey Wolf tribe, while the Antelope tribe is a peaceful, herbivorous community. Both leaders, persuaded by Yulan, acknowledged the greatness and fairness of the alliance's regulations, leading them to join the coalition. Initially skeptical and somewhat coerced by their circumstances, they found themselves in awe upon entering the Gray Wolf tribe, where everyone seemed knowledgeable about which herbs could staunch bleeding and alleviate diarrhea. Later, through Yulan's recounting of various tales about Lu Yao, they came to see Lu Yao herself as the emissary sent by the beast god to rescue the lower-tier orcs. The very structure of the cart pulled by the Minotaur left them astounded, igniting a genuine desire to remain and forge a new future. As stated in the Alliance's regulations, the allied tribes must unite to pave a new path for the weaker orcs. They gazed at Lu Yao with reverence, believing that such a magnificent and just alliance oath could only be articulated by someone as beautiful and wise as she. As the crowd began to fill, Yulan, Chunhee, and several tribal leaders stood up, their serious gazes sweeping across the assembly, instantly silencing the crowd. This exemplified the undeniable authority of a clan leader. Following this, Yulan announced the purpose of the bonfire gathering and the rewards for joining the artisan department as craftsmen. Upon hearing that 10 steamed buns would be offered daily as wages, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Each individual eagerly prepared to sign up, particularly those females who had lost their male counterparts and were left to rear their young alone, yearning desperately for this opportunity. However, securing a position would not prove to be an easy endeavor. Lu Yao is recruiting orcs with the potential to be trained as craftsmen. Thus, the selection process is quite rigorous. Hei Yong is responsible for the initial screening, where males twist hemp ropes and females twist hemp threads. After providing basic guidance, Yi will assess whether the hemp ropes and threads are of uniform thickness, tightly woven, and not loose. Lu Yao believes that a qualified craftsman must first possess patience and not act impulsively. Chapter 73. It is indeed not impossible. The rules of the first challenge are quite simple. Within a given time, one must count from 1 to 100. Using an equal amount of materials, one must twist a rope or thread of approximately half a meter in length with uniform thickness to pass. This seemingly simple introductory task, however, sees half of the participants faltering. This is particularly true for females, many of whom have little experience in manual work, often failing because they did not secure the starting point tightly, leading to an increasingly loose finish. Spring is responsible for the second challenge, where males disassemble the Lubon lock, while females engage in spinning thread and dismantling the Lubon lock. In this round, out of 60 females, only 20 succeeded, while among over 90 males, merely 15 passed. Among them, the fastest disassembler of the Lubon lock was a young female from the annihilated Red Fox clan, named Hong Lian. Lu Yao believed that in terms of cognitive agility, female orcs outpaced their male counterparts. Consequently, she initiated another round of the light card game. The males who had not succeeded in the Lubon lock skill test were afforded an additional opportunity to prove their strength. Through a fair arm wrestling contest, 10 individuals emerged once more. The first male to dismantle the Lubon lock hailed from the Antelope clan, bearing the name Qi Shi. Thus, Hong Lian was appointed as the leader of the female workers group, while Qi Shi was designated as the head of the timber workers group. Both appointments were made personally by Lu Yao, granting them the privilege to report directly to her regarding any matters. Tomorrow, they would present their teams to Lu Yao and implement a promotion system, whereby those orcs who excelled would receive enhanced provisions and benefits in the future. This sparked envy among the other orcs. However, the remaining orcs need not feel disheartened, as Yulan assured them that even if they did not venture out to hunt, they could still earn steamed buns by assisting the tribe in constructing walls and digging ditches. They could contribute to the tribe while securing sustenance, a prospect the orcs had never envisioned. They erupted in cheers and danced exuberantly. Recruitment efforts were successfully fulfilled. Lu Yao, feeling content, held Xue Chen's hand as they made their way home. Beautiful, along with the remaining minotaurs, swiftly organized the front yard. The house at the front was adjacent to the hemp-soaking pool, allowing the female workers direct access to the hemp for spinning threads. A spacious area at the entrance was adorned with a thatched shed, perfectly suited for drying and processing cotton, as well as spinning hemp and weaving fabric. The dwelling that Xue Chun had previously occupied was boldly transformed by Lu Yao into a blacksmith shop. The bellows and forge were positioned against the stone wall within. The purple gold ore was placed in what used to be the bedroom partition. Although a ton may seem substantial, it hardly occupied the entire room, as the mineral's weight does not correlate with its volume. Due to unfamiliarity with the newly arrived orcs, Xue Chun, who harbored a naturally cautious disposition, led the Minotaurs in constructing a brick wall to separate the front and back yards overnight, crafting a tall and wide wooden door for ease of access. Lu Yao was not idle either. She gathered some thin wooden pieces and, by the flickering light of the fire, meticulously carved the shapes of weapons and other tools as described in the comprehensive guide to survival in the beast realm. The forging furnace must first produce the necessary construction tools, such as axes, shovels, and spades, making several of each. As the saying goes, to excel in a task, one must first hone their instruments. Thus, the city's construction should commence without delay. Following this, she would create simple weapons, such as bows and arrows, spears, knives, and iron hammers. Lu Yao estimated that orcs capable of disassembling and assembling a Lu Ban lock would find it relatively easy to create these simplest designs with the original blueprint and a little guidance. As for the intricate and finely crafted weapons and armor, they could be gradually produced once everyone had honed their skills. As Lu Yao meticulously sketched, she lifted her gaze and gently massaged her shoulders, only to find that, unbeknownst to her, a chilly night rain had begun to fall softly outside the window. Oddly enough, she had the impression that ever since the planting of the maple fire feather tree, her sensitivity to the cold had diminished. In the past, she would have been clad in a thin linen garment by early autumn, her hands and feet undeniably icy. Lu Yao approached the rear window, gazing towards the direction of the brick kiln. Over there, the flickering flames were faintly visible, and the creaking sound of wooden wheels could still be heard. System, I suddenly felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Host, why are you awake in the middle of the night, lost in thought? The youthful voice was somewhat jarring, perhaps due to poor signal reception or simply from being half awake. I just feel that what I am doing now is exceedingly meaningful. In the past, I thought attending school was rather pointless, but now I realize that knowledge indeed transforms one's destiny, and there is no doubt about it. Lu Yao sighed with a sense of lamentation, feeling that if it were not for the system she bore, her meager knowledge would be utterly insufficient in this realm. No, it is not knowledge that alters one's fate. The youthful voice retorted sweetly, it is the act of signing in. Remember to check in early tomorrow. You still owe a considerable number of points. Lu Yao felt that there was no way to continue the conversation that day. She shifted her focus to a wooden table, gathering an assortment of ceramic jars of varying sizes. Following the proportions for gunpowder from her book, she began to mix the ingredients, but after just a couple of attempts, she felt exhausted. The explosive power of black powder varies significantly, heavily influenced by the purity of the raw materials, the preparation techniques, and the conditions of compression and sealing. In ancient China, black powder had a remarkably low detonation velocity, comparable to that of fireworks. After all, the raw materials were not durable for transportation and were highly susceptible to moisture, a fact her history teacher had mentioned, which contrasted with what was depicted on television. Despite the invention of gunpowder by the ancients, and its recognition alongside papermaking, the compass, and printing as one of the 4 great inventions, there had been no precise ratios developed for over a millennium. The ideal composition consists of 10 sulfur, 15 charcoal, and 75 saltpeter, a fact known to Lu Yao. However, even with the perfect proportions, grinding remained a challenge for black powder. The finer the grind and the tighter the compression, the greater the power. This explains why ancient Chinese gunpowder is incomparable to its Western counterpart. By the Qingming period, explosives employed steam compression, mechanical granulation, and polishing techniques that could not merely be replicated with a formula. Clearly, Lu Yao did not possess such formidable strength. Ores were not as easily crushed as wheat or corn, and even enlisting help from friends to pound and compress them presented its own difficulties. What had seemed simple in thought became fraught with challenges in practice. Just as Lu Yao immersed herself in her frustration, a waft of barbecue aroma wafted into her nostrils. Before she could turn her head, someone enveloped her in their embrace. A cool kiss brushed against her fair forehead, and a voice inquired, "What are you thinking? You seem rather unhappy." Lu Yao naturally leaned against Xuechun, her arm draped around his neck. Without hesitation, she picked up a skewer of grilled meat from the plate and took a hearty bite to express her vexation. Only then did she slowly recount the matter concerning the gunpowder to Xuechun, along with her lack of strength and the inability to compress it, among other related issues. As Lu Yaoyin's voice faded, she suddenly realized it was the dead of night. "Wait, Xuechun, why have you returned so late in this rain? Just yesterday, we were so close. Yet today Xuechun has left her to guard the empty chamber alone?" With a smile, Xuechun wiped the grease from her lips and explained, "I was busy helping them complete the wall. I noticed some movement across the river. It turned out to be 2 female reed chickens, capable of laying eggs. Seeing you still engaged in your tasks, I feared to disturb you, so I went to the kitchen to prepare roasted meat for you. I followed your method, but it took a bit of time. Lu Yao then realized that this roasted rabbit meat bore a striking resemblance to what she had prepared during the autumn evening festival, with even the seasoning ratios perfectly replicated. She couldn't help but click her tongue in admiration. Her husband's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. No wonder it was so delicious. Lu Yao's tone shifted, her questioning demeanor transforming into one of self-praise reminiscent of Wang Pu. Xuechun took one of Lu Yao's hands and placed it over his heart, leaning in to whisper, "I desire you." The rapid rhythm of his heartbeat caused Lu Yao's cheeks to flush with crimson. Xuechun lowered his gaze and chuckled softly, his voice alluring, "But it is too late. You need to rest. Go to sleep, and I shall tend to the matters that vex you." Lu Yao found herself cradled in the embrace of the princess, lying alone on the bed, tossing and turning. Through the curtain, she could catch glimpses of the hem of Xuechun's garments, and a sense of regret washed over her. Perhaps it was not entirely impossible after all. Chapter 74. The Copper Axe, Innovating the Future. The north wind howled, accompanied by a night of relentless rain. In the early hours, the downpour gradually subsided as dawn approached. The darkness prepared to retreat, intending to gently awaken the slumbering beings. With a resounding bang, a wave of searing heat erupted forth. Shattered fragments from the explosion scattered in all directions. The ground trembled violently. The piercing screams of children erupted from the crowd. Lu Yao initially thought she was dreaming until she heard Yi's frantic cries, causing her to abruptly rise from her bed. A wave of anxiety washed over her as she realized she was alone in the house. She hurriedly opened the door, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. Across the river, a group of people were dancing wildly, and as Lu Yao approached the riverbank to peer across, she was astonished. If her memory served her correctly, that spot had once been occupied by a large black rock, but it was now strewn with fragments of stone. The individuals on the opposite shore appeared disheveled, many of them bleeding from wounds inflicted by sharp shards that had been propelled through the air. Xuechun had already leaped onto another massive boulder. Despite his swift movements, when he reached Lu Yao's side, she noticed several small cuts on the back of his hand and promptly tended to his injuries. "Lu Yao, did I wake you from your slumber?" he asked, bewildered. I don't know why he suddenly became so loud. It wasn't like this before. Xuechun was inevitably shaken. A weapon capable of shattering boulders was indeed terrifying. "No, it's not merely as formidable as I described. I am genuinely curious about the method you employed to amplify its power to such an extent." Lu Yao gazed upon the chaos, her thirst for knowledge insatiable. "In the initial attempts, I ignited the gunpowder within the ceramic jar using a vine rope, causing sparks to erupt from the vessel, yet the force was not substantial." Lu Yao nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Xuechun. "Indeed, without compressing the gunpowder tightly, it lacks potency, and it cannot be exposed to moisture. When it's dry, it cannot be pressed firmly together. How on earth did you manage it? Do tell, she exclaimed, shaking Xuechun's arm eagerly. Xuechun smiled gently, the sunlight cascading into his eyes, causing his silver gaze to shimmer. His face was strikingly handsome, embodying the essence of an unparalleled gentleman. Sensing Lu Yao's impatience, he began to explain in a soothing manner. Lu Yao could hardly fathom that Xuechun could combine gunpowder with rabbit intestines. While others prepare pork sausages to enjoy during winter, Xuechun ingeniously filled rabbit intestines with gunpowder, drying them in a brick kiln at high temperatures. A mere spark ignites them, leading to an explosion. Such slender rabbit intestines, once dried, could not possibly retain their form. Was this an example of resourceful repurposing, creating greater value? As the saying goes, the wisdom of the ancients is boundless. And it holds true. Meanwhile, the orcs witnessing the explosion marveled in astonishment, eagerly recounting the miraculous event to others who had yet to arrive. Xuechun's explosion instilled a sense of assurance in those orcs who had not surrendered their white pearls and females, filling their hearts with hope for the allied city. The possession of such a formidable weapon bestowed considerable confidence and courage for battle. Yulan strode proudly from the crowd toward Lu Yao's residence, accompanied by members of the trade and artisan teams. Today marked the first day of work for the newly arrived orcs, and securing employment with Lu Yu was a source of envy for their neighbors. They gazed curiously at everything around Lu Yao, their hearts brimming with admiration and joy. On this inaugural day, Lu Yao assigned relatively simple tasks to the female workers, focusing on spinning thread. In addition to flax, they also spun pristine white wool. The fastest and most proficient spinners today would have the opportunity to learn weaving tomorrow, with Lu Yao eventually teaching them how to knit sweaters when time permitted. Ee. A petite girl with rosy cheeks and sparkling big eyes gently guided them. The female workers quickly grew fond of this charming little girl during their brief interactions. The artisan team comprised 25 individuals, divided into two groups, one for woodworking and the other for blacksmithing. The woodworkers' task today was to replicate a flax weaving machine, consisting of 15 members. Shuechan instructed them in the use of tools such as wood planers and stone files. These males demonstrated considerable dexterity, rapidly getting the hang of their tasks. Lu Yao personally led the blacksmith team to the furnace, creating quite a commotion. Under the force of the bellows, the temperature inside the furnace surged dramatically, the chamber resonating with a thunderous roar as an appropriate amount of purple gold copper ore was tossed inside, soon glowing a fiery red. At present, Lu Yao lacks charcoal. Even under optimal combustion conditions, the maximum temperature achievable by burning wood is merely 800 degrees, which is insufficient to melt copper ore. This is akin to the fact that water boils at 100 degrees. Any temperature below this threshold will not result in boiling. Charcoal is a rare commodity exclusive to the Black Bear tribe, characterized by a demand that far exceeds its supply, thus rendering it unavailable in the marketplace. Lu Yao had not signed in either, so she had to make do with wood for the time being. However, there is a saying that rings true: to forge iron, one must possess strength. Iron can be shaped, and so can copper. It merely needs to be softened by heat. The drawback is that impurities cannot be removed, resulting in lower purity, durability, and hardness. Yet, even so, it is far superior to stone or bone. Shi, with her dark skin and athletic physique, followed Lu Yao's directives, using tongs to extract the glowing copper block, placing it on a stone anvil, and methodically hammering it into shape with a stone mallet. By noon, the blacksmith team had fashioned a rudimentary axe. No matter how fine a bone or stone axe may be, they are prone to damage. Thus, both bone and stone axes lack the durability of metal, not to mention their sharpness. After attaching a wooden handle to the axe, they honed it on a coarse grinding stone and subsequently refined the edge with a finer whetstone. Finally, a sharp copper axe gleaming with a cold light was completed. She wielded the axe, and with a single swing, a thick wooden post was cleaved in two. The cut surfaces were smooth and free of splinters, showcasing the axe's formidable sharpness. The blacksmiths erupted in cheers, fully aware of the significance of tools in their lives. Their admiration for Lu Yao reached celestial heights, and their praise overflowed. Had it not been for the formidable presence of Shuechan, Lu Yao would have undoubtedly been swept up in the exuberant celebrations of the novice blacksmiths. The hardness and density of the ore are incomparable to that of stone. The craftsmen intended to first create copper hammers and anvils for their own use. The seemingly sturdy stone anvil bore numerous cracks after just one axe was struck, with small fragments scattered across the ground. The carpenters, however, did not share the same jubilance as the blacksmiths. The intricate components of the loom yielded only a fifth of the day's progress. Yet upon hearing Lu Yao's assurance that the blacksmiths would assist them by crafting a set of metal tools, their spirits soared. At noon, they were granted an hour's respite. Each was served a bowl of sweet lotus root soup and the promised 10 steamed buns. 2 female members of the Red Fox tribe, tasked with nurturing their young, hurried home after collecting their buns and soup. Among them was the leader, Hong Lian, who had 2 cubs to care for. She excelled at spinning thread and was the fastest and most skilled in the morning. Perhaps due to the tragic plight of her matriarchal tribe, sadness often lingered in her eyes as she quietly spun, seldom speaking. Chapter 75. The heart of spring is not cold. After a morning of diligent work, significant progress was made in cultivating the backyard fields. The efficiency of 22 minotaurs working together is unparalleled. After a night of rest and a hearty breakfast, the newly arrived minotaurs were invigorated and eager to work. They swiftly cleared 10 acres of land to the west, advancing all the way to the base of the mountains. It is worth noting that merely handling the entangled weeds and shrubs is laborious, let alone uprooting the gnarled tree roots. The neatly divided fields were meticulously cleared of grass and roots, revealing the firm black soil turned deeply over. Niu-E, along with a portion of the minotaurs, was using hoes to break apart the large clumps of earth, while others dug ditches to channel clear water. Recent rains had been plentiful, and thanks to the deep ditches excavated earlier by Shuechan, they were fortunate not to have flooded the vegetable garden. Therefore, they not only widened the ditches but also deepened them by an additional 30 centimeters, according to the terrain. The beautiful and healthy elder sister, Chinmi, along with Nyo San, who was familiar with the steaming process, took on the responsibility of cooking for everyone. Today's main meal for the Minotaurs consisted of cornbread and white steamed buns, accompanied by a large bowl of stir-fried cabbage with pork cracklings and an entire vat of potato meat soup. To put it simply, this ceramic jar was as large and deep as Lu Yao's bathing tub. With their own kiln, they enjoyed the freedom of pottery. They could create pots and jars of any size. The quick availability of cabbage and potatoes was also thanks to the diligent pollination and nectar collection by the honey parrots. Lu Yao cultivated 3 acres of flowers, more than sufficient to feed the dozen or so honey parrots. The nectar they secreted nourished both the maple fire feather trees and the potatoes and cabbages. In just over 10 days, they had a plot of baby cabbages ready for harvest. The potatoes, being premium seeds provided by the system, weighed over a pound each. This time, they unearthed approximately 300 pounds in total. The hardy potatoes were left to sprout, with Lu Yao assigning the Minotaurs to plant them. The remainder was prepared by Mei Li for a hearty meal, ensuring the Minotaurs were well fed. Of course, a portion was set aside to be fried into crispy fries for the children of the fire feather tribe to enjoy with honey. The fragrant fries quickly won the hearts of the children, and seeing their joyful and adorable faces, Lu Yao felt a warmth in her heart. Lu Yao estimated that Chun and the others were still busy moving bricks in the cave and had yet to eat. Yunqing, could you kindly summon the chief of the Yulan tribe for dinner? To her surprise, Yunqing's emerald green eyes sparkled with delight at the mention of his name. He nodded obediently, his voice clear and melodious. Certainly, I shall go. His light golden hair swirled gracefully through the air as he flapped his crimson gold wings and eagerly soared out of the window. Chun, who often mooched off meals, felt a twinge of embarrassment despite her thick skin. However, with Lu Yao extending an invitation, she could never refuse. And soon she was leading the trade team along with the Yulan tribe, who were eagerly rushing to join the feast. Yet, as soon as Chun stepped into the room, she wished to retreat. The atmosphere inside was markedly different from usual. Xuechen's brows were furrowed tightly, his silver eyes partially lowered, his lips pressed into a thin line, and his jaw clenched with an icy tension. In an unprecedented display, the usually compliant Xuechen was directing his frustration towards Lu Yao. Lu Yao persistently shook Xuechen's arm, her demeanor charming and vivacious. I assure you, there is no danger, especially with you by my side. Please allow me to go. I promise I will not act recklessly or impulsively. Xuechen, I guarantee it. Yet, Xuechen remained silent, his expression icy. The onlookers were bewildered, and despite their confusion, they began to cast reproachful glances at Xuechen. How could he refuse Lu Yao's request? Xuechen cast a cold glance at the fiercely determined Chun and the others, his voice sharp as ice. Yao wishes to venture to the Jiaosha beach to deliver provisions to the Golden Lion clan. What are your thoughts on this? Before Yulan could voice her implicit dissent, the impatient Chun interjected, of course, that sounds fine. As Chun spoke, she noticed Lu Yao's luminous black eyes fixed upon her, exuding an irresistible charm. The reluctance that had almost escaped her lips morphed inexplicably into acquiescence. What nonsense are you spouting? I would never allow her to be in danger, even at the cost of my life. The typically reserved Chi Tu suddenly erupted with fury, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Chun, showing no sign of backing down even in the presence of the esteemed clan leader. Indeed, we cannot permit Lu Yao to be at risk. I, as a clan member, oppose your decision, clan leader. Pu Bo offered no regard for his clan leader's authority, bluntly voicing his disagreement. Chun, I too am not in favor of this. Wu Rong's naturally gentle voice carried a resolute tone, her gaze unwavering. Yulan had no need to say more. She shot a fierce glare at Chun and pushed her aside. Chun, feeling wronged, protested, please, don't rush me. What I meant was, I would deliver the provisions. Rizhan, unfamiliar with Lu Yao's true nature, added, perhaps they believe all the females of your Grey Wolf clan have perished. As long as someone delivers the supplies, what does it matter? Lu Yao can treat it as a shopping trip. What's wrong with that? The Golden Lion clan cannot dictate the territory of the Jiao clan. Remarkably, since Chun had learned to empathize, her mind had become remarkably agile. I believe it is feasible. Chi Tu was the first to speak, his expression brightening. I agree. Wu Rong concurred, visibly relieved. It is acceptable. Pu Bo nodded nonchalantly. It is not entirely unfeasible. Yulan voiced no opposition. I too am in agreement. He Yong clapped Chun on the shoulder. Chun felt she should be disheartened, yet found herself thinking that these individuals were unworthy of her distress. Xuechen firmly grasped Lu Yao's hand, which had been shaking his arm, his gaze softening slightly. If it is as Chun suggested, I can accompany you. However, you must consult me on every matter, You cannot take risks on your own. Leo nodded eagerly, casting a grateful glance at Chun, who kept her head bowed, seemingly engulfed in sorrow. Yunqing gently tugged at Chun's sleeve and said softly, Sister Chun, please do not be disheartened. You are more formidable than Mother in battle. And your ability to transform assures everyone that you are never a source of danger. Chun's hunched form trembled slightly. They all feared that their previous words had been too heavy, but to their surprise, she burst into laughter the next moment. I am not sad at all. In fact, I am the only one capable of alleviating Lu Yao's worries. You all are mere scraps. What are scraps? Yulan asked, taken aback. Chun stepped closer, wrapping her arm around Lu Yao's shoulders, her striking brows arching in a playful manner. Leftovers, like the greasy bits in a cabbage, they're the byproducts of meat. As Lu Yao informed me, Lu Yao let out a soft laugh, akin to the sound of silver bells. In an instant, the expressions of those around her darkened. Chun had inadvertently provoked the ire of the crowd, and even Xueqin cast several frosty glances in her direction, yet cradling Lu Yao in her arms. Who could possibly feel the chill? Rather than being anxious, she was filled with joy. Embracing Lu Yao was akin to embracing the very essence of spring. With Lu Yao's protection, there was nothing to fear. Chapter 76. Departure. The Jade Silk Beach. After a delightful decision to set off the following day, Lu Yao devoted her afternoon to guiding the artisans in their blacksmithing endeavors. As evening descended, the craftsmen concluded their first day's labor, each face aglow with uncontainable smiles. For these humble beastmen, having work to do and food to eat was a source of immense happiness. Not to mention the wealth of knowledge they had acquired, knowledge that many could only dream of. Upon her departure to the Jiaosha beach, Lu Yao anticipated her stay would extend over several days. Thus, she meticulously devised a comprehensive planting plan for her health. Presently, the primary focus remains on cultivating the branch flowers. Their brief blooming period and rapid maturation allow for drying and grinding into powder for substantial storage. Expanding to 10 acres would be no excess. As early winter approaches and the temperatures drop, she intends to cultivate the entirety of her land with potatoes and cabbage, as other crops are intolerant to the cold and would perish swiftly once winter sets in. Potatoes and cabbage, however, exhibit considerable hardiness against the chill. At present, Lu Yao lacks radish seeds. Otherwise, planting radishes would also be an excellent choice. The land near the kiln is comparatively warmer, where a modest amount of green onions, ginger, and garlic may be sown, sufficient for her needs. Lu Yao estimated that there were approximately 1,000 pounds of chestnuts stored in her family's warehouse. She could manage for about 10 days or so without any issues. Although Jin Kong diligently noted Lu Yao's instructions, he couldn't help but express his concern, saying, Master, are you truly not taking me with you? I am much stronger now and not as foolish as before. I can fight as well. Lu Yao smiled gently, remarking, Indeed, you are quite clever now, allowing me to entrust this vast expanse to your care. Jin Kong lowered his head, a trace of distress crossing his features. He relished and cherished the act of cultivating the land, yet he yearned for something beyond mere toil. Unbeknownst to him, the fierce blood of the half-beast lineage within him was gradually awakening. However, Lu Yao suddenly realized that in days gone by, a minotaur would scarcely have entertained the notion of battle, let alone confront the orcs. What could one do without sharp teeth, without formidable claws, relying solely on a pair of horns? She attempted to pat Jin Kong on the shoulder, but found it beyond her reach. Instead, she patted his sturdy arm, reassuringly saying, It's all right, trust me. One day you will become a warrior, stronger than many of the elite tribes orcs. Warrior? Jin Kong abruptly lifted his head, a spark igniting within him as he grasped the tendrils of thought. I can become a warrior mightier than the elite orcs. His tone was not one of inquiry, but rather a declaration, as he finally discerned the path he wished to tread. The half-beast blood surged fervently within his veins. Lu Yao smiled and confidently declared, Of course, if one is not powerful enough, ultimately, one will be subject to oppression. The robust bull's eyes quivered, awakening a deep yearning within. He clenched his fists, his gaze resolute and radiant, affirming, Yes, I shall become a formidable warrior, a warrior akin to a metal axe. With that, he solemnly knelt before Lu Yao, stating with gravity, I shall safeguard my master's territory. I shall defend my master's honor. The bullmen shall no longer be slaves. His heartfelt and loyal vow resonated profoundly within Lu Yao's heart, akin to a piercing arrow that struck deep into the essence of every bullman, causing them an ache that bled profusely. From these wounds surged an unprecedented strength, an unstoppable force surging through their limbs, tumultuously racing through their veins. One by one, the towering bullmen knelt in unison, chanting, "The bullmen shall no longer be slaves. The bullmen shall no longer be slaves." Lu Yao gazed into their eyes, which shimmered with fervor, and her heart stirred in response. "Not only the minotaurs, but I shall not allow the half-beasts to remain in servitude any longer. If the Creator is unjust, then we shall resist him to the very end." In the eyes of the orcs, is not the Creator synonymous with the beast god? Lu Yao's words astonished the hearts of all present. The crowd fell into an immediate silence. Even the bewildered group led by Chun, who had hurried over from the furnace, was profoundly shaken. Chun, feeling a deep resonance, exclaimed, "Indeed, to hell with the beast god, we shall only heed Lu Yao. What of status and hierarchy?" "Bah!" Pu Bo bitterly declared, "I, Pu Bo, shall no longer revere the beast god. I shall place my faith solely in Lu Yao. Why should the inferior tribes be subjected to tributes, offering scraps to him? We believe in our master. We believe in our master." The Minotaurs fervently shouted, their voices resonating with passion, while even the fire-feathered children, with glistening tears in their eyes, joined in the fervent cries. Mother is a deity. Leo found herself at a loss, unsure whether to be moved or to smile. "Congratulations, host. The Manticore tribe's sign-in task has been completed. 25, 100 points. Continue to strive for the early acquisition of the Manticore totem." The system's youthful voice echoed, and Lu Yao realized that completing this task would be quite challenging. As finding Minotaurs was no simple feat, however, the prospect of gaining double the strength seemed less significant for the Minotaurs at present. Naturally stronger than the orcs, equipped with fine armor and weapons, they could very well stand against even the mightiest of orcs. For a warrior, honor, faith, unwavering courage, and the determination to persist were paramount. That night, the Minotaurs celebrated, reviving the long-buried but forgotten Manticore sacrificial dance that resonated deep within their bones. They shouted, each beat pulsating with courage and power. With a fervent spirit, the following day, Lu Yao embarked on her journey towards the westernmost shores of the Siren's Beach. This expedition served a dual purpose, to rescue the Fire-Feather Chief and to ascertain the whereabouts of other Minotaurs while also gathering intelligence on the Lion tribe. With her departure, the safety of the tribe was assured. Last night, Xueqin had crafted dozens of explosive devices, leaving them behind in the tribe. Should any external threats arise, luring the enemy into the minefield would provide significant assistance, even if the Eagle tribe were to come. The vast reserves of tranquilizers and hemp stored within the tribe would prove formidable. Besides, the current enmity of the Eagle tribe was not directed toward them. Unexpectedly, as they set forth in the morning, they beheld a majestic sight, hundreds of eagles soaring gracefully in the sky, all taking flight in unison. It was a breathtaking spectacle. Later, through inquiries made by Chun, it was revealed that the Eagle tribe's chief had dispatched 2 entire divisions, targeting the remote lower tribes in the mountains, capturing hundreds of females and decimating numerous tribes. They soared high above the Kajia Lake region, visible only as a dense mass of black dots from the ground, making their way directly towards Siren's Beach. The Eagle tribe, as a relatively neutral intermediate tribe, indeed possessed formidable capabilities. With the autumn's end approaching in just 2 days, it was not unexpected that the Eagle tribe would act with urgency, due to the time spent gathering intelligence on the Eagle tribe's movements. Lu Yu and her companions only entered the miasma swamp by dusk. This swamp lay within the territory of the Serpent tribe, filled with the pervasive scent of dampness. Lu Yao encountered an abundance of spine-chilling creatures along the way, including numerous arthropods, nematodes, and venomous snakes. When shall we find respite? Lu Yao leaned down, whispering into Xueqin's ear, her breath mingling with the damp, oppressive air that constricted her throat, rendering her dizzy and nauseous. Initially, she could engage in light conversation with Chun, but now words eluded her. She resolved to endure a little longer, prioritizing distance from the crocodile clan. Xueqin quickened his pace, his agile form darting through the intricate forest paths, stirring the leaves into a rustling symphony. Before long, the sheer velocity became overwhelming for Chun. "Elder brother, slow down. I can't keep up." Chapter 77, Battle. The ferocious beast is a velociraptor? Gazing into the desolate expanse, Xueqin's silver silhouette seemed to vanish in an instant. "Lu Yao, please urge your male to slow down. My legs are about to give out. I'm so exhausted. I can't run any longer." Chun cried out in desperation behind them, convinced of her own stamina and speed, yet feeling woefully inadequate compared to the formidable tiger. "Xueqin, should we perhaps wait for Chun?" Lu Yao considered her hearing to be quite average, yet she could still discern the clarity of Chun Ao's voice, revealing just how loud it was. The wind howled by her ears, and Xue Chen's pace quickened even further. She was familiar with the path, knowing they were not far from leaving this place. Sister is not in a hurry. Shall I have Ming lead the way? The voice of Hualin, perched atop Chun, was tender and soft, soothing Chun's restless heart significantly. Let us not, Chun replied after a moment of contemplation. We have only this little blue one. It's not easy to fly inside. If a black snake from the branches were to swallow it whole, it would be challenging to communicate with the tribe. Chun gently rejected Hualin's suggestion but also offered him comfort. Oh, do not worry. Even if we cannot find them, I know the way. I simply wish to walk alongside Lu Yao. Hualin obediently nodded, cradling Ming once more in his embrace. His golden, multifaceted eyes sparkled with warmth. You are right. But I cannot fly anymore. I must rely on Sister Chun to carry me. Chun chuckled lightly. It is no trouble at all. Lu Yao's child is my child. Her words brought a smile to the corners of Hualin's mouth. In truth, he was likely around the same age as Chun. It was merely that the Huayu tribe aged at a much slower pace. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Xue Chun emerged from the marshes, arriving at a high rocky outcrop. Standing atop the boulder, he gazed down at the landscape below. Towering mountains loomed like giants upon the earth, while the long river wove through them like a cerulean ribbon, adorning the juncture of peaks. Help! Ah, Xue Chun! As Lu Yao inhaled the fresh air, she suddenly heard the panicked cries of Chun. Goodness! Lu Yao, help me! I seem to have encountered a ferocious beast. Chun shouted, evading the attacks launched by the creature behind her. Let us hurry and take a look. Xue Chun had no choice but to turn back and re-enter the marshy forest. Upon seeing Xue Chun rushing towards her, Chun immediately ceased her cries. Without waiting for Xue Chun to speak, she decisively scooped Lu Yao onto her back. Go for it. Yongda, I can protect Lu Yao. With Lu Yao safely secured, she swiftly retreated from the battlefield, seeking refuge behind a rock. Lu's eyes widened as he gazed at the creature entangled with Xue Chun, exclaiming, Is that a velociraptor? The beast before him stood approximately 3 meters tall, its body adorned with scales and feathers, revealing hundreds of glistening, sharp teeth. Its forelimbs resembled elongated daggers, exuding ferocity and remarkable agility. A velociraptor? We refer to such formidable beasts of this size as ferocious beasts, and there are tales of even larger, colossal creatures. Chun, having been relentlessly pursued, finally found a moment to catch her breath, crouching behind a rock as she gasped for air. System. It seems that the survival compendium of the beast world does not include dinosaurs. The bone knife and axe you provided earlier. Are they crafted from the bones of these dinosaurs? Indeed, host. Knowledge is derived from practical experience. The information recorded in books is but lifeless knowledge. There are myriad unknowns awaiting your exploration, the youthful voice of the system intoned, adopting a philosophical demeanor, but was soon interrupted by Lu Yao. I want to sign in. Lu Yu was in no mood to listen to the system's musings. Earlier, she had been puzzled by how the density and hardness of bones could rival that of stone. The bone axe and stone axe provided by the system were remarkably formidable. If that were the case, the combat prowess of the velociraptor before them warranted a reassessment. The velociraptor moved with astonishing speed, making it difficult for Xue Chun to land a strike, its elongated claws posing a significant threat. If Xue Chun engaged in close combat, he would undoubtedly sustain injuries. This creature was a tough adversary. Lu Yao, perhaps we should suggest Xue Chun flee? If he reaches the shark sand beach, help will surely arrive, Chun whispered. Sister, I doubt we can outrun it. Hualin grimaced, recalling how he had witnessed the creature's swiftness from Chun's back. Its speed was undoubtedly greater than Chun's. Had it not been for Chun's agility in navigating through low shrubs and roots, they would have been devoured long ago. Living in the area around Keg Lake, he had never ventured beyond the palm-sized Fire Feather clan, let alone encountered such a ferocious giant. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Location, Misty Swamp. You have received 10 pounds of sugarcane. Sign-in map expanded. Rewards, 10 lotus seed pods, 10 water chestnut seeds. Lu Yu was instantly amused and exasperated. She should never have placed her hopes on the infrastructure system. Sugarcane is a wonderful resource, capable of producing sugar and paper. While lotus roots and water chestnuts are delightful delicacies, yet they are of no use at this moment. When it comes to salvation, one must rely on oneself. Chun, you go around and pull up the vines. Later, we will devise a way to trip the giant beast using the vines. Lu Yao retrieved a miniature rocket launcher from her sleeve and handed it to Hualin. Hualin, your aim with the bow is exceptional. Climb the tree. And when the giant beast falls, ignite it and shoot for its eyes. Spring's gaze was laden with hesitation. But will you be all right on your own here? Lu Yao shook the bone dagger in her hand, her ink-black eyes calm. I will remain here. Nothing will happen to me. However, if Xueqin cannot defeat this colossal beast, we are all doomed. While Lin and Chun acted swiftly, although the velociraptor's body was encased in tough skin and bone. Its eyes were its Achilles heel. The trio coordinated their efforts, and with arrows ignited by fire, they struck the velociraptor's eyes, causing an explosive eruption of blood. The velociraptor let out a pained howl, rampaging against the surrounding trees. Chun and Xueqin seized the moment, lunging towards the unsteady velociraptor, sinking their teeth into its neck until it drew its last breath. As Lu Yao dashed to Xueqin's side, poised to examine his wounds, her mind had yet to relax. Suddenly, the dim surroundings illuminated with the flickering glow of torches. Xueqin and Chun, who were crouched low and gasping for breath, instinctively shielded Lu Yao, only easing their tense forms once they discerned the newcomers. It was not the crocodile tribe, but rather the caravan clan. Chun exhaled deeply, his fluffy paws kneading his sword jaw. Before he heavily returned to the ground, the formidable creature's neck was undeniably tough, causing his teeth to ache. Valiant warrior, we wish to purchase the carcass of this magnificent beast. Is that agreeable? The middle-aged leader of the caravan clan emerged from the firelight, his face adorned with a grizzled beard that Lu Yao found somewhat familiar. He regarded Xueqin with a respectful demeanor, his tone and expression reflecting genuine reverence rather than the sycophantic flattery typical of merchants addressing customers. Such a ferocious beast was something they would never dare provoke, let alone slay, for it could cost them their very lives. Noticing the silence from the group, a younger orc trailing behind the leader stepped forward, maintaining a distance of approximately 10 meters from Xueqin, and continued with familiarity, "Fear not, valiant warrior, the price will surely meet your satisfaction. The caravan clan shall offer you a fair exchange of white pearls." Lu Yao never anticipated encountering Mu, who was selling minotaurs as slaves in this place, and a plan began to form in her mind. Mu rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the fallen velociraptor. The worth of such a colossal beast was exceedingly high. In addition to the invaluable tools crafted from the creature's bones, the demand for its flesh and hide among the orcs of the mid to high-level tribes was also substantial, making it a highly sought-after commodity for merchants. Xueqin cast a sweeping glance over the team, confirming the presence of indeed the traveling tribe, among whom were some familiar merchants, causing his taut nerves to ease considerably. "Yao, what do you think?" "Let me ponder for a moment." Lu Yu was indifferent to the carcass of the colossal beast. She lacked food, yet did not require the flesh of such a creature. What she truly needed were tools, one sturdier than her bone axe. Thus, the beast remains bore no significance for her. However, to gain entry to the autumn auction, it appeared necessary to possess a credible identity. An orc from a lesser tribe would undoubtedly lack the standing to witness the auction treasures. Mu, a merchant known to her, might be of assistance. If she could leverage a personal favor, it would evidently be advantageous. Lu Yao leaned out from beside Xueqin, offering a smile to Mu, who stood illuminated by the flickering flames. "The price is negotiable. However, I require your assistance with a matter." Chapter 78, An Unexpected Encounter with the Caravan of the Camel Tribe. Upon recognizing the guests, Mu rubbed his hands together and turned to his father with a grin. "Father, we are acquainted with these valiant warriors. They are esteemed guests of mine. Just look at how exquisite this female is." The middle-aged man, upon hearing his son's words, approached with a smile, admiration gleaming in his eyes. "Beautiful female, you may express any request you have to me." Lu Yao smiled gently, her fair complexion resembling the luminous moon. "Will you participate in the autumn auction?" Mu patted his chest and replied, "Of course. Every year we strive to present the finest goods at the autumn auction. Indeed, we wish to acquire items as well as offer some for sale, and we hope to partake in the auction with your esteemed patronage. Should you grant us this favor, we would be more than willing to offer the carcass of a colossal beast to you at no charge." Though Lu Yao was unaware of the true worth of the colossal beast, she deemed it advantageous to exchange something of little use for something of genuine benefit. Lu Yao's words left both father and son in astonishment. Fortunately, Mu was well aware that Lu Yao was a wealthy female from a prominent tribe. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for an ordinary person to afford such a multitude of slaves. Moreover, such requests had indeed been made by others in the past. Aside from the elite tribes, not every faction had the privilege to participate in the grand assembly hosted by the southern merfolk. Nevertheless, whether considering Lu Yao's affluence or Xueqin's prowess, Mu firmly believed that both were undoubtedly qualified. Since Lu Yao has expressed her thoughts, they had no reason to refuse. After all, Such an opportunity was akin to a pie falling from the sky. Mu and his son readily agreed. While Lin was acquainted with Mu, this was a gift he had presented to Lu Yao, and he hadn't anticipated that she would nurture it so splendidly, making it appear even more endearing. It further solidified his belief that Lu Yao must be exceedingly wealthy. Naturally, he considered Chun to be one of Lu Yao's servants. Mu truly felt that Lu Yao had a penchant for acquiring slaves, and he secretly resolved to present her with a fine servant when they reached the Jiasha beach. As merchants, they held a strong sense of ethics, and they could not simply take someone else's precious giant beast carcass without due consideration. Lu Yao and her companions found their journey with the caravan much more comfortable. Many of them were in the form of camel beasts or large-horned rhinoceroses, towering in stature, alleviating any concerns of being expelled by various tribes along the way. Furthermore, they could glean a wealth of commercial information from Mu. For instance, it was quite peculiar that the price of rock salt had plummeted recently, while sea salt had inexplicably increased significantly. However, when she inquired about the price of female lions being sold for white pearls, Mu's once enthusiastic demeanor noticeably chilled. We, the Yao tribe, abhor conflict and detest infighting among our kin. Even if a female were valued at 50 white pearls, we would never engage in the trade of beastly females. Lu Yao did not anticipate that the cunning merchant Mu would possess any sense of integrity. She clarified, I did not intend to purchase a female. You have misunderstood. Mu, suddenly enlightened, nodded in acknowledgement and sighed, saying, the Golden Lion clan, in their quest to vie with the Black Bear clan for the auction of the Flame Feather clan as chieftain, has treated their own orcs in such a manner. These orcs will soon depart, and alas, the business at Kajia Lake shall suffer considerably. Lu Yao was uncertain whether Mu sighed for the abduction of the female or for the poor business, and she could only force a smile in response. Compared to the Black Bear clan, their situation seemed somewhat fortunate. Chun, walking beside her, spoke up, noting that although they too employed skinning threats to coerce the tribe into tribute, at least they did not directly seize the females. This was likely due to the Black Bear clan's possession of black charcoal. It was rumored they had sold a considerable quantity to the Northern Merman clan. It seemed that this winter, we would miss out on their firewood trade. Mu sighed again. The merfolk, devoid of fur, found the deep sea warm during winter, while the coastline remained frigid. Living on land, they were exceedingly fearful of the cold. Their esteemed kind would certainly not venture to gather dry with themselves. They relied on purchases, paying a premium, and had always been major clients of the traveling merchants. Indeed, if it weren't for the abundance of white pearls in the Black Bear clan, they might have been even more excessive. Chun sighed in agreement, then fixed her gaze intently on Lu Yao. The thought of having a fortified city in the future brought her joy, for they would no longer need to pay tribute to those cold-blooded high clans. Was it only the Black Bear clan that possessed black charcoal? Perhaps other regions might have it as well? Lu Yao not only desired charcoal but a great abundance of it. She believed that Mu, having traversed the land, must possess considerable knowledge. However, to her surprise, Mu shook his head, stating, our expedition team has consistently traded at the markets of Kajia Lake, Jiaotan, and the Sunset Plains, and we have never heard of charcoal being found elsewhere. However, he continued, the Jiaozu possess a type of black water that can also ignite, producing flames that seem to surpass those of charcoal. Suddenly, Xuechen, who had remained silent for quite some time, spoke up, startling Lu Yao. By the heavens, the golden treasures of the sea. It must be oil. Pure, natural oil that continuously seeps from the depths of the ocean as a black liquid. This substance is referred to as black oil, and the Jiaozu only resort to burning it when wood is unavailable. It is cumbersome and impractical to use. Just as Mu's rebuttal was about to emerge, another member of the Tua tribe burst into laughter, exclaiming, Haha, Mu, you are unaware. The higher tribes utilize black oil to cleanse animal hides. The hides emerge remarkably clean, and after a while, they lose all odor. I have purchased some before. It is indeed effective. Lu Yao gently rubbed the soft, furry ears of Xuechen and leaned down to speak. It would be splendid if we could procure some charcoal or black oil from the market. Xuechen responded with a soft hum, understanding that Lu Yao required a fuel capable of burning at higher temperatures. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, perhaps we could ask our clansmen to send us some jars. Lu Yao contemplated and found the idea rather impractical. Such a journey would be excessively burdensome. She nestled against Xuechen's back, her face brushing against his soft, velvety neck, pondering alternative methods, for solutions abound where difficulties lie. Traveling westward, traversing hills and ravines, the group finally arrived at the shores of Jiasha Beach before dawn broke. Beneath the cloak of night, the horizon faded into a mere line where the sky met the sea, and the shimmering moonlight converged with the undulating waves. The surface of the water sparkled with silvery gleams, while the frothy waves playfully crashed against the rocks. The tide, adorned with crystalline foam, surged eagerly towards the shore, only to retreat softly thereafter. Lu Yao initially intended to witness the sunrise by the seaside, yet she succumbed to slumber on Shui Chen's back, the rhythmic sound of the waves failing to rouse her. Each member of their traveling group had a modest wooden cabin at the market, with some designated to guard their belongings. Mumu led Shui Chen and the others to a simple shelter, not out of disregard for Lu Yao, but rather because their nomadic lifestyle meant that every resting place was merely a temporary abode. For them, proximity to the market and a refuge from the elements sufficed. The thatched hut was diminutive, furnished only with a bed and a corner fire pit. The earthen bed measured 3 meters in length but only 2 meters in width, barely accommodating 2 individuals. Mumu retrieved some pristine plush animal skins from the caravan supplies to cover Lu Yao and exchanged courteous pleasantries with Shui Chen before retreating to rest. With no space to sleep, Chun found little concern in remaining in her beast form, curling up beside the fire, and she did not let Huolin sleep on the ground. Gently lifting him onto her soft back, Huolin slid down her long fur, finding himself cradled within her warmth. The softness of Chun's fur was an experience Huolin had never known. His fair face blushed as he nestled beside her fluffy belly, quickly drifting into a deep and sweet slumber. Chapter 79, Astonishing. The connoisseur drinks coconut juice. Lu Yao had been on the run for an entire day and night, enduring relentless torment from a colossal beast. Thus, when she finally succumbed to slumber, she slept soundly until the sun reached its zenith. As Lu Yao slowly opened her eyes, Shui Chen had already set up the pot to fry the crispy dumplings intended for Rizhan. The flour and filling were pre-prepared, allowing for swift wrapping and frying. Have we arrived at the Jiasha beach? Lu Yao rose from her bed, groggily surveying the humble dwelling, which she surmised was the accommodation arranged by Mumu. Shui Chen let out a soft hum, producing a leather water pouch and offering it to Lu Yao. It's quite lively outside. Shall we go out and take a look once I prepare the food? Lu Yao took the cup, swished it around her mouth, and drank some water to moisten her throat. Well, let us first accompany Chun to deliver the food, and then we shall see where the autumn auction venue is located tomorrow, hoping to glean some information about Fengwu. Chun, lying on the ground, twitched her ears, her pink nose sniffing the air intently. Stretching her body lazily, she said, "Good morning, Lu Yao. I am quite hungry. Is there still some steamed bun left?" As she spoke, she shook her fluffy long fur. Lu Yao, feeling a sudden urge, affectionately rubbed the fluffy head of the husky and chuckled. "Indeed. There are many delicious foods available here at the Jiasha beach. Are you certain you wish to eat steamed buns?" Chun, slightly taken aback, sat on the ground, her azure eyes shimmering gently as she tilted her head onto Lu Yao's lap, expressing her slight distress. "Lu Yao, I wouldn't mind if you liked me, but I'm frightened of Shui Chen's fierceness." Before Chun could utter another word, she was abruptly lifted by Shui Chen and unceremoniously tossed into a corner. Shui Chen cast a cold glance at Chun, placing the last fried dumpling into the wooden basin, and remarked, "You merely has a preference for long-haired creatures, not for you." With that, he strode out the door, his voice icy as he declared, "The food is prepared. You must return to your human form soon. We shall accompany you to deliver the food." Lu Yao forced a shy smile, admitting, "Indeed, I have an affinity for furry creatures, while I harbor a deep-seated fear of cold-blooded beings like snakes and insects." Chun resumed her form, donning a coat of animal hide, her hair tied high with vine, exuding an air of elegance and vigor. However, it was a different story for Huolin, who had awakened early, sitting on the ground with a flushed face, daring not to gaze upon Chun. Chun nodded with empathy, her expression tinged with concern as she remarked, "Indeed, my least favorite tribe is the Serpent Clan. Lu Yao, it would be wise for you to cover your face. We might encounter the Serpent Clan at the Jiao Beach, and they hold no regard for females from foreign tribes." Lu Yao was well aware of this. To put it simply, most tribes of mammals regard reproduction and procreation as both vital and sacred, thus elevating the status of females, who are deeply respected by their male counterparts. Young females from lower tribes often find themselves in intermediate tribes, where their treatment is generally favorable. Even in higher tribes, they may face disdain but are unlikely to suffer abuse, ensuring they have sufficient food and drink. However, exceptions exist, particularly with half-beasts, who are often considered aberrations by most beast men, leading to the mistreatment of half-beast females. Yet, this rule is not absolute. For instance, the Serpent Clan, being oviparous, may resort to consuming their own eggs when famished. Female serpents, at certain times, experience heightened demands of a different nature. In moments of excitement, it is not uncommon for them to consume their current male partner to replenish their strength. Their reproductive capacity is unparalleled, capable of laying anywhere from 20 to 60 eggs at once. The males of their clan are perpetually in a state conducive to mating throughout the spring, summer, and autumn, often targeting slaves and beast men from lower tribes as their outlets for release. Naturally, as members of a higher tribe, the constrictor clan can seize females from intermediate tribes without fear of retribution. Presently, Lu Yao was ill-equipped to provoke such a tribe. Heeding Chun's advice, she donned a fur hat and resolutely applied some charcoal ash to her face. As Lu Yao finished her preparations and opened the door, she beheld the imposing figure of the silver tiger, Shuechen, seated not far from the entrance. He held his head high and stood with a straight back. From Lu Yao's perspective, Shuechen was illuminated against the light, his long whiskers framing his majestic visage, while the golden sunlight cast a divine halo around him. He exuded an air of grandeur and authority as he perched upon the golden sands, reminiscent of a guardian beast standing sentinel before the pyramids of Egypt. Spring paused for a moment, clicking his tongue in astonishment. Shuechen, there's no danger here. Why do you transform into your beast form? Your fur is still impeccably groomed. The aloof Shuechen completely disregarded Spring's remarks, taking graceful strides toward Lu Yao. With each step he took, his silky silver fur shimmered in the sunlight, creating arcs of brilliance. The marketplace was vast, and Lu Yao felt weary from walking. The gentle warmth reflected in Shuechen's tiger eyes compelled Lu Yao to pinch his soft cheek affectionately and embrace his neck, declaring, "Well, if I am tired, you shall carry me." Lu Yao merely believed that her standards were elevated, failing to recognize the rarity of such a considerate man. She completely overlooked the long, swaying tail of Shuechen, which clearly indicated his elevated spirits. In the presence of the feline intellect of the tiger, even the husky seemed insignificant. The cluster of thatched cottages where Lu Yao currently resides is situated approximately 200 to 300 meters from the coastline. This quaint settlement appears to be deserted at present, likely as its occupants have ventured to the marketplace to sell their wares. In the distance, a series of small, white, circular houses are perched upon the waterlogged wetlands by the pristine white beach. The walls and fences of these charming abodes are adorned with an array of colorful shells, varying in size, lending an exotic island flair to the scene. Meanwhile, the beach is alive with the gentle undulations of azure waves, teeming with a bustling crowd of orcs. Some residents have set up stalls right in front of their cottages, showcasing large wooden tables laden with hefty cuts of beast meat or bountiful piles of fruit. Other merchant caravans gather in groups on the ground, peddling the goods they have collected. Lu Yao withdrew her gaze, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Wow, it's a coconut," she exclaimed, pointing at the remarkably robust and towering coconut tree above her. It had been ages since she last savored the sweet nectar of a coconut. Yet this tree stood impossibly tall, estimated to be over 20 meters high. Spring squinted up, pondering, is it edible? If it falls, it could be fatal. There are some for sale right over there. Let us go, she suggested. Lu Yao pointed towards a stall piled high with coconuts, leading Huolin excitedly through the bustling market, while Shuechen and Chun followed closely behind. Here, coconuts were remarkably inexpensive, priced at merely 10 Beijing each. Lu Yao purchased 4, grasping a handful of Beijing to make a rough estimate before handing it to the vendor. Beijing, a colorful shell mineral no larger than a fingernail, proved cumbersome as currency, yet most of the beastmen could easily assess its value. Just as Chun lamented over how to consume such an item and attempted to smash it, the scene unfolded. Lu Yao, under the astonished gaze of Huolin, effortlessly punctured the coconut with a sharp little stick, then skillfully wrapped it with a piece of verdant leaf, successfully sipping the sweet, naturally creamy coconut water. She then brought it to Shuechen's lips, for good things are meant to be shared with those we cherish. Both Chun and Huolin, being quite astute, quickly identified the most vulnerable little eye under Lu Yao's guidance, mimicking her actions with expressions of pure enjoyment, relishing the delectable treat. Even the seasoned beastman vendor, who had sold coconuts for many years, had never witnessed such a method. His eyes widened in astonishment. From a distance, he could not discern how they inserted the leaves into the coconuts, but he could only marvel inwardly, realizing that his years of simply cracking them open and licking was rather foolish. There was no need for further inquiry regarding the location of the lion tribe, as the beastmen possessed keen senses and swiftly located the temporary dwelling of the lion tribe along the beach. Chapter 80. Fortunate individuals are always presented with opportunities. The group halted not far from a grand stone gate, where a robust beastman stood guard. The sentinels were not of the lion tribe, but rather members of the equally itinerant rhinoceros tribe. Numerous merchant groups and beastmen from esteemed tribes traversed through the stone gate, The gate stood wide open, and as Lu Yao gazed towards the magnificent structures standing upon the sea, she could not help but exclaim in genuine awe. Her sight, framed by the open gate, first beheld the towering blue stone steps, which led up to a grand circular hall that loomed over the water. Supported by numerous azure stone pillars and resting on broad blue stone slabs, it was truly magnificent. Flanking the central hall were many smaller circular domed structures, easily numbering in the dozens, extending as far as the eye could see, from the shallow waters to the near shore. Remarkably, these buildings shared a similar dome design, adorned in alternating shades of white and blue, with strings of shells and crystals fashioned into wind chimes hanging from the eaves, producing a melodious symphony in the gentle breeze. Lu Yao was unaware of the nature of this stone, which shimmered with a subtle pearlescent glow, enchanting in its dreamlike quality. As the central hall of the towering building lacked doors, she could faintly glimpse an immense circular disk of the sea within. From Lu Yao's vantage point, it appeared to be suspended in midair, adorned with a few distant structures, though they remained indistinct due to the considerable distance. Lu Yao spent some of her precious crystals and, after some inquiries, discovered that this architectural complex was the dwelling of the Nanhai merfolk, who oversaw the trade in this region. As merchants, they welcomed guests from other tribes to reside here, provided they offered a sufficient payment of white pearls. Thus, it is evident that in every corner of the world, there exist both impoverished and prosperous areas. The enchanting beaches, the dreamily grand sea fortresses, and the ceaseless flow of bustling crowds all signify that this location embodies prosperity and represents the pinnacle of technological and cultural achievements in the southern realm. However, this excellence is confined to the southern region, as the merfolk are categorized into 4 factions: southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, with the royal merfolk reigning at the center. Yet, Lu Yao found herself with little time to admire the architectural ingenuity. She had instructed Chun that upon reaching Rijan, she must not only teach the Golden Lion tribe the art of making dumpling skins, but also convey that hemp seeds were an essential ingredient. The Golden Lion tribe would have no difficulty sourcing hemp seeds, thus ensuring that Rijan would no longer trouble the Grey Wolf tribe. After Chun had thoroughly memorized the process, she prepared to set off with a bowl filled with fried dumplings. Carrying the hemp seeds and millet that Lu Yao had ready for her, she offered Lu Yao a reassuring glance, signifying her departure, and waved goodbye as she stepped onto the fine white sand towards the gate. "Chun, wait," Huolin suddenly called out, rushing towards her, cradling a small blue parrot in his arms. Its golden, heavy eyes shimmered with warmth. "Take the honey parrot with you. If you encounter danger, release it, and we will know what has transpired." Chun patted his small shoulder and replied with a cheerful laugh, "No need. If they are unkind to me, I can simply run away. You know my speed is reliable." Huolin, however, stubbornly shook his head and forcibly tucked the honey parrot into the seam of her clothing. The blue parrot initially resisted, flapping its wings in protest, but upon hearing Huolin's pleading words, "Little Blue, please help me this time. I beg you, just hide well," it obediently nestled into Chun's garment. Seeing Huolin's insistence, Chun did not refuse, smiling brightly as she pinched his little face before turning towards the gate. Lu Yu would certainly not allow Chun gushing to take risks. Gently cradling Shui Qin's large head, she softly said, "Let us also venture inside to gather information. In the event that Chun encounters danger, we can swiftly rescue him." As she spoke, she patted the leather bag strapped to her back, which contained a considerable amount of explosives. Lu Yao's pair of clear and serene ink-black eyes shimmered with a dewy desire, radiating a glimmer of hopeful pleading. Shui Qin's gaze revealed a trace of helplessness. Ultimately, he could not resist her charm and nodded in acquiescence. The 3 followed closely behind Chun, who, being a low-level beast man, was easily recognizable. However, before they could enter the grand gate, they were halted by 2 towering men. After she articulated her purpose, it wasn't long before a bearded male of the Golden Lion tribe emerged to escort her inside. Lu Yu and Shui Qin entered through the grand entrance unimpeded. The reason was simple. Shui Qin's beast form rivaled that of the Lion clan. His imposing physique and the regal aloofness reflected in his gaze were ample testament to his extraordinary prowess. Even though many beastmen had never laid eyes on a silver tiger, they would not perceive him as inferior. Rather, they instinctively regarded him as a member of a prestigious tribe. The innate aura of a born ruler is undeniable and commands respect. Upon passing through the stone gate, one finds an expansive square, bustling with pathways leading in every direction. Lu Yao entered through the east gate, with 2 grand doors at the end of the square on her left and ahead, allowing the orcs to come and go. Lu Yao looked up at the spring sun as she followed the members of the Golden Lion clan, stepping onto the broad blue stone steps at the center. She turned left along the azure stone railing, entering the circular domed structure on her right. Scattered along the railing stood a few tall figures, their skin shimmering in the sunlight with a dazzling brilliance reminiscent of diamonds. They were not particularly pale. Rather, one of them had a sun-kissed complexion. Yet the luster reflecting from their skin was utterly resplendent. Lu Yao speculated that it must be the South Jiao Beast Man. She scanned the buildings back and forth, pondering where the Fire Feather Clan leader, Feng Wu, might be held. Logically, since the Eagle tribe had sent both the Fire Feather Clan leader and the Maple Fire Feather Tree for auction, both the item and the individual should be present here. Lu Yao leaned down and softly inquired, "Well, Lin, can you detect the scent or perhaps the aura of your clan leader?" Well, Lin despondently shook his head. Lu Yao found herself at a loss, unable to devise a breakthrough. She had promised Xuechen that she would not take risks, and indeed, this predicament could not be resolved through mere recklessness. To rescue someone, a meticulous plan was essential, yet prior to formulating such a plan, it was imperative to ascertain the whereabouts of the individual in question. At present, they needed to discern the location, but wandering aimlessly in unfamiliar territory was hardly advisable. The square bustled with activity, yet none appeared to be idle. The traders arrived to deliver goods, some bearing beast meat, others carrying fruits and beast hides. Flanking the steps leading to the main hall were two elevated stone platforms where the traders deposited their wares, attended to by specialized orc workers who meticulously counted and exchanged for white pearls. The high-ranking orcs hurried past without pausing, rendering Lu Yao and her companions conspicuously out of place in the square. Just as Lu Yao was engulfed in despair, an unexpected opportunity presented itself. Turning to sell the colossal beast, Mu, beaming with satisfaction as he counted his abundant white pearls, caught sight of the striking Xuechen. "Ah, my esteemed guests. What brings you here?" Encountering Mu in this location was not entirely surprising, yet it was evident that fortune had smiled upon them. Chapter 81, Spring in Peril. Lyo replied with a warm tone, expressing her delight upon hearing that the autumn auction was being held here, remarking on the beauty of the houses in the vicinity. With an air of familiarity, approached with a grin and said, "The colossal beast you sent us has brought in a great deal of white pearls. We arrived too late last night, and the accommodations you arranged for us were rather shabby. How about I treat you to a stay here today? Furthermore, I have gifts to return to you." The prospect of such a fortuitous opportunity stirred excitement in Lyo's heart. She exchanged a glance with Su Chen, whose fierce gaze silently conveyed a warning. It would be prudent to decline. Lu Yao's inky eyes blinked innocently, conveying a message of absolute caution and reluctance to take risks. Xuechen, caught in a blend of helplessness and affection, acquiesced to her sentiment. As long as Lu Yao refrained from taking matters into her own hands and stayed by his side, with his speed and strength, it was entirely feasible to escort her away from peril at any moment. Often, the ability to discern whether one can prevail over an adversary does not necessitate physical confrontation. There exists a unique understanding among beastmen. It is akin to the instance when modern individuals place the plains lion and the savanna tiger together, anticipating a clash. Yet they merely needed a glance to assess each other's prowess. The lion, with its significantly lower bite force and muscle mass compared to the tiger, would never dare provoke its formidable counterpart. There was also a notable occasion when 3 tigers were released onto a tropical plain, resulting in a veritable feast, as they slaughtered 5 truckloads of prey within 2 days. Xuechen considered himself unparalleled among the beast men he had encountered. Observing Lu Yao, who seemed hesitant with her face concealed and head bowed, Mu, being a local, could easily infer her apprehensions. There was no need for the beautiful female to worry, as the serpent tribe abhorred sunlight and did not inhabit this area. As Lu Yao lifted her gaze, she had successfully communicated with Xuechen through their eyes. She turned to Mu and expressed her gratitude, saying, "I appreciate your assistance." Mu rubbed his nose and waved his calloused hand dismissively, responding, "It's no trouble at all. What we value most in our trade is fairness. Please wait a moment while I speak with my companions." Clearly, Mu believed that having benefited from Lu Yao, there should be a reciprocal gesture. In the world of commerce, mutual respect is paramount. Despite their harsh treatment of half-beasts, these merchants who espouse fairness deserve a measure of respect. Of course, the fairness spoken of by merchants is often predicated upon monetary gain. He led Lu Yao and her companions up the deep blue staircase and into the 3rd room on the right side of the hall. According to Mu, the entire expanse of the southwestern sea was the domain of the South Merman. Unlike terrestrial tribes, their settlements were not clustered together. Some were established on beaches, others on islands, and some even in the distant deep sea. The Jiasha Beach was managed by the Yuhai tribe and served as the most vital settlement for the South Merman, providing various supplies to the other settlements. Inside this room were the South Mermen responsible for accommodating guests. To Lu Yao's surprise, the appearance of the male South Merman was rather ordinary. Mumu greeted a stout, big-eared South Merman politely, saying, "Blessings of the sea god, my friend Langshur." The South Merman named Langshur evidently had a close rapport with Mumu, as he clapped his right shoulder and inquired, "Blessings of the sea god, who are these individuals?" Mumu extended his hand with a sense of pride, introducing, "This female is Lu Yao, and this is her male companion, Shuechun. He is a formidable warrior. I have witnessed him single-handedly slay a fearsome beast." Upon hearing this, Langshur's previously casual demeanor shifted as he focused intently on Shuechun, asking in astonishment, "Did he truly do it alone?" Mumu thumped his chest affirmatively, replying, "Indeed." In his eyes, slaves were not deemed combatants. He continued with a smile, "They arrived here with my merchant group to participate in the autumn festival, but as you know, my accommodations are quite small and dilapidated." With that, he cheerfully produced a handful of white pearls, approximately 50 or 60, and handed them to Langshur. Langshur understood Mumu's intent immediately. They frequently hosted high-ranking tribes unwilling to sleep outdoors, and he adeptly accepted the white pearls. "No problem," he assured. "I will arrange comfortable lodging for them and provide food." However, he frowned, a look of disdain crossing his face as he gestured towards the back. "The princess of the Golden Lion tribe is exceedingly troublesome. It is best to keep your distance to avoid complications." Lowering his voice, he added, "These past few days, due to the Bear Tribe princess's ability to transform into a beast form while she cannot, she has damaged quite a few of our tools. Remember to procure some fragrant wood to sell in greater quantities in the coming days." Upon hearing the term fragrant wood, Lu Yu became aware of a distinct aroma of camphor wood permeating the room. It was reasonable to surmise that the wooden low table and cabinets within were crafted from this aromatic timber, given the humidity of the sea. Materials that resist pests and mildew are indeed essential. In ancient times, camphor wood was a luxury reserved for the affluent. Upon realizing there was business to be had, Mumu's eyes crinkled with delight, exclaiming, "I have foxtail pine. I shall have it delivered to you." He then produced several white pearls, handing them to Langshur as a form of intelligence commission, leaving Lu Yao astonished. The value of the timber here was so high that such a generous commission could be offered. One white pearl could purchase numerous hides or meats, sufficient to sustain a typical family of 3 for a month solely on meat. Langshur led Mumu, Lu Yao, and the others along a broad corridor on the right side of the hall for 7 or 8 minutes, finally pausing before a small domed structure. Pushing the door open, he smiled at Shuechun and said, "Mumu's friends are my friends. I see you all are out alone. It would be safer for you to stay here." Shuechun surveyed the surroundings, his gaze ultimately resting on Langshur as he replied, "Thank you. Not at all. Should you need anything, feel free to seek me out." Just as he was about to depart, he recalled something and added with a grin, "Oh, by the way, we won't intervene in your land beastmen quarrels, but any damage caused must be compensated." Mumu waved his hand dismissively at Langshur, saying, "Away with you. My esteemed guests are not like those rude lion tribe individuals. If anything is broken, just come to me for compensation." One must admit, Mumu's words were quite reassuring. Subsequently, Mumu habitually rubbed his hands together, chuckling as he said, "Esteemed guests, I shall take my leave for now. Should you have any matters, do reach out to me. Until later." Lu Yao nodded and expressed her gratitude. However, she inquired further, "How much white pearls can that foxtail pine tree fetch?" Mumu pondered for a moment, then leaned in slightly and replied, "I sell it to the common southern Jiao tribe for 20 white pearls per tree, while for the serpent tribe or other clans it is 30 white pearls each. If you wish for a better price, bear in mind that the foxtail tree is renowned for its exceptional hardness and resistance to decay." Lu Yu clicked her tongue, clearly impressed by the exorbitant prices. Nodding in agreement, she concluded, "All right, I shall purchase from you." It was evident that buying trees was out of the question, but planting them was certainly worth considering. With the honey-sweetened plants growing at such an accelerated pace, it was essential to cultivate something profitable. Woodmoon nodded and hurriedly exited, likely rushing to fetch trees for sale. Leo surveyed the room. It was spacious, adorned with simple yet exquisite furnishings. The Shark clan appeared to have a penchant for using shells and corals as decor, as evidenced by the wooden table and the walls, all embellished with these elements. Strings of pink, white, and blue shells were intertwined to craft a charming wind chime, delicately hanging by the window, producing a melodious and crisp sound. Lu Yao approached the window, gazing out as the breathtaking beauty of the sea unfolded before her. The vast expanse of azure waters stretched infinitely, a boundless tapestry of shimmering blue waves. Fluffy, radiant clouds drifted above, while waves rolled in from the horizon, crashing against the rocky shores like fragments of jade and petals. Yet, her heart was not in the mood to appreciate the ocean's splendor. She sighed softly, expressing her concern. I wonder how Chun is faring. Xueqin stood in the corridor outside, his piercing tiger-like eyes fixed on the far end. There lay the quarters of the Golden Lion clan's revered Sunjin, situated at the leftmost section of the hall. At present, no one was seen entering or exiting. Upon hearing Lu Yao's words, he turned his head, responding, I do not know, but for now, it should be safe. Although Huolin harbored his own worries, he sought to reassure Lu Yao, saying, Mother, do not fret. Sister Chun is both clever and capable. She will surely return soon. Lu Yao gently pinched the small face of Huolin, nodding as she meandered around the room in a state of restless ennui. After approximately 10 minutes, spring arrived. Yet the male of the Golden Lion clan held her firmly. Chapter 82. Spring is sold. Xueqin suddenly spoke up. Lu Yao hurriedly dashed into the corridor. Her eyesight, inferior to that of Xueqin, coupled with the throngs of people bustling about, rendered her unable to catch even a glimpse of Chun's garment. It was not until the male from the Jinshi clan escorted Chun down the stone steps that she finally spotted her. Lu Yao anxiously supported herself along the corridor, her gaze following Chun Zhao as he walked ahead. Chun, upon realizing her presence, turned around in surprise and shook his head, signaling for them not to follow just yet. Xueqin grasped the corner of Lu Yao's garment, urging her to halt her advance. Chun's request for them to refrain from pursuing indicated that there must be another matter at hand. They should first observe where he was taking Chun. With Xiaolan accompanying Sister Chun, it was certain they would not lose track of her. Lu Yao's delicate hands gripped the railing tightly, as the figure of Chun gradually diminished into a mere speck amidst the crowd. For her, failing to rescue the person and inadvertently placing Chun in peril would be a source of lifelong regret. Uncertain of the intentions of the Golden Lion clan, Xueqin understood Lu Yao's anxiety but could only wait for their males to distance themselves. Yao, let us proceed and follow them. After all, there is only one person. Father and Sister Chun will surely be able to handle it. Huolin, perched upon Lu Yao's shoulder, observed the increasingly remote path taken by the Golden Lion clan and quietly encouraged them, clearly harboring a rather simplistic perspective. Lu Yao furrowed her brows and shook her head, feeling a sense of unease. No, if this orc perishes and Chun disappears, they would undoubtedly face trouble from the Grey Wolf tribe. Patience is key. Solutions abound where difficulties arise. Xueqin's voice, deep and melodious, echoed the words Lu Yao had spoken not long ago, which brought her some solace. In moments of chaos, frantic thoughts yield no answers. One must seize opportunities as they come. The group trailed behind the lion beast, departing from the sunlit Jiao Sha beach and entering the dimly lit woods. Towering trees entwined with lush vines loomed above them, while the underbrush thrived, casting the ground into near darkness. The damp, decaying leaves on the forest floor released a musty odor into the air. Xueqin moved with remarkable stealth, his feet gliding silently over the moist, rotting foliage. As they ventured deeper into the forest, even Lu Yao caught a whiff of a pungent stench that churned her stomach. Xueqin's gaze darkened, his mind calculating as he altered direction towards the highest point of the woods. No longer concerned about making noise, he darted swiftly through the trees, reaching an enormous rock in under 5 minutes. I see Sister Chun, Huolin exclaimed, perched on the edge of the rock, pointing to 2 dark figures in the woods below. The thick foliage obscured Lu Yao's view, and she furrowed her delicate brows. Was that foul odor indicative of the serpent tribe? Xueqin's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the ground. Indeed, the python tribe is just beneath, not far from the riverbank. They detest the cold and shun arid places, likely having burrowed into the earth. The thought that Chun was about to plunge into a serpent's den, likely sold off, sent a shiver down her spine. Lu Yao's heart twisted in anguish as she secretly cursed the despicable and shameless Golden Lion clan, vowing that when she grew powerful enough, she would inevitably bring this wretched high tribe to its knees. Suddenly, Xiaolan arrived. With a sharp whistle, Huolin summoned a blue-feathered parrot, its tail resembling that of a phoenix, flapping its wings as it flew over, perhaps due to its habitual dwelling within garments. The parrot's long crest feathers were tousled in a charmingly adorable manner, incessantly chirping at Huolin. Xiaolan conveyed that Sister Chun had been sold to the Serpent clan for 50 white pearls. and that she had mentioned the Golden Lion clan was unaware of her ability to transform into her beast form. She expressed her desire to rescue the other captured females and urged us not to worry, assuring us that she could escape if danger arose. Lu Yao's countenance was heavily clouded, yet she found herself unable to voice any reproach towards Chun. Was she a saint? In the past, while watching television dramas, she often perceived the female protagonists as meddlesome. However, when faced with vivid realities laid before her, and possessing the capability to intervene, how would one choose? To turn a blind eye and walk away? To remain aloof, detached from the plight? Even when it comes to a stray kitten or a begging child, many compassionate souls would extend their generosity, offering whatever assistance they could muster. How much more, then, for the invaluable gift of human life? The noble virtue of chivalry, of self-sacrifice for the sake of others, is not a feat achievable by all. She harbored a sense of righteousness within her heart, yet lacked the courage to act. This hesitation bore no shame, for she recognized her own limitations. There was no justification for compelling others to risk themselves for her sense of justice. Yet now, Chun had already taken that risk. The pressing concern became how to assist Chun and rescue those in peril, particularly when faced with the Serpent Clan. Lu Yao is not without a solution. Rather, the approach she contemplates is somewhat perilous. Lu Yao's desperate gaze fell upon the delicate iron ring adorning her thumb. She possessed realgar, a mineral that accompanies sulfur, and the reason she had not discarded it, despite its toxicity, was due to its potential use as an ingredient in gunpowder. Realgar is an arsenic sulfide that, when heated to a certain temperature, can oxidize into the highly toxic compound arsenic trioxide, commonly known as arsenic. Moreover, realgar is widely recognized as a bane to serpents. In television dramas, the 1,000-year-old Bai Yangzi, upon consuming a cup of realgar wine, reveals her true form, writhing in struggle. Yet, she remained uncertain whether realgar would have any effect on the serpentine beings of this world, and at present, she had no choice but to take a gamble. Yao, what troubles you? Xuechen turned his head, brushing his fluffy tail against Lu Yao's hand, his voice laced with concern. The impulsiveness of Spring had left him in a state of exasperation. Given Spring's abilities, confronting the Serpent Clan was futile, yet escaping unexpectedly should pose no significant challenge. He understood that Lu Yao was intent on rescuing someone. However, it seemed that there was no solution that could yield a satisfactory outcome. He was powerless to save those females, as the Serpent Clan did not rely on sight to discern their surroundings, thus rendering the underground dark, even for him. Even if he could temporarily utilize gunpowder to extricate the females, those who stumbled and ran slowly would soon be recaptured by the serpents. He found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Lu Yao gently caressed the soft, long fur of Xuechen, her gaze serene as she surveyed the dense thicket before her. "Let us take a gamble. Let it burn. Let us incinerate this place," she declared. Lin rose from the rocky ground, staring incredulously at Lu Yao's resolute profile. "You mean to burn it all? What will happen to Sister Chun?" "Do not fret. Yao must have an alternative plan," Xuechen interjected. For he had always understood Lu Yao's intricate thoughts. Her strategy would undoubtedly be more sophisticated than merely igniting a fire. Moreover, to set the entire forest ablaze would require more than just a spark. It would take days to consume it entirely. Previously, we collected sulfur that contained realgar powder. "I have some on me," he continued. "The scent of this substance is particularly repugnant to serpents, and I suspect it might prove advantageous against the Serpent Clan. If we blend black oil with realgar and ignite it, alongside our gunpowder, we could swiftly set this area ablaze." Leo pointed towards the nearby stream. Upon hearing the sound of gunpowder, Chun would undoubtedly realize it was our doing and would devise a way to escape with the females. At that moment, Xuechen and Chun could reunite and flee through this river, leaving no trace behind. Xuechen grasped Lu Yao's intent, yet most females were incapable of swimming. Lu Yao lowered her, recalling the straws we used to sip coconut juice. Chapter 83. It exploded. My goodness. With a plan in place, we executed it immediately. Xuechen swiftly led Lu Yao back to the Jiao Sha beach, where indeed black oil was available for sale, contained in exceptional waterproof animal skin bags. As a high-end cleaning agent, a single bag, equivalent to a bottle of mineral water, was sold at an exorbitant price of 1 white pearl, which Lu Yao, with her ample finances, purchased entirely, over 50 bags in total. Lin was tasked with binding the animal skin bags in pairs, while Lu Yao filled them with realgar powder. Time was of the essence. In less than half an hour, Lu Yao and the others arrived once more at the Serpent Tribe's dwelling. This time, Xuechen took action alone, with Lu Yao excluded from participation. Lin, petite yet agile, also found her offer to assist Xuechen declined. Xueqin left Lu Yao on a secure rock, having witnessed Huolin's accuracy with the explosive barrels against colossal beasts. He felt somewhat reassured with her protection over Lu Yao. Lu Yao understood that following Xueqin to set up the fire zone near the Serpent Clan was a burden. She could only anxiously wait on the rocks. Without Lu Yao on his back, Xueqin's speed was akin to that of light, his thick, soft paw pads allowing him to leap from great heights without a sound. Even the breath he exhaled was nearly inaudible, the only sound being the subtle friction of animal hides against one another. Concealed by the underbrush, he advanced cautiously, lowering his body as he approached the Serpent Clan's resting cave. Xueqin arranged the gasoline-filled animal skin bags in a circular formation around the cave entrance, burying explosives 100 meters away on either side of the entrance. The ensuing explosion would surely draw attention from within the cave. As the inhabitants emerged, he planned to ignite the fuse, leaving only a path sprinkled with realgar. If the realgar proved effective, compelling the Serpent Clan's members to abandon their females and retreat from this place, the plan would be deemed a success. The midday sun poured over the barren rocks, casting light upon Lu Yao and Huolin's shoulders and backs, their thin garments dampened by perspiration. As Xueqin meticulously prepared, Lu Yao's palms grew clammy with anxiety atop the rock. Both realgar and the sulfur in the explosives possessed formidable properties to repel serpents. Yet whether they would affect the Serpent Clan's beastmen remained uncertain. This was indeed a venture into peril. Lu Yao only hoped that, regardless of whether she could successfully save anyone, at least Chun could seize the opportunity to escape. Approximately 10 minutes later, a deafening explosion resounded. The plan had commenced. A blinding white light erupted suddenly, causing the very rocks to tremble. The searing air ignited everything in an instant. Boom, boom. The temperature soared, and the leather bags filled with gasoline detonated instantaneously, the force far exceeding Lu Yao's expectations. The scorching gusts rushed forward with an overwhelming force. Fire Lin, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly threw Lu Yao to the ground. The unstoppable waves of heat surged forth, and Fire Lin, too close to the rock wall, suffered burns from the intense flames. A small mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Fire Lin's arm was severely burned, and Lu Yao, filled with concern, held him tightly, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the inferno below, which continued to erupt. This was impossible. How could gasoline explode? According to Lu Yao's original plan, the sulfur and realgar would burn extensively, emitting a powerful odor to drive away the Serpent Clan, not producing the current cacophony of explosions and devastation. Mere seconds after the explosions, the serpent beast men in the cave were choked and surged out. The beast god has been angered. Everyone, run. Help. Run to the beach. Black giant pythons emerged from the cave, transforming from their beast forms into bare human figures to minimize the area exposed to the flames. With the fire yet to encircle the cave, they dashed out of the inferno, fleeing towards the shores of Jiasha. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed, Gasoline could not possibly explode. However, crude oil is not the refined gasoline used in your modern vehicles. The elemental composition of crude oil varies across different ecological regions. Although the primary components of crude oil are carbon and hydrogen, it also contains sulfur, oxygen, nitrogen, and trace amounts of phosphorus. Not to mention the potential presence of trace uranium-235 and plutonium-239 in the seabed oil deposits. Lu Yao has always struggled with chemistry, yet she is well acquainted with these two elements. Are you suggesting that the nuclear material of crude oil reacts chemically with nitrate? Nuclear material. The radiation is quite substantial. Lu Yao, filled with anxiety and fear, lifted the unconscious Huolin and stood up, searching for the figure of Xueqin. Host. I hope you can cherish your life, the youthful system said earnestly, adding, you still have negative points here. Understood, it won't happen again, even without the system's admonition. Lu Yao dared not act recklessly. Had it not been for Huolin's timely intervention, her disfigurement would have been the least of her worries, as she would likely have been left disabled. After about 10 minutes, a silvery figure leaped onto the rocks. Xueqin appeared relatively unscathed, except for his tail, which had turned completely black and was singed at the tip. This clearly indicated the peril they had faced. I have already taken Chun and some females to the riverside. We must hurry, he said, swiftly hoisting Lu Yao onto his back and racing toward the creek. It seems I miscalculated. I did not anticipate that the black oil would explode upon contact with the nitrate in the gunpowder. Lu Yao, caressing Huolin's cheek with great tenderness, explained the situation to Xueqin. Understanding flickered in Xueqin's silver eyes as he reassured her. It's all right. The flames were intense, but their power was less than that of gunpowder. Chun and the others are safe, are they not? Huolin is a beast man and will recover swiftly. He continued, however. Chun was unable to rescue many females. Many perished before she could enter the cave. Lu Yao's heart sank. What? Hadn't the Eagle clan just sent the females over yesterday? Even if the Eagle clan could fly at great speed, it had only been a single night. Xueqin's gaze was as cold as ice. Though he typically paid little heed to external matters, the sheer brutality of such primal savagery sent chills down his spine. In the brief absence of Chun, nearly 2 hours felt interminable to Lu Yao. To ensure their safety amidst the chaos, Chun, seizing the opportunity, led a group of females to the riverbank, where, following Xueqin's guidance, they plucked some hollow reeds to hold in their mouths, preparing for the plunge into the water. One by one, they resolutely leapt into the river. Upon witnessing the gruesome fate of their companions, they preferred drowning to the prospect of being recaptured by the Serpent clan. The typically timid females showed no sign of retreat. Hand in hand, they followed Chun along the river, fleeing for their lives. Due to their lack of scent and the river's many tributaries, Lu Yu and her companions searched for nearly an hour before finally spotting the disheveled Chun. This fortunate encounter was thanks to Huolin awakening, allowing the parrot Shaolin to soar high and locate them. Upon seeing Lu Yao, Chun let out a sigh of relief and guided the females ashore to rest. The females trembled in the biting wind, their legs shaking, having gone 2 days without food, exhausted and famished. Xueqin had no choice but to build a campfire and roast several plump gray rabbits for everyone to share. Chun's hair had been singed at the ends. And seeing the hint of grievance in Lu Yao's azure eyes, she lamented, "The Python clan are madmen. They have killed many females and left countless others crippled, unable to escape. Out of over 100 females, only this few remain." Chapter 84. Signing in is like a treasure. It defies reason. Lu Yao gently patted her back, casting a cursory glance around the vicinity, where there were scarcely 30 females present. Their eyes were rimmed with red, the remnants of fear-induced tears having dried. At this moment, the tears they shed were not merely for themselves, but were imbued with a profound loathing for the Serpent tribe, the Eagle tribe, and the Lion tribe, as well as a sorrowful lament for their fallen companions. Clinging to one another, they wept softly, their families shattered, bereft of protection, as if they had been forsaken by the world. Where could they possibly turn? To the lower tribes, where they would inevitably succumb to the fate of being captured. Or perhaps to the mid-tier tribes, where, like Chun, they could be sold due to their inferior status. Yet, they no longer possessed a tribe, no longer had a home. In their own tribes, they had once been cherished, regarded as precious beings cradled tenderly by the males. The low, mournful cries of the females evoked a deep sense of sorrow within the heart. Lu Yao could no longer endure the despair surrounding her. Rising to her feet, her dark eyes glinted with a fierce and unyielding light as she spoke in a solemn tone. "Tears will not resolve our issues, nor can they avenge your fallen kin. Yet, if weeping brings you some solace, then weep freely. Once you have wept, we shall devise a plan." The soft cries abruptly ceased, and the females lifted their heads to regard Lu Yao, who stood tall, radiating an indomitable spirit. Their once dull eyes began to shimmer with renewed hope. "Is there still a way for us? How can we seek vengeance for our kin? Where can we go? I will endeavor to find a caravan to escort you back to the guest lake. Should you wish, you may join our alliance or seek refuge with another tribe. The deceased are gone, but the living must carry on." As she spoke, Lu Yao gazed earnestly into the bloodshot eyes of those before her, urging them to honor the memory of their lost kin by living well. A long-haired female rose, her belly notably round with pregnancy. "I am of the antelope tribe, and within me lies the last offspring of my kind. I wish to survive. I too desire vengeance. And if joining the alliance can facilitate that, if it allows us to exterminate the Eagle tribe and the Python tribe, I vow that my child shall forever pledge loyalty to the alliance." She wiped away her tears, her expression resolute, her voice resonating with fervor that stirred a fire within their hearts. Lu Yao found herself at a loss for words. Her initial intention in forming the alliance was solely to ensure the survival of the weaker orcs, preventing them from being mercilessly slaughtered. However, after the events of today, her resolve began to waver. Of course, vengeance must be sought. The flames that erupted today are the mark of our alliance's new weapon. Crafted by none other than Lu Yao herself, the greatest sage in our city, the shameless Serpent clan shall ultimately face the wrath of my warriors. Chun rose to her feet, her voice resonating with righteous indignation. Always a warrior at heart, she had already begun to plot after witnessing the Serpent clan's panic in the face of gunpowder. With her declaration, the females eagerly expressed their desire to join the alliance in pursuit of vengeance for their kin. Xueqin regarded the pensive Lu Yao with understanding. Her voice was clear and melodious as she conveyed, "The faction of the Serpent Clan that participated in the autumn end auction is the Poison Sand faction, led by the most formidable python among the Serpent King's offspring, known for its arrogance." Lu Yao's flickered gently as she gazed at Xueqin, an unspoken understanding enveloping them. She bore no authority to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. While the Serpent Clan was culpable, it was conceivable that innocents, such as the young and the females, existed among them. Every grievance has its origin, and every debt its rightful claimant. Thus, she vowed to meticulously remember each transgression. The venomous sands shall fall, and the royal daughter, Regent, would not escape her reckoning. This included the male members of the Eagle Clan who participated in the extermination of the Fire Feather Clan. She would ensure that children's grievances were duly noted. Lu Yao and Xueqin arrived at Jiaxia Beach ahead of schedule, intending to inquire with Mumu about any merchant caravans heading to Kajia Lake. However, upon reaching the previous cluster of thatched cottages, they found Mumu absent and instead encountered Mumu's father, Kehi, initially reluctant to involve himself in such matters. Kehi was well informed and had learned of the fire in the cave inhabited by the Serpent Clan almost immediately after it occurred. Lu Yao entrusted him with the task of escorting a female, most likely one who had narrowly escaped from the inferno. He surmised that Lu Yao's benevolence was the motive behind this request, yet he was reluctant to invite trouble upon himself. 50 white pearls for the safe delivery of a female to the Grey Wolf Clan at Kajia Lake. Your son is a man of integrity and fairness. Thus I believe his father must also possess commendable qualities. Lu Yao observed the hesitation of Kehi. Merchants, driven by profit, regard solvable issues as mere trifles. Kehi's pupils dilated, clearly taken aback. 50 white pearls and 30 females constituted an impressive sum. Such a lucrative deal, devoid of any costs, was impossible not to entice him. He resolutely patted his sturdy chest, declaring the transaction complete. I shall immediately seek a traveling caravan. Indeed, money can move mountains. Xueqin tossed him a pouch of white pearls, the weight of which elicited an involuntary smile, even from a seasoned trader. With the agreement sealed, Kehi, a man of efficiency, swiftly gathered 20 beastmen from the camel tribe. Retaining their animal forms, with long and broad necks, they bore heads reminiscent of sheep, short and round ears, and split upper lips akin to those of rabbits, accompanied by 2 substantial humps, their size exceeding that of contemporary camels. Each could easily carry 2 or 3 females. Evidently a dignified chieftain of the Camel clan, Kehi spoke with solemnity, stating that all females must be delivered safely. Each would receive 20 white pearls, with 10 pearls paid up front and the remaining 10 upon return. The camels nodded in cheerful agreement, their demeanor somewhat comical. Kehi placed the pearls into the cloth pouches hanging around their necks, not neglecting to impart his customary advice. Fairness is paramount for merchants, and honor is of utmost importance for tribes. Regardless of our destination, we must uphold our fairness and honor. Strive to fulfill this transaction. Lu Yao once again marveled at the commendable values of itinerant merchants, noting that even the profits of middlemen were laid bare, devoid of convoluted schemes, a potential virtue of this world. However, the sudden depletion of 1,500 white pearls, coupled with the previous expenditures on ginseng and provisions, left their leather pouch significantly diminished. As they made their way to retrieve the female companion, Xueqin found himself somewhat apprehensive about the days to come. For Lu Yao was known to be easily enamored by treasures. On this journey, they had initially brought along 15 to 1,600 white pearls, compensated Cuckoo for his services, procured oil, and were now left with merely 3 pearls. Lu Yao is certainly aware of this fact, regardless of the location. One cannot do without money. Is there any issue with spending lavishly? Absolutely not. And where is this place? It is the largest market in the south, the Jiaxia Beach. Lu Yao languidly rested on Xueqin's back. While the group had not yet departed from the beach, she summoned the system to check in. I wish to check in. A chime sounded, and the system announced, Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in. Check-in location, Jiaotan Market. Reward, 20 golden pearls. Lu Yao was somewhat bewildered, still unaware of what the golden pearl was. She picked one up and examined it under the sunlight. Aside from its golden hue, it was considerably larger and more plump than the white pearls, yet there were no other discernible differences. Chapter 85. The Peculiar Being, the Fish. Lu Yao felt somewhat bewildered, still unaware of what a golden pearl was. She picked one up and examined it under the sunlight. Aside from its golden hue and slightly larger size compared to the white pearl, there seemed to be no other distinctions. Surely, the golden pearl must represent a higher denomination of currency than the white pearl? What is the conversion rate? Lu Yao inquired of the system. The host's question exceeds the knowledge of this system. In the boundless continent, golden pearls are circulating hard currency, with varying values across different regions. Lu Yao smacked her lips and removed the pouch of white pearls from Xuechen, replacing it with golden ones. Her storage ring possessed only 5 compartments, each designated for a singular item. Hence, she stored only the essentials that she could not part with: gunpowder, a comprehensive survival guide for the beast realm, a bone blade, sulfur, and a rocket launcher. As for wealth, that was merely an external possession. She had nearly deciphered the reward mechanism for regional sign-ins, and upon reaching the marketplace, currency would be at her disposal. Following closely behind Xuechen, Chun entered the stone gate unimpeded. At that moment, the sun was setting in the west, casting a brilliant red hue upon the azure ocean, while the surface glimmered with the reflection of the colorful clouds above. In the distance, returning birds circled the water, their wings seemingly brushing against the evening glow. Lu Yao, it is truly beautiful here, Chun exclaimed, standing by the window in heartfelt admiration, and then, with a hint of regret, added, it is a pity that Wu Rong and the others are unable to witness this. Lu Yao was simmering coconut meat in a stone pot. Upon hearing Chun's words, she couldn't help but glance outside, pondering that there would be opportunities in the future. As the water began to boil, Xuechen assisted in skimming off the pale yellow coconut oil that floated to the surface. This coconut oil, when applied to wounds, could aid in healing the extensive burns on Huolin's arm. Despite appearing as a mere child, Huolin exhibited remarkable strength, enduring the severe burns on his arm without uttering a single cry of pain. Lu Yao evenly spread coconut oil over his wound, tearing a piece of cloth from the burlap to carefully bandage him. Once the bandaging was complete, she asked, Huolin, do you feel a bit more comfortable now? Huolin revealed a childlike smile and, in turn, reassured Lu Yao, Mother, it's nothing to worry about. I am of the Huoyu clan, unafraid of burns. Lu Yao helplessly pinched his small nose. Silly child, how could your fire be akin to this one? Otherwise, how could you have been burned? In this somewhat fantastical world, Lu Yao was no longer astonished. The flames that blazed upon the wings of the Fire Feather clan, while possessing the same searing heat to scorch others, were not akin to the flames of wood or charcoal. Rather, they resembled an innate magical ability, akin to a form of sorcery akin to that of elves. Feeling Lu Yao's affection, the smile of Huolin softened. He yearned to protect Lu Yao, just as he had once desperately safeguarded the maple fire feather tree. This was instinctual, regardless of the price to be paid. Even if it meant sacrificing his wings or his very life, he would not hesitate. Lu Yu was evidently unaware of the thoughts that occupied Huolin's mind. However, following this incident, she would exercise greater caution. She was not like Chun, able to venture forth alone. Every decision she made could lead to the injury of those involved. Had it not been for Huolin this time, she feared she would have lost her hair entirely. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks reverberated through the air. Lu Yao exchanged a glance with Xuechen, frowning slightly. Xuechen recognized the visitor as Mu Mu, but sensed the presence of others, a hint of something fishy. He then cast a knowing look at Chun, who discreetly retreated into the bedroom, her scent of sulfur potent enough to mask her presence. When Xuechen opened the door, Mu Mu entered with a broad smile, rubbing his hands together, and gestured towards the half-orc behind him, exclaiming, Behold, a valiant warrior and a beautiful female, this is my gift to you. A half-orc slave. Lu Yu was taken aback upon the entrance of the half-orc. Was that a mermaid? Its sea blue curls cascaded down to its waist, obscuring its face. The upper body resembled that of a human, clothed in tattered gray gauze, while the lower half sported a tail adorned with pale blue scales. It stood trembling on its fish tail, a sight both comical and pitiable. Strangely, several long, horizontal incisions marred its abdomen. Was this a case of a cesarean section? In contrast, Mu Mu's expression was earnestly sincere, prompting Lu Yao to muster a wry smile. It seemed he genuinely believed her to be addicted to purchasing slaves. Thank you for your kindness, but I do not require such a slave. If you happen to come across a minotaur, please do let me know. Lu Yao declined, asserting that a mermaid was of little use, especially since she was no savior. One could not simply take in slaves when resources at home were already scarce. Upon hearing her rejection, the mermaid from the Jia tribe timidly lifted her head to glance at Lu Yao, her breath seemingly caught in her throat, a fleeting admiration shimmering in her enchanting eyes. Mu Mu appeared to anticipate Lu Yao's response. Many terrestrial beastmen were oblivious to the advantages of the half-beast Jia tribe slaves. Each year, The Jia tribe would shed their skin, and with each shedding, the discarded skin transformed into exquisite fish silk. Lu Yao involuntarily shivered. Goodness, after all this time. It turns out that the seemingly beautiful shark silk is merely the shed skin of a half-human, half-serpent creature. Fortunately, she had never held much interest in it. This revelation only diminished her curiosity further. If she wished to don exquisite garments, it would be far more prudent to establish a dyeing workshop and raise silkworms. She quickly waved her hand, stating, "As you can see, I am not particularly fond of shark silk, despite its undeniable beauty." Mumu recalled that Lu Yao had always donned a rather peculiar attire. It was neither made of beast hide nor shark silk, yet it appeared remarkably lightweight. A female as affluent as Lu Yao could hardly be unable to afford shark silk. Perhaps she genuinely disliked it. This thought made him somewhat vexed. He would have been better off gifting Lu Yao a capable servant. Huolin pointed at the scar on the abdomen of the Jaya's tribe female, his golden eyes reflecting a mix of terror. So this injury was inflicted to strip the shark silk? Mumu cast a sidelong glance at Huolin, who he had not intended to engage, but upon noticing the bandage wrapped around Huolin's arm, faint traces of his crimson burn scars were visible. He detected a familiar yet indescribable fragrance lingering in the air. The merchant's instinct sparked a hypothesis. Lu Yao hailed from a superior tribe, and it was not implausible that a shaman healer existed who could treat burns. Currently, the affluent Python tribe had numerous burn victims. If one could procure burn ointment, the opportunity for a middleman to profit from the price difference would arise. Suddenly, he smiled amiably at Huolin, rubbing his hands together as he spoke. Of course, once they age and shed, they will take on a rather unsightly hue, much like that on her. With that, he turned his gaze towards Lu Yao, wearing a shrewd grin, and inquired, "Esteemed female, I wonder if you would be willing to sell your burn treatment. I assure you, I will offer a most satisfactory price." Lu Yao raised an eyebrow slightly. "Are you also injured while purchasing burn ointment?" No, replied Mumu with a smile today. The beast god unleashed his wrath upon the Python clan, punishing their misdeeds by igniting the misty stone forest. Many beastmen have suffered burns and would undoubtedly be willing to pay a hefty price for burn ointment. As he spoke, Mumu glanced at Xuechun, noting the singed patch on his tail. Being astute, he had already conjured countless scenarios in his mind, linking Lu Yao's act of rescuing the female with the current events. However, the number of scenarios was inconsequential. What truly mattered was his belief that Lu Yao was a kind-hearted, just individual with whom he could forge a friendship. He would not have been so forthright with anyone else. Lu Yao cast a glance at Xuechun, her mind already concocting a scheme. "Not only could I sell it to you, but I could also divulge the secret formula for the burn ointment I've crafted, provided you are willing to assist me with a certain task." Mumu's mouth fell open in disbelief, his brown eyes suddenly sparkling with astonishment. The formula for treating burns. That is not merely something that could be sold for a lifetime. It is a treasure that could be passed down through generations. To his astonishment, Lu Yao was willing to confide in him. Typically, who among them had not endured burns or scalds? Mumu could only perceive Lu Yao as playfully wielding a handful of pearls, joyfully striking him with them, leaving him in a daze of delight. Overwhelmed with excitement, he thumped his chest and declared, "Whatever the matter may be, I assure you I will handle it flawlessly." Lu Yao smiled mysteriously and instructed, "Please fetch me 10 coconuts." Mumu readily agreed, but as he was about to depart, he recalled the bothersome Ghana tribesman still present. He picked up the rope from the ground, intending to drag him away. Chapter 86, Is the Fire Unicorn a Phoenix? Impossible. Unexpectedly, the Ghana tribesman, emboldened by an unknown courage, lifted his head and implored, "I beg you to take me in. I can catch fish, plenty of delicious fish, and cultivate seaweed. I am quite diligent. I do not require a house. Mere sustenance is sufficient." As he raised his gaze, a splendid oval face came into view. Why splendid, you may wonder. It was because, illuminated by the flickering flames, a sparkling blue radiance shimmered across his skin like scattered diamonds. His features were gently defined, framed by a pair of profound, dark blue eyes. They did not possess the soft melancholy of mist. Instead, they evoked a sense of ethereal solitude, akin to delicate snowflakes drifting aimlessly, as if they might dissolve into a mournful rain at any moment. Lu Yao glanced at Xuechun, whose silver eyes revealed a subtle indifference, signifying his contentment with her joy. Lu Yao found herself in a bit of a quandary, her gaze lingering on his fishtail. "However, I do not possess an ocean, making survival exceedingly difficult for you. As a merfolk, it stands to reason that you would struggle to thrive in freshwater. Yet, I can persist without the sea." I implore you to allow me to stay. Given that the mermaid has expressed such a sentiment, and considering Lu Yao's inherently compassionate nature, she felt compelled to grant him sanctuary. Perhaps he could cultivate lotus flowers or water caltrops in the water. Could he harvest lotus roots? Very well, welcome to our midst. Do you have a name? A gentle smile graced Lu Yao's lips, warm and inviting. The merfolk, clearly taken aback by Lu Yao's inquiry regarding his name, pondered who would concern themselves with the name of a slave. His lips quivered, struggling to articulate, I am called. Lu Yao discerned his anxiety and gently waved her hand, reassuring him that it was perfectly acceptable to discuss it later. I shall accept this slave. Thank you for your generous gift, Mumu. Delighted by Lu Yao's willingness to accept his offering, Mumu cheerfully acknowledged her and hurried off in search of coconuts. The merman, realizing he could remain, cautiously maneuvered his 2 fishtails to the corner, leaning against the wall to conserve his energy. Lu Yao discarded the water used for boiling the coconut and poured realgar into the pot to heat it. Yao, what are you doing? Shuechen inquired with a puzzled expression. Lu Yao's ink-black pupils glimmered with a hint of chill as she gazed at the pale yellow sulfur gradually whitening before her. I am concocting poison, she declared. It is arsenic, devoid of color and scent, yet highly lethal. Spring dashed out of the room, excitement radiating from her. Lu Yao, are you intending to eliminate those wretched pythons? With a mischievous smile, she added, splendid. They could poison the inferior females. Why should we not destroy them as well? I shall administer the poison. Yao intended for Mumu to undertake this task. Regardless of who ventured forth, they would be met with the Serpentine clan's vigilance, making it nearly impossible to approach them. However, Mumu might succeed, perhaps even blending the toxin with medicine. Shuechen spoke softly, clearly the one who understood Lu Yao best, yet also the one who felt the deepest concern for her. Lu Yao cast a gentle smile at Shuechen, signaling that she was unharmed. She had long since resolved to take vengeance upon these high-ranking beastmen, showing no mercy, for after all, the subordinates of Poison Sand had exhibited no compassion towards the deceased females. The Ganner tribe listened in astonishment to each word spoken, never suspecting that this beautiful female was, in fact, a shaman who could concoct poisons. His body trembled with shock. Huolin tugged at his sleeve in comfort, saying, Mother is a very gentle person. She saved our Fire Feather tribe and many weak beastmen. You need not be afraid. Mother? The Ganner tribesmen murmured in confusion, glancing between Huolin and Lu Yao, struggling to connect the mother-son relationship. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, a thunderous realization erupted in his mind. Beastmen did not possess such distinctive eyes, this unique gaze. Only that creature from his memories could have it. His dark blue pupils contracted as he exclaimed, Fire Feather tribe, it cannot be. You are clearly a crimson flame. Firebird. The panic of the Ganner tribesmen drew the attention of Lu Yao and her companions. Chun, unable to contain his irritation, approached and said, What do you mean by crimson flame, Firebird? You half-human, half-fish, stop your nonsensical ramblings. No beast man possesses 2 pupils, none. The Ganner tribesmen, filled with dread, began to retreat, nearly collapsing, as if the seemingly adorable and warm Huolin were a fearsome creature. Shuechen swiftly supported him, asking, Clarify your words. Does the Ganner tribe possess a legacy? Or were you once a member of the Ganner royal family? Lu Yao also cast a curious glance, asking, Shuechen, what is inheritance? How do you know so much? A flicker of helplessness crossed Shuechen's deep silver eyes as he replied, Inheritance is the memory that can be passed down through a lineage. I possess an inheritance too, but my knowledge is rather limited. What Shuechen did not disclose was that within the ancient memories of his lineage, there appeared to be a race akin to mermaids among those who offered tributes to his tribe. Upon hearing Shuechen mention his own inheritance, the mermaid from the Garna tribe felt a sense of familiarity towards him. He turned to Lu Yao and explained, my master, I am called Hai, which signifies the grace of the Sea King, and I am a descendant of the Garna royal family. He then gestured towards Huolin, adding, In my inheritance, those with such crimson eyes are known as the scarlet flame birds. They are engulfed in flames and can breathe fire. They are drawn to glittering objects and consider beings like us from the sea as their sustenance. Lu Yao pondered. How could the innocent Fire Lin ever be associated with the fearsome beast, the phoenix? Moreover, according to legend, the phoenix hatches from an egg, while Fire Lin emerges from a tree, undoubtedly a delicate sprite of fire magic with a penchant for vegetarianism. Furthermore, the phoenix possesses the ability of rebirth. Yet the wings of Fire Lin, once severed, would never regrow. Each time she witnessed feathers sprouting from the wound only to be painfully plucked away by Fire Lin. Her heart ached. Although these children were not her own, their incessant calls of Mama, Mama resonated deeply within her, and she cherished them dearly. A touch of sorrow flickered in Fire Lin's eyes as he pressed his lips together and spoke. We are not firebirds, and we shall never grow up. You need not fear me. Yet within my legacy, you are. Haizhe murmured, for in his heritage, the essence of the firebird was indeed like this. Lu Yao stepped forward and gently ruffled Huolin's hair. The existence of the Fire Feather clan indeed shrouded in mystery. The offspring were nurtured by the Fenghua Feather Tree, but at the cost of sacrificing their life fire. It was only later that she learned the children who surrendered their life fire could hardly survive for long. Such a method of continuation inevitably led to the extinction of the race, had it not been for her signing in to obtain the seed. They would have been on the brink of annihilation. If you don't believe it, so be it. If we were truly that powerful, our chieftain would not have been captured, and we would not have faced such bullying, Huolin murmured, lowering his head. Upon hearing this, Haizhe's gaze still reflected a hint of fear, a fear deeply ingrained in their very bones, difficult to alter in the short term. You, little fish, are far too timid. Our Huolin is so adorable. What is there to fear? Chun exclaimed, pulling Huolin into her embrace and unabashedly planting a kiss on him. Huolin's fair face instantly flushed, his downcast eyes filled with bashfulness and confusion. Chapter 87. Annihilation of the Python clan. Aside from Lu Yao, this was the first time a beastman from another clan had been so close to him. Alas, his body was unresponsive, ensnared in Chun's embrace, feeling soft and warm all over. If you wish, you may swim in the sea to relax. It is perfectly fine. Lu Yao gazed at Haizhe, who had retreated to the shore. The mermaid stood there, looking rather pitiable. Are fish truly so timid? Is it really so? I used to be confined within a wooden cage submerged in water. Haizhe was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that Lu Yao would consent to his return to the embrace of the ocean, unafraid of his potential escape. Lu Yao smiled nonchalantly, of course. Once he confirmed the truth, Haizhe could hardly contain his excitement as he leaped to the window and jumped down, tracing a beautiful arc in the air. Such exquisite creatures as mermaids are destined to roam freely. Gazing at the splashes of water, Lu Yao softly murmured, a wry smile gracing her lips. This world is fraught with helplessness, and there will always be those who seek to shatter her tranquility. Xueqin gently held Lu Yao in his embrace, reminiscing about a time long past when the Ghana tribe ruled the oceans, and the Jiao serpent was but a modest clan. Lu Yao buried her head in Xueqin's embrace, her voice soft and weary as she inquired, are you implying that the Ghana tribe was once formidable in your legacy? Xueqin cast a glance at the hidden Fire Lin, contemplating before responding. They possessed the ability to manipulate seawater, causing floods. They must have been quite powerful. Lu Yao lifted her head from Xueqin's warm embrace and smiled. It sounds like a mythological tale. I wonder if it's true. Spring scratched his head, pondering. Could the inheritance possibly be fabricated? Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. It was Moo Moo, beaming with joy, carrying a string of coconuts. However, upon Lu Yao relaying the task she needed him to handle, her smile abruptly vanished, and his expression darkened. Lu Yao and others initially presumed that he was afraid. To their surprise, he furrowed his thick, unruly brows and, with a troubled expression, inquired, could we perhaps wait until they have paid for the white pearls before administering the poison? If this poison is truly as potent as you claim, I shall not be able to profit from my white pearls. Lu Yao wore an expression of exasperation. Indeed, merchants are driven by profit. With a resigned gesture, she said, do as you wish, incorporate it into the medicine or blend it into the food and water. Thus, Lu Yao generously instructed Moo Moo on how to refine coconut oil for burn ointment, assuring him that once accomplished, she would teach him an even simpler method to produce coconut oil in larger quantities. Moreover, despite their love for fairness, they harbored a sense of justice. Yet, as merchants, their sense of justice was secondary to the imperative of profit, with the pursuit of wealth always taking precedence over necessary ethical boundaries. I shall promptly seek out Kahi to inquire about the whereabouts of the poisonous sand, and then deliver the medicine. Deliver the medicine, Moo Moo said with a simple, honest smile, entirely unlike a qualified assassin. Orcs, by nature, are accustomed to the law of survival of the fittest, where the weak are devoured by the strong. Even the kind-hearted Chun displayed a reckless vigor in battle, striking and hunting without hesitation. This illustrates the distinction between bestial instincts and human morality. Humans may consume meat while decrying cruelty, yet orcs do not share this dichotomy. For them, everything is taken for granted. in Mumu's eyes. The Python clan's disregard for the rules respecting females was an affront to Lu Yao, rendering her vengeance upon them entirely justifiable. This may not constitute justice in the conventional sense, but to the orcs, the principle of ending violence with violence is undoubtedly rational and justified. Lu Yao anticipated that Mumu would not take action until the following day, yet to her surprise, he acted with impatience in the dead of night. How did she realize this? The commotion outside was deafening. The cacophony of shouts and the sounds of destruction were unmistakably clear to her. The initial effects of arsenic include diarrhea, shock, and ultimately respiratory failure leading to death. The lethal dose for humans is 2 grams. And she had administered 200 grams to Mumu, ensuring that even if it did not kill, it would severely incapacitate the enemy. The sound of hurried footsteps approached rapidly. Shuechen instructed Lu Yao and Chun to hide in the bedroom while he remained alone in the living room. He had expected the intruder to at least knock politely. But to his astonishment, the door was violently kicked open, with a resounding crash, illuminated by the flickering flames in the hall. Lu Yao glimpsed the newcomer, a tall male with a serpent-like visage. Describing him as serpent-faced meant that he possessed large, round eyes, a sharply pointed chin, and skin that was pallid from lack of sunlight, with faintly visible blue veins. Upon spotting Shuechen, the intruder first paused, then let out a disdainful snort, his snake-like eyes scanning the surroundings. By order of Dusher, everyone must come out. He made a move to enter the inner room, exuding an air of invincible ferocity. Would Shuechen allow such insolence? Transforming into his beast form, he lunged forward without hesitation to obstruct him. The intruder, evidently on guard, harbored murderous intent. In the next moment, a massive black serpent shadow ominously appeared on the wall, and Lu Yao could only see the patterned tail of the snake thrashing back and forth. Expecting a significant disturbance, she shifted her position and observed as the python coiled around the silver tiger, exerting force in an attempt to suffocate its prey. Clearly, he was overly naive. Although Shuechen's tiger form was not significantly different from that of a lion, the biting power was incomparable, as the python constricted the silver tiger. Shuechen also sunk his teeth into the serpent's body. Both exerted their strength simultaneously. The snake's bones, renowned for their flexibility, snapped with a sickening crack, and crimson blood sprayed forth like a gushing fountain. The python was finished, its demise was swift. Shuechen retched, expelling the python's blood from his throat. After all, they were venomous pythons, and there was a possibility that their blood contained deadly toxins. Lu Yao suppressed the urge to retch as she rushed to the blood-soaked Shuechen's side. Are you injured? Shuechen shook his head, his gaze anxiously drifting towards the open door. A chilling wind swept inside, carrying with it a pungent scent of blood. As they approached the railing, they noticed a considerable crowd gathered below the stairs. At that moment, Mumu hurried over with Langshur. Esteemed guests, the Serpent Clan has requested our South Jiao clan to find a shaman to treat their wounded. We were unwilling, and as a result, they attacked our guests. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, Langshur said earnestly to Shuechen. His eyes inadvertently glanced inside, and upon seeing the lifeless serpent body, a profound realization dawned upon him regarding Shuechen's formidable strength. Please attend to the body and arrange a room for my female companion to rest, Shuechen spoke calmly. To him, as long as Lu Yao was unharmed, nothing else mattered. Langshur, sensing that Shuechen bore no grudge, felt a sense of relief, acknowledging the gracious nature of Mumu's guest. Meanwhile, Mumu cast a knowing glance at Lu Yao, signaling that everything had been taken care of. Lu Yao understood the unspoken words and quietly gave him a thumbs up. Langshur led Lu Yao and her companions into another clean room and respectfully addressed Shuechen. Esteemed warrior, we humbly inquire if you would consider temporarily joining us as a warrior of the Southern Jiao. The actions of the Python clan have been utterly outrageous, and their refusal to compensate us with the White Pearl has left us in great distress. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Mumu. Rest assured, we shall offer you a reward. At tomorrow's Autumn's End auction, I will ensure that you and your female companion are afforded the best seats. Your female shall also receive the protection of our Southern Jiao. Mumu chimed in with a grin. And not only that, my esteemed guests shall enjoy complimentary accommodations here. Am I right? Shuechen's expression remained indifferent. He held little interest in such matters. However, the prospect of sanctioning the Python clan, which he found repugnant, was not entirely unappealing. He glanced at Lu Yao. Chapter 87. Terrifying indeed. Lu Yao pondered for a moment and resolved to support Shuechen. Temporarily infiltrating the Nanjiao clan would yield considerable benefits, a venture fraught with no risks, even in the event of a confrontation with numerous allies standing by. There was little to fear. After all, the Nanjiao clan had endured for so long surely they could not be vanquished by a single faction of snake kin. Moreover, she had not forgotten the Princess Regent's interest in Xuechen. Acquiring the identity of a Nanjiao warrior would undoubtedly work in Xuechen's favor. Very well. I shall momentarily assume the role of your warrior, but you must ensure the safety of this place. Xuechen spoke in a cold voice, exuding authority without anger. Langshi candidly acknowledged that the strength of the Nanjiao people was not inferior to that of the Python clan. Though their ranks were thin due to the elders being away, he had reached his limit and needed to show Du Sha a taste of his own medicine. With Xuechen's participation, not to mention his body drenched in serpent's blood yet unscathed, the intimidation factor was firmly in their grasp. Though Lu Yao's face was cleansed by the riverside, she still wore a veil that obscured half of it. Following Xuechen, she descended the steps and arrived at the expansive square. The man named Du Sha possessed a chillingly sinister aura, his sharply angled eyes emanating an icy coldness. His speech was laced with a smile that was neither genuine nor mocking, resembling a treacherous serpent. Indeed, he embodied such a creature. Tomorrow marked the Autumn Festival, and the South Jiao tribe was hosting numerous guests, predominantly affluent orcs from mid-tier tribes. At this moment, they stood in the square, tightly restrained by Du Sha's presence. Too intimidated to make a move. The reason was simple. Du Sha had inherited the formidable skills of his father, the Poison King, and possessed the ability to unleash toxins. Foolish orcs of the South Jiao tribe, if you cannot find a shaman before my brethren perish, all present here shall meet their doom. Du Sha, do not overstep your bounds. Should you provoke us, your entire serpent clan will find it impossible to procure even a morsel from us or the itinerant merchants, especially in winter. An enraged South Jiao warrior retorted. When had the South Jiao tribe ever endured such indignities? Foolishness. We hibernate through winter. Do you dare to venture into the den of a myriad of venomous snakes to seek me out? If you wish to offer us some females for our enjoyment, we might consider sparing you, Du Sha sneered. The serpent clan had never been concerned with material resources. The misty swamps spanning miles around were their territory, abundant in sustenance. The scarcity of their bloodline was merely a testament to the survival of the fittest, with a staggering mortality rate among young snakes. Du Sha, do you not realize that my presence alone suffices? The Princess Regent, clad in translucent attire, feigned seduction as she entwined herself around Du Sha, an undeniably provocative sight. As Lu Yao approached, she felt as though her eyes had been sullied. Poison sand enveloped her in an embrace, his elongated nails grazing her body, eliciting a series of alluring sounds from her. My dear, tonight is not the night, if those lifeless, fish-like females were as you are. The games of copulation would indeed be far more entertaining. Regent shot poison sand an irritated glance, shifting her body away from him. Can that grotesque refuse of a primitive tribe even compare to me? The warriors of the South Jiao tribe seethed with anger at the disregard shown by the two. Yet with the absence of their leader, Langshi, they could only grit their teeth in silence. The orc from the Python tribe writhed in agony on the ground. Some of the less affected ones were suffering from severe diarrhea, a most repulsive sight. This condition was far milder than Lu Yao had anticipated. She had imagined that such a large dosage would result in a dramatic demise akin to that depicted in dramas, gushing blood from all orifices, a painless death. She had just discreetly inquired with Mumu, and to her surprise, Mumu had infused the poison into the soup of the snake tribe. Logically, the potency of the medicine should have been formidable, yet Lu Yao pondered, if they were all venomous pythons, then using poison against poison might not be as effective as one would think. After all, ancient people treated dysentery and snake venom with realgar wine. Employing the very concept of fighting poison with poison, realgar is also known as a medicinal stone, and thus the saying no cure without a medicinal stone arose. Langshi led a contingent of orcs he had recruited before poison sand. Xuechen stood valiantly at Langshi's right side. The orcs of the Yu tribe, blessed by the South Jiao, rushed over in a righteous fury upon learning of the troubles faced by the South Jiao tribe. Their massive physiques, while not particularly formidable in combat, still exuded an intimidating presence. They understood the principle of shared glory and shared disgrace very well. Guests, please return. We shall handle matters here. No tribe dares to create chaos in our domain. Langshi's expression was stern, entirely devoid of the amiable demeanor he had previously exhibited. The orcs breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Langshi arrive with a formidable force. After all, the South Jiao tribe was indeed the dominant presence here. Who else would dare to venture out for purchases? Let us see who dares to leave today and challenge the lion tribe. The Princess Regent declared with a sharp tone, rendering the assembled beasts motionless with fear. Indeed, while poison sand was somewhat weak, with only 7 or 8 uninjured male pythons at his side, The princess of the Golden Lion tribe had brought a substantial entourage. With the Golden Lion tribe backing him, who would dare act against him? Regent's gaze fell upon Xueqin as she sauntered over leisurely, reproaching. I never imagined you would join the South Jiao tribe so soon. Why did you not consider aligning with the Golden Lion tribe instead? She reached out, intending to stroke the whiskers of the silver tiger. Before Lu Yao could fully comprehend her anger, she witnessed. Xueqin abruptly raised his claw and delivered a fierce slap. Rijun flew through the air like a projectile, soaring a full 7 or 8 meters away. The square was filled with gasps of astonishment, as the orcs stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing a supernatural phenomenon. The guards of the Golden Lion clan were left utterly dumbfounded. One male from the Golden Lion clan, regaining his composure, charged fiercely at Xueqin, who, with a chilling glint in his silver eyes, leaped forward, ready to confront him head-on. A direct confrontation with the formidable lion. Lu Yao's heart raced, her throat tightening in apprehension. While she was aware of the formidable nature of the lion tribe, she had no inkling of the extent of their strength. Once again, an astonishing scene unfolded before her eyes. As the two beasts clashed, one was inevitably overpowered and brought to the ground. Just a moment prior, the lion, majestic with its flowing mane, found itself pinned beneath the paw of Xueqin, whose sharp claws severed the lion's jugular with a single strike. The horror of it all was palpable. A shiver ran down the spines of the onlooking beasts, fear washing over their bodies and minds. The lifeless golden lion lay amidst a pool of blood, its eyes wide open in shock. How terrifying it was. A single lethal blow, and the once mighty lion tribe could be vanquished in an instant. Lu Yao's heart plummeted, filled with curiosity as to whether Xueqin had grown stronger or if this lion was simply too weak. This scene was witnessed by Rijun, who had just risen from the ground, her eyes wide with unprecedented shock. The remaining warriors yearned to advance, but she halted them with a wave of her hand. A resolute gleam appeared in her eyes. She was determined to claim this formidable man for herself. As she gazed around, the beastmen erupted in cheers, and Lang Shi could hardly contain his excitement, applauding fervently. The Nanjiao tribe, it seemed, was more concerned with profit than with the potential for trouble. The advanced tribes of the land regard them with disdain. Xueqin is acutely aware of this truth. He cast a scornful glance at Rijun, deeming her unworthy of his attention. Compared to my female companion, Lu Yao, you are insignificant. It is evident that Xueqin harbors a grudge. Rijun had previously insulted Lu Yao, and he seeks to avenge her, delivering a slap as a reminder. Had it not been for the presence of the lion tribe, that slap could have cost Rijun her life. This infuriated Rijun, who, accustomed to being treated like royalty, seethed with anger. I am lowly. Who is Lu Yao? I shall eliminate her. Xueqin, unwilling to spare her even a glance, retorted, lowly and ugly, as he proceeded towards Lu Yao's location, ensuring he remained close to her at all times. In a fit of rage, Rijun noticed a female figure standing beside Lang Shi, her face partially concealed. Yet her proximity to Xueqin was undeniable. The exposed skin of the female was fair, and her captivating eyes ignited a spark of jealousy within Rijun. Pointing at Lu Yao, she seethed, Poison Sand, I command you to slay that female for me. Chapter 88, A Battle for Renown. Mu chimed in cheerfully. Not only that, in the future, my esteemed guests will enjoy complimentary lodging here, won't they? Xueqin maintained a nonchalant demeanor, showing little interest in such matters. However, he found the thought of punishing the repugnant python tribe appealing, as they aligned with the creatures that Lu Yao despised, creatures he too abhorred. He turned his gaze towards Lu Yao. Liu pondered for a moment and resolved to support Xueqin. Temporarily infiltrating the southern Jiao tribe could yield numerous benefits, advantageous without any detriment. Even if a confrontation arose, the multitude of allies behind them would provide ample assurance. After all, the southern Jiao tribe had endured for so long. Surely they would not be vanquished by a mere faction of the serpent tribe. Moreover, she had not forgotten the royal princess Rijun's interest in Xueqin. Assuming the identity of a southern Jiao warrior would also be advantageous for him. Very well, I shall temporarily become one of your warriors. But you must ensure the safety of this place, Xueqin stated coldly, his tone commanding yet devoid of anger. Lang Shi candidly admitted that the southern Jiao strength was not inferior to that of the Python tribe. It was merely due to the elders being away that the number of southern Jiao warriors remaining was limited. He had reached his breaking point and was determined to show Du Sha a taste of his power. With Xueqin's participation, not to mention the intimidation factor of his unscathed body drenched in serpent blood, they would wield considerable influence. though Lu Yao's face was cleansed by the river. Half of it remained veiled. She followed Shuechen down the steps, arriving at the expansive plaza. The man known as Du Sha exuded a chilling, sinister aura, his slender, piercing eyes radiating an unsettling coldness. His speech was laced with a mockery that could be likened to a cunning serpent. Indeed, he was one. Tomorrow marked the Autumn Zen festival, and numerous guests resided in the South Jiao tribe, most of whom were affluent beast men from intermediate tribes. At this moment, they stood paralyzed in the plaza, utterly subdued by Du Sha's presence. The reason was simple. He had inherited the lethal skills of his father, the Poison King, and possessed the ability to exhale venom. Foolish beastmen of the South Jiao, if you fail to find a shaman before my brethren perish, all present here shall meet their demise, Du Sha declared. Du Sha, do not overstep your bounds. Angering us means your entire serpent clan will find it impossible to procure any goods from us or the traveling merchants, especially in winter. A furious South Jiao warrior retorted, indignant at such treatment. Foolishness. During winter, we hibernate. Do you dare venture into the den of the myriad venomous serpents to seek me out? If you wish to offer us females for our enjoyment, perhaps we might show you mercy, Du Sha responded with a cold smirk. His clan had never valued material possessions. The misty marsh, stretching for miles, was their domain, and they lacked for sustenance. The scarcity of their bloodline was merely a testament to the survival of the fittest, with an astonishingly high mortality rate among the young serpents. Du Sha, do you not realize that my presence is sufficient? Princess Riri, clad in sheer, delicate attire, feigned seduction as she coiled herself around Du Sha, a sight that was particularly provocative. As Lu Yao approached, she felt a sense of grime clouding her vision. Poison sand enveloped her in his embrace, his long fingernails scraping against her. Little one, tonight is not the night. If those wretched, lifeless females were as spirited as you, the game would certainly be far more entertaining. Rijin shot him a glare, shifting her body away from his grasp. How can such lowly, grotesque trash from primitive tribes even compare to me? The warriors of the South Jiao tribe, witnessing the casual disregard displayed by the two, seethed with frustration. However, with the leader, Lang Shi, absent, they could only grit their teeth and endure. Meanwhile, the orc from the Python tribe writhed on the ground in agony, some of the less afflicted suffering from severe diarrhea, creating an utterly nauseating scene. The symptoms were far milder than Lu Yu had anticipated. She had expected that such a large dosage would lead to a dramatic demise, akin to the bleeding and pain depicted in television dramas. She had just discreetly inquired with Mumu, and it turned out that he had introduced the poison into the snake tribe's stew. Logically, the effects should have been quite potent. However, Leo pondered, if they were all poisonous pythons, the principle of combating poison with poison could indeed diminish its efficacy. After all, ancient practitioners used realgar wine to treat dysentery and snake venom, relying on the same principle of toxicity. Realgar is also known as a medicinal stone, hence the term medicinal stone with no cure. Lang Shi led a group of orcs he had recruited to stand before poison sand, with Shuechen standing majestically at Lang Shi's right side. The orcs of the Yu tribe, blessed by the South Jiao, rushed over, fueled by righteous indignation upon hearing of the troubles befalling the South Jiao tribe. Their massive physiques, though not particularly formidable in combat, still commanded a degree of intimidation. United in honor and shame, the Yu tribe understood this principle well. Guests, please return to your homes. This matter is now in our hands. No tribe dares to sow discord in our territory. Lang Shi's expression was stern, a stark contrast to his previously amiable demeanor. The orcs, relieved by Lang Shi's arrival with a formidable force, exhaled deeply. After all, the South Jiao tribe was indeed a powerful presence here. Otherwise, who would dare venture out to procure goods? Let us see who dares to depart today, who would challenge the lion tribe. The princess, Rijin, barked sharply, intimidating the gathered beasts into silence. Indeed, while poison sand was currently at a disadvantage, with only 7 or 8 uninjured male pythons at his side, the princess of the Golden Lion tribe had brought a substantial retinue with her. With the Golden Lion tribe backing him, who would be foolish enough to act? Rijin's gaze fell upon Shuechen as she sauntered over leisurely, playfully chiding, I didn't expect you to join the South Jiao tribe so swiftly. Why not consider joining the Golden Lion tribe instead? With that, she reached out, intending to stroke the silver tiger's whiskers. Before Lu Yao could fully comprehend her anger, she witnessed Shuechen raising his powerful claw and delivering a ferocious slap. Rijin was sent flying like a ball, soaring a full 7 or 8 meters away. The square erupted in gasps of astonishment as the orcs stared wide-eyed, as if witnessing a miracle. The guards of the Golden Lion clan were left utterly dumbfounded. One male from the Golden Lion clan, regaining his senses, charged fiercely at Shuechen, who, with his silver eyes glinting coldly, leaped into the fray, determined to confront him head-on. A direct clash with the formidable lion. Lu Yao's heart raced. Her breath caught in her throat. She was well aware of the might of the Lion clan, yet she had no inkling of the extent of their power. Once again, a scene unfolded that was utterly astonishing. As the two beasts clashed, it was inevitable that one would succumb to the other, yet in a mere heartbeat, the once magnificent lion, its mane flowing with pride, was pinned to the ground by Xuechun. With a swift, lethal swipe, its sharp claws severed the lion's jugular vein. The horror was palpable. A shiver ran down the spines of the onlookers, fear coursing through their bodies and minds as the golden lion lay lifeless in a pool of its own blood, its eyes wide open in shock. It was utterly terrifying. A single strike, and the formidable Lion clan was vanquished in an instant. Lu Yao's heart plummeted. Her curiosity piqued by whether Xuechun had grown stronger, or if this lion was simply too feeble. This scene was witnessed by Rizhan, who had just risen from the ground, her eyes wide with unprecedented astonishment. The remaining warriors longed to intervene, yet she gestured for them to halt. A determined light gleamed in her gaze. She had set her sights on this formidable man. As she surveyed the surroundings, the beastmen erupted in cheers, and Langshur could hardly contain his excitement, applauding fervently. They, the Nanjiao clan, were not afraid of financial loss, nor did they shy away from trouble. The advanced tribes of the land regard them with disdain. Xuechun is acutely aware of this truth. He cast a contemptuous glance at Rizhan, deeming her unworthy of even a touch. Compared to my female companion Lu Yao, you are nothing but a mere trifle. Clearly, Xuechun harbors a grudge. Rizhan once belittled Lu Yao, and he intends to repay that slight, perhaps with a slap. Had it not been for the presence of the Lion clan, that very slap could have claimed Rizhan's life. This infuriated the pampered Rizhan, who seethed. I am despicable. Who is Lu Yao? I shall kill her. Xuechun, unwilling to spare her even a glance, retorted, despicable and ugly. He then made his way toward Lu Yao, ensuring he was never too far from her. In a fit of rage, Rizhan noticed a female figure standing beside Langshur, her face partially veiled. This female remained close to Xuechun, her exposed skin alabaster, and her eyes strikingly beautiful, evoking a wave of jealousy within her. She pointed at Lu Yao and commanded, Du Sha, I require you to eliminate that female for me. Chapter 89. The name of Xuechun shakes the southern Jiao. Du Sha furrowed his brow, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Xuechun. The crimson blood of the python that splattered upon him revealed the unfolding events. Simultaneously, Xuechun's unfathomable strength ignited a thrilling fervor within him. Others may not perceive it, but he believed Xuechun's ability to vanquish the Lion clan was largely a stroke of luck, a mere offering of heads. If it weren't for Zhou Xian's incompetence, the outcome would not have been so swift, indicating that the tiger beast prowess far exceeded expectations. Nevertheless, he did not regard anyone as a worthy adversary. His venom was unparalleled. What merit is there in slaying a female? If she is beautiful, she could be enjoyed instead. As he spoke, Du Sha transformed into a colossal python, launching himself toward Lu Yao. His serpentine form stretched over 10 meters in length, as robust as a century-old tree. He gaped his vicious jaws, the glimmering tips of his fangs splattering with dark venom. Liu was not foolish. She quickly retreated to avoid causing trouble for Xuechun. The surrounding beastmen were equally startled and began to flee, inadvertently tangling one of them in Lu Yao's veil. Her long hair cascaded like spilled ink, revealing a face as beautiful as the soft moonlight, but her venomous gaze burned fiercely. Such a female was undeniably to his liking. However, there was still a formidable obstacle to overcome. Langshur was taken aback by Du Sha's audacity as he charged forward without hesitation. With a single command, the warriors of the South Jiao tribe clashed with the python beastmen, resulting in a disastrous fate for the already poisoned python beasts, who had little fighting capability and fell like flies. The beastmen were astonished at how easily these pythons could be dispatched, their morale soaring. Just as ants can bring down an elephant, Langshur's forces were formidable, while the serpent clan was few and weak. And the lion clan showed no intention of joining the fray, quickly finding themselves at a disadvantage. On Du Sha's side, he was also at a loss, as every time he released poison, Xuechun deftly evaded it. Xuechun not only possessed incredible strength but also unmatched speed. This was due to the tiger being a top-tier predator. Anatomically, their muscle fibers comprised over 70% of their body, which meant nearly no fat. Such powerful musculature provided him with remarkable explosive force. This was not something the fat-storing serpent clan could rival. His claws, sharp and hidden beneath thick pads, could easily carve through flesh, causing excruciating pain. Against the flying eagle, Xueqin might have faced some difficulty, but dealing with these sluggish pythons, who lacked sharp teeth and agility, was akin to child's play. Swallowing Xueqin was clearly impossible, and with poison ineffective, Du Sha grew frantic and shouted at Rizhan. How can you not assist us? Witnessing Du Sha's retreating predicament, Rizhan's affections evaporated entirely, filled with disdain. The king of the 100 snakes can't even defeat an unknown warrior. What a useless creature. She pointed at Lu Yao, commanding the lion warriors behind her with a ruthless tone. Tear her apart. The lion warriors, heeding her command, transformed into fierce beasts and charged toward Lu Yao. Naturally, Langshur would not abandon Lu Yao. Not only Langshur, but Mu would also not stand idly by. The true form of the South Chao people resembled a snake with ear-like fins, akin to a dragon in water, unmatched, yet their strength diminished on land. Mu, a large brown camel, shielded Lu Yao beneath him. However, before the lion clan could strike, a colossal figure leapt down from the stairs. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled beneath them. It was a black bear, the undisputed powerhouse among the beastmen of this region, standing at least 5 or 6 meters tall. This creature was undeniably massive and formidable. Her voice was deep and robust. You're all making such a ruckus down here, and no one invited me to take a look. As she landed, a horde of black bears followed suit, shaking the ground with each leap. The female black bear circled Mu. Her mocking gaze turned toward Rizhan. Oh, little trash, unable to defeat your opponents, you resort to bullying females instead. TSK. Rizhan's face, already swollen from previous blows, turned an even deeper shade of red, as if it might bleed, though both were princesses. The combat prowess of Yulan from the Black Bear clan was no less than that of the male bears, and she was merely slightly stronger than the average female. This ignited a surge of unnamable rage within Rizhan at the sight of Yulan. How dare you call yourself a princess? Wouldn't it be better to stay home and bear children? Are you hoping to lay eggs? Yulan not only excelled in combat, but also possessed a remarkable talent for insults. As the Black Bear circled Lu Yao, the Golden Lion clan refrained from making any rash moves. Rizhan's fury reached a boiling point as she pointed menacingly at Yulan. Go ahead and laugh. When the heavy snows of winter come, my golden lions will surely trample your black bear tribe. Just wait to die in your sleep. The black bear was equally irritable, her anger igniting like a flame. Nonsense. Do you think you can buy the Fire Feather tribe's chieftain with your paltry white pearls? It's disgusting to sell lowly females to the Serpent clan for white pearls. Rizhan retorted defiantly. Isn't it disgusting that your Black Bear tribe profits from coal mining? Aren't you sending those useless lowly beastmen to their deaths in the mines, costing hundreds of lives each year? What do you care if a few lowly beastmen perish? It's the young, healthy females who can bear offspring for any tribe, expanding their numbers. You think the Lion King is unaware of your actions? Rest assured, I will inform him. You won't labor in vain. With a cold smirk, she added, and even if you manage to acquire the Fire Feather tribe's chieftain, I will snatch him away, for you lot are currently incapable of defeating us. You. Rizhan clenched her teeth, unable to utter a word. If she returned without the Fire Feather tribe's chieftain and her father learned of this debacle, she would surely face punishment. Everyone knew that trading females was absolutely forbidden. The more powerful the tribe, the stronger they became, and even within the Golden Lion clan, they competed fiercely for young females. Unable to best Yulan in the argument, Rizhan stomped her feet in frustration, ignoring Du Sha's desperate cries for help, and led the lion beastmen away, dirted and humiliated. No one could have anticipated that the usually high and mighty Golden Lion clan would suffer such a significant disgrace today. Simultaneously, this signified that the Golden Lion clan and the Black Bear clan no longer wished to maintain even a facade of peace. Everything was laid bare. Without the support of the Python clan, they quickly fell into disarray, with many perishing and others gravely injured. Du Sha was covered in blood, wounds all over, and his appearance was ghastly. Yet Xueqin seemed tireless, his speed and strength undiminished, even growing stronger. He couldn't even manage a bite. Not even brushing against the fur was possible. Du Sha was on the brink of madness. He would never comprehend the limits of this silver tiger. The corpses of the pythons were hung on the wall before Langshur's door, not merely to intimidate, but to signify the absolute authority of the South Jiao tribe at the Jiao Sha Beach. Yulan of the Black Bear clan held no interest in Lu Yao. Her satisfaction stemmed from witnessing Rizhan's embarrassment, and her mood was evidently quite buoyant. However, experts like Xueqin were always sought after wherever they went. Yulan naturally extended an olive branch, but Xueqin declined, citing his desire to remain with the South Jiao tribe. This time, Langshire looked at Schwetchen with a peculiar fondness, repeatedly asking if he could stay for a while longer to meet the elders. That kind of reluctant admiration sent chills down one's spine. Chapter 90. Desire. Love is simply cherishing every aspect of you. After a night of turmoil. When Lu Yao and Schwetchen returned to their quarters, Huolin and Chun were still awake. How could they rest, having been crouched behind the railing, keeping a watchful eye on the commotion below? As expected, Schwetchen received an abundance of praise from both. Yet his expression remained indifferent as he jumped down from the window, washing away the blood in the cool seawater. Once he confirmed he was clean, he embraced Lu Yao and went asleep. Schwetchen, I always feel that you are devoid of desires. Could you possibly harbor even the slightest hint of pride? Lu Yao poked his sturdy chest, imagining if she could fight, as strong as Schwetchen, her tail would surely be held high. How exhilarating it would be to roam freely beneath the vast sky and boundless sea, feeling invincible against all foes. Schwetchen grasped Lu Yao's restless hand firmly, flipping over to be atop her, his brows softening with tenderness, declaring, to become your male counterpart is my utmost pride. Lu Yao's fair complexion flushed with a rosy hue. In this posture, her thoughts wandered slightly, and she withdrew her hand, speaking softly, that is not what I meant at all. Long ago, when I was merely a young beast, no tribe was willing to take me in, for I could not offer them any benefit. Schwetchen, with his silver eyes glimmering, leaned down and gently inquired, but you are different, aren't you? Lu Yao nodded unequivocally, her ink-black eyes shimmering with brilliance. Of course. You are the most significant person in my world. I cherish your kindness towards me, that at times, when you extend your warmth to others, I feel a twinge of sorrow. I often find myself pondering, is it not this very essence of you that I adore? Schwetchen leaned in too closely, a teasing breeze brushing against Lu Yao's ears, whispering softly into her heart. This is a feat many in the modern age struggle to achieve. To love someone is to embrace them wholly, rather than seeking to alter them, to mold them into a reflection of oneself. When a reserved individual falls for an exuberant soul, they may demand that the latter curtail their vivacity towards others, yearning for uniformity in their affections. Such an obsessive desire to change and assimilate another only leads to suffocation. Schwetchen has always maintained a quiet presence beside her, offering respect and understanding, and Lu Yao has always been aware of it. Yet, how can it be that you leave no room for discontent within me? Schwetchen, what am I to do with your perfection? Lu Yao mumbled softly, wrapping her arms around Schwetchen's waist, feeling the firmness of his smooth physique, reminiscent of a powerful tiger. Schwetchen's silver eyes gradually darkened, his voice dropping to a husky whisper. Do you wish for it? Would you grant me that? Lu Yao was both astonished and embarrassed. Was he really here? Although they were in a private room, Spring and Huolin were outside, making their makeshift bed. The soundproofing was utterly ineffective. Yet, the tiger's determination left her no room for refusal. The sudden kiss struck her like a tempest, catching her entirely off guard. To others, Schwetchen resembled an impenetrable iceberg, devoid of desire or need, while she was the one who witnessed its thawing, capable of igniting its very essence. Lu Yao forgot to ponder, or did she wish to think? A subtle spark ignited a flame within her, as her wrist entwined around his neck. She instinctively yearned to embrace him tighter, sinking deeper into his form, entrapped in a quagmire of desire, reluctant to depart. The commotion from within the room caught the attention of Chun and Huolin, who exchanged a glance. Chun gave a thumbs up and whispered, your father is truly remarkable. After battling outside for so long, he can still fight. As a member of the Machuan tribe, Chun was unrestrained in her playful banter, whereas Huolin's tribe had no concept of such intimacy, leaving him with a faint blush of confusion. The night curled tightly against the earth, accompanied by the whispers of the wind and waves, creating a soothing lullaby. Suddenly, a splash echoed, jolting everyone from their reverie. Chun, in deep slumber, was doused with salty seawater, exclaiming, "Oh my beast god, did that fish nearly scare me to death? I thought you had escaped." After venting her frustration, she turned away and resumed her slumber, seemingly indifferent to the moonlight glistening off her athletic, straight legs. Huolin, bewildered, opened his eyes to find Haise staring intently at Chun's legs, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. He puffed his cheeks and earnestly tucked Chun in. When he looked up, Huolin inadvertently cast a cold glare at Haise, exuding an air of authority. Haise, already flustered, had his blue hair dripping wet, splattering water across the floor as he slipped and fell. Another loud thud followed. Those eyes. I just saw the same ones underwater. You may not be the crimson flame bird, but it certainly is. It breathes fire. Enough noise. Are you trying to keep everyone awake? I'll take care of you, fish. Chun, exasperated, was about to rise and confront the bumbling newcomer, irritated by his clumsiness. Huolin quickly restrained the agitated Chun, saying, "Sister Chun," he said. Before he could finish, Xue Chun emerged from the inner room, clad in a garment, and, with an expression of displeasure, tossed Haizei out the window with fluid motions. His piercing silver gaze chilled Chun and Huolin to the bone. Chun, feeling inexplicably wronged, thought, "I'm a victim too." She lay down again. But Huolin was wide awake. He quietly climbed to the window and descended along the wall. "Did you truly see our clan leader?" A dazed Haizei nodded, pointing towards the central stone pillar in the hall. "Yes, red-haired, just like you. No wings, but it breathes fire, trapped in the sea well." Huolin hesitated, curiosity piquing. "What were you doing there?" Pain flickered in Haizei's deep blue eyes. "My kin are also imprisoned there. When the guards were absent, I wanted to take a look. But your clan leader frightened me, so I fled." Huolin regarded him with disdain. "You're quite cowardly. You didn't even dare to rescue anyone without the guards. He is braver than you." Simultaneously, he felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have seized the opportunity to save the leader amidst the chaos. He glanced towards the well-like structure flanked by sturdy stone pillars, confirming the presence of 2 guards nearby. Haizei swam beside him, tilting his head. "Who is he?" Huolin ignored him. Haizei waved his hand in front of Huolin's face. "Don't look anymore. You cannot enter the sea well. The water inside pushes upward, forcing the beastmen back." Huolin gazed longingly at the shimmering moonlit sea below. He couldn't even swim. Frowning, he examined the well one last time before carefully climbing back up. "Are you leaving?" "What will I do? Will my master abandon me?" Haizei panicked as Huolin turned to depart, having just been unceremoniously cast aside. Without his master's protection, he feared becoming a slave to another tribe. For not everyone was as kind as Lu Yao. Huolin, unwilling to engage, was interrupted by Haizei's urgent plea. "Don't go. I can take you to the sea well, if only you can defeat those 2 South Merman guards." Huolin's ascent halted, and he turned back. "Perhaps I could knock them out with stones?" Before he could finish, a strong hand yanked him upwards. This night was destined to be sleepless. Chun stood at the window, arms crossed and brow furrowed, regarding the two with disapproval. "I must say, you two possess quite the audacity." Huolin glanced at Chun, then at the icy expression of Xue Chun behind her, along with the yawning Lu Yao, silently cursing Haizei. Speaking was one thing, but making a racket was another. Fortunately, the place arranged by Lang Shi was somewhat secluded. Otherwise, the entire tribe would be aware. Setting aside the feasibility of knocking someone out with stones, what if that fish was unreliable and drowned him? Chapter 91. The final wish. Though Chun's long brows were furrowed and her demeanor serious, her tone was far gentler than her usual reprimands towards the Machuan tribe boys. Huolin appeared timid, resembling a student caught in wrongdoing before a stern teacher. Lu Yu was nestled in Xue Chen's embrace, her delicate face still adorned with a rosy hue, possibly due to fatigue. Her dark eyes shimmered with a watery sheen, and the corners glistened with unshed tears, evoking an overwhelming tenderness in Xue Chen. Yet, the presence of others disrupted the tranquility, causing his expression to grow increasingly somber. When Haizei climbed through the window, he was seized by a shiver, feeling as if the air within the room was chillingly oppressive. The sea was decidedly warmer. It was, in fact, Xue Chen's gaze directed at him that felt unbearably frigid. "May I sleep over here?" Haizei tentatively inquired, shifting his tail fin to the corner and speaking softly to the group. Chun cast him a disdainful glance and asked, "What do you think, Lu Yao?" Lu Yao rubbed her eyes in Xue Chen's embrace, contemplating a way to probe the situation. If there were not many guards, she could create a diversion. What does creating a diversion mean? Chun did not comprehend this phrase. Xue Chen smiled helplessly, gently kissing Lu Yao on the forehead. "Does it mean to make a sound in the east and attack in the west?" "Indeed, Xue Chen is astute. That is precisely the meaning. However, I surmise that there should be no water in the sea well, right? Mermaid, are you certain you saw the chief of the Firefeather clan?" Lu Yu gradually regained her consciousness and turned her gaze towards Haizei. She surmised that they were likely in an underwater prison. It was not surprising that the aquatic beasts could discover naturally occurring caves with negative pressure. Haizei nodded in agreement, stating that the tunnel contained water. But once they swam through it, there was none left. In the first water cell, there was indeed a crimson flame bird imprisoned. I truly witnessed it. Lu Yu nodded thoughtfully, her mind resonating with her previous reflections. As long as there is air within the well, it shall float upon the surface. The pressure of the air can withstand the weight of the sea, preventing water from flooding in. The man-made prison, no less, may even retain ventilation shafts, much like the many natural caverns found beneath the sea. Rescuing someone requires meticulous planning. Haizei will create a diversion to draw away the guards while I sneak in to investigate. Should I find no sentinels inside, I shall extract the captive. Chun proposed her battle strategy, and it must be said that under Lu Yao's guidance, her strategic acumen had advanced remarkably. Yet, what if they capture me instead? Haizei's delicate, sorrowful visage contorted in disapproval, clearly not in favor of a plan that necessitated risking his own safety. Chun sighed in exasperation, looking down upon this timid male merfolk. With Lu Yao present, what was there to fear? Merely proclaim yourself as Xue Qin's servant. And not only shall they refrain from mistreating you, they will ensure your safe return. Firelin summoned his courage and tugged at Chun's arm, his golden, luminous eyes radiating warmth. Sister Chun, I will accompany you. Chun waved her hand dismissively, firmly rejecting him. What if you drown because you cannot swim? Their Machuan tribe was not without instances of young and female members succumbing to drowning. Even males could perish while fishing due to sudden cramps. I believe it would be better if Xue Qin accompanied you. Lu Yao expressed her concerns, not out of disdain for Chun's combat capabilities, but rather because Chun's fighting prowess was utterly inadequate in this situation. Should there be guards in the well, they could be captured in an instant, leaving her anxious about their fates. She felt significantly more assured with Xue Qin, whose strength was undeniable. No, absolutely not. Both Chun and Xue Qin exclaimed in unison. They could not bear to leave Lu Yao alone in this perilous place, teeming with either bears or serpent lions. Should Lu Yao encounter danger, their efforts would be in vain. Moreover, Princess Rizhun had already marked Lu Yao as a thorn in her side, and trouble was sure to follow. Every moment spent here was fraught with peril. Xue Qin suggested that the best course of action would be to rescue the person and leave immediately. Then let us all three go together. If we face danger, we shall flee, Lu Yao proposed once more. This suggestion received unanimous approval. Haizei proved to be quite resourceful, at least demonstrating dexterity by sketching the general layout of the underground prison with charcoal. Everyone now had a clearer understanding of their surroundings. Ultimately, they decided that Haizei would lure the guards away by throwing stones, while Xue Qin, Lu Yao, and Chun would proceed to rescue the captive. The first step of their plan went remarkably well. The two South Jiao people, struck on the head, transformed into Jiao serpents and angrily pursued Haizei. However, trouble arose at the second step. As Haizei had warned, jumping into the well without sufficient explosive power and their hind legs rendered it impossible to swim inside. Liu managed to enter the stone cave only by clinging to Xue Qin's tail. Chun, possessing considerable strength in her forelimbs, found the overwhelming water pressure rendered her hind legs powerless, and, given her average swimming ability, she wisely chose to remain at the entrance as a lookout. The cave was shrouded in darkness. It was not an exaggeration to say that one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Lu Yao could see nothing. The surrounding rock walls were damp and slippery. Overcome by fear, she climbed onto Xue Qin's back. Xue Qin's visibility was equally poor, with the faint moonlight cascading from the lofty sea well, serving as the sole source of illumination in this darkened realm. Fear not, there are no sentinels here. Xue Qin softly reassured Lu Yao, navigating through the darkness with his keen senses and the memories etched in his mind. The dripping water and the occasional chilling gusts of wind instilled a sense of unease. Lu Yao has always harbored a slight fear of the dark, and here, the darkness was utterly profound. After traversing through the shadows for about 5 or 6 minutes, a sudden sound echoed. Hiss. The flame was ignited. A flicker of light abruptly emerged within the cavern. Lu Yao instantly discerned the interior of the cave. It was a natural cavern adorned with stalactites of varying sizes, from which water dripped down. Following the expansive stone path ahead, she approached a corner, the flickering glow of flames emanating from that direction. Lu Yao descended from Xue Qin's back, and the two hastened their steps towards their destination. Before their arrival, Lu Yao had pondered the appearance of the clan leader of the Fire Feather tribe, wondering if he would also be an adorable child. However, to her astonishment, Feng Wu was a strikingly impressive young man. Even though he was currently imprisoned, bloodied and disheveled against the stone wall, his extraordinary charm could not be concealed. "You've come," he said, his dark golden eyes reflecting the flicker of the small cluster of enchanting flames at her fingertips. It was as if he had anticipated Lu Yao's arrival. His expression calm and indifferent, neither joyful nor sorrowful, exuding an air of serene pride. "You knew I would come. Are you Feng Wu?" The captive nodded subtly. He quietly scrutinized Lu Yao, gradually revealing a faint, contented smile. His smile was pure and clear, as if he had seen through the world's myriad emotions. Like a gentle breeze gliding over the water's surface, leaving not a single ripple. "We are here to rescue you. The children of the Fire Feather tribe are deeply concerned for your well-being. Lu Yao's heart seemed to be stirred by an unseen force. It was not that she was captivated by Feng Wu's appearance, but rather a sentiment of compassion emanating from the maple fire feather tree's pity for him. Feng Wu was vastly different from her imaginings. He shook his head, managing a faint smile that betrayed a hint of liberation in his eyes. I need not depart. You may take it away. On his slender finger, the crimson flame danced as if it were alive, swirling gracefully at his fingertips. The scarlet fire. Just take the scarlet fire away. At long last, my prolonged existence is graced with a perfect conclusion. Lu Yao stared in astonishment at the swirling crimson flame that danced gracefully in midair, gradually coming to a halt before her. The flickering flame seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Lu Yao suddenly experienced an intense sensation, akin to her soul being seared, as if her essence were being branded by flames. In an instant, a fierce blaze erupted from her palm, soaring several meters high. Consequently, the wooden pillars of the cell were instantly consumed by the scorching fire. The imprisoned members of the Kana tribe, awaiting their fate, were left in disbelief, covering their mouths as the door that confined them was reduced to ashes in an instant. Equally astonished were Xueqin and Feng Wu, whose complexion turned ashen. Having sacrificed his life force, his existence had finally reached its inevitable conclusion. Lu Yu was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Yet, as she collected her thoughts, the flames vanished, dissipating without a trace. Meanwhile, far away in the territory of the Firewolf clan, the majestic maple fire feather tree was in a fervent state of growth. Its gnarled and sturdy roots surged forth, sprawling in every direction as they feverishly expanded their dominion beneath the earth, ultimately claiming the entirety of the underground valley. The tender trunk, recently adorned with vibrant crimson leaves, shot upward with a frenzied vigor, continuously sprouting new buds and branches until its canopy unfurled like a colossal umbrella, shading an expanse of 2 acres and enveloping Lu Yao's dwelling. Resembling a robust, ancient tree that has withstood the test of time, it exuded an aura of boundless vitality. Concurrently, the temperature in the fields experienced a remarkable transformation. The crisp chill of late autumn was abruptly replaced by the warmth and comfort of spring. Newly sprouted, oval-shaped maple fire feather leaves illuminated the vast darkness of the night, swaying gently in the evening breeze, their flickering brilliance dispelling the cold and unease, and ushering in a sense of renewed hope and anticipation. The children of the Fire Feather clan had long since awakened, their eyes gleaming with delight as they beheld the towering maple fire feather tree, now more magnificent than ever, akin to a nurturing giantess bestowing upon them an abundance of warmth. One by one, they joyfully flapped their wings and soared to the tree, embracing its trunk as they had done before, their hearts overflowing with joy as they wept tears of happiness. Lu Yao extinguished the flames, plunging the cave into profound darkness. With a flicker of thought, a resounding roar erupted as fierce flames manifested in her palm. This time, the fire was somewhat more contained, sparing the surroundings from harm. The flickering light illuminated Feng Wu's ashen face, momentarily igniting his dark golden eyes as he whispered with a voice as faint as a wisp. The beast god has not forsaken us, the crimson flame phoenix. I hope you will treat my cursed kin with kindness and bestow upon them the gift of rebirth. In his final moments, he faced death not with terror or fear, but with a profound sense of fulfillment, gently closing his heavy eyes. Lu Yao, realizing the precarious condition of Feng Wu, hastily exclaimed, Xueqin, we must take him up at once. Lu Yao initially worried that Feng Wu would struggle to endure the lengthy water passage. However, she later realized, as she had anticipated, that swimming and exerting oneself were entirely unnecessary. They were simply swept up to the well's mouth. Upon returning to the dwelling, Lu Yao examined Feng Wu's body. Though he bore no fatal wounds, his breath was faint, and his heartbeat was gradually fading. As the dawn broke, Chunjian took out a century-old ginseng from her bundle, slicing a generous piece to place in Feng Wu's mouth, while also preparing a broth with another half to nourish him, feeding him slowly. One could not help but feel a pang of regret, for it was indeed a valuable treasure. The miraculous properties of the century-old ginseng began to take effect. Feng Wu's breathing became more robust, and his pallor astonishingly regained some color. When the sun fully rose, and after traversing 2 seas, Hualin and Haizhe returned, Feng Wu awakened. He was astonished to find he could still open his eyes. Upon seeing Hualin, he wished to reach out and wipe away the tears streaming down his face, only to realize he lacked the strength to move. Clan leader, why did you give the fire of life to Mother? You are going to die, yet you need not perish. Why? The question posed by Hualin echoed the thoughts of Lu Yao. Why indeed? Feng Wu smiled faintly, his demeanor as gentle as the wind. She is the new matriarch of the Fire Phoenix clan. Bestowing the Crimson Flame upon her is the most prudent choice. To retain the mission of the Crimson Flame within my life would be the cruelest fate, yet her existence is the greatest gift of my life. With a deep breath, he continued, we were originally the Fire Phoenixes of the Xianling Source Earth. Our pride and combative nature led us to defeat in our battle against the Flame Demon clan, resulting in our exile from the Source Earth, and we wandered aimlessly. As time passed, after the first clan leader lost their Xianling power, we became incapable of rebirth. This signifies that you can no longer grow or procreate. Huolin had never imagined things could be this dire. Haizei's words rang true. Could not the grown members sacrifice their life source to give birth to new offspring? Feng Wu shook his head, his gaze drifting far away as if lost in memories. The color in his face gradually fading. It is merely a trade of the remaining lives of 2 children for the rebirth of another. I was appointed by the previous clan leader to safeguard the Crimson Flame and protect the Maple Fire Feather Divine Tree. I could fend off the invasions of external clans time and again, yet I could not preserve the lives of my companions. The Fire Phoenix clan once numbered over 1,000, and in the end, only 78 children remained by my side. Feeling the tremor in Huolin's body, Lu Yao gently supported him, patting his shoulder. Lu Yao felt deep sympathy for Feng Wu. The burdens he bore were beyond what others could endure. Witnessing her companions perish before her eyes each day would drive anyone to madness. In her desperation, she spoke hastily, I wish to know. How can I return the fire to you? The tender affection that Lu Yao harbored for Feng Wu did not escape his notice, and his expression softened further. Do not be sorrowful, kind-hearted female. What you have taken from me is not my life, but your mission. Even without you, my lifespan is nearing its end, rendering me incapable of harnessing the Crimson Flame. It is the beast god who has chosen you, binding you to the Fire Feather Divine Tree. Only you possess the power to alter the fate of the Crimson Flame Phoenix. May I inquire your name? Feng Wu gazed gently at her, wishing to know her name before closing his eyes to rest. Lu Yao. I am called Lu Yao, she replied. Feng Wu offered her a faint smile, and suddenly, a flicker of vitality illuminated his once lifeless eyes, as if a thought had struck him. With a hint of pleading in his voice, he implored, I ask you to use the Crimson Flame to assist the Fire Unicorn in its rebirth to adulthood. I long to witness it soar through the azure sky once more. This is my heartfelt wish, to witness my child grow while I still draw breath. Lu Yao found it momentarily overwhelming to process such a vast amount of information. Although she possessed the ability to summon flames at will, she struggled to control their intensity and precision, risking the possibility of inadvertently setting the roof ablaze. Moreover, she was at a loss regarding how to effectively utilize the flames to assist the Fire Lin. In Chapter 92, titled The Phoenix Takes Flight, the transformation of the Fire Lin, she could not decline Feng Wu's request, fully aware that he would soon depart. The flush on his face resembled a fleeting moment of vitality, a vibrant hue that would vanish in an instant. Is it possible for me to channel the Crimson Flame to the Fire Lin and the other young ones, thereby aiding their growth? This would ensure the continuation of your lineage? Feng Wu's trusting gaze rested upon Lu Yao, affirming, only you can do this. Focus your energy and transmit the flames to the Fire Lin. It will enable him to transcend his juvenile state. Then I shall give it a try. Lu Yao felt a twinge of anxiety within, primarily due to her fear of inadvertently causing unforeseen consequences. Huolin, with tears glistening in her eyes, nodded resolutely, Mother, let us begin. I am capable. Lu Yao's Crimson Flame is unlike any other. It is a peculiar energy, possessing warmth yet devoid of harm. Even when she summoned the flames with a resounding roar, it merely scorched a hole in the roof. And though Xueqin and Chun were at the edge of the fire, they remained unscathed. This force possesses consciousness, a fact Lu Yao is well aware of. Merely burning a hole in the roof was not her desired outcome. However, when she concentrated the Crimson Flame upon Huolin, the orange-red flames transformed dramatically. The fiery hue resembled that of blood. Huolin emitted a muffled groan of agony, her delicate visage reddening alarmingly, akin to a shrimp being roasted. It is of no concern. Do not cease. More power is required. Feng Wu's eyes sparkled with increasing fervor, urging Lu Yao to suppress her instinct to halt. Lu Yao was at a loss as to how to harness greater power. Meanwhile, Huolin lay on the ground, writhing in agony from the searing flames. What was she to do? Tears welled up in Chun's eyes as she anxiously exclaimed, Will Huolin die? He seems on the verge of being charred beyond recognition. What kind of race must endure such suffering to grow? Only an overwhelming strength could alleviate the torment of the metamorphosing child. Insufficient power could even lead to the child's demise. If they were to halt now, Hualin would not survive. Feng Wu weakly uttered a provoking remark to spur Lu Yao into action. Upon hearing this, Lu Yao's mind nearly faltered, the crimson flames flickering erratically. As he curled up, the Fire Lin gradually lost consciousness, slowly succumbing to the urge to close his eyes. The burlap wrapped around his arm had long been reduced to charred ash. Reflecting on how the Fire Lin had recklessly saved him, yet he had been unable to concentrate and assist in return, Lu Yao felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. It was time to take a gamble. Lu Yao closed her eyes, channeling all her mental energy as everything vanished from her mind, leaving only Hualin in the entire world. Beads of perspiration gathered on her forehead, ultimately coalescing into large droplets that cascaded down her cheeks. With a sudden explosion, flames surged upward, resembling fireworks at dawn, erupting within the confines of the room. The unstoppable tongues of fire reverberated, sweeping through the Nanjiao tribe. The wooden roofs of the entire tribe were swept away by the fiery tendrils, while ashes fell like black snow upon the bewildered orcs. Lu Yao's mind was as tranquil as an ancient sage in deep meditation. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing cry shattered the tranquility, echoing through the heavens. A magnificent crimson bird soared in the sky, its wings vast, more than thrice the size of an eagle from the giant eagle clan. Fiery flames blazed in its eyes, and its resplendent scarlet tail feathers danced gracefully, embodying the majestic stature of the king of birds. Chun's eyes widened in astonishment as he stammered, "My goodness, my beast god, is that creature a fire Qilin?" It vanished in an instant. Chapter 93. It was the golden orb that prompted Lang Shi to turn back with a single step. Lu Yao, feeling somewhat exhausted, leaned back, and Shui Chen promptly steadied her unsteady form. "Yao, what is the matter?" His clear voice bore a distinct hint of anxiety. Gazing into Shui Chen's concerned eyes, Lu Yao offered a faint smile. "It's nothing. It feels as though I have exerted a great deal of effort and accomplished much, just a bit tired. A brief rest will suffice." The sight of the Fire Lin and Fire Phoenix, their majestic forms, was awe-inspiring. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yao couldn't help but smile. Had the Fire Lin grown? She pondered what its human form might resemble. It should be equally captivating, she mused. Overcome with excitement, she turned her gaze to Feng Wu. Her heart fluttered slightly. A tear slipped from her eye. Feng Wu had departed. Chirp! The cry of the crimson flame phoenix resonated. This call echoed through the heavens, piercing the clouds and traversing vast distances, striking the hearts of every child of the Fire Feather clan. Yuncheng wept, Yi wept, the little ones huddled together. Today, there were particularly many tears, half mourning what was lost and half celebrating what was reborn. The Fire Feather clan, having endured countless tribulations, would ultimately rise again to command respect upon this land. The Fire Lin flew low, its golden phoenix eyes tinged with sorrow. "Fire Lin, please bury Feng Wu beneath the maple fire feather tree. We shall return soon." Lu Yao's eyes glistened with tears. Despite their brief encounter, she had already come to regard Feng Wu as a companion in her heart. Whether stemming from their shared perception with the maple fire feather tree or from Feng Wu's profoundly touching past, an overwhelming sense of sorrow enveloped her. This was the first companion she had lost, and she would forever remember and be grateful for Feng Wu. The Fire Phoenix wept, grasping Feng Wu's lifeless body with its claws, soaring towards the direction of the maple fire feather tree. The commotion in the early morning had already awakened a group of beastmen. A colossal flame erupted from the direction where Lu Yao resided, and the firebird soared above her dwelling. Who could remain indifferent? Yet, who dared approach? The beastmen were unaware of the nature of the crimson flame bird, but that did not diminish their terror. The sight of such a fiery behemoth instilled fear in all. Almost everyone believed that Lu Yao and her companions would be consumed by the flames. As they observed the firebird receding into the distance, the beastmen cautiously peered out from the corridors. Even the princess, Rizhan, who had nearly been singed bald by the flames, emerged, her face a mask of frustration. Why did the sudden fire spare everyone else, yet choose to scorch her? As Lu Yao and Shui Chen stepped out of the dwelling, they were met by a throng of orcs in the corridor. Lang Shi, pushing through the crowd, rushed to Shui Chen's side, visibly relieved to see the group unharmed. With a pained expression, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Esteemed warrior, do you have any idea what has transpired? The goods sent by the Eagle clan have vanished, along with our Gananu slaves." Shui Chen embraced Lu Yao and shook his head nonchalantly, gesturing towards the distant crimson flame phoenix. "We only witnessed one person being taken away. The rest remain a mystery." Rizhan, growing irate, retorted, The chieftain of the Fire Feather clan has disappeared? This must be the doing of the Black Bear clan. Ridiculous. Do you think we, the Black Bears, are as treacherous as your golden lions? Are you blind? It was a great bird that snatched the person away. Yulan spat, forcefully pushing aside the orc obstructing her path, and furiously retorted, "Stop your excuses, Black Bear clan. This matter undoubtedly involves you. I don't care where the chieftain of the Fire Feather clan is. This time, the maple fire flower must be sold to us." Regent advanced a few steps, angrily rebuking Lang Shi. In the past, she had afforded the Southern Mermaid clan some respect, but this time, with the Southern Mermaid clan having lost their goods, her confidence surged. However, she had completely shed the noble demeanor befitting a princess. Her singed hair eliciting Lu Yao, and her companions had no time to observe their quarrel. Their purpose for this journey had been fulfilled, and remaining here served no further significance. Moreover, Lu Yao's head felt heavy, her inner strength thoroughly depleted, leaving her physically exhausted. This overwhelming fatigue rendered her spirit languid and drowsy. Lang Shi, we shall take our leave. If there are matters to discuss, let Mumu reach out to me. Shuechen spoke coolly to Lang Shi, preparing to carry Lu Yao away. Clearly, this charred dwelling was no longer habitable, and Mumu, preoccupied with his own troubles, merely nodded in agreement. Do not leave. Not unless you leave her behind. Regent immediately turned her gun towards Lu Yao, jealousy igniting in her eyes. The events of the previous night vividly replayed in her mind, even if she could not claim Shuechen for herself. She felt compelled to eliminate Lu Yao to quell her resentment. Merely for her beauty, Lu Yao deserved to die. The lion warriors exhibited signs of internal conflict, struggling to obey Regent's command. They recognized that they were no match for Shuechen. Regent's orders were tantamount to sending them to their doom. Was it truly worth sacrificing so many brothers for the sake of a single female? They were warriors, yet also ordinary beast men, each with their own female companions, unwilling to perish in this conflict. What are you standing there for? Move. With Regent's furious reprimand, the lion warriors hesitated, ready to spring into action. Shuechen's silver eyes glimmered with a chilling resolve, his intent to retaliate against Regent igniting. However, Lang Shi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly changed expression, signaling to the nearby Nanjiao Beastman. The Beastman transformed into a dragon-like creature, sweeping the lion beastman aside with a single swish of its tail. Lang Shi spoke in a grave tone, "Do not mistake our restraint for fear. We regard you as guests. This is the territory of the Nanjiao tribe, not that of your Golden Lion clan. Princess Regent, I advise you to cease your disturbances. This is not a threat. For we of the Nanjiao tribe fear no other tribe." He sneered, adding, "Your internal conflicts do not concern us. But if you dare to harm anyone from our tribe, even you, Regent, will not leave here alive. Shuechen has aided our warriors, and his female is under our protection, so I suggest you cherish your life." Lang Shi's words resonated powerfully, devoid of any exaggeration. Even the audacious Regent found herself intimidated. Lang Shi let out a cold snort at her. Since the day Regent arrived, he had been displeased with her arrogance. Turning to Shuechen and Lu Yao, he softened his demeanor, patting his chest as he assured them, "Esteemed guests, rest assured. Anyone who dares to harm you shall be considered our enemy." Lang Shi's declaration elevated Lu Yao's regard for him immensely. She had not anticipated that the Nanjiao tribe's beast men would be so chivalrous. Reflecting on the havoc she had wreaked upon their homes and the slaves she had sent fleeing, a wave of guilt washed over her. She produced a small pouch filled with golden pearls, stating, "We have also damaged many items in the tribe. This is compensation. Please accept it." Lang Shi gratefully accepted the diminutive beast skin pouch, noting its light weight. It was evidently not substantial, so he graciously accepted it as a token of goodwill. After watching Shuechen carry Lu Yao away, he opened the pouch and was instantly rendered speechless, gasping in astonishment. It was gold pearls. Gold pearls served as the currency among the higher echelons of the Jiao tribe. For those of the coastal Jiao, the primary currency was white pearls. In terms of conversion, 1 gold pearl equated to 10,000 white pearls. This meant that Lang Shi, possessing a single gold pearl, could exchange it for 10,000 white pearls at the Jiao royal residence on Jiao Huang Island. The disparity was staggering. It was said that gold pearls contained immense mystical energy. This power was utilized by the beastmen of the beast god tribe, and the Jiao royal family was required to offer substantial quantities of gold pearls to the beast god tribe each year, underscoring their preciousness. Lu Yao's casual compensation amounted to a staggering 200,000. This was not merely a trivial sum of 20,000 white pearls. With such a significant contribution, he was undoubtedly on the path to becoming an elder of the Southern Jiao clan. In due time, he would lead thousands of Jiao warriors. reigning supreme in this lowly region as an undisputed leader. A curious hypothesis stirred within him, igniting an exhilarating tremor throughout his being. Humph, can she escape today or tomorrow? I shall inevitably end her life. To salvage a shred of dignity, Ri Zhen muttered darkly. Unexpectedly, Lang Shi, fueled by an unknown surge of energy, turned and, taking advantage of the moment, kicked Ri Zhen far away. Even Yulan was left astounded. Lang Shi was not even an elder of the Southern Jiao, merely an overseer. When did he become so formidable? Did he dare to confront the Golden Lion clan directly? You dare to harm my esteemed guest, and I shall lead the Southern Jiao warriors to raze your Golden Lion tribe to the ground. The expressions of the nearby Southern Jiao warriors mirrored confusion. They had never witnessed Lang Shi exhibit such ferocity before. Did he not fear provoking a conflict? If a battle were to erupt, the profits from the nearby Jiao Sha beach would be lost, leading to ridicule from their fellow Jiao kin in other regions. Little did they know, Lang Shi was destined for promotion. Ridicule? That was out of the question. With 20 golden pearls in hand, he might even receive personal commendations from the Jiao Emperor. Enough to elevate his status to the heavens. Are you all blind? Why are you not attacking? Kill them. Ri Zhen, having risen from the ground, was incensed to see the cowardice of the lion beasts. When had she ever wished to be in such a wretched state? As a princess, she had been humiliated repeatedly, and these once self-proclaimed fierce males seemed utterly blind. She was so furious that she longed to twist their heads off. Yulan, relishing the spectacle, addressed the stiff-faced lions. In my view, you lion males without females might as well join our black bear tribe, where at least you will stand alongside glory. Moreover, our black bear females are stunning. Strangely enough, a few straightforward golden lions actually displayed hesitation and asked, "Is what you say true? Will we be treated as warriors?" Yulan responded with a generous smile, "Of course. You are all esteemed beasts, and I would be honored to fight alongside you." This scene was astonishing, as 7 or 8 lion males openly declared their intent to leave their tribe and join the black bear tribe. This could not entirely be blamed on the lion warriors. They were all followers of Ri Zhen, engaged in activities that even their own esteemed tribes found repugnant. For instance, the trafficking of females was disgraceful. Protecting females was a natural duty, and Ri Zhen's efforts to curry favor with Du Sha through such vile actions were utterly revolting. If they did not leave the tribe, as long as Ri Zhen lived, they would remain at her mercy, subjected to her verbal insults, devoid of any honor. Compared to the powerful and commanding Yulan, Ri Zhen was utterly lacking. Xuechen brought Lu Yao to the riverside where the Python tribe had once settled. They had previously agreed to meet Spring here. Originally, Spring was to accompany them, but upon hearing Hai Zai's cries for help from the window below, she rushed to assist him. Xuechen had caught the scent of the Ghana tribe, likely related to the escaped Ghana kin. This river would ultimately flow into the ocean. While some areas were shallow and narrow, it was still far more efficient than Hai Zai traversing it with his dual fins. Xuechen waited for over 2 hours, fortunately. The day was calm with warm sunlight, and Lu Yao slept soundly, allowing him to remain patient. "Xuechen, I did not mean to keep you waiting so long. But that rascal insisted on bringing so many fish," Spring exclaimed breathlessly as she sprinted from the land, her weight creating splashes from the vividly colored fishtails thrashing against the water's surface. Chapter 94. Absurd. Signing for a ton of coal to survive the winter. Xuechen made a shushing gesture, and Spring understood, whispering, "The Ghana tribe slaves are insisting on following Hai Zai, claiming they wish to serve Lu Yao. I brought them here to wait until she awakens. Perhaps she needs assistance and can assign them tasks." Spring recalled that during their previous salt-selling venture, the herb used for purifying salt had been gathered from the river. They could not gather in beast form, and in human form, they were not adept swimmers, so their efficiency was low. If such opportunities arose again, the Ghana tribe could indeed prove useful. On one hand, Spring felt it was beneficial to have additional hands. Yet on the other, she felt pity for the Ghana kin, who were often subjected to brutal treatment. Accompanying Lu Yao had altered her perspective. In the past, she solely focused on her tribe, engaging only in activities that benefited herself and her clan, regarding wandering tribes and slaves with disdain, believing herself superior. Now, she no longer viewed individuals as inherently unequal. With a newfound clarity, she found joy in helping others within her capacity, fostering a more expansive heart. Among the 26 Ghana kin released by Lu Yao, comprised of both males and females, they were uncertain of what the future held. However, upon hearing Hai Zai's declaration that his master despised Jiao Sha and would not exploit their kind for profit, they resolved to take a bold stand. Yet, Upon realizing that Haize's master was the powerful female with formidable flames that could not suppress their astonishment, their hearts filled with trepidation. After all, the weak are invariably anxious in the presence of the strong, especially considering the inherent timidity of the Ghana tribe. To accommodate the Ghana kin, the group chose not to take the shortcut through the misty marsh, but rather detoured into the dusk forest. Water sources often interconnected, and the rivers of dusk forest flowed directly into the region's largest lake, Kego Lake. Simultaneously, the small river in the Grey Wolf Valley also fed into Kego Lake. Thus, following the river through dusk forest would lead them to the surrounding areas of Kego Lake. With a stroke of luck, they might even arrive directly at the Grey Wolf tribe. Once they reached Kego Lake, returning to their tribe would be simple. Summoning the tribe's males to carry the kin back would pose no challenge. As dawn approached, the morning mist enveloped the landscape. Lu Yao unexpectedly slumbered for an entire day and night. Yet even after such a prolonged respite, her eyelids remained remarkably heavy. She was roused once by Shui Chun, during which she consumed a modest meal, allowing Chun He and Shui Chun to return the heart, which had been suspended high above, to its rightful place. Sign in. Ding. Sign in failed. The host's storage capacity is full. Gunpowder, sugarcane, bone blades, sulfur, rocket launcher. Lu Yao had no choice but to take out the bone knife and place it into the animal skin pouch. Unfortunately, the 5-grid space was rather limited, and both the lotus seeds and water chestnuts were already occupying the pouch. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Sunset Forest. Sign-in reward: 1 ton of low-sulfur coal. 1 ton. Low-sulfur coal. Lu Yao felt a sudden clarity wash over her as she abruptly rose from Shui Chen's side. Perhaps it was the sudden chill that prompted her to sneeze forcefully. A ton. Little treasure, do you perhaps know that I am preparing for winter, and have graciously bestowed this upon me? Lu Yao playfully teased, yet the youthful infrastructure sign-in system seemed to be in a rather poor mood, for the first time ignoring her words. This left Lu Yao pondering. Could it be that the system too could experience anger? Upon noticing Lu Yao's movements, Chun approached Shui Chun a bit closer and expressed concern. Lu Yao, you're awake. You scared me half to death. Perhaps we should refrain from using that fire in the future. It appears quite detrimental to your health. Should we consider purchasing another ginseng to replenish your vitality? Yes, I think that would be a good idea. Lu Yao gently rubbed her nose. Her face, usually a delicate pinkish white, now appeared less vibrant, though not sickly pale. Presently, she offered a sweet smile, her features softening and exuding a sense of ethereal warmth. Very well, upon our return to Kajal Lake, I shall purchase it, she declared. Chun readily agreed, momentarily entranced by Lu Yao's smile, which evoked a profound sense of happiness within her. Known for her straightforward nature, Chun chuckled and remarked, Lu Yao, you must smile at me more often. Your smile brings me such joy. Lu Yao Miao paused momentarily, the smile at the corner of her lips deepening. Indeed, I am quite happy with Chun. You are the most formidable female I have ever encountered. Chun, with a spirited arch of her brows, expressed her delight with an air of triumph. If I weren't a female, how could Shui Chun possibly take on the role of your male counterpart? As anticipated, she received a chilling glare from Shui Chun, as piercing as a blade of ice, exuding both intimidation and lethality. Chun recoiled slightly, offering a few awkward chuckles. I was merely jesting. There's no need to take it so seriously. Look, even Lu Yao is smiling. She gestured towards Lu Yao, who was stifling her laughter, and indeed, the icy gaze was withdrawn. Chapter 95. The Troubles of a Surging Population. The atmosphere once again became congenial. Chun had always been a bright individual. The death of Feng Wu did not cast a shadow over her spirit. For the beast men, dying in battle was a commonplace occurrence. Chun was not heartless. Perhaps she had simply grown accustomed to such realities. Living in the moment sufficed for her. However, Lu Yao was different. A heaviness lingered in her heart. Whenever silence enveloped her, she would inevitably lament Feng Wu's passing. Perhaps she needed a little more time. Thus, as they journeyed, her thoughts turned to other matters. She envisioned a map of the area in her mind, not just any map, but one detailing the resources available. After some time, she had begun to grasp the patterns of both the regional and infrastructure check-in systems. The infrastructure check-in predominantly yielded tools, blueprints, and buildings. The regional check-in often provided unique local resources. For instance, visiting the market would yield white pearls, while a foray into the marsh would provide water plants. One certainty remained. The seeds provided by the system were of exceptional quality, with potatoes serving as a prime example. Therefore, If the Fengying mountain range provided copper or upon check-in, it was highly likely that copper was indeed present there. As for the dusk forest, which yielded low-sulfur coal, one could surmise that coal might also be found in this vicinity. The Marin Hill boasted cotton and various types of hemp. She needed to sketch a detailed map to delineate the resources nearby, facilitating the direction of the beastmen for gathering efforts. The recruitment of a collection team also needed to be prioritized. During this journey, she had witnessed the might of the advanced tribes, where lower tribes were regarded as mere ants. As the saying goes, to lag behind is to be beaten. It was imperative to expedite the establishment of a protective guard. With this in mind, Lu Yao yearned to return to her tribe swiftly and commence the construction. At the same time, she could not help but feel an eager anticipation for how Lin would grow. Would he become tall and transform into a young gentleman? Along the river, the group paused to rest by the lakeshore. Xuechen ventured out to hunt. Chun gathered wood to kindle a fire, and the merfolk busied themselves catching river shrimp and fish. It was now late autumn, with flowers and foliage wilting, imparting a poignant beauty to the scene. The crisp sound of withered leaves crackled beneath their feet. Yet, it was also the season of ripe harvests, as several plump-eared squirrels scurried up the towering trunks, collecting pine cones. For the beastmen, discerning edible fruits was straightforward. They simply observed whether the small animals consumed them. Common fruits such as apples, pears, oranges, chestnuts, and pine cones were scarce in the forest. One could rarely spot more than a few fruit-bearing trees. Edible foods were often snatched up the moment they ripened. The beastmen of the wandering tribes were indifferent to the quality of the food. Being able to fill their stomachs was already a considerable blessing. Lu Yao stood before several Chinese soapberry trees, their leaves having been stripped away by the wind. The resilient pods, hardened by the trials of the elements, hung in clusters from the branches like crescent moons. In the autumn breeze, they chimed softly, reminiscent of wind chimes. Spring, do come, and help me remember this place. This tree is called the soapberry tree. Its fruits can cleanse both clothes and the body. Lu Yao picked up some soap pods from the ground, intending to plant a few soap trees along the edge of the farmland. Chun, putting down the wooden stick in her hand, approached Lu Yao with a cheerful smile, exclaiming, "Lu Yao, how is it that you always manage to find such treasures wherever you go? It seems you are acquainted with everything. I truly admire you." Saying this, she followed Lu Yao's lead, tucking a few pods into her own attire, well aware of the cleansing properties of the soap tree. The beastmen relied heavily on their sense of smell, and plants with cleansing abilities were indeed considered a weapon. At that moment, a small white insect fell from the tree, fortuitously landing on Chun's shoulder. Just as Chun prepared to swat it away, Lu Yao's eyes sparkled as she looked up at the treetops, only to discover that numerous white, waxy substances were clinging to the branches. "Let me tell you, this is also a valuable find." Chun curiously scrutinized the plump, white creature wriggling on her shoulder, pondering what this delightful discovery could be. Lu Yao pondered how to explain in a simple yet comprehensible manner. Much like bees, which secrete substances that are edible, she noted that the sap from trees results in a wax that is flammable. This wax can be fashioned into candles that burn for an extended duration. As she gestured, she indicated that a candle of this length could last throughout an entire night, and it could also be transformed into a portable lighting device, a lantern that one could carry outdoors. Lu Yao elucidated the matter clearly, and Chun, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Then I must catch several." As she spoke, she swiftly found a large leaf to wrap the insects clinging to her shoulder, and with agile movements, she climbed up to capture more. "Be careful, Chun. There is no need to catch the insects themselves. The gray shells adhering to the branches are their eggs. We can simply take them back, and when the weather warms, they will hatch into wax worms." Lu Yao looked at Chun, who was in a flurry, and couldn't help but smile. The afternoon sunlight bathed her delicate profile, and her crescent-like smile radiated a gentle warmth, dispelling the shadows within her heart. The dialogue between Chun and Lu Yao was captured word for word by the ears of the Kanaz people, the merfolk. Wisdom became Lu Yao's third impression in their hearts, strength being the first, beauty the second, and wisdom the third. Alongside their fear of Lu Yao, a sense of admiration arose. Wise shamans are revered wherever they may be. Before long, Xuechen returned with a catch, and the merfolk had grabbed a number of plump river shrimp, each about the size of a palm. Their skill in catching shrimp truly astonished Lu Yao, skewering the shrimp with sharp wooden sticks. They required no salt, just a brush of oil, and with a single bite, the flavor was sweet and fresh, the texture firm and resilient. Chun had never tasted shrimp before. Because they burrow into the riverbed sand, the beastmen, unskilled in swimming and unable to dive, had never had the chance to capture such delectable river fare. This was her first experience savoring such a delightful treat. The merfolk, who had thought they could only consume raw and cold food, were pleasantly surprised when Lu Yao and her companions naturally shared their roasted fish and even terrestrial meats with them. Lu Yao did not look down upon them for their status as slaves. Rather, she was approachable and showed them great kindness. The people of the Ghana tribe possess a gentle and reserved temperament. Although their emotions may not be visibly expressed, their hearts are as clear as a mirror, and they perceive Lu Yao as an excellent mistress. In autumn, there should be crabs to eat. It is uncertain whether this lake harbors any. Lu Yao gazed upon the expanse of azure waters, suddenly feeling a pang of desire. She had an insatiable fondness for crab meat casserole, adored the spicy and fragrant crab dishes, and relished the delicate crab roast soup dumplings. Haizé, reclining contentedly on the rocks by the lake alongside the merfolk, indulged in a delectable grilled fish with one hand while curiously inquiring, "Master, what is a crab?" Lu Yao smiled with her lips pressed together, her ink black eyes shimmering as if adorned with stars. 2 eyes, 8 legs, and a crustacean that walks sideways. Yes. We previously thought it lacked meat, having never tasted one with 8 legs. Before Lu Yao could speak further, Haizé and his companions hastily finished the food in their hands, each of them splashing into the water with joyful abandon. Ahem, I was merely speaking whimsically. We have no pot, and it is rather inconvenient to cook crabs at the moment. Please return quickly for dinner. Lu Yao stood up, fully aware that the mermaid was attempting to curry favor with her, though such gestures were entirely unnecessary. Once they arrived at the tribe, she would assign the mermaid a role. In her domain, there was no need for anyone to seek approval from another. The essence of life lay in fulfilling one's duties, ensuring sustenance and warmth, and embracing a simple, joyful existence. Nevertheless, those discussions could wait for another time. Let them be. They appear quite happy. Suchen took Lu Yao's hand and offered her a piece of crispy, roasted meat, urging her to eat more, as her appearance still bore signs of frailty. With concern, Suchen gently touched Lu Yao's slightly pallid face, unable to suppress the furrow of his elegant brows. Lu Yao extended her hand to gently caress his brow, playfully reclining in his embrace, teasingly remarking, "It's nothing. I feel much better now. When we return to the tribe, you must buy me some ginseng to replenish my strength." Chun promptly chimed in, her laughter bright and refreshing. "Indeed, I shall purchase ginseng for Lu Yao upon our return, along with some delightful sweet fruits." Shuechen tenderly supported her delicate, fragile form, saying, "I will take it upon myself to prepare meals for you and ensure you finish them. You must recover swiftly to bear offspring." His words sent a jolt through Lu Yao's heart. Oh dear, what if she and Shuechen had no precautions and ended up with a child? What kind of child would they have? A fluffy little cub? One, or perhaps a whole litter? Lu Yao felt an inexplicable surge of excitement, her mind swirling with questions as she recalled that her relatives had not visited for some time. In this modern age, her irregular eating habits, coupled with her fondness for milk tea and ice cream, had led to some unusual circumstances with her relatives. Calculating the days, she realized that if she had not conceived, her menstrual cycle would be due shortly. "Master, we have caught numerous octopus crabs. Come and see." Haizé's enthusiastic call snapped Lu Yao back to the present. Goodness gracious. The hands of the sea folk were quite nimble. They captured the crabs and, fearful of their escape, bound them with resilient seaweed. "Wow, these hairy crabs are so plump." Lu Yao smacked her lips, observing the tightly bound crabs being tossed onto the lakeshore one by one. The mermaids, swift and deft, darted back and forth beneath the water, and soon the shore was teeming with crabs. This was splendid. She had intended to rest for just an hour or so and enjoy a meal before continuing her journey. However, the allure of the crabs proved overwhelming. To carry away these prized crustaceans, Lu Yao instructed the mermaids to twist various reeds into ropes and weave a rudimentary net, with several male mermaids collaborating to drag the net through the water. Despite their quick learning and nimble hands, they toiled for over 2 hours, and it was only by dusk that they set out on their return to the tribe. This group of mermaids adeptly managed to multitask in the water, mastering the art of crafting the simplest fishing nets while gracefully swaying their tails atop the water's surface, continuing their weaving. The sight was utterly delightful. The deep autumn night was bitterly cold, with the brisk wind howling like a sharp sword, striking the surrounding barren trees that swayed in the chill, as if they might topple at any moment. Lu Yao was almost pressed against Shuechen's back, as the weather turned chilly without warning. It was estimated that the temperature was barely around 10 degrees. She had dressed rather lightly for this outing and was struggling to cope with the cold. Lu Yao. I sense something is amiss, Chun, who was running alongside Xueqin, suddenly remarked. Lu Yao tilted her head, noticing the uncertainty reflected in Chun Wei Lan's round azure eyes. What is it? She inquired. Throughout our journey, we have not encountered a single beast man, and typically, there are plenty of them roaming this area. Chun carefully inhaled the scents in the air, only to find no trace of beastmen. This was indeed peculiar, at the edge of the dusk forest. Where food was relatively abundant, it was the season for gathering provisions, making their absence inexplicable. When circumstances deviate from the norm, something sinister is afoot. Xueqin's silver eyes darkened. It's not just the wandering beastmen. I recall that the Hualu tribe's settlement should be nearby, yet their scent is conspicuously absent. A sense of dread began to stir within Chun. Could it be that they have migrated? Or perhaps, while we were away, a more formidable tribe has encroached upon this vicinity to seize resources? Lu Yao pondered for a moment before saying, it should not be the case. Attacking these lowly tribes, devoid of sustenance and white pearls, is utterly meaningless. Chun took a deep breath, trusting Lu Yao's words, and decided to set her worries aside. Even if it meant sleeping until noon, as night fell, Lu Yu still felt an overwhelming fatigue, soon succumbing to slumber amidst the soft, warm fur of Xueqin. If Lu Yao intends to use that flame, we must prevent her, Chun suddenly spoke, her expression grave, infused with deep concern. Xueqin shared Chun's sentiments, his gaze shadowed. The crimson flame had drained a certain essence from Yao, and he pondered how to restore that power, otherwise, knowing her disposition. She would surely assist the children of the Fire Feather tribe as soon as she felt rejuvenated. No. I must return first and inform Yi and the others about Lu Yao's condition. They will understand her, he resolved. Xueqin responded with a soft acknowledgement, remaining silent thereafter. Had he known that the use of the crimson flame would render Lu Yao physically weakened, he would have unequivocally opposed it. The journey from Jiaosha Beach to the Grey Wolf tribe typically required a day and a night. However, the group pressed on without rest until the stars and moon retreated, finally returning to the valley where the Grey Wolf tribe resided as dawn broke. Lu Yao and her companions traversed the shallow creek, entering the valley from the fringes of the wooded terrain. The formidable walls constructed by the beastmen were designed according to the blueprints sketched by Lu Yao. Following the river-esque course, she referred to this waterway as a moat. Before them stood a wall, already half completed, rising to a height of approximately 4 to 5 meters, allowing entry solely through the grand entrance. Naturally, the wooden gate of the settlement had been dismantled to facilitate movement, prioritizing construction at this access point. However, directly across the river at the entrance, a multitude of beastmen resembling refugees congregated, their meager garments woven from vines. Lacking even the most basic hides, whether child or male, they appeared disheveled, their gaunt frames suggesting a state of malnutrition. Clearly, this was a wandering tribe, as lower-tier clans possessing basic hunting skills would not find themselves in such dire straits. What was the situation here? Was there no other band of wandering beastmen nearby, all converging in this location? Chun was left bewildered. Although the Alliance had agreed to incorporate them, managing such a plethora of weak and destitute beastmen posed a considerable challenge. Perhaps it was the blinding sunlight, or perhaps it was the sound of Chun's voice that broke through her thoughts. As Lu Yao slowly awoke, she was taken aback by the scene before her. So many people gathered. What could have transpired? Why had Yulan not arranged for them to enter the city? Xueqin, noticing that Lu Yao had roused, instinctively exhaled in relief. He had feared that her slumber would extend as long as it had previously. He spoke gently. Perhaps it is due to their status as a wandering tribe. Spring hastened over to a group of familiar male members of the Machuan tribe, calling out, "You there? Come here. What is happening? Aren't all beastmen supposed to reside within the city?" The men, upon seeing Spring, immediately displayed respectful expressions and replied, "Chieftain, you have returned. These feeble wandering beastmen have come to seek refuge with the Alliance, but the other chieftains are awaiting the shaman's return to make a decision." In hushed tones, one of the Machuan tribe members added, "Several tribes have arrived in the city over the past few days, and it has caused quite a commotion. The chieftain of the Grey Wolf tribe has been unable to sleep for several nights due to matters concerning the Alliance." Spring nodded. It was inevitable that such a gathering of beastmen would lead to chaos. However, she was confident that Lu Yao would be able to address the issues concerning the Alliance. Turning back to Lu Yao, she greeted, "Lu Yao, I have brought the condom merfolk to your river." Lu Yao nodded with a grateful smile. The wandering orcs, upon seeing the robust figure of Chun, instinctively parted to create a path. When the tall and brawny man referred to Chun as the clan leader, they immediately lowered their gazes, reverently unable to meet Chun's eyes. As wandering orcs, their fear of the lower tribes mirrored the trepidation that the lesser tribes felt towards the intermediate ones. As Xueqin carried Lu Yao past them, the dense crowd prostrated themselves on the ground in silence. Following the battle with the Serpent Clan, an even colder aura radiated from Xueqin, and his innate regal presence compelled all to bow in submission. Lu Yao furrowed her brows slightly. It was her first encounter with the orcs from the wandering tribe. Both their physique and stature were considerably smaller than those from the lower tribes. Among their offspring, she observed a slender little raccoon as well as a larger, stout groundhog. While undeniably adorable, the pressing issue remained. It was quite challenging to find suitable employment for them. Chapter 96. The Fox Assuming the Tiger's Might, Joy. If she could not secure appropriate work for these homeless orcs, it would be nearly impossible for them to survive in the city, even if she offered them refuge. She could not simply stand by and watch these emaciated orcs perish from cold or hunger in her city. In truth, any orc willing to join should be welcomed with open arms. After all, everyone possesses their unique talents. With a mere few hundred individuals in the tribe, relying solely on reproduction would take an eternity to compete with the formidable eagle and leopard tribes, let alone the thousands of lions they commanded. Thus, she needed to devise a plan to help these fragile orcs establish a livelihood, at the very least ensuring they could don warm fur garments before winter's onset. As Yulan and the others labored to build walls and construct the city gate, they spotted Chun returning and immediately craned their necks to search for Lu Yao among the crowd. He Yong, Chi Tu, Pu Bo, and Wu Rong were all present, each sprinting towards her with an urgency that resembled the sentiment of being apart for an eternity. Lu Yao, you have finally returned, Yulan exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. The tribulations of the past few days had left him overwhelmed, and the dark circles under his eyes betrayed the loss of his previous composed demeanor. Lu Yao smiled faintly, pondering to herself about the tribulations faced by Yulan. Well, I have returned. What is the matter with these orcs? Why do they not enter the city? Yulan's expression turned grim as she lamented. When you departed, our tribe comprised merely over 700 orcs, but in these past few days, I have lost count of the newcomers. There are simply too many. Everyone desires a prime location within the city, and they are incessantly quarreling over the hunting grounds. Were it not for the assistance of He Rong and Ben Lei, our tribe would have descended into chaos. Hunting grounds? Lu Yao had not previously considered this point. However, upon reflection, it seems quite reasonable. The strength of the Grey Wolf tribe is too feeble to instill fear in the other lower tribes. Although the clan leaders of these lower tribes are inclined to unite and collectively resist the mid to high-level tribes, inevitable conflicts arise among the orcs of different tribes, making disputes over hunting territories rather commonplace. These issues require gradual resolution. The mid to high-level tribes address their larger populations by establishing branches and promoting elders for management, a strategy she cannot emulate due to their shared ethnicity. In her case, the tribes are diverse and fragmented, with some lacking clan leaders altogether. Achieving true unity is far from a simple endeavor. Lu Yao lowered her gaze in contemplation for a moment, then offered Yulan a reassuring smile. Indeed. Summon the chieftain of the Black Wolf clan, He Rong, and the chieftain of the Thunder Hoof clan, Ben Lei. We shall convene at the sacrificial platform shortly. If there are any other clan leaders or those with authority, they should join us as well. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The moment Lu Yao arrived, Yulan instantly felt a sense of reassurance and eagerly rushed to summon others. Heaven knows how anxious he had been these past few days. Lu Yao climbed down from Xueqin, momentarily feeling a peculiar lightness in her head and heaviness in her feet. She mused inwardly about the considerable after-effects of using the Crimson Flame. However, she dared not voice her concerns to Xueqin, as she could see that he had already been quite worried these past few days. Xueqin, the stability of the tribe will depend on you from now on. Lu Yao cradled the head of the great tiger, speaking affectionately. The ice and snow in her silver eyes melted away, revealing a gentle smile that rippled with warmth. How can one express this? Lu Yao's pair of bright, sparkling eyes smiled like crescent moons. She softly said, if you could announce the alliance rules at the meeting later. Should anyone voice their dissent, just raise your voice. Those newly arrived orcs would surely dare to oppose. Once I establish the guard squad, they will be solely responsible for maintaining order in the city. While force cannot resolve all issues, the absence of it is equally unfeasible. The power of deterrence is paramount, especially when dealing with some untamed orcs. Xueqin looked at her with affectionate indulgence, naturally without a hint of refusal. Lu Yao's eyes sparkled with delight as she smiled sweetly. This was the joy of wielding power through another's might. She was confident about the settlement of the beast men. Taking the modern urban area of Chaoyang district in the capital as an example, approximately 500,000 square kilometers could accommodate 300,000 people, translating to 16,000 individuals per 10,000 square kilometers. This valley spans around 40,000 square kilometers, with the inner city covering roughly 20,000 square kilometers. While it may not compare to the towering structures of the capital, accommodating 5,000 or 6,000 inhabitants would certainly be feasible. As Xueqin and Lu Yao walked side by side, they had not yet reached the stone platform when they overheard several clan leaders engaged in a heated argument. No. The quartz mountain has always belonged to our Qinghu clan for hunting. But we are allies. That land does not belong solely to you. It belongs to all of us. Why should your word be law? I refuse to accept this. Our clansmen did not bring much food, and now the hunting grounds are all mixed up. Are you trying to starve our people by being unreasonable? Oh dear, everyone is fighting over the prey. Yulan, you must persuade them. Yulan was rendered speechless. His own tribe had no concerns about food or resources. However, the situation among the clans was chaotic. And he had not anticipated that as soon as he gathered the leaders, the scene would descend into disarray. Below the stone platform, many males were gathered, watching the commotion. Their voices overlapping in a manner reminiscent of a bustling market where vendors haggle over prices. Lu Yao gently tugged at Xueqin's long tiger whiskers, causing Xueqin's silver eyes to flicker with a momentary chuckle. However, as he stepped onto the stone platform, his expression shifted from sunny to stormy, and the surrounding air instantaneously grew frigid. His frosty gaze pierced like daggers, casting an icy sweep over every individual present. The bickering clan leaders were left in a daze. The atmosphere fell into a sudden hush. Just a moment ago, the clan leaders had been flushed with anger, but now they quickly wilted, swallowing hard and retreating. Chapter 97. A well-ordered arrangement. The dawn of the city, all orcs joining the alliance must adhere to its regulations. First rule, all members of the alliance are equal, united, and supportive. Tribes must not harm or engage in conflict with one another. Any disputes may be reported to the council. Second rule, the young of any tribe are under the protection of the alliance, and any actions that harm cubs or females are strictly forbidden. Offending orcs will be dealt with by the council. Third rule, upon joining the alliance, all orcs, regardless of race, belong to a single tribe. Clan leaders will no longer solely oversee their own tribes, but must participate in the council. The rules set forth by Lu Yao end here, yet unexpectedly. Xueqin has added a fourth rule. Whether our city can adhere to the first three principles hinges upon the presence of a just and fair leader. Currently, our leader is Lu Yao. Hence, joining the alliance necessitates obedience to her commands. Otherwise, one may leave at once. The disputes over food have already contravened the first rule, and according to the regulations, those responsible should be expelled from the alliance. Xueqin's voice rang out, resonant and clear, imbued with an undeniable authority. In this moment, Lu Yao could not help but admire her men's charisma. He exuded such dominance. The fourth rule, in particular, was a stroke of brilliance. Only an exceptional leader can cultivate a flourishing nation. She harbored no aspirations for leadership, yet these beasts, yearning for sustenance and warmth, must heed her guidance for the time being. Once the construction is sufficiently advanced, she would have little interest in such superficial titles. The arguing clan leaders felt a tightening in their chests, their expressions darkening. They had witnessed the prosperity of the Grey Wolf clan, and the walls currently under construction were as magnificent as those of the higher tribes. The orcs participating in labor could enjoy ample food. They had no desire to leave, having discovered such abundance. Furthermore, there was a wise shaman present, the envoy of the beast god. Those with insight had already surmised that Lu Yu was the shaman, and the formidable Xueqin was her powerful mate. One clan leader hastily explained, "It is not as it seems. We have only just arrived and have yet to acclimate." Xueqin, unperturbed yet imposing, cast a glance over the assembly. "I understand, so this time I shall overlook it." He then turned to Lu Yao. "Please share your thoughts with them." Lu Yu smiled and nodded, her bright and captivating. "Many clan leaders were unfamiliar with me, but that was of no consequence. We would become acquainted in due time. You have all seen the city blueprint I have created, have you not?" The clan leaders nodded in agreement, as they diligently reviewed the plans daily, committing them to memory. "I will inscribe 8 numbers on the blueprint, each representing a distinct region, with every 200 residents assigned to a specific area determined by a lottery conducted by the clan leaders. Each region may be governed by a maximum of 2 clan leaders, and all houses will be transformed into 2-story structures that must be constructed uniformly. I shall enlist the assistance of my minotaurs to aid you in the building process. The clan leaders grasped the general idea. Currently, they resided in makeshift shelters. Yulan had no authority to make decisions, stating that they must await Lu Yao's arrival. Each tribe desired advantageous, spacious locations, which led to considerable discord. And what of the food situation? Hey Rong, the clan leader of the Black Wolf tribe, raised this pressing concern regarding the distribution. Many orcs were opting to construct city walls, yet he felt that no matter how abundant the tribe's food supplies, it could not sustain the daily high consumption. Continuing in this manner would yield no viable solutions, but striving for self-sufficiency could lead to conflict. Lu Yao discerned his concerns and offered a gentle smile. Each region would take turns hunting, with an 8-day cycle. Naturally, there would also be opportunities to earn food while assisting the alliance. Do not worry. There will be ample work opportunities. Let us begin with a draw, and I shall elaborate further afterward. The method of drawing lots was quite simple, using charcoal. Numbers were inscribed on 10 leaves. Although the chieftains could count, they were unfamiliar with the numerical symbols, thus eliminating any possibility of deceit. Whatever one drew would be their fate. Lu Yao is situated in the northwestern part of the valley, while these 10 regions are located to the south of it. Lying on the periphery of both the Grey Wolf clan and the Emo Dog clan, a substantial area to the east of the valley remains unoccupied. In the remote southwestern corner, the majority of inhabitants are female cubs, including those females rescued later at the Jiasha beach, who have been temporarily placed there. This arrangement has momentarily alleviated the tribe's concerns and successfully garnered the support of various clan leaders, who have expressed no objections to the rotational hunting method. Lu Yao led Yulan and her companions to the entrance, where they arranged for the homeless beastmen. The plight of these beastmen stemmed largely from their impoverished circumstances and lack of food. A significant factor was that most of them were herbivorous beastmen, incapable of hunting, and none could overpower their adversaries. Even though Lu Yao taught them agriculture, their diminutive stature rendered them unsuitable for such labor. Therefore, Lu Yao had to devise alternative solutions for their predicament. As the wandering beastmen beheld Lu Yao emerging from the entrance once more, a sense of trepidation washed over them. Accustomed to expulsion, they had never known a place where they could reside for any length of time. Their arrival in such numbers at this location had already depleted their courage. Let us enter the city together. As Lu Yao uttered these words, all the wandering beastmen erupted in jubilant cheers, their anxious anticipation over the past few days finally yielding a resolution. The promise of food in exchange for labor was a long-held aspiration for them. There were approximately 400 to 500 wandering beastmen, whom Lu Yao temporarily settled in a small area to the east. She would also dispatch the minotaurs to assist them in constructing shelters, assuring them that tasks would be assigned in the afternoon. Once these arrangements were made, Lu Yao finally exhaled in relief, stifling a yawn. She turned to Yulan and his companions, saying, "Clan leader, you may attend to your matters. The trade delegation should accompany me back for a brief discussion on some matters." The autumn winds whispered through the air, leaving Yulan solitary in the moment, with countless questions still lingering unasked towards Lu Yao. As Lu Yao walked towards her home, she noticed a striking figure clad in vibrant red rushing towards her from the distance. A tall, unfamiliar youth. His hair flowed like flames, and his skin gleamed like snow. With a straight nose and slender lips, his golden eyes radiated an untamed wildness. His face was alight with fervor and sincerity, the light in his eyes exuding warmth and brilliance. He intended to joyfully embrace Lu Yao, but was swiftly thwarted by a paw from Shui Chun. Perhaps this is the plight of growing up. Huolin. Alas, I scarcely recognized him. Lu Yao was genuinely astonished. The adorable little boy had grown into such a cool young man. His striking red hair was simply breathtaking. Well, mother, I have grown up. Huolin, still adjusting to his newfound maturity, continued to address Lu Yao as he always had. His voice, no longer soft and tender, was now imbued with the clarity and warmth of youth. Haha, having such a big son all of a sudden is a bit overwhelming for me, but it is wonderful. Once I have rested, I will assist Yi and the others in their growth. Lu Yao smiled charmingly, akin to the blossoming of a white jade flower. Yet her cheeks bore a pallor that evoked sympathy. Huolin, having eagerly listened to Chun's words, hurriedly came to see Lu Yao and exclaimed, "The pain from the fiery blaze is unbearable. Yi and the others are still young, and as the eldest, I must remain calm." Lu Yao did not ponder further and nodded in agreement. Initially, she intended to habitually pinch Huolin's cheek, but given that he was such a striking young man, she found herself unable to do so. Upon returning home, Lu Yao was greeted by a throng of centaurs and the children of the fire feather tribe, with even the honey parakeets flapping their wings and flying towards her, creating a lively scene. She did not rush to inspect the progress of the artisans, but instead headed to the fields to observe the harvest of the intertwined flowers. Before she could marvel at the transformation of the maple fire feather trees, she was taken aback by the neatly arranged fields that extended all the way to the hillside. "I have only been gone for 5 days, and you have cultivated so much land." She had only walked 10 acres, yet now, looking westward, she was met with an endless sea of intertwined flowers, roughly estimating at least 20 acres. To the east, there were lush cabbage fields, where the cabbages thrived, plump and vibrant, teeming with life. Further east, they disappeared from sight, but one could surmise there were potatoes. Who knows what madness drove these centaurs to work so fervently? The granary had expanded with 3 additional rooms, and the large stone mill's wooden handles had been replaced with bronze. Just how much intertwined flour had been ground? It was utterly astonishing. Jian Kong set down the ceramic bucket he had been carrying, wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, and beamed a goofy smile at Lu Yao, his eyes brimming with pride. "Mistress, we have been diligently tending to the fields." Lu Yao nodded appreciatively, a smile gracing her lips as she expressed her gratitude for the delightful surprise. "However," she inquired, "surely, you do not intend to water the seeds on the hillside with this, do you? Ever since the fields were extended to the slopes, irrigation had become quite a laborious task. The minotaurs had to ascend and descend the mountain countless times with their ceramic buckets, a toil more exhausting than tilling the land." Meanwhile, the little downy figure, Yi, gazed up at Lu Yao with glistening eyes, raising the small wooden basin in her hand. Lu Yao chuckled helplessly, gently ruffling the adorable Yi's little head. "Let us first create a simple yoke and bucket for fetching water, and later we can devise a better solution." Her carpentry skills had been honed quite well under Lu Yao's guidance. She sketched a rudimentary design on the ground and, after contemplating it for a while, he grasped the concept. Carrying 2 large buckets of water at once would undoubtedly be far more efficient than using the small porcelain ones. With a few minotaurs in tow, they promptly set to work. After instructing the minotaurs, Lu Yao stood beneath the flourishing fire maple tree, feeling a bit fatigued, and yawned. This tree has grown so large so suddenly, yet its leaves appear so listless and lackluster. Could it be in need of watering? The children of the fire feather tribe felt a pang of anxiety in their hearts. Having heard of Lu Yao's situation from Chun, they were reluctant to burden her with their growth. Moreover, the fire maple tree had not always looked this way. It had been vibrant and full of life until just before Huolin returned, when it suddenly seemed to wither. Even Xueqin, who was in the kitchen preparing soup for Lu Yao, frowned in concern. Lu Yao had only just awakened in the morning, and it was still before noon. Yet she seemed to feel drowsy once more. "Yun Qing, have you been so busy these past few days that you've forgotten to water the plants?" The little girl, Yi, pretended to glare at Yunqing. Initially perplexed, Yunqing froze, but when he saw Yi approaching him playfully, he feigned a gesture of scratching her. Terrified of being tickled, he quickly exclaimed, "Stop it. Don't tease me. I will water them right away." Observing the 2 children frolicking, Lu Yao couldn't help but smile contentedly, contemplating the important matters she had to attend to later. She led the trade team to the warehouse where the Lianzihua seed powder was stored, instructing each member to haul a cart. 1 acre of Lianzihua could yield over 200 pounds, and the harvest from her previous planting had already been gathered. The warehouse was brimming with 15 ceramic jars, containing approximately 500 pounds of powder, all ready for direct consumption. The Lianzihua matured rapidly, with a batch ready for harvest every couple of days. After being cut, the flowers were laid out in a spacious area to dry, after which they could be ground into powder. Clearly, the warehouse was insufficient for storage. Lu Yao had yet to achieve the freedom of burlap. Although the warehouse was sizable, its utilization was low, unlike burlap sacks that could be stacked efficiently. Nevertheless, this sight astonished the members of the trade team, including He Yong. They marveled at the minotaurs tirelessly working day and night, unaware that such an abundance of edible food could be produced in just half a month. It was hard to believe that these minotaurs, who initially appeared timid and evasive, were now thriving in an environment where, without Lu Yao's presence, even the trade team could hardly approach the fields, let alone the granary. Lu Yao felt quite satisfied with this quantity. She instructed the group, He Yong, take a bag of animal skins and deliver it to the newly arrived females from yesterday. Pubo, bring back 2 bags to the Machuan tribe, as these are for Chun. Chi too. Take 2 bags to Yulan and ensure they are distributed among the hard-working orcs. Wu Rong, pack 2 bags and accompany me to the roaming orcs in District 9. Niu, go fetch another cart of cabbage to join me. Wu Rong's gentle brows furrowed slightly. She wondered if providing food solely to the wandering orcs might incite conflict with the newcomers. Her concerns were not unfounded, for in the realm of orcs, compassion for the weak had never been a prevailing sentiment. They revered only the mighty. Lu Yao providing sustenance for the females is, of course, unproblematic. Every tribe tends to care for its females. However, the people of the wandering tribe, being both inept and timid, are incapable of generating food or value. If they cannot sustain themselves, how can they contribute to the city? Offering them a stable refuge is already the greatest act of kindness. Lu Yao smiled gently, reassuringly stating that there was no such thing as free food in her domain. With diligence, they need not be inferior to other beastmen. The afternoon sun radiated warmth. And just as Lu Yao intended to step outside, she was halted by Xuechen, who had changed into a new outfit. He donned the apron designed by Lu Yao, exuding the charm of a devoted home chef. Yao, you must have your meal first. I have prepared crispy fried cabbage, steamed hairy crabs, honey-glazed chicken legs, and, of course, corn porridge. Lu Yao suddenly felt a pang of hunger. She greeted the few people behind her, urging them to leave if they wished, and then inquired whether Wu Rong would like to stay and dine together. However, the chilling gaze of Xuechen was truly unsettling. Wu Rong felt a shiver run down her spine and forced a smile, indicating that she had already eaten. Oh, I can walk by myself. Without further ado, Xuechen picked Lu Yao up effortlessly and carried her all the way to the dining hall, setting her down gently on a chair. You're quite light. Lu Yao held a sweet chicken leg in one hand, taking a hearty bite, followed by a generous sip of warm corn porridge, feeling that the comfort of home was indeed delightful. Upon hearing Xuechen's words, her delicate face lit up with a smile, her brows slightly raised. Is that so? Of course I'll lose weight without milk tea and fried chicken. What are milk tea and fried chicken? Do they make you gain weight? Xuechen, driven by an insatiable curiosity, inquired. Getting a taste of milk tea is more challenging than weaving cloth. Lu Yao took another bite of the savory chicken leg and asked, is this chicken one of those that refuse to live? Yes, Xuechen replied. I heard that these chickens wouldn't eat or drink and even pluck their own feathers. At this point, a hint of helpless amusement flickered in her silver eyes, reminiscent of a snowy moon. This is the first time Lu Yao has miscalculated. Having